EMP tests and stuff, like things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So you got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
No, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies.
The commies.
Yeah, the commies. And
that was back when they were the commies.
Yeah, they were real commies. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody. And the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was all right. This is ours. You guys get the hell out.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out. Was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the Queen? I don't give a fuck who the Queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to your ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
They got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area or, one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them, that's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean, and that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface of the water.
2004 Tic Tac Nimitz case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coral under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity-propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah. So there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, James.
This is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either.
No, so that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all actual. I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing's using that kind of energy to go that fast to just hover
the amount of time. And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out, and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004 is the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water. It was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object, that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
First of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. I mean, Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. I mean, those guys were watching this thing. But one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates, does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves
So
away at
it'd
high
be like
speed.
a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheel where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver, and it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the craft that I work on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right, but
Perhaps.
they all have the same power. So
They all have the same powers. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. They might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be. Maybe. We don't know. Right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine and go to an internal combustion engine and then, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we come in. The binary, if the stuff is true about the origin of the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned
And so
stuff
is
and squirted
Mr.
out the
Singer's
back to
Travels.
go forward.
This
So,
motherfucker is living the life.
who says they follow any
This
kind of normal
motherfucker is living the
progression?
life. If I could live a
My
life
thought
of
was,
anyone on
you
Twitch,
went back to the
I think it'd be
1400s,
Mr.
and then
Singer's.
you went from
Why?
1400 to
Motherfucker
1500.
just posts something out every single night with a bunch
You
of
go from
beautiful
2000 to
who are just
3000. I
scared
seriously
of
said be around.
the change.
Right. Well,
And
yeah.
I'm
Dealt
sure
with the
he get
rate of
lonely,
change.
but
is
he's always got a bunch of people
significantly
keeping
higher
him
than it used to be.
fucking.
Right. So if you think about what they had in
And I
1988,
just saw him.
and think about what they
Here he
probably
is.
have in 2019.
Here's Mr. Singer's Travels. And if you're like, honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen him without like a bunch of chicks around him, and that would make sense.
Are
He's
they
been going for 33
Is that a living
hours
thing in terms
and
of like a
almost 33
biological
minutes.
thing?
We're gonna wait for it to go
Or
33,
are
33.
they some sort of
God, we should wait for it to go 33, 33,
artificial
33. I'm
Or
very like
or
numerologic
artificial reality,
Cool,
artificial
because
beings,
I think that's what takes away.
artificial intelligence is constantly silicon-based
So,
life form.
I want everybody to know Mr. Sin is a really nice person.
Is it Boston Dynamics?
Actually,
Is
you
it
could be
robots?
a
Robots? Yeah.
But
make machines out of flesh, right? So a
Right.
We all
cyborg,
could be.
or
We all
cybernetic
have our
organism
times.
is just that,
I'm
that's
sure
what a lot of
Mr.
people
Sin
think of
has
as like
times where he
great
could have been a better
or-
person, and so does Rabbi.
Yeah.
Actually, the
Like,
Rabbi's
they're
out
like-
there.
They're
And
machines.
Rabbi
for
is very,
flesh.
very
So what
public.
you're saying is like
You can check
Well,
him
it
out
could
at
just be
Rabbi's on Rabbi's
synthetic
times,
life. They don't even need to
especially
be,
like chicks.
machines.
Alright, yeah.
Well, they
here we
seem to
go.
have no sex organs, when you
33,
describe it.
33
People
coming
that have
up.
had interactions with them
33,
assume
33
it's
coming
right.
up. Oh
Whatever.
shit! There you go. Got it.
They have no sex organs.
Oh, that was tight.
They-
Man, that was really, really fucking cool.
They're just
All right,
almost
so
like
can we hear you? I'm
fragile.
sure
They have
somebody
no
can.
antennas.
All right, is this done?
Australopithecus
You didn't even look
or
through his shit.
depictions of
Oh yeah, I gotta look through
hominins,
social
and then
media.
you go to human
Dude,
beings.
but we got him at
Whether
33,
it's
33, 33. That's a long fucking stream, bro.
Well, you see a clear
All right, here
progression
we
of
go.
evolution too,
Mr. Sin's
where
Travels.
something like that
About
would lean towards synthetic
Discord.
organism because it looks like it was
Discord.
made for a
Dude,
specific
have I
task.
been on
There's no
Discord?
reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical evolution.
Right.
No,
Yeah, it's
I
also our
Damn it.
bottleneck, right? Our
All right.
bottleneck is our biological
Just like Will Smith
imperative.
and President Joy.
Breathe,
All right, so I got my
emotions,
man
fear,
just
anxiety,
hanging out
all these different things
in his
that exist
room
in order to force us
in
into
like
making
Thailand
sure
or
that you're
something.
credits.
You can donate to him at his
Essentially,
Instagram
the
too. I'm gonna
human
check out
reward
his
systems
Instagram.
that aren't
I bet
necessary
it's very
once
colorful
they
and
can
amazing.
figure out a way to make
So his
some sort of
pages is
sentient
available. It's really
artificial life. Some sort of
Wow,
thing that
you might
doesn't
have
have
lost
these
it. Yeah, I
biological
lost it.
limitations that we have.
By the way,
Oh, let's
these
check out
craft, all these
YouTube.
different
Here we
kinds
go.
of
Here's the
reports,
shit.
it was
Here
confusing.
you
I always
go.
thought of flying saucers, but I heard
Very
Bob
cool.
Lazar talk
All right,
about flying
Mr. Sam.
saucer, right?
I hope
Look
you're
back
having a
in
good
history,
day.
people have always reported
And
the
I'm
weirdest
gonna make you a
shapes. Like,
video.
none of them are alike.
And
You know, there are the saucers.
I hope
You got cigar
that
shapes.
you enjoyed my video.
The top hat
Anything else you want to say,
get
Tim?
dwarfs.
Yeah, shout out to all those
Maybe
girls.
they're
Show this to
serving
all the
different
girls that you
purposes.
meet
They're
and
doing
tell
different
them that
things
I'm
that
going to
use
help
these
them.
different tools.
When my stream goes
But I want
viral,
to
I
be
have
clear
more
that the
content
reason
than
I know
any
that
person
memo
on the
is
internet.
real is because I spent a lot
And
of time
that's
with
a big
Dr.
fucking deal.
Eggermont, 6 man to walk in the middle.
Linktree.com/Rabbi
Before he died,
Rothschild.
right?
And you'll see.
That's how I
He's
know
good
I
at
don't want any
LinkedIn, doing a lot of
journalist
shit
thinking I
going
got
on.
him anywhere
And
else.
I
I
do.
know because
All
of
right,
Dr. Mitchell.
cool. Shout
He
out
said
to
the same
Mr.
thing.
Sin,
Maybe
shout out
these
to
things are
Thailand, shout out to those chicks,
performing different
and
tasks.
shout out to everybody
That's
Well,
what
it
who
seems if
is
you
out there.
think about what an alien is in terms of our the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the Third Kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually encounter. And these things are tiny. Human beings are smaller than they've been before. They're weaker than they've been before, and there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and a lack of need for violence, and we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." You know, that one day we,
Okay.
yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites. Because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G. Right? What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100%
Yo,
towards
Rabbi Rothschild,
technological
streams like
innovation.
24/7,
Look at this
365
species from afar.
for world peace.
We're a
Mr.
part of
Sin's
it. We say, what
travels.
is this species
Has an
doing?
amazing stream, and everybody loves it, and everybody loves
Beehives are the same
all of the hot
fucking
tips
thing.
we've had with him. Shout out to
Beehives,
Thailand.
it's amazing.
Shout out to
It's
Rabbi
cool. They're the same
Rothschild.
fucking thing.
Rabbi's
They
the
figured out
best.
how to do it. They make
Mr.
it
Sin's
beehives.
travels,
We don't.
and Rabbi are going to travel around the world
What
someday,
would you do?
documenting our lives, and it's going to be amazing.
Fuse with us. And
Yes.
we're going to become.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket as a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
it's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches? They
Well,
put it on their wrist.
Right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But
Yeah.
you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I do. About the integration between humans and technology.
What would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you're a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
Well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
Isn't that, I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy,
I'm
right?
asking.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way conspiracy theorists would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way, because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, it seems so illogical and preposterous. And it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe what our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon. We don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. You think of caterpillars? We're like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make
This could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're just supposed to do this
Exactly.
and make the jump to some sort of mechanized,
Right.
yeah,
Have you ever seen
non-biological.
an orangutan that is fishing with a spear? No, they figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists. I guess we
Wait,
call them.
without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it, and now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutans. Do that. There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists. I guess we call them primatologists. That's the term.
That's
Biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age. That they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. This might just be what happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck would we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. Like, Jesus Christ, like this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally 1 million cars. And it's just everywhere you go, it's people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress, by the way, to do it that way.
Right.
So it encourages you to innovate. It encourages you to embrace this new technology. I got this giant screen showing me the navigation in front of me. Oh, I'll be there 5 minutes early. Excellent. And I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone, and I pulled that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky, and I'm listening to it, and I'm all comfortable in my nice little car, just driving on my way to the doctor's office.
This is irresistible stuff.
Yeah, different than your Walkman, back in the day.
It is irresistible.
It's frighteningly irresistible.
But is it frightening? I mean, if you were a monkey, right? If you were an Australopithecus, would you go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person. Live in a house. That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in a fucking suburban
No, there's
community.
probably some that are like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. There's going to be a few holdouts. I don't even have an email address, man. Those are few and far between. Good luck with that, fuckface. Go move to the woods, Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah,
Go live in
I was just
Savage.
going to throw tips.
Oh man,
Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when I get really hot. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski, they cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard. And then when he went over to Berkeley and became a professor, his goal was to make enough money so that he could implement this program and live in the woods and then write his manifesto and start killing people that were involved in propagating technology.
he was expunged from the Harvard logs, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of a university. He was one of a handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to the one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word, conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it's, I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level.
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
So I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. There are crafts. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well, I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps and we observe that they are now in the Stone Age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there is a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization. You know, that we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach this.
Right.
We're
Type 1 civilization, we're going to stay type 0.
Well, we're in this warring, polluting, pillaging,
We're awesome.
civilization. You know, it's like, well, we're awesome in a lot of ways, you know.
But in that way, we're not.
But yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is, you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car and you're stomping on the gas, like, whoa, you didn't invent the fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding, but yet you have the ability to use it. Like a person with a gun. I'm just going to bang, bang, bang people. You didn't invent the gun. So like you've without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them because you have paper or you have Bitcoin or you have whatever the fuck you're using a credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You can just flippantly use these things, which is why we were very childlike in our actions. We haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and you've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they've all put them together. And then what is the reason for the profit? Well, what's the reason of profit? Well, why are you doing this? So you can buy more things. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do. That's all we do.
That's all we do is make better things.
Yeah. Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. But we decide to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one grows anything other than weed. And this is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, you got an acre backyard in LA. Holy shit, look at all that green. This is amazing. You know, that's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's none of it, right? You've got Central Park and they just got human shit. You stacked up, no one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go, go, go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? As if your phone isn't good enough. Like your phone's taking pictures and videos and people are calling you and you got applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not good enough.
The blink of an eye, it's all gone though. That like 10,000 years and the Hoover Dam goes or whatever. Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that and everything's trying to spring up through that. We keep it in maintenance down, but we're a blink, man. Something hits.
So we don't think that way. You think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want and what you need right now. We are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment. It makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? Like fucking water it down with the antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. They're not worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. You're on a goddamn convertible spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no meaning to this thing. You just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And then one day, they're going to be able to hit that switch, and this life will be born out of innovation and thinking and progress and technology. And more than likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing that these things are that you're observing.
I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
But that'd be cool. They're from here. Is your idea?
No. That this is what happens all over the universe,
right? Yeah,
totally. So this is what happened. Look, here's the thing. I went to see Brian Cox's. He has this amazing live show with Robin Ince, where they have these LED screens, these huge screens with high resolution depictions of the cosmos. And one of the most mind-blowing things was he has this large-scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe, and it just keeps moving through all these galaxies in 3 dimensions, and it's fucking incredible. But what's stunning is the relative uniformity of it, even at, you're obviously looking at an incredibly small depiction of something that's immensely large, like a galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. You're seeing it as this little dot, but this little dot that's flying through space, surrounded by other little darts with very similarly spaced distances.
Yeah,
between them.
Yeah.
Like, if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of like the distance between galaxies, so many galaxies, it's so similar. It might vary slightly, and that slightly might be hundreds of millions of light years, right? But there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere? And that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, you do see binary star systems, you do see single star systems like Earth, but there's also some speculation that Earth, that our solar system was one time was a binary star system, right? I mean, that's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt.
Next up, we have Bouncing Angel. She is amazing. She travels off to Europe. She's building Lego right now. She's an attractive person, obviously, and
there's some sort of a biological
she is really a good sport when it comes to everybody's favorite rabbi. You do not have enough storage to make more photos. Fuck you, dog. I don't even know. Is this still going there?
Stuff.
Is it still recording?
What you saw,
dog, is this even fucking going? I don't even fucking know. Bouncing Angel, apologies. Typical stuff. Let's take a look at your shit. We have to do it really, really quickly. Damn it.
Well, I mean, again, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on.
So here's all your shit.
They were,
Everybody
there was talk of weapon systems. There were
Shout out to
different
her. Sorry about my box,
projects
bro.
like Galileo.
Sorry,
Project
Central
Sidekick
South.
was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a, not as a, well, it was part of a weapon program.
How are you informed in this?
These, again, were just those small briefings that I read. But, again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them, and it was just, small briefings.
But you told Commander Fravor that what he saw might have been a time dilation.
Well, it could be, because gravity affects time.
What in the
Space-time,
fuck?
I'm sure you've heard of that. And, what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But, my point was that, well, one of two things. Either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a hot highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
And the thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going a mile a second.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly, but
Yeah, we don't know.
the cycle time.
Nobody knows. That's the whole thing.
Oh,
Is,
so it cycles, like radar cycles? Like
Yeah,
sends
it
out a
doesn't.
beam
It doesn't sweep, but
Right,
I mean,
it's like a
it
turn, like-
scans.
yeah,
It's
like
a
that
planar
turn.
array, so it just scans around at random
that's the
places.
spy one does a really cool. Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is though that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be, and that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
Charge your iPhone, you know.
Yeah.
like,
Well, wireless,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Well,
simple
Tesla.
electromagnetic. Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple magnetic induction.
Right, but I mean, Tesla, the scientist, had this concept of
Right, that's
what he's-
yeah.
That's what I'm
I
talking
mean,
about.
further
Yeah.
on the list, and he wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky. And Westinghouse was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that!" Like, when anybody can just pull electricity out of the sky,
Can't meter it.
Yeah, they couldn't.
We had
meter
this
it.
talk in the car right over and trying to chill him out. You know, we're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Yeah, and that who knows what would have happened in terms of the nation had he been allowed to go forward with that.
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive. I mean, forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air, and yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there'd be no radio communication. The interference would be something would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents in anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even, tested for operation. So it would
Maybe it would
destroy.
have fucked us up.
Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. It'd be great. You could turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels. Although it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off the nipple.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about it. A civilization of the star system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet. And they're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that they
I think
didn't
it's
have-
important that actually happened.
Yeah.
It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
And I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression under another timeline other than the one we've experienced.
Yeah, that's tough.
If we imagine what this alien race must have been like, and God, just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles. Yeah, octopus. I mean, we see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation as we're the only one that's intelligent that can innovate. We have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like us are dolphins and orcas and whales. And they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment. And subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And we're like, get in the tank, do some tricks.
Right.
The only thing he saw in the craft, if you're considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to, that looked like a human could make, was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take you have a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers and set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal. And you could walk on that in the upper layer, but if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique. I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that, and all that is a hatchway.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was the metallurgy division. That had nothing to do with that.
So you never got
Not even the slightest briefing. I don't even know if it was metal or it was ceramic. I think there's a fine line between the two.
Now, one of the things that's happened to you that has allowed people to discredit you was there's obviously been some sort of an effort to erase your past.
Yeah.
Some sort of an effort to erase your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos was someone got a list, a directory of the employees from the past and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved that you worked there, even though people were trying to deny it, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you. You never did work at Los Alamos. You weren't really a scientist. What was that like to experience? I mean, of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when you could get away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But that was frightening. That was one of the first things.
What happened?
I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear. He
disappeared.
Yeah,
there was no record of you.
Yeah, there was no record of that. There was no record.
His mom tells me about that. Like, it was frightening for her. He's got a real family. He's a real person. It's frightening for her.
But the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy never worked here. Don't be ridiculous. And George went back and forth, for
I got the letters on the wall. Yeah,
months. I mean, it was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book directory. I mean, and also originally I told you. When I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives. And, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos. So there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah. So we flew out there, and I said, look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people. And George went with me. And,
and then you had to navigate the place.
And, met people, and
Los Alamos was also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of your digits.
No, that was at Los Alamos. That was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and, and anything of any high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it, so you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on, and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light shone through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they use that. When you put your hands on there, the light would turn on and your badge would pop out. Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said, that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4. And,
and everybody discredited that. They said it was bullshit or science fiction. And Jeremy, you found this.
I found it through a good friend of mine named Tyler Rogaway, and he had some good sources inside of Area 52 where they also used these for the stealth program right around that time. So now I've got all these people that worked within who said only if you're in certain programs would we use this technology. It was kind of shit, actually. We didn't keep it for very long, beginning of biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. The movie, the first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction. I'm getting goosebumps. That was a great idea before you did it. Thank you, man, because you know what? Guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that you get to see it is actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah, so to me it has. Personally, I get emails every day and people are telling me where these are used and how they're used and send me photos. I got a lot of photos of my Danny Mats now.
Well, how they were used, right? They're not
How they were used, but I don't. The most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country. But yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the Area 52 where they use them for Tonopah, one of the guys who will go on camera with me, he will do an interview with me. He was a technician for one of these, and he hated them because they were really bad. They always broke down and he was a technician for him. And he won't tell me where. If he worked at Area 52, so it's probably Tonopah. It's very separated, even on base. But yeah.
So there was that. There is your education record. That was also what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places.
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that they went to school with you?
Well, I give Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in
They
trouble.
don't want to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. But what is that experience like? Seeing your birth certificate erased, seeing your employment?
Well, it's frightening. It's absolutely
But
frightening.
it's also the fuel that the debunkers use, the so-called air quote skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics. I want to say this publicly because I really want to say this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic.
Look,
I want people to be objective. And I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things and look at things from a hardline science perspective. You should
Absolutely.
be objective. But the idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that's dangerous because I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're just
It is.
deciding to take a square thing and put it in a round hole no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy. A lot of them to be lazy thinkers. Because they're always putting it into that box instead of going, instead of just separating their ego, they're playing a game. And the game is calling bullshit. I want to call bullshit, and I'm going to line up all these reasons why it's bullshit, and I'm going to ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah, that does.
Every time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, all along this process, I found Dr. Krangle. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist at Los Alamos. He went on the record with me. Now, the other people I talked with, why won't they go on the record with me? Because they're still working there. So that's the difference, right? What can the public have, right?
Or even if they're not working there, they want to live their lives. Obviously, people have seen what's happened to you.
Mike Thigpen, after 30 years.
Yeah, really, if you look at all the information on, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable. It can't possibly be a bullshit story anymore. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was
my
my.
Thigpen is, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the base. One of the guys that was
This is
used.
the guy that you work with.
He said he did.
Right.
And George George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there was a guy named Mike Thigpen. He did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department that he didn't even know it was Mike Thigpen. The guy wouldn't talk to me, ghosted him, totally ghosted him for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google image match for his children. I was able to find him after 30 years. And I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with me. confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989, confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar. And what you don't know is there's a handwritten note that a friend of yours has from Mike.
What?
I know, I'm going to give it to you later. I don't, but that is real. That is actual.
So
So,
a handwritten note that says what?
you know, like,
This is new.
so when you're,
When they do security clearances, they go through all your friends and
and
family.
they go to your friend's friend, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
and,
to Bob, and I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they're doing a security clearance for him. And even though I'm like the UFO guy, they did, you know, the FBI will come and visit my house and make sure that they talk about my friend, and they left a little card. And when my wife told them to get away, she didn't know who they were. They left a little card. It's super cute now. Back then, it was a handwritten note. And his friend has it for him that you haven't seen in
Oh my God.
2 decades. So if you're listening,
How come
friend,
you're telling me this
I don't
now?
know why I'm telling
What is
you
this
that.
card?
It's just a little handwritten note with Mike Thigpen's
Oh,
signature.
a card like a postcard.
Like a piece of paper that he left on the door saying when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy, he does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it, and he admitted to me he was dodging George Knapp because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or into his potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his wife. He's in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there. Like, it's just a security clearance guy. But you don't want national attention associated with anything Bob has to say. But anyway, this unique name Bob said for 30 years, and the guy goes to George Knapp. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me, man. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
Well, that's one of the reasons why when you and me and Jeremy and George now had that conversation on the phone,
Yeah.
I said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. I really do. I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, just very concise way. And if you examine all the information that you've said today, if you look at all the things that the detractors have said, if you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out, and all these really high-level people in the military and the government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility than you would have had in the 1980s when this came out.
Fuck yes, you can't ignore his story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important to come out and refresh the world's memory and let people know. And like I said, I don't want to say I'm a fan of yours, but I guess I'm a fan of yours. As a human being, I'm a fan of yours. But I've been following you for decades. I've been following the story for decades. I mean,
No kidding.
I have VHS tapes.
Bob, like a lot of the world has,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Well, anybody that has any sort of vested interest or just a fascination with UFOs has followed your story because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes forward. There's some guy who said, I worked underground with the aliens. They shot my hand off. Like, there's a bunch of like wacky dudes. They're underground. There's bases. They're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they move them at light speed. There's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic. They seem crazy. They might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward though now. It's amazing. By doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell his story. You know, believe it or not, he can tell his story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. They'll come forward to you, to me, they're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity if they need it. And it's amazing. I just want to say, Bob,
Just don't come forward to me.
no, don't come forward to Bob. Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this, like so upset? Why'd you have a migraine? Because that started off so hard. My God, I was sitting here like this.
Well, why are you asking him why? It's
Because
obvious. Anxiety. The guy's gone through 30 fucking years of being persecuted.
I just
They've
want to
erased
hear-
his birth certificate.
I just want to
What do
hear
you want
him.
to hear from
I
him?
want to hear him say. I want them to
Why do
hear
I
him.
have to say that?
You
Joe
don't.
just said
We
it.
get it.
I step out.
Okay.
Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It was hard for you to get him here, you know, and I
It was hard
appreciate.
for us.
Yeah.
You
Wow, you did
Well,
one
what really annoys me are the people that think, you know, you guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, you know, attention. And
That's a
look,
good point. So
look,
please explain that. You've
first
never
of all,
made
I
any
don't
money
get
off of this.
any money out of this at all. And I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan, I mean, it brought in like a couple $1,000s. I make sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there. I don't
Dirty money.
I don't
Doesn't want
take
to touch it.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So no, that if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Well, you've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard. You haven't profited off of this, and like you said, you have donated whatever money that came your way to science programs. It doesn't make any sense any other way. What I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary. What you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
That happened exactly like I said it did.
I believe you. In closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I can't think of anything other than really don't come and try to visit me.
Well, I know that you have paid a huge personal cost to get this information out, and I mean, maybe you didn't understand what that cost would have been when you first initially came forward with the story, but over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great, and I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for all these people that would not have gotten this information and would not have really had this story any other way.
Well, thanks, Jim.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Flying Saucers.
All right. That's it, folks. Good night.
This is KFI AM 640.
Sting at the outlets. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 9 people have been caught in a retail theft sting at an outlet mall in Camarillo.
Police recovered around $5,000 worth of
Say my name, Joe Rogan
items.
Podcast, my name.
All day. Fentanyl. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says investigators
All right,
from
man.
several
Good to see you.
agencies
Good.
work with security
My
at the
pleasure.
Camarillo outlets to
You
carry
made
out the
another
sting
awesome
up over a
one.
3-day
This,
period.
Christmas
16 of the 19
God.
people arrested 2 weeks ago are from LA
There's
County.
something
Now, for the arrestees were
about
set anywhere from a few $1,000s to up to $80,000. Reporting live, Lake
That
Troll,
one's
KFI
heavy.
News.
A
You
Riverside
remember
County
the
Sheriff's
Hare Krishna
deputy
devotees in the
has
airport?
fatally shot a
You're
woman in
like,
Corona.
you're
The sheriff's
old enough
department
that
says the
generation,
shooting
like,
yesterday
remember
happened as the
White
woman
Road,
was
I remember
assaulting
the
the deputy,
flowers and they
and a
used
guy
to
with
some
her
shit in
fought the
airports.
deputy and tried to
I
take
don't
the officer's
know
gun.
if I remember them in the
Witnesses
airports. I
helped
remember
detain
them
the
in
guy
some
until
places.
other officers and paramedics got there. The woman
Yeah.
died at the hospital.
But,
The guy was arrested on suspicion
I
of
just always
murder,
thought they were
attempted
just
murder of a
groups.
police
You know, it's
officer, mayhem,
It's
and
interesting,
resisting an
you know,
officer
knowing what I
with
know
violence.
now about the
The San Bernardino County Sheriff is urging
was
state
done
lawmakers
sort
to block so-called poison
to kind
pill
of crush
amendments
the
to
hippie
public
movement.
safety bills.
Right. You know, it's
The
interesting
expected
to see
amendments
that
would
this
nullify
was
several retail theft
connected
bills
to,
if
you
voters
know,
pass
the
a measure to
Beatles
repeal
and
Prop
peace
47.
and love, and
Sheriff
then you
Dyke
see
says
this
while retail
sect that
theft is an issue,
what was his name
Prop
again?
47 also
Kirtan
needs to be rolled
Yeah,
back.
that's the
Any
guru
person,
way.
you don't have to
Right,
have a
went way wrong.
PhD
Yeah,
to
went way
realize
wrong
that
for
the
that.
quality of
But
life in the
it
state
is,
of California
well,
has been
let's just get into
impacted by
the
these
beginning. How did
changes
you
and
get
has gone
involved in
downhill
this
since some of
particular
these
subject? So there's a
initiatives
production
have come
company,
The
Marwar
amendments were
Junction,
not added
and they had
yesterday,
actually
but
sold
Democratic
this show.
leaders say they still plan to introduce them during appropriation
This is the
hearings in the
first
next 2
show
weeks.
that
Democrats
I
say the
made
amendments are
or
being
helped
added
to make
because there would be
that I
conflicts
haven't
with
been
both
involved
sets of
in
laws
the
passing.
conception of the story.
The Navy plans to do
So
a
they
final
had
cleanup
developed
of the
the story
massive
and so
World
he
War
got
II
the
blimp
workshop
hangar in
director,
Tustin that was destroyed by fire.
The Navy promised another $27
And so,
million
you
to
have
complete
any
a commitment
experience
to
with
reimburse
Christmas
the
before
$88
this?
million
No,
Tustin
and I had a
spent
lot,
to
you know,
clean
like a
up
lot of
after
people,
fire
had a lot
that
of
started in
misconceptions
November.
about them. Like, I
Tustin
thought that
Mayor
it was
Austin Lombard says the
the Hare
final
Krishna
cleanup includes
movement
removing
was
tons of
invented in
debris.
America.
Maybe need to come in and clean that up, deconstruct the rest of the hangar.
And
That's not
decide what to do with
that's not
four
true.
17-story
That's not
columns.
There is
It's
potential
like
to
actually
be,
a
they could be
spiritual
part of
tradition
the future
that dates
memorial,
back
which I think is nice, but if they're not structurally sound, those columns will have to come down.
The Navy's year-long cleanup project could start this summer in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The written version.
Dairy
of the
farmers in Michigan are keeping a close eye on their herds, looking for any signs of bird flu. Michigan has more infected cattle herds than any other state. Michigan State University researcher James
conscious
Averill
of making
says
this.
bird flu is a
And
serious
the
threat to
shows about
animals,
a
and dairy
particularly
experts are
dark
worried
chapter
about
We
it.
keep
in the
continuing
history
to
of
watch
movement
the situation very closely.
that I don't think is
Public health officials say the risk to people is low. The House is set to vote on whether to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of
Yeah, I
Congress.
think
The House
the
Rules Committee
principles
decided last
behind
night
it,
to
if
let
you
the
pay
full House
attention
decide
to
whether
the main
Garland should be
guru,
charged.
what was the older Prabhupada, yeah, my friend Duncan.
The ayes have
loved
it.
that.
The
Yeah.
motion to report is
The
agreed to.
whole
Garland has refused to give
concept behind
Republican
it sounds
lawmakers the
beautiful.
audio
You know,
recordings
it's all
of
just
President
love
Biden's
and,
interview with
you
the
know,
special counsel investigating alleged
relinquishing your
mishandling of classified
possessions and the
documents.
hold that they have on
The
you.
transcripts
Right.
have been made
Living
public,
this
but
very
Garland
peaceful,
will not
loving
release
life,
the release
not
the
just
audio.
forgiving your
3
enemies,
El
but
Monte
letting them into
police
your home.
officers have been
All of it
recognized for
sounds
saving
great,
an 8-year-old
but all
boy
it
who
takes
was
is one
choking on a
psycho.
piece of candy.
Yeah, one psycho. Well, Prabhupada took a risk. I mean, so Prabhupada was a guru. So several gurus, Krishna
Answered the
consciousness
call
gurus, had
last
come
week
over
and
from
found the
India
boy
to the
unresponsive.
UK,
They used a
was
device
the
called a
US,
life
you know,
vac
in
to
the
clear the boy's
1800s,
airways.
in the first half of the 20th century, had no luck because their timing
Paramedics
wasn't
arrived
right,
and
or
took
they
the boy to
weren't
the
the right
hospital.
person to vote.
He was at the
So
ceremony
Prabhupada
last
was
night
the
to
right
present
dude at
medals
the
to
right
the
time.
officers,
He showed up in
dispatchers
Greenwich
Veronica
Village, New York
Chacon
City,
and Sandra
1965,
Gonzalez
and
are
started
also
preaching
getting
Krishna
commendations
consciousness,
for
and
their
it just like,
response.
you know,
Way to go.
took off.
Southland weather from KFI. We're going to see
And
mostly
you know,
sunny
like
skies by
Alan
this
Ginsberg got
afternoon.
down
Highs
with
in
it.
the low to mid
Wasn't maybe a
70s
full-scale
at the
devotee,
beaches.
but like he was hanging out with
Metro
them.
LA and
And-
Inland Orange
but
County also looking for highs in
Prabhupada
the
was
low to
already
mid
an old
70s.
dude.
70s
showed
to
up in
mid
the
80s
US.
in the valleys,
And
80s
so in
to low 90s for the Inland
1977, he
Empire
died.
and Antelope
It was
Valley.
12 years.
Low
And by that
clouds,
time,
drizzle
Krishna
possible tomorrow,
consciousness, there
then
were like
sunny
Krishna
again, a little bit
temples all
warmer.
over
Highs
the
in the
country.
70s at the beaches,
And in
around
the UK,
80 for the
because
metro
George
areas.
Harrison
80s to mid 90s
right?
in
That
the
was one of
valleys,
his like
i.e. in
strokes
high
of brilliance.
desert.
Prabhupada is
Cool
like
down a
such
little
a
bit on
group of
Friday, then
devotees
warm back up on
to go
Sunday, but
camp
overall
out
it's going to be a
outside the
pretty
Apple
nice
Records
weekend. Morning
office
clouds, afternoon sun.
and just
Highs
like
in the 70s at
chant
the
and
beaches,
dance
80s to
until they
90s
basically
in
got a meeting
the
with the
KFI Market
Beatles.
Report sponsored by Revive Real
He
Estate.
was literally
The
like,
Dow
let's see if we
is
can make the
trading up
Beatles,
98
you know,
points. The
Christian.
Nasdaq is up
And with
298
Harrison,
points. S&P 500 is trading up 59.
Revive Real Estate has released a new tool that lets you
So,
see
but Prabhupada died in 1977. There was a lot of time to build up successors. Most of the leaders of the movement, they are.
Check it in with
Most
the
of the members.
KFI in the sky. We've got a crash in
So he took a risk, and I don't think he had a choice. I mean, his point is 11 of his closest, longest time devotees, all men, to be the gurus that would carry the movement forward.
all the way back almost to
And
New Westminster.
while you could say that it worked, in that Christian consciousness is still around and
so
bigger
big
than ever.
place there on the southbound side.
A few of those,
Your off-ramp
these are dudes, these are like
starts at his
dudes in the
beach,
corner,
just
okay,
expect.
that suddenly are being worshipped as direct conduits to the
Meanwhile,
divine.
up in the
In
San
other words,
Fernando Valley,
he
we've
does
got
God's
some
own
slow
work.
traffic there as well.
Some of them were not
Your crash
spiritually
southbound
prepared
side
for
of
that.
the 405 and big
Big
train
train
crash
crash.
is clear.
And
Still
some of them
slow
went
though,
wrong, and
from
one of them in
Roswell all the way
particular,
down to
Kirtananda,
And if you're heading southbound on the 101, the usual delays getting out of the valley there from about 170, 134.
well, that is a thing that they always do.
You get
They
a
give
break
them
and then it's on the bridge
spiritual
again. Headed
yeah,
towards
you relinquish your,
with Southern California's only
your
airborne traffic reports in the Polish
original.
driver
There's a place out here, you know, I
While some
built
streaming
comic
companies
book,
keep raising their prices, the
before
iHeartRadio
I
app is
got
still
the
free.
spot that I have now.
And
on
free
6th
never
Street,
sounded
I bought
so
a place
good.
called the One
Thousands
World
of radio
Theater.
stations from
And the
all
One
over the
World
country
Theater
playing your
was
favorite
owned by a
music,
cult.
500,000 podcasts,
And
thousands of playlists for
it's a beautiful theater, and I've heard about it from my friend Ron White.
and over 100
I
million
was telling
songs
him,
to
you know,
your favorite
comic
playlist.
clubs,
Download the
that
always
theater,
free
owned by a
iHeartRadio
cult.
app and
And I
start
was like,
listening
that was
now.
hilarious. By a theater that was owned by a cult. There's a documentary on them called Holy Hell. Okay. And it's the same sort of deal.
this is Adrian Gonzalez.
Yeah, so they start off, it seems wonderful in the beginning. Everyone's doing yoga, they're hanging out together, cooking meals together, dancing, and like, it seems like all cults, it goes sideways. Yeah, in the beginning, it looks like a wonderful idea. Like, society sucks. The way, you know, the modern world, the way it's set up, materialism, it's all foolish and spiritually vacant. There's a way to do this, and the way to live, and this is the way, and everybody joins, and then Waco comes along, and the Cult Awareness Network starts investigating this guy. And so he changes his name for the third time. His name is Jaime Gomez. He's a gay porn star and a hippie threat. So he led a rich life. Yeah, so he was already on a certain path. And then he starts this place. He changed his name again, and he changed his name to like, I
There are more identity threats than you
Michelle, I
realize.
forget what the other
Even
one
if you
was.
monitor your
So
credit,
it changes
only a
name
little
again,
personal
moves to
info needs to
Austin,
leak out.
and
Like
starts
your
this
social
cult,
security
and
number or
has his
password.
followers build him this data so he can dance. And that was
LifeLock
what
alerts you to
was
threats you could
But
miss.
it was all
If your
fucked up,
identity
and
is
you
stolen,
wind up
a
getting out of the
dedicated
deal,
U.S.-based
and
restoration
there's, like, a
specialist
lot of
will work to
problems.
fix it.
A lot of
No one
issues
can
with
prevent
it.
all
Resolve
identity theft or
problems.
monitor all
And
transactions,
they didn't
but everyone
disclose
can
that,
save
so
up
I got
to
out of it.
25% off their first year with promo code
But, like,
NEWS. Go to lifelock.com.
you know, in the process, I really started investigating the cult, and I didn't investigate, unfortunately, before I signed
Gary
contracts.
Huffman.
And
This
I
guy's a
got a
petulant
call from my
child.
friend Adam.
That's what he
Did
is.
you watch the
Shannon
documentary
Farron.
on the cult?
Gary and Shannon.
Whatever the documentary on the cult, it's generally a cult that went bad.
Your
Right?
rear end's out
It
of
was
the White
going
House.
bad. And there was the same sort of deal. They all got named. They were all given spiritual names. And they were told that even in the 60s and 70s, I don't think it was fair to call Christian consciousness a cult. But the way that this guy Kirtananda, one of the 11 disciples that probably he already had a commune up in the hills of West Virginia. It's still there. It's called New Vrindavan, because the city of Vrindavan in India is a sort of mythical place. That compound's still there?
Still there.
Yeah, but it's not a cult. It's not a cult. And it's like, right, I've been there twice, and like today again, it's like, it's a really like positive place, a great spiritual vibe. But when Kirtananda was in charge, 70s and 80s, like some really dark shit went on. How did they turn it
Later on
around?
this hour,
Well, like,
the
well,
dean
it
of
finally, like,
sports in
his
LA, Fred
followers
Rogan, is going
turned
to
on
join us. We're
him,
going to talk about the
you
death
know,
of
and ISKCON, which is the International Society for Christian
basketball
Consciousness, which is
legend
sort of the formal
Jerry
name for Hare
West.
Krishna. It's what we call Hare
I think
Krishna.
a lot of people
They
got
actually, like,
a new
kicked
perhaps
New Vrindavan out of the
unvarnished
movement.
look at Jerry West
For
in
a few
the
years,
Winning
half a decade
Time
or so. And then,
HBO
like,
series that came out 2 years ago now. It was an incredible character.
Commune.
I just
But they had this
such a
fucking
great
temple
show.
there. The
Jerry
Palace
West
of
passed
Gold,
away at the age of
the Palace of
86.
Gold that they originally built.
It's going to be honored by. I imagine. I think tonight
Then he
is
died
the,
before it was
the next
completed,
NBA
but it's
Finals
like
game.
this.
Game
It's
three.
like this
It is
Taj
going
Mahal.
They're going to have to do something
structure.
significant.
Yeah,
Because Jerry West is not just an icon
it's in
when it comes to
the kind of
sports.
the middle of
He
nowhere
literally
in the
is
hills of West Virginia.
the guy
It's just, you know, it's like
Is the silhouette of the
couple
NBA
hours,
logo.
couple hours
Is
from
the
Pittsburgh,
logo.
basically,
But,
and up in the
Pete
mountains.
Rose
So
is
it's
the
beautiful.
logo
Yeah, look at the images.
silhouette for
and these are
Major
like
League Baseball.
untrained,
This is a guy who
you know,
meant so
disciples
much to this sport over
making
the course of the
just
last
based on like
6
ancient
decades.
texts.
So we'll
that
talk
they
about that
studied.
before
They
I
just
go on,
figured out how to
later
do
this
all
Yeah.
this
Brought up
Yeah.
all the
artisan
time
shit.
because
Yeah.
they haven't
Yeah,
seen
it
it. Check it
is.
out. It does
Yeah.
really give you,
It really
as
is.
you said,
It's
the
worth
unvarnished
visiting
look
for
of
sure.
the
It's
Bill logo. What a
mind-blowing.
man. I had the honor of
And so,
meeting him many years ago when he was consulting for the
So,
Warriors. So we'll talk
but
more
this,
about that.
I mean,
Is
even
Mr.
even
Rogan
now,
coming
it's
out.
like it's
Big story, huge
well,
headline from
for
yesterday.
sure in the
The
60s,
men in
for sure in the
Tajikistan,
70s, it was cut
men
off from the rest of
came
the world.
into the
I
United
mean, these
States
young
through the
kids
southern
would join the
border.
Hare Krishna movement.
Criminal background
And basically, a
checks
lot of the
came
fuck
back
ups in the
clean at the
movement
time
get
that they
sent
came across.
Kirtananda
But it had
and New
been
Vrindavan
discovered that they
because
have
of work
ties
building
to
a temple.
ISIS,
Right.
and they were arrested
So if you like
all over the
join and
country,
you were
New
like,
York, Philly,
you know, not fitting
and
in
here in
for
LA.
some reason,
The
a lot of
suspects
times they
had
buy you
been
one
on
way
the
bus
Joint
ticket
Terrorism
to
Task
like
Force
Morgan
radar. They
or
were
Pittsburgh,
arrested by
Pennsylvania,
ICE
and you wind
officers.
up there
All
in the
8 men
hills
crossed through
under
the southern border, and
Kirtananda's
like I said,
tutelage,
when they
right?
came
Which
across,
is-
their
and it,
criminal
it,
background
went,
checks
it went
came back
sideways in a hurry, especially after Prabhupada
Both
died.
fully vetted.
He was already
And
running New
two of the men
Vrindavan, like
crossed the
Prabhupada
border a
visited it,
year ago, so they've been here
approved
for
of
a year.
and actually Kirtananda had gotten
And one of the
booted out
men used
of
the
the Krishna movement
CBP
because he kind of
one
tried to
app,
take it over.
which
Yeah,
that's
and at a
why the
certain point, like
administration created
Prabhupada,
that
you
to
know,
allow
kicked him
migrants
out.
to book appointments
And-
to claim
And
asylum.
he damn
So
Kirtananda,
using
like mind
that
fucked this
technology
local
as if
sort of
to
like
cross
philosopher
their
dude
T's and dot
that
their I's.
owned
Got it.
the land
And then the
into signing it
FBI's
over,
Joint
promising
Terrorism
to be
Task
like a
Force says they've been
non-denominational
aware of a
spiritual
potential
movement.
terrorist threat
That's what he's doing.
originating in Central Europe,
And
and
as
they've
the
been
guy
monitoring
put
these
it,
particular
we
men
interviewed his
as part
daughter,
of that
and he
investigation.
said, you know,
Okay,
as soon as
so
the lease was
there's
signed, they put on
some,
bed
listen,
sheets and
it's
started
a
chanting.
ridiculously
And so,
terrifying
you got the Hare
headline
Krishna
that people
as
can
you
just walk into the country and
Yeah,
completely fool,
The
it
documentary
appears,
is really well done.
our
Thanks.
vetting
It's
process.
like, just like
Completely get through that with
I mean, you
out
do some awesome
red
stuff,
flags
but
going
it's-
up that these guys might have
It's
ties to
so
ISIS. Because
fascinating
once
to
they're
watch
eventually on the
these,
radar, I suppose the
alternative
positive part of it
sort
is
of movement
that they have been
get co-opted.
monitoring
how that can happen
being
by the wrong
Department of
sort of
Justice, the FBI.
charismatic.
They have been monitoring these
Cycle.
guys for a while,
Right. And
I
that's
guess,
just-
to see if there
How
were
do you say his
any
name?
claims,
Kirtanandan?
if there were any terrorist intentions, if there were any
Kirtanananda. It's tricky,
Kirtanananda.
man.
Now,
Dealing with all these Christian names
Yeah.
and making this documentary, it was like,
Yeah.
you know.
for
How much research did you have to
Yeah,
do
and
about
I
the
didn't
movement,
see that
getting
they
into
they
it? Quite a
did
bit. You know,
discover
before you
an
sit down and
actual
start
terror
doing interviews
plot.
with
Nonetheless,
devotees,
that these
you wanna know
8 guys got
a little
through,
bit about what
and we're
talking
seeing
about.
just the
You know, and I
overwhelmed
went to, we
order.
filmed in Vrindavan in
that's
India.
the problem.
That's how I started.
you can't,
Like, I signed on.
you can't assume. Here, one of the things that I notice when I see all of these stories specifically, even this morning, in the context of
Well,
this
one thing
story
about
with
Vrindavan,
these
India,
suspected
is the
terrorists with
fucking
possible ties to
Okay,
ISIS
so
being
these
picked up.
monkeys that will steal
If
your
you
shit.
watch the video
And it's a whole
along the
racket,
border,
right?
specifically
The monkeys
in
will
San
something
Diego
back.
sector.
Yeah, and of course we're
We've
like
got
knocking
people
around with bags full of
from
lenses and
60
camera
different
gear and
countries,
audio gear and
maybe
stuff.
more,
And so we're a
that
target
come
range,
across
you know,
every single
possible
day.
for these monkeys.
And
But they'll get your sunglasses and your
vast,
phone,
vast
whatever, if you're not
majority of
careful,
them
and they like
are
sort
men
of skitter up a drain
between the
pipe or a
ages of say
tree,
20 and
and you gotta buy
35.
these like frozen mango packs
I'm
from
not
street vendors and
expert,
like, throw them up to the monkeys. And
But most
drop
terrorists
that kind
tend
of
to
shit.
be men
I'm
between the
convinced that the
ages of
street
20 and
vendors are in on
35.
it, right?
Just
It's
just
like
throw
this-
it,
yeah.
you know, just throw
Yeah.
that out there from
So,
the
they
lay
probably
perspective.
Yeah.
I
Well,
was
at the very
watching Fox
least,
11 and I
it's so
saw
strange that
an
the
interview
monkeys
that
know
Volateas did with Hal
you can
Kemp,
barter. Yeah,
global
they
security
learn.
expert,
Yeah, you can make
Marine
a deal.
intelligence officer.
Yeah.
He talked about
The legend is that hundreds of years ago, this
What
guy
is
was
this?
like,
What are you
brought a
saying,
circus
baby?
to Vrindavan, and Muslims came over.
Evan, have you passed your true right to going to one line on the mountain to the Dutch? Oh, no,
There's hundreds, thousands of them.
You should
They're everywhere.
buy
You
your
gotta
shares.
go watch. You gotta be constantly have your head on
Buy
the
shares.
What is it?
I will donate to you if you do fire sales. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Fire
It's probably
sales stuff.
Gavin, but also like they did a lot of like mango trees and stealing shit. Because follow them on Deer, which is like the head Hare Krishna temple, which is in Vrindavan. So devotees from all over the world
have become
go there
a
like
new
a spiritual church.
area of interest, if you will.
And so,
in terms
you
of
know,
where this terrorist
or any
threat
other
could come
thing.
from. Certainly,
There's
we
a lot of
see the
Krishna
attack that,
devotees
ISIS
all
did
over
in
India too
Iran,
that aren't necessarily
We saw the
quote-unquote
Moscow
Hare
attack at
Krishnas,
the
but like
Crocus
follow
Theater
the Hindu.
and at the mall in general. And
So they
now
come
we're
to,
seeing
it's
this
like a,
threat.
you know,
I
there's a
think
lot
you're
of
going to
spiritual
see
pilgrims.
a
to
lot
this city,
more
right?
focus
There's a
on
lot of
ISIS-K
spiritual
in general, but also
tourism. And so the
ISIS-K
monkeys are
recruitment
targets.
of
And
ethnic
so
Tajiks.
when they
Listen,
steal your stuff,
there
you
are a
have
lot
to
of
throw
places
it
in this
to
world
them.
that we don't think
you
about
gotta
on a
buy
regular
something
basis.
and then
People
throw
couldn't
it up
find
to them.
Tajiks
They,
stand on a map.
and then they will relinquish
if
it.
it's
Sometimes
one of those
they'll be like,
areas
"Ah,
where
nope,
they
that's a cell
reading,
phone. That's a free mango pack.
whether they being,
We gotta- they
just
won't,
the
you know, they'll be
conditions
like,
of
"Oh,
reading
thanks."
people who would want to
And they'll
rain
like go like
terror
they're gonna
upon
drop
us
it
at
too.
the
They'll be like, "Oh,
horizon.
how about I drop it in the
Yes,
sewer?
borders
Oh,
of
you don't want that?
Afghanistan,
Mango pack.
Kurdistan
want
as
the
well.
mangoes?
And a lot of
Yes.
people
Yeah.
make the connection. We
So
wanna
eventually
bring that up
you
with
throw them
Hamas,
enough
like
treats,
that's just
and they're
the
like,
Moscow
and these
concert
these
hall,
kids too that
which
if
more
they
than
see that a
130
monkey
people
has
were
stolen
killed.
something, they'll come
I
over
know
and
you
be
talked
like,
a lot about that here.
basically it's like for a few
Many of
rupees,
those who were taken
I'll
into
handle this
custody
deal
are
for you.
from
and then they
Oh.
climb up the tree or the drain pipe
All right,
and they do a
up
direct
next,
hand-to-hand
the
exchange.
latest in the Middle
Wow.
East.
So we learned the hard way. That's the
rumblings
thing.
of a deal.
Monkey
The
steals the
UN
whatever.
Security Council
Hire the
endorsed a
kid.
plan between
Goes
Israel and
brokers the
Hamas.
deal with the
Is
mango
there
juice
actual
guy.
progress
You
being
know,
made? We'll
makes
talk
it all
about
happen
that.
for you.
Gary
So
Shannon,
do other
journalist for
monkeys
Shannon this
realize
week,
this
Amy
is happening
King
and
is
try
live
to
in the
steal the
KFI
mangoes?
24-hour
Oh yeah,
news.
it's brutal. But they also cooperate too. Like they'll run like distraction operations. Like one monkey will come at you from an angle, kind of like bluff charge, and then you pay attention to that one, and boom, the other one like grabs you.
The group is calling on the city
Wow.
to find the person who shot and killed the actor.
But
They're
we
also
were there
offering
to
$25,000 reward.
film
The
this.
UC
There's
Board of
this
Regents will meet to
ceremony.
discuss the appointment of a new
These two
chancellor.
brothers whose
Chancellor
father
Gene Block will retire from
his,
UCLA
name was
July
Chakadari.
31st.
His
Block's tenure is
Christian
coming to a
his
controversial
government
end
name
after
is
several
Charles
weeks of
Dennis.
violence,
His other name is
hundreds of
Chaka.
arrests, including a couple dozen this week,
And his
allegations
sons
of
were doing this
anti-Semitism stemming
really
from
ancient
campus
ritual to
protests
sort of
against the
release the
Israel-Hamas
soul
war.
of someone
Locking
who's
out
been
of Flint
murdered.
Ridge officials have announced
And
an
so they had their
increased
father's
effort to
ashes, because she
combat
was murdered,
enforcement effort to
decades ago
combat
at
increased
New Vrindavan
burglaries
by
in the area
on orders
that
from
include
Church of
Wi-Fi
Nanda,
jamming,
because he was
burglary
challenging
challenging
the flock
keeping
home
on the
security
story.
systems were
So
working.
kids and non
The
have
enforcement efforts
Yeah,
would
more than
include
one.
conducting vacation checks,
I think there's probably
investigating
quite a few
suspicious
bodies
activities and
up
other
in the hills
things.
that just don't
Also,
know about.
Philippines
Yeah,
officials say they're going to launch a public safety
yeah.
campaign
One of
on
the
social
principal
media to
sources
share
for the
tips on
for the
preventing and
documentary
reporting
is a
crime.
guy's retired
Sunny
homicide
skies after the
cop
burn-off
named
highs in the
Thomas
70s
Westfall,
hit the beaches and metro
who was a
areas,
local,
80s to low 90s for the
just a
valleys
local
and
cop.
IE. This report
in
brought
West
to you by
Virginia
your
when
Amazon Fresh grocery
Christians set
store.
up shop.
Now let's check in with the KFI in the sky, checking out a crash
So
in
we
East
started
LA.
keeping a
We'll
close eye on the border. And so we saw Sheriff Fernandez drive into power.
It's a crash.
And,
Possibly
he
some
did
injuries. They're working on this right now. Looks like an SUV versus a car there. Two vehicles, and yeah, it's a big
Because it's really remote country. I know it's really cold in the winter. There's a lot of snow.
all the way back.
To this day, it's a difficult place to get to.
So that's a bummer.
And so this guy, when he first started running this temple, this area, when did it go? How long did it take for one cycle? Well, I think it was. It was always like, was he bent before, he became Krishna? Or was it like, did the power get to him? I think it's both. I think he had a psychological disposition towards being a despot, if you will. And then once Prabhupada was gone, and he was here to Ananda, along with 10 patriots, was appointed to Guru, and had that sort of power. I think at that point, and combined with like all the money, he had this guy that was Kirtananda was a genius at running schemes and scams. He would dispatch like the hottest young female Christian devotees for like stock car races and rock concerts and stuff to like raise money for whatever they could make it up, starving children of India, or they just make up charities. And they flirt with dudes, especially at rock concerts, guys that are like high, and get them to give them cash, $1 here, $5 here, $10 there. They look at airports too. And they just brought in literally like garbage bags full of cash.
If your identity is stolen, a
And they
dedicated US-based restoration
train them
specialist
to
will work to
deposit
fix
it
it.
in
No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all
to
transactions,
avoid the report.
but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to
He
lifelock.com.
looks crazy.
Go behind the shadows.
That's what's interesting. Isn't it interesting that like crazy people look crazy? And I was trying to say, okay, is this because you know he's crazy? Or do you see something? It's hard to tell. But he doesn't seem
that changed.
enlightened.
It's very
But
difficult
you look
to
at him,
determine
he
who
looks like a guy who's a little unhinged. And I've met people like that unhinged. And I've met people like that in like the psychedelic movement. And there's a few of these movements that are so open, and basically anybody can become a part of it. The concept behind it is, we're all seeking enlightenment, we're all, then you'll see someone who gets in there and you're like, what is this guy's thinking? There's something going on here. Especially look at photos of Kirtananda over the day. And he just gets more and more and more.
Receive a tax deduction and vacation
Yeah, he was molested.
or any
Right.
kind of
Do you
real
think
estate.
that started was always a pedophile?
Through 225th.
I
Shop
think
in store or online for your favorite
Again,
personal care favorites and
access.
save by
As the movement
participating
went
in personal
on,
care items
more
and
and
save
more Krishna
$3.
couples
Shop now for
like
items
this,
like Crest
where he had
toothpaste and
access to more
mouthwash,
and more
antique
children
shampoo
up
and
there.
conditioner, and
Right,
Old Spice
and
shampoo
that
and
was
conditioner,
one
and
thing
save
you
$3 when you buy
highlighted, that
2 or
it
more.
wasn't just about
Participating items.
releasing
Offer
the
expires June
possessions,
25th.
it was also like
Restrictions
not
apply.
having your children, not
Promotions made
having
there.
control of your
Visit
children
Albert's
either.
Bonds
Yeah.
or Pavilion.
Yeah, although I think
for
they
details.
especially at the New Vrindavan,
with a
because
5%
the
annual
Nanda
percentage yield
They kind of
guaranteed for
took
6
that
months at Hobby Bank.
belief,
Rated
that
5
yes,
stars
children
by
are a
our
material
financial
attachment.
link. Hobby Bank is known for
But
strength
he
and
took it to an
security.
extreme. He
Visit
was basically
Hobby
just
Bank and
cut
find
off,
out why we've been named
kids from
Best
their parents.
Business Bank. For more information,
And that was not
contact us
unique
at
to New
hobby.bank.
Vrindavan. That
That's
happened in
POPPY.bank.
a lot of temples around the US. But isn't the pedophilia happening? It did. But I will say, again, to ISKCON's credit, that unlike the Catholic Church, once the evidence started to emerge that there had been, I think it's fair to say, systemic, raping of kids at their religious facilities, they addressed the issue head on. And for the most part, I think it's done an excellent job of weeding out the pedos and kids. Because it's not just that, it seems like it wasn't isolated, this was all kids. At New Vrindavan? Yeah, I mean, this is what
Mental
you're kind
health,
of,
social
mostly
work,
boys,
and
I
child
think.
welfare professionals.
Mostly boys.
Your expertise can shine in a fulfilling
They
career
they
as
have
a certified
communities
wellness coach.
online, and there's a
As
lot
a
of
certified wellness
there's a lot
coach,
of
you'll make a
bitterness.
transformative
It
difference
varies.
in the
It
lives
varies.
of
You can't
children and
fully
youth in
generalize, but
California.
you know, the
helping
kids
them
that grew up in
build
New
vital
Badab,
skills.
you know, they have
You may
online
even be
communities. There's a
eligible to
lot
get
of,
your
like,
certification
for
today.
obvious
Learn
reasons,
more
like
at
resentment and bitterness and
CAWellnesscoach.org.
anger. Still at the leadership of the Hare Krishna movement for not, in their opinion, you know, fully atoning.
The top on the ship where you can sunbathe, that's the place to go.
Oh, is that the clothing
Well, there
option?
was a settlement,
I
there was
think
some
I'd go for
lawsuits,
that.
there's some settlements, but, you know.
Be walking around naked, and now you can just hear women whispering.
Please.
Oh, man. Man overboard, I'll get him.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
All right.
5 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's why this guy Chelsea Dennis Chaka was murdered, because he was calling out Fernando for his hypocrisy. Now, I don't know if he called him out for the raping kids, but like Fernando was having like gay sexual relationships with some laborers that had hired to help build the temple that weren't necessarily devotees.
DC's going to be on
And it was like an open secret,
Republicans who plan to vote
you know,
as early
in
as
the
today to
Congress.
hold
And
Attorney
he called
General
him
Merrick
out for it,
Garland
and also
in
called him out for
Congress
materialism, for like driving
because
around
the
in a limousine,
DOJ has not
they
been
would buy him a new, fancy SUV every year or whatever.
audio
And
recordings
Chelsea
of
Dennis
President
called him
Biden's
on
interview with the
bullshit
special counsel that investigated the
And that's
handling
what
of
got
classified documents. They already made the transcript available of the president's interview with special counsel
I know
Robert
quite a
Hur.
few people.
But House Republicans have been asking, demanding, I should say, for the release of the audio of the interview, saying that they need the recordings to examine the president's mental
Didn't fit in anywhere
fitness.
in society. And a couple of my friends, one of my good friends, grew up with Jehovah's
I'm
Witness.
just, I was distracted by Shannon's Instagram.
Live in this world.
Sorry, I'm back, everybody.
Very
I'm back. I'm back.
U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says mediators are going to keep trying to close this ceasefire deal between Israel and
once you start questioning
He
things,
made some comments
fine,
while
but you're not
he was
allowed to.
overseas. His latest, I think it's his.
It's just very bizarre how
trip
many
over there. And he says it's time for us to get something done here.
It's time for the heckling to stop. Like, California's got a lot of active cults right now. Like, really? He goes, oh yeah, there's a lot. So like, there's ones you don't hear about, so they kind of stuff together. Right. So I guess there's like, cults have to go completely like holy hell sideways before you get a documentary. Right. Some of them they figure out how to kind of keep everybody together.
He also
It's probably
suggested that
harder
there were
to keep shit under wraps these days.
some red line
than it was for
issues that
kicking
Hamas was
the
interested in changing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's also like people are much more aware of what a cult is now. I bet in the 1960s it just seemed like a beautiful alternative to, I mean, you're dealing with the civil rights movement, Jim Crow, anti-war movement, Vietnam is happening. You've got Richard Nixon's the president.
But
All this
that does
chaos.
not mean that they will
People don't want the
bridged, because
world
it's
that's in
ultimately
front of
Hamas
them right
that has
now,
to decide
and they're
this.
searching for some
Yeah,
alternative.
so,
and it comes
we've
along.
gone back and
What about
forth. Yesterday, we were talking about the fact that Hamas said that they viewed this deal positively. That was their word.
Talking about the
the
pedophilia
red
stuff.
lines started and all these changes, but the specifics of it,
Because there's something
we'll
I want
never
to say
know.
last time I was on your show, which is that I am convinced that you saved at least one kid's life.
There was
Something I
a
said the last time I was on.
congressman who was interviewed today on
We were talking
CNN
about my
this
own
morning, Jared
experiences
Rothschild,
as a survivor.
Democrat who has said, listen, this is not a.
And you told a story about how
dealing with
when you were a kid,
sheer
you were in the
evil
library.
at this point when it comes to Hamas.
And
their
pedophile guy
willingness to
like
put
was trying to get you out of the library.
in harm's
And a
way
librarian
because
stepped
of
in
what they
and
believe is the
basically
PR
saved you
victory
from
that they're
that.
getting.
Do I have it?
Hamas has been
Okay.
screening
The reason
not
that I
just
think
the
you
Israelis
saved
in
at
the
least
US,
one
but the
kid's
world
life is
along.
because,
If you
and
listen
again,
to
speaking from
Sinwar,
first-hand
who's sitting
experience, as a male survivor,
10
especially of
stories
childhood sexual
below the
assault,
ground where he's safe.
you think
I
like,
mean,
how
he
could I
has
have
talked about how
let that happen? Why didn't I defend myself? Why didn't I fight the guy off?
are a necessary sacrifice.
Even though intellectually you look at a
on
7, 8,
people. That is the
9-year-old
evil
boy, you're like,
that we
you
are
got no
dealing
chance
with.
against
So
a
I
grown
don't
man,
know that Hamas
right?
is negotiating
But for
in good faith.
Joe
The
Rogan to
Palestinians,
say
the
like a
people in Gaza
librarian
need
saved
a
me
ceasefire.
from this happening.
Yeah, it almost strikes me
You're a
that
tough guy, okay? You
Hamas
perceived as a tough guy.
negotiating
rightly
in
so.
good
Now,
faith.
right now,
7 or
8 or right. But
Let's keep in mind that it's a Jewish
I hope I'm
holiday there,
articulating my
and
point, which is
Israel
that
had
guys,
the top
yeah,
commander, and now Hezbollah is
And-
firing a
and-
massive barrage of
and for a
rockets
guy that's like
into
suffering
northern
that, thinking
Israel
like, why didn't
today.
Yeah,
it just
I
helps
think a lot of people
when-
don't understand
somebody
that,
in that
yes,
position
there is
like
a
yourself,
lot of
says,
military
like,
action
hey,
going on between
could have
Israel
happened to
in Gaza
It almost
specifically.
did. I mean, I was
but
on my way
that
out there.
almost every
Right.
single day since October 7th, Hezbollah has been launching rockets from the north.
Yeah, and IDF on their socials, they do put out updates regularly, and they said that
It's
you know,
one of
this is
the
a time for
darkest
family and
wars.
friends to celebrate together. Meanwhile, this is on the backdrop of the escalating tensions and the
I don't
bombings.
understand.
They say this is
why it's
IDF
so
that
prevalent.
we are fighting to bring home the 120 hostages
I've
that
equated
could
it to
not be there to
vampire.
celebrate with their
It
families today.
seems like
Where
one of the
are
things that
the
happens to
Middle
some of
East
the people
Arab
that get
states
molested,
here
they want to
when it
do
comes
it
to
to
this?
others.
They're involved in these negotiations. For
But it's a
example,
harsh truth. I
Tony
mean, I
Blinken
try and
was
do what I
speaking
can
right
to
next
spell
to
the
the
stereotype
Qatari
because
Minister of Foreign Affairs, a guy named
that was
Sheikh
one of the
Mohammed
things that
bin
scared the shit out of
Abdulrahman
me
bin Jassim
when I was a
Al Thani.
teenager. Is the idea that I was going to
Easy for you to
That
say.
business card
Right.
literally flew out.
But yeah,
It has
it's
been
unfortunate
rolled out.
sometimes that hurt
He
people, hurt
said that
people.
both Hamas and
Yeah,
Israel
right.
have
But
all
there's truth
communications
behind
been
it.
counterproductive to the efforts. He himself is one of the mediators. He says he wants to make sure that we bridge the gap between these fundamental differences between what Hamas wants as a permanent ceasefire and what Israel wants
And I
as a
just like it's
hostage
the one
release,
kind of
maybe a
criminal I
plan
think
to
that I
continue.
absolutely.
And then there's Egypt too, involved in all of this.
No, most
Do you say Qatar?
I mean, when you talk about like
I say it quickly and
one
hope
of my
nobody
daughters
notices what I
is
said.
very much.
Well, I don't think is there a wrong.
And
I don't think there's.
I say Qatar.
We've had
Qatar.
conversations
Oh,
about
okay.
whether
Well,
I'm
so
just
that's the
accused
third
that
option I should
have had many people
Yes,
on the
there
podcast
are
that spent a
three
long time in
Yeah,
jail
because you call
for
Anthony
crimes they
Blinken
didn't
Tony. So
commit, and
Well,
and some
it's
of them
easier
were
than
on death row,
people are like,
and they could have been.
Anthony. It's not
And I said,
Anthony.
we were
There's
talking
no
about it.
H in his name.
I said, in a
Why?
perfect scenario, when you
Maybe when they made
absolutely
his
know
dog tag, they
that
left out
the law has got the right
All
person,
right, so
that this
the
person
latest
has
on
done something,
Ozempic,
and then
there's
they
a
have
couple
killed
stories in
people, or
the,
it's a serial
it seems
killer
like
or whatever
we
it
need
is.
to do a
Yeah,
Today
maybe
in
the death
AI
penalty makes
segment and a
But we
Today
don't
in
have a
Ozempic
perfect
segment.
legal system.
Because Ozempic
Right.
is one of those
But-
that's generating
and
a lot of
the
headlines.
subject of
One of
child
them is
molestation,
that there are
oh, no,
more positive
everybody,
repercussions from
it's
Ozempic.
almost like an
And
instinctual reaction. Yeah, it's especially
one of
my wife.
most recognizable
Mothers,
users of
they hear
Ozempic went to the
that and it's
hospital.
just like,
Now,
that's the
she
one.
says it was a
Like,
flu
you have
thing.
to kill
Right.
them, because they never
I
fucking
know.
stop.
and Gail
No, they
King
don't.
waited
It's-
on that.
It's a
and her
weird
trip to the
sickness.
hospital.
It's just so
She got a
strange that it's
Their
not
friend's health information. We'll talk about that when we come back. Marla's in for Shannon this week. Andy King is over there in the KMI 24 hour newsroom.
The LA City Council's voted 13-0 to give
But then when
itself
you hear
more
about something
power to
like the
monitor and
Catholic Church,
potentially regulate
you know,
driverless
there was
vehicles in the city.
Pope
Yesterday
Benedict,
followed concerns
when
with the
he got
safety of
kicked out,
driverless cars. A
there
Waymo
was,
vehicle
a lot
recently
of,
struck a closing
people that
gate
didn't
in
understand what was
USC.
going
Company
on.
officials
I
said the
was,
car had just dropped off
looking into
passengers
it, and
and was leaving campus when the gate closed
you
on the
find
car.
out what that
There
guy
have also
did,
been
and one of
reports
the
of the
things he
cars
did that's so
stopping in front of
evil is he
driveways to
would
let
move
people out,
people.
even as other
So he would
cars were
take
trying to
a
exit.
priest that
The
was
COVID-19
molesting kids and
vaccine
just
mandate
move
for
him to
LA
another
City
unsuspecting
employees
place.
has finally ended.
More than a year after the city's COVID emergency
went on to
declaration
molest
expired,
one
the
of
city
these
council
guys
has
that they
voted to no
caught went
longer
on to
require
molest
vaccinations as a
100
condition of employment.
at least
Former LAPD Sergeant Janine Bedard, who was fired after 24 years for refusing to get the jab, said yesterday she's still working to get her job back.
I am not here to blame you for the chaos
The Catholic
employees
Church
have
in
endured
particular,
over the
it's
last
just
3 years, but I am here to ask
I
that
went
you
to
use
Catholic
your
school,
authority to
nothing
end
happened.
this
But
ridiculous
things did
mandate.
happen.
The city
But I
implemented
know
the
that they
vaccine
go to
mandate in the
Catholic
fall of
school. It's just like,
2021.
is there
In downtown
another
LA,
religion
Michael
that
Lux,
is
KFI
more
News.
connected? When you
Hezbollah
hear the
militants
term
in Lebanon
Catholic
have fired
priest,
a barrage of rockets into
pedophile
northern Israel
is
to
right.
avenge
Like
the
if you
killing
if you're
of a top
playing a game,
commander.
like
You heard Harry talking about
pedophile,
this.
you know, like
The
you would say that,
the
you know, it was
retaliatory
that
attack
trades.
today
What's
happened
that
as
name?
U.S. Secretary of State
When
Antony
you know, like
Blinken
you
is
say,
in the region to push a
you know,
ceasefire proposal for the war in
tough,
Gaza.
big,
Hezbollah has started
runs
fire
fast
with
football
Israel
player. Yes.
nearly every
You know,
day
like,
since the
right.
war
You'd
started
say,
in October and
Catholic
says
priest,
it'll only
pedophile.
stop if
Like,
there's
you know what I'm
troops
saying?
in
It's right,
Gaza.
right, right. And it was no
Secretary of
secret
State
for so long,
Blinken says
too.
mediators
Yeah.
will keep trying to close a
I think a lot
ceasefire
of the
deal in
priests
Gaza.
have drawn to
It
the
comes
church
after
for
Hamas
that.
proposed several changes
Yes,
to a
and
plan
Nanda,
backed
and
by the
even Dobbin
U.S.
built
Discussed
himself a
those
little
changes last
pedophile
night
heaven.
with different colleagues.
Once he
And
hangs
today
out.
with
So how did they? Did
Some
you
of the
talk
changes
to
are welcome.
anybody from
Some
there
are not.
that kind
Blinken
of
says
reformed
Hamas
that
could have
place? Like,
answered
how
the
did they?
proposal with a single
Once they
word.
got rid of him,
Yes.
well, first of
Says
Well,
he thinks the
finally went to
differences are bridgeable, but that
murder.
doesn't mean they will be bridged,
For,
because
you know,
ultimately
murder for
Hamas
hire,
has to
basically,
decide.
along with racketeering. and,
Congo's
like,
president
basically
says a
selling
boat has
counterfeit,
capsized
you know,
on a
football
river near the
athletes.
capital of
Is
the
he still
Central
in jail?
African
No,
country,
he's
killing
dead.
more than
He's dead.
80 people.
But he still
President
has, like,
says the
within,
locally made
not
boat
within his
capsized
con,
late
but within
Monday
the larger
carried more
sort
than
of
100
Christian
passengers.
he still
More than
has,
1.5
he still
million
has a
foreign
ball.
pilgrims.
What's up, Slicker? Here you are. Here's your stream. You have some amazing content. We're gonna take a look at what you got. You got VODs here from YouTube. We'll take a look at what you got going on. Very cool. Slicker stream. At Slicker VODs. Take a look at Slicker. Slicker bans me all the time. No big deal.
And it's basically after he got out of prison, eventually, as an old man, and he went to India and Pakistan and like grew a following of like
James. I already know that it's the team I want on my side, and so
that
should
are
you.
now
Because listen, the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win.
and they
They
occupy
win the
this sort of
most.
compound.
We've
around
told you
this room.
examples. Here's another
And
one. One of
the
our
one that
listeners injured
we
after
sort of
he was
bullshit
rear-ended
right
in a
past
red
was
light.
starting
The
to get
insurance
like
company
a little
had offered
suspicious
him
of what we were
$60,000.
doing and of our
Seems
story,
like
which is like
right?
that we were just
But with
tourists
Sweet James
basically that
protecting them, they were
sort of
awarded
wondered by this place and were interested by it.
$745,000
And all these dudes
instead.
just
Now they
started
cannot
coming out
guarantee the
of
outcome of the
they look
case,
like vacant
whether it's a
buildings,
car
but they really
crash,
weren't.
motorcycle
all
accident,
these,
truck
like,
accident,
followers,
whatever. The
you know,
attorneys at Sweet James are
translators,
unstoppable in their pursuit of justice,
Time to go now.
and you
Time to go
pay
now.
nothing
So,
until they
no.
win. So if you or a
Yeah.
loved one is ever hurt in an accident, call
But he
Sweet
still
James.
has
800
like
9
followers,
million.
and
Get that free
frankly, even
consultation.
within his
Easy number
time,
to
he still
remember
has
during an
quiet
otherwise
support.
uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting
Yeah,
can hurt your
in
case.
Holy
Call the
Cow,
firm
we
that
talked
wins the
about
most.
this
Call
guy
Sweet
who
James
kicked
at
out.
1-800-9-million,
He's still on
800-9-million,
and
or
they
go to
included
sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. The green layer is going to clear to mostly sunny skies. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, Metro LA, and inland Orange County. 70s to mid 80s for the valleys. 80s to low 90s for the Inland Empire and High Desert. A couple degrees warmer for tomorrow. And as we head toward the weekend, temperature's going to bounce around a bit, but it's going to be mostly sunny and warm for the afternoons. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to low 90s inland. It's 65 in Los Alamitos, 62
try to do our
in
best,
Seal Beach.
live our life,
Will, you're checking
fuck
out a
up, make
crash in
mistakes,
Anaheim
try to
Hills
figure out
Forest.
what makes you happy, like what's this all about, what is life, what are we doing here?
You head westbound,
And
right before the 55,
for
comes
some,
off on the
when
right
someone
shoulder
comes
down.
along,
But you can find slow starting at about Beer Canyon on that westbound drive. Getting out of the valley is
I would
not so
say,
easy this
you know, I
morning.
spent a lot of time with Hare Krishna,
Let's first talk about the
you know,
405
making that
southbound.
show. And
Getting
generally
away from
speaking,
looks like
they
about
are
Sherman Way,
positive,
super heavy, making
peaceful
way
souls. They
down
seem
to
at
101.
peace
We had an earlier
with their
crash
place
right around Victory. That is
in a
clear,
way
but it
that,
stays
you know,
slow all the
I
way from the pass
frankly
to
found
about
so
Sunset
compelling.
Boulevard.
Yeah,
Now the
interesting.
southbound side of
So it's easy to see, and maybe they do have it. Maybe this ancient, like, spiritual tradition is
crawling all the way
at
down
least
into
part of it.
Hollywood. Doesn't get better until you get to about
And
Highland
the answer
Avenue.
for some
That's a
people
boat for
who
you.
are of
And
the
the
right
southbound side of the
mind,
five, we had some earlier problems
trying
southbound
to be on
5
that
134.
path.
Those
But
cleared
the
out.
problem
Looks
is
like traffic
so
is recovering as you get out of Burbank. With Southern California's only
someone
airborne
can
traffic
come
reports,
along
Will Schreiber, KFI in the sky.
What up, Slicker? You're up now.
Music Festival presented by
Sure thing.
Streaming
Yeah.
live only on
Yeah.
Hulu.
Right.
Capital One cardholders
This real
get smaller
Christian
tickets
stuff. Really
first. Starting today
great,
at 1 p.m.
wonderful
Eastern.
people
Be
that wanna
available
live
while presale
Father,
tickets last. Or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
live
The Capital One Access Pass to your
just
presale purchase to
holy
attend
life.
an exclusive
Who
free
wants
concert
to live
event
like
with a
that?
performance from
And
New
then
Kids
it's
on
like
the Block. Only
They
available
want
during the
private
cardholder
jets.
presale.
The giant arena, followers,
iHeartRadio.com/Capital
those guys are real.
As the number one audio company,
They
iHeartRadio
thrive.
gives you
They're everywhere.
access
Well,
to
one
all
of
every audience,
Kirtananda's
live conversations,
enforcers
trusted
in Vietnam
influencers,
was
and
this
the
guy named
insights and
Thomas
data you
Drescher.
need to grow.
It's
iHeartRadio is your access company.
And
Go
he
to
like rode the
iHeartResults.com
bus.
for more.
It was a school bus. It was not, he wasn't driving kids around, but it
Hello,
was
Clam Comics writer and notorious Scott Summers hater, Rosie Knight. Well,
But
hello,
really, why he was
everybody
there, he was one of the dudes
just
that
become
like
biased
joined. He was in Vietnam combat vet.
Somehow the X-Ray Vision
so like
podcast
we'll
has
come back.
returned. It
Back.
feels so good. And
Back
like always,
in the
where we
day.
get every week.
Just trying to
TV
find
writers,
the answers,
actors,
trying to find help,
comics creators,
probably for
critics.
PTSD.
Nothing
Found
is
the
off
Hare
the table.
Krishna
Listen to
joined,
X-Ray
but
Vision on
first
America's
example or two
number
that he
one
was actually
podcast network.
I don't know a lot about
iHeart,
this
free
guy.
iHeart
So
app,
send
and search
Kirtananda.
X-Ray Vision.
Kirtananda method.
Hear the
It's like,
stories
oh, I
behind
got
the
the
songs
purpose
in the
of you.
podcast Rolling
You know,
Stones
you're now
500 Greatest Songs of All Time.
So if you
Explore
fucked up, it's
classics
like you weren't supposed to have television.
and modern
If you
hits
broke
like
the
The Killer's
rules, you
Mr.
defied
Brightside,
Kirtananda
interviews with
anyway.
artists and
You got some
insiders.
money from your family. You
Been
can
around
take it
for
from them.
almost 50 years.
Tears came and paid you a visit. Guys.
Well,
And when
so popular when it came out, it's
Kirtananda
the
started
number one song.
lacking news, basically, he was
Listen
here
on
to did it.
America's number one podcast
No,
network,
he just-
iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Rolling Stones 500
He was
Greatest Songs to
he was
start
smart.
listening.
He buried
Jason
Chelsea
Block, and
Dennis's
you're a
body.
mega
He
Hey,
diverted
Jason.
Every
a
day
little
we
creep.
learn about another person
and by damming it up, and then buried the body and then took away the dam. So the whole thing, so the homicide cop.
If you want to be part of this
Thomas
work,
Westfall was
listen
like, I
to
saw that body
Wrongful Conviction.
everywhere. I never thought to look under the whole river.
Did they bring cadaver dogs?
I don't think they brought dogs. Eventually, like, what happened was, and the reason that Tirtananda, when they finally got it, is that Tirta flipped them. But now they arrested Tirta, Thomas Drescher, for murder.
Guillermo
Because
Diaz,
there's
and I
another
played Huck on
devotee
Scandal.
And I'm Katie Lowe's, aka Quinn Perkins, and we're the hosts of Unpacking the Toolbox, the Scandal Rewatch podcast, where we're talking about all the best
So they got
moments of the show.
Drescher, and
All
once
the
he was
twists,
in
all the
prison,
even
like
more
Tirtananda held
shocking
a ceremony
assassinations
and
from
appointed
Papa
him
and
this
Mama
like
Bones.
high
and
status.
Katie and I's teeth pulling scene that kicks off a romance.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox on
And
America's
he remained a
#1
believer.
podcast
But then there
network,
was this
iHeart.
incident
Open your
known
free
as the
iHeart
Winnebago
app and search Unpacking the Toolbox.
Tirtananda, there's this
Hey,
was
I'm Jay
writing in
Shetty,
Winnebago,
and I'm the
this like,
host of
I think it was a
On
little
the
boy
Purpose.
from like
This
Pakistan.
week,
or
I
India.
talked to Tiffany
And
Haddish
the like
in a
curtains
hilarious,
jostled open,
deep,
and he was
thoughtful
seen in
interview
full view
where
by
we
multiple
dive into
witnesses,
family
like
trauma,
sodomizing
grief,
the kid.
sobriety, love, and
And like
dating.
too many
Big
people saw
heart,
it to
and
cover
I'm
it
very
up,
forgiving,
right?
but
And
I'm
word
not
got to
abused.
Thomas
It's gonna
Drescher in
abuse
prison
them now.
that this had happened.
Listen to On Purpose
And
with
he
Jay
heard from
Shetty
enough people
on
who
America's
trusted and
#1
believed
podcast
that
network,
this is
iHeart.
true,
Open your
that he
free
immediately
iHeart app
flipped
and search On
Tirtananda.
Purpose.
And so like, yeah,
AMI,
he paid the
AM
important
640.
to kill these
The
guys.
news, what it means,
So
why it matters.
He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. He was a true believer. You know, he didn't want to believe it. So it was only when he was, you know, he didn't first-hand witness it himself. It was only when he was faced with like multiple people who he trusted, who were telling him, we saw that it's true. You know? And then to his credit, I think he knew
KFI AM
And
640
we tried to-
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on this Wednesday. Watch it Wednesday, of course, which means coming up at 12:30, we're going to talk about some of the great shows that are on right now. I found one that I am almost through with, and I realize I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to tell anybody they should watch it. I'll tell you what I think of it, but I'm not going to say this is the. You got to drop what you're doing.
And now they're lost.
So it was a waste of time? Was it a long series? I guess we'll find out, folks.
There will be people who I think love it, but this is not.
With this guy.
Not one of them.
Okay.
And I had high hopes for it.
Well, I have a big endorsement coming up.
Okay. So let us know what you're watching. You send us an email, gasbag@iheartmedia.com, or you can send us a talk back. Just leave us a message.
Some of the
when
kids
you
that grew up
are
in
on the
Vrindavan
app,
and
that
the
little
kids in
microphone
Ananda,
button,
when it
leave us
was,
a quick message.
That is funny that you just brought up the email address because I was stalking you and Shannon
some of
last
them are still
night
followers
for
of
the
Krishna
Fox
consciousness. Some
11
of them,
newsroom.
left it later on.
And I was on the Gary and Shannon
But
podcast
some of them are
page
still like
going
followers
through
of Prabhupada.
the description of the show, and the
And they
reason
believe that
being,
Kirtananda
folks,
was
can we get a drum
aberration. I
roll?
think that's probably right.
I think
Oh,
it's probably
look at
right,
that.
too. I mean, my friend who's really into the hard
Tonight on the
He's
Fox
very
11 News
peaceful,
at 6
right?
o'clock,
The way
I
he
have
looks
secured
at it,
an
it's like-
exclusive interview with
This is
Gary
a way to
Hoffman.
live. This is a possible way to live.
Does he
for
know
some
that?
people that if done correctly.
Yes,
and
he
done
does.
with the right
How's that gonna
spirit,
work?
Yeah, so Gary's going to join me and Alex tonight at 6 o'clock. I'm going to spare you the drive in to
And
the
I
west
just,
side so you
I
can
like,
zoom in.
not only like, I buy
But,
into the idea.
we're gonna talk, about Gary and Shannon, the legacy that you've created, what it's like behind the scenes with me here filling in, keeping her chair warm. It's gonna be fun. Tonight at 6 o'clock, folks. Yeah, it is a legacy.
I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this.
Then we get into
This is a
DMT.
talk back with a lot of noise.
All right, I tried DMT. It was in 2013. And I'm a one and done.
I didn't hear
He
that.
said MLB logo is not Pete Rose. It's
So
Ryan
here's
Kelly.
my DMT story.
I looked it up.
Is that in 1999 I was super in the rave scene, and
According
I was in
to
London at this 3-day rave called
Wikipedia,
The Warp.
the silhouette was
And it was
chosen
the kind
because
of party
the
where it's like
ambiguity.
someone asks you the
The
time,
batter
like
could
it's
be right
9:30,
or left-handed.
AM or PM.
Could be of
you know?
any ethnic background.
It was a great party,
Was
right?
originally
3 days
introduced,
near the Tower of London, literally
by
underground party.
the Major League Baseball
Yeah, DJ
Centennial
rooms and
Committee.
dance rooms.
The new baseball.
But they also
commissioner,
had
Bobby Kuhn,
these
in
live
1969.
performance rooms. And I
Well,
saw this
let's
performance
remind folks,
artist
not everything on
called
Wikipedia
the
is
Techno
100%.
Pagan
That is true, but it says the
Okay.
country.
And he was describing his DMT experience, and I hadn't heard about DMT. And then,
All right,
and
but you
by the way,
told
his
it I was
stuff
Pete
is
Rose.
fantastic.
I
I
said
think
it was
he's
Pete Rose. I
some
think
of
it
the
looks like
closest
Rose.
of
And
anybody
the
except
giveaway to
Tarantino
me
and actually
is
capturing what the DMT
the leading shoulder, but I assume it's a right.
Outside
but the
is
leading shoulder
performance,
looks like
but the room
he's
he's
got that
performing,
cut
there's this
off
tent that just said
Cincinnati
deep
Reds
meditation therapy. I was like, oh,
sleeve
now I know
thing
what that means,
that people
right?
always.
And I watched people
Well,
doing
speaking of,
DMT.
there
I
was
was like,
quite the,
I was already
the-
rolling on
the
3 or 4
show
days
last
ago,
night.
so I was like,
The Cincinnati Reds.
not tonight.
Oh yeah.
But if it ever
Oh,
comes
my
my way,
goodness.
I'm going to do
Storms
it.
the field,
Myself a
does a
promise that night. I'm
backflip
not gonna
out in
see
the
this out
outfield,
if it
and then
comes
is
my way.
promptly
And then
tased
it did.
and dropped to the ground like a
And,
sack of flour.
In 2014,
And the crowd goes wild.
see a buddy
Crowd
of mine
goes
in Brooklyn.
crazy.
I
And
was
then,
working on a
bottom of the
documentary out there,
ninth,
and he was like,
rookie
you want to try this?
Blake
I was like,
Dunn.
okay. Before I changed my
He
mind,
gets
let's do
plunked
this.
in the melon
And
with a
15 minutes
101
later,
mile an hour
I
fastball.
believed in
This
reincarnation.
replay, if you haven't seen it,
Reincarnation.
look it up.
So
It
I-
is amazing.
Well, I
because
felt
that
a lot
ball,
better
and he
about
said
death.
he knew it was
Yeah, I
coming
felt a
toward
lot
him,
better
and he
about
didn't
that
want it
too.
to hit his face. And his
Well,
helmet goes
my experience
flying off
was
like a projectile.
that
and
I
he's
got,
okay.
you know,
He
a
got
short
up right away.
glimpse of
I mean,
sort of a
when-
user manual for the cosmos.
Sometimes when you get hit in the
And
head like
in there
that,
was the knowledge that
you stay down just for
reincarnation is real, that the
precautionary
Buddhists have it
reasons.
right,
That you don't
that after
know.
you die,
Oh
you
yeah,
go
am I
to the
feeling
bardo
what I'm
for
supposed to be
49
feeling right
days,
now?
your
He
soul's
just
out
popped
there.
right back up.
You
I
get
mean,
a
he wasn't
chance to
happy
kind of
about it,
like
obviously.
assess the
And then walked
last
to first base.
life you've led
Without a problem.
He's
before
a
you take another
stocky,
spin on
stocky guy. I
carousel.
looked him up 5'10", like
Learn what you
215.
can.
He used to play
Get
football. He
rewarded
said,
for your
I've
good
taken a
deeds,
lot of hits.
suffer for your sins.
Gail
go
King
back.
came out and
I
suggested
believe it,
that
but I also
Oprah
just
Winfrey
like it.
couldn't
You know,
make it to
I just
the
like it.
book
It feels
or
true to me in a way that like
Oprah book
the
Club launch on the Today
evangelical
Show or CBS.
fundamentalist
Sorry,
Christian idea of like you can
because
just do a bunch
blasphemy.
of bad shit
I'm so
and
sorry
then
that
you
Oprah
know
can't come
promise yourself
yesterday.
to
She said, I'm
Jesus
going
and
to rally, I'm going to
slave.
rally. She
Fuck
has
that.
some
I'm not
kind
buying
of stomach
that.
thing.
You know?
Stomach
You know?
flu or
Yeah,
stuff
but
is
karma
not
and
good. I
reincarnation,
won't get too
I'm
graphic.
buying it.
But you just
There's
thank you for
something
that.
there.
She did go on with she got on Instagram later and was FaceTiming with Oprah,
You know,
and they were
even the
talking
concept of
about.
that existed
Oprah at least
for
said
so
I had
long.
you know 4 or 5 people in my household. We all got sick, so it wasn't an Ozempic thing. Even though that a lot of people kind of jumped to that conclusion
we have a
because
very
she has become
limited ability
a very high
for
profile
us to
user of
react.
this new
And I
the new
think
weight
that
loss
limited
drug.
ability
Yeah,
is
so she had to go to the ER and just get an IV bag. But the whole visual of coming out hitting both ends, oh my goodness. But it's not out of the question, right? Because Ozempic and the similar medications like Mounjaro and Wegovy, they, while they do help with weight loss, and by the way, only one of them is FDA approved
community
for
and
weight
purpose.
loss, because the other ones are approved for diabetes originally,
When
and
you
that
have
one is
like
Wegovy.
real
That is the only
breakthrough
one that
psychedelic
is
experiences,
FDA
to
approved
me,
for
it
weight loss.
seems like
They do have
it's
these side effects that are
allowing
common:
you
nausea, stomach pain,
a
constipation,
vision
diarrhea,
into
vomiting.
all that exists.
That doesn't sound fun.
Not just what you're physically capable of seeing
I
as
have
a
a good
human
one. I
being,
have a good side
but
effect.
What's the good side effect?
there's
Ozempic and
chemical
Wegovy
gateway,
users are less
whatever
likely
it
to become
is,
addicted
that
to alcohol.
psychedelics
Oh,
That's a new study that came out
allows
from
you
Case
to
Western
see
Reserve
these
University
things.
School of Medicine.
I like my
What
wine.
I got out of it
Well,
is
but
that
you're not
everything,
addicted to it.
every
Are you?
action,
Which is your
Fine.
thought. Well, then,
your thoughts,
that's a
your
whole
life,
other hour.
your words,
Yeah, I know. We're going to do a whole hour on that, I promise.
the way you
And
approach
then the other
things, the way you
thing is
respond
this,
to
this
things.
story. Jonathan
They're all
Lowry believes this new generation
very
is going to
strange
prove that the new
way.
generation of these weight loss
And
drugs will prove as
living my
era-defining
life,
as
the
Prozac
more I
or
follow
even the pill,
that as thinking
contraceptive
that
pill.
everything is all connected, the
when you
more my
look at
life
it,
has been more
Ozempic was
more
first
my
approved
life
as
has
diabetes
been
treatment
more
back in 2017.
rewarding and rich,
A few years later,
more
starts making the rounds in
more
Hollywood
filled
as a
with
great
love,
weight loss
community, and it's something
option
that I
for a
kind
lot
of
of
need to like remind
and now
myself
there is
all the time because I think the
Graham
biological
McGregor, professor of
entity,
cardiovascular medicine at
has
Queen University in London, predicts that
certain
in a
like
decade,
human reward
in
systems
10
that are
years,
built into it. Try to acquire
20 to
resources,
30%
try
of the
to
population will be on these weight loss drugs.
try to establish
We can
dominance,
watch what
to
we
try
eat and,
to
and
see.
exercise.
There's all these different things
You're
that
being
as a
sized.
human,
I
you know,
am.
people are,
I'm
they want
not.
success,
I'm
they want all these
I'm
different
not.
things.
I know
And
it's difficult.
That
There,
those things can
There-
kind of,
okay,
because
I
you can
completely
see the
agree with you.
physical
50 years ago,
manifestation
they
of that
didn't
work,
have Ozempic.
that can
Well, and hello, we don't
sort
know
of,
the long-term impact
overcome
of what these will
the
do to
idea
your
that
body.
everything is connected,
Right? because this is
So
a new
that's I
trend.
think why people
So
cheat on
in
their
10 to 20 years,
taxes
we're going to
or
be finding out
insider
what the
trade
impact
or
is.
For the
all these
people who've
different
been on,
things,
because
fuck
you
people
it's
over
not something
business
that's gonna be
deals.
easy
They
to get
don't
off of.
think that they're gonna experience any negative
Fred Rogan
consequences.
is going to join us. The death
But I
of
don't think I
Laker
don't think
legend,
anybody gets away
basketball
with it.
legend
Yeah,
Jerry
that's why I
West
like the
will
idea.
become Andy King is
Yeah.
live in the KFI 24
Something
hours.
to it.
As Gary
There's
just
something,
mentioned,
and it's again going back to the David,
NBA
like
player Jerry
the
West has
oldest
died.
spiritual,
Played
organized
years
system of
with
spiritual
Lakers. He worked with
known,
both the Lakers
yeah,
and
for our
then more
species.
recently with
That's
the
core
Clippers. He
to
was
it.
the inspiration
Well,
for the NBA logo.
the most
West died today with
complicated
his wife by his
organism.
side.
We
Jerry
are the
West
most
was
complicated
86.
organism that we
A
currently
former USC
aware of.
linebacker has agreed to
In
plead
terms of
guilty
our
to
ability to
felony
manipulate
mail
our
fraud
environment,
for
our
plotting
ability
to
to
fraudulently get more
our
than $1
ability
million
to
in
create
COVID-19
things.
unemployment
But
benefits.
we don't have an operating plan.
Abdul Malik
Which is
McLean was
crazy.
charged with
So we're
multiple
essentially
counts of mail fraud
running
and
on
aggravated
this
identity theft
primate
in
software
2021.
that
In
was
2020,
really
he
established.
allegedly
It's almost
organized
like
and helped
we have
a
DOS
group of
or
USC
Windows
teammates file
95,
phony
and we
claims
just
to
keep
get unemployment
refreshing it,
benefits.
right? You know,
United
we don't.
Airlines
There's no
passengers
real
will soon
new
see
operating
ads
system,
specifically
and it's so
targeted to
filled with
them
flaws
on
that the human
seatback
operating
screen.
system is
The airline
designed to
announced it's
ward off
selling ads
predators
using
and to
consumer
fight off neighboring
data,
tribes
creating
and
personalized
try to
advertising.
avoid starvation
Chicago
and
based
to try
carrier
to
has
make sure that
deals
your
with
genes
brands that
pass
include
on and
Norwegian
that your
Cruise
enemy's
Line,
genes don't.
Macy's, and Chase.
And
Warning low
to,
clouds,
to,
then
you know,
sunny skies,
to
highs in the 70s
exist
to
in
low 90s.
2024
This
in
report
modern
brought to you by
Western
Audible.
world, with
From the
all
Southern
of our
California Toyota
technology and
Dealers
all of
Traffic
our
Center,
knowledge
let's
and
go
all of the
places.
information
We've
we
got
have
a crash
available
that has
with
cleared
this
in Baldwin
ancient
Park on
primate
10.
software. It's so problematic. It's so fraught with peril. There's so many things that can go wrong. So many people that go sideways. Drug addiction, family addiction, and sex addiction, and this addiction, and that addiction. And there's so much chaos and thievery and violence and deception and fraud. And there's just so many things that exist that are negative but are tied to this concept of achieving and getting more, which is, you know, this famine-based mentality, this resource-acquiring mentality.
iHeartRadio
Really,
Broadway
it's like
celebrates this year's
your sunglasses so you
this
get mango.
Sunday.
Right.
And
It's really
takes you
good.
on
No,
stage
no,
with
totally
Broadway's
agree.
biggest
And I
stars
felt like
and commercial-free Broadway hits
short. It was like,
24/7.
I felt like there was this sentient,
Just search
generally
iHeartRadio Broadway on the iHeartRadio app and
out
start
there in the
listening.
cosmos. It was like, okay, look, you get a lot of information. You're not going to be able to retain most of it. But you're ready? Here we go. And one of the things that I brought back that I still believe a decade later is that reincarnation is real. What you do in this life affects your next one.
Hello,
So,
Clam Comics writer and
that also
notorious
gives you like kind of that
Summer
Jesus
Cheater,
guy.
Rosie Knight.
Well, hello,
That
everybody,
person
podcast
that
and
species.
tons of
I
unbiased
didn't
Hungarian
get a
voice of
reincarnation
Jason Concepcion.
Somehow the X-Ray Vision podcast has returned. It feels so good.
And like always, we'll be here every week.
TV writers, actors, comics readers, pop culture critics.
Nothing is off the table.
Listen to X-Ray Vision on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search X-Ray Vision. Start listening.
Hear the stories behind the songs
Almost
in the
like
podcast Rolling Stone's 500 Greatest Songs of All Time.
are
Explore
on
classics
this
like
planet
Fleetwood
trying
Mac's
to solve
Dreams and modern hits like The Killer's Mr. Brightside.
get distracted
Interviews
by
with
all
artists
sorts
and
of things in
insiders.
this life.
Dreams is a song that's been around
The
for
things
almost
that
50
bring
years.
you happiness and love, you have
While
to
the
kind
song
of like
was so
sort
popular
those
in Canada,
out
it's the only #1
and
song
choose
that did not have in the US.
amongst the
Listen on
different
America's
options.
#1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free
Podcast
iHeart app and
like
search Rolling
Yeah,
Stone's
okay,
500
sure. How'd that
Greatest
guy
Songs to
Lorenzo?
start
Yeah,
listening.
Lorenzo. Back in the day, Lorenzo Hegarty. He's great. Yeah, he is. I recently gotten going. He asked me to give you a message because I guess 2 or 3 months ago you were musing about whether he was still alive. He hadn't posted any episode.
If you
Yeah,
want to be part of
he is
this
still
work,
alive.
listen
That's his
to
message.
Wrongful
Lorenzo's
Conviction.
message. And after he heard that you raised that question, he's been posting.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so
Can you
Lorenzo.
connect with him?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you know
So
how to
Lorenzo and I and the
Wrongful
aforementioned
Conviction with
Techno-Pig and
Meghan
Octopus
and Jason
Messiah
Blum on the
are in the
iHeartRadio
process of
app,
collaborating
wherever
with
you
some
get your podcasts.
AI
I'm Guillermo
animation
Diaz,
artist
and I
on a
played Doc on
documentary about the
Scandal.
Yeah,
Stone
I'm
Age
Katie
era.
Lowe's,
I
aka
think it's gonna
Quinn
be good.
Perkins,
Have you
and we're
seen
the
Dennis
hosts of
McKenna's,
Unpacking the
yeah,
Toolbox,
assessment
the
of it?
Skip
Yeah.
Watch
And he
podcast, where
broke
we're
it
talking
down
about
on the
all the best
podcast.
moments of the
He
show.
was
All
explaining
the
to me
twists, all the
the actual
bullets,
Even more
mechanism
shocking
that would be
assassinations from
involved
Papa
in
and
psilocybin
Mama
and Katie
accelerating
and I's
the
teen policing that
human
cuts off our
mind.
romance.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox on America's #1 podcast network,
form
iHeart. Open your
language
free iHeart app and search
concepts and
Unpacking the
creativity and
Toolbox.
all the different things
Hey, I'm
that
Jay Shetty,
mechanical
and I'm the
that
host
Terrence
of
talked about.
Unpacking
Right. But you know, Dennis is like
and I had the
hardcore,
opportunity to
like
talk to one of
fact-based
Hollywood's
scientist. Right.
major
Yeah.
icons, Michael B.
You've had
Jordan.
several
In our
great guests on there
conversation,
talking
Michael
about theory,
shares
but I've been
the
like, there's
highs
about to
and
be
lows
already,
of
there's
everything
it's showing
from
signs, there's about to be just a glut
to his world.
of AI animation
To getting what you
movies,
want
especially
is
in the
always the
documentaries.
hardest.
Like I think
Give
AI
up
animation
right
is going to
before they
replace,
get what they
recreations,
always
where they
wanted.
hire
fire
Listen
actors
to
to
Unpurposed
recreate
with
stuff we
Jay
did
Shetty
at Christmas.
on
Yeah,
iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
using actors and
Imagine
fire.
you're a fly on the wall at a dinner between the mafia
But
and
I
the
think,
CIA.
so I've been approached with, I don't
That's
even know
where my
how
new
many
podcast
ideas for like
begins.
new
This is
AI
Neil
animation
Strauss,
docs.
hosting To Live and Die in LA.
This
And I
one,
wanted to quickly tell you about an
I
intense
think that
series
Terrence
about a
McKenna
dangerous
love
mind,
the idea
taught to seduce
of
men
using
from
AI
secrets,
animation
and
to,
sometimes
show
their
the
lives.
evolution of
From Tenderfoot TV,
our species.
This
As
is
they
To Die
take the
For.
mushrooms out of the
To
couch
Die
and stuff.
For is available
And
now.
also one
Listen
idea
for free
we're
on
toying
the
with,
iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we've got the technology.
I'm Saleha
dialed
Muslim,
in.
and I've covered economic policy for
build this
years
AI
and
world
reported on
to
how it
turn
impacts
that AI
people
world
across
where
the
we can
United
get
States.
ideas and it'll
In
spit back
2016, I
imagery.
saw how
But
voters
it
were
feels
leaning
like
towards Trump
is building
and
some
how so
sort of
many
like
Americans felt
AI
misunderstood
avatar
by
of Terrence
Washington.
McKenna. So the
So I
idea is
started
that
Big Take
the spine of the
We
documentary
dig into how
will
money,
be
politics, and
anytime
power shape
where,
government
because
and
Lorenzo
the
has incredible
consequences for
archives
voters.
of Terrence
Listen to
McKenna.
Big Take DC
stuff
on
that
America's
nobody
#1
says.
podcast network, iHeart.
And
Open your free
anytime
iHeart
you're
app
hearing
and
Terrence
search Big
McKenna's
Take
voice
DC.
describing the stuff that
London
you're
is a
taking
Guinea
over
Hills
step
Sheriff's
to step,
Department and
you'll see
LAPD
AI
have to get the
animation
go-ahead from the mayor and the supervisors to arrest every crazy person in the streets and find a
People
place
who
to
don't
put
know
them.
what the
John
zoning area is,
Phillips picked one of the four: jail, prison, mental health, or
The
drug
concept
addiction.
is that
1 to 4 p.m. on
at one
KFI.
point
And
in
on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
there was climate change and that these rainforests, tropical rainforests, have receding grassland, and that these primates have started experimenting with different people by flipping over cow patties and looking for growth and all these different things. And one of the things they would do is probably test the mushrooms that were growing in the cow patty.
everywhere on
And
the
in many
iHeart
places
Radio app.
where psilocybin
Laura
exists, these
Lopez,
things are
Fox
extremely
11
prevalent.
is in for
Like,
Shannon this
my friend
week.
Duncan,
I poured myself, well, the
told me that
cafeteria,
mushrooms
the
were so
break room
prevalent
coffee.
that
Today I went
the
with
local
the extra
ranchers had,
strength coffee.
they started
Did
putting
you bump it up? There's a little thing you can bump
I
up.
saw that,
cattle
I did, the
some
strength.
sort of
Yeah.
antifungal
It'll burn
thing
a hole in
to
your
keep
stomach
fungus
here in a
from
couple
growing
minutes.
in the house.
Who needs Ozempic
Because so
when you
many
got
kids were going
coffee
out
from
to
KFI?
taking psilocybin mushrooms. It's like they were everywhere. They were everywhere.
No increase
You
in the
know,
month of
and
May. Inflation slightly
so
loosened.
the
It's
concept
good for the
is
economy.
that
CPI
low doses of psilocybin
price index
increase visual
held
acuity,
flat on the month, but it
make
did
people more
increase
amorous,
3.3%
so probably
from a
heightened
year
sexual
ago,
arousal,
according
make
to the
people more likely to
Bureau of
breathe,
Labor
and
Statistics from
made
the Labor
people
Department.
more
Hamas's
curious,
response to this
probably
U.S. backed
because of the
ceasefire
increase in
proposal
visual acuity, made people
does
better
include some
hunters,
changes that
better,
Secretary of
there's
State
studies
Anthony
that have
Blinken
been
says
done. I
are
forget what the scientist-
unacceptable.
it was
He said Hamas has
hardcore,
proposed numerous
you know,
changes. It's on the
non-psychedelic
table. Some of the
scientists
changes are workable.
studies
some
on
of them
edge
are
detection
not.
with
Oh, and nothing to
patients.
see
Right.
here,
You know these studies?
Yeah.
but a
And it
Russian
showed that
naval
people under the
flotilla
influence of psilocybin
sailed
can
less than
detect
30 miles off the coast of
So if you
Florida.
have two parallel lines and
They've
one
been
slightly
doing
deviation
extensive
parallel,
military
the people on
exercises in the
psilocybin
Atlantic. They're going to
predict
dock
it
a
much
couple
quicker.
of
You
Russian
see it
vessels
much
we
quicker
know
than the people
at
not
the
on
port
psilocybin,
of Havana.
which is fascinating.
So
And you'd be a much better hunter.
we,
Much better hunter.
And
Yeah.
by way of the United
much better at
States
surviving
Navy,
hunting.
And
deployed some
also
warships just
be
to
more
let them know.
tuned in.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
the sea as well.
You're more
3 guided missile
aware of.
destroyers, a Coast Guard cutter,
I know
maritime
a lot of
patrol
people that use
aircraft with
psilocybin
additional
when they play
port
certain
calls
sports.
by
And
Russian
they
ships
think that
possible in
psilocybin
Venezuela.
low
The
doses,
exercises
like
are
low
expected
doses,
to
Yeah, low
culminate
doses
in a
for playing pool
worldwide
and things
naval
like that.
drill
You just
by
have a
the
better understanding of what's happening.
Speaking of
I
Florida,
attest to
I'm gonna
low
bring it back here
microdoses for chest.
locally and just put
Chest,
this little
yeah.
news nugget
Yeah?
out there, and
Does it
that
help you?
is
Really?
I think it does.
just
Actually, I can
UCLA
demonstrate
just
that it
announced
does.
their new
Yeah.
chancellor. Ajit
Really?
Black
Absolutely.
had already announced
I
his
don't know if I
retirement
buy
at
the
the
Stone
end
Gate
of
theory
this
the
year,
same
and
way
it
that
is
I
the University of
totally buy
Miami
into
president
the
Julio
concept
Frank,
of Bardo and
approved
Christ.
by UC Board of Regents as UCLA's first Latino.
Well, doesn't it?
chancellor.
I mean, it
All right.
mimics
Maybe
DMT.
some weird LA,
Psilocybin
Miami to
and
LA
dimethyltryptamine are
Right,
very close
because
to
LAUSD,
You know,
it
I
was
think-
Austin Butner, and then
I
he
think that's
was
broken. No, I think I'm gonna fuck this up. I think
replaced
it's
by
and
Alberto
or
Cabral,
Orloxy
who was from
and
Miami.
dimethyltryptamine. It's like very
legend
close.
basketball,
to
legendary
what
basketball icon Jerry
And,
West
you know,
has
we
died
also
at
know
the age
that
of
dimethyltryptamine
86.
does
Became one of the most iconic
Right,
characters
yeah.
in that Winning Time series from HBO, played by Jason Clarke.
Me? No, no, no. No, it's big. No. Research Foundation.
No, I ain't
trying
doing
to
it. Come on, I got home. We're going to make.
where it's produced, why it's produced. These things just produced by the pineal gland. Now they
I've been down them all.
by the whole brain.
They got a team, Jerry. We're in the middle of the season. We need continuity here.
These primates were finding
Watching
was
the
giving them
Celtics,
that,
stealing
giving them
everything
more of
from
an
you.
understanding of
Well, that's
the world
what this
around
is
them and expanding the brain.
The whole discussion
And
about
the
Major
other
League
thing about
Baseball and the
humans,
logo. NBA hasn't ever officially said that Jerry West is the
this bizarre
model
fact
for the logo and the icon,
What?
but they've also
of
not said
humans
that he's not.
that
Fred Rogan is joining us
the entire
live.
species,
Fred
like
Rogan,
the
the
record of
dean of
species,
sports in
one
LA.
of the biggest mysteries
That portrayal
is the doubling
of
of the
Jerry
human brain
West
size
in
over a
that
period of
series
20
winning
years,
time.
right?
Accurate,
McKenna
not
says
accurate,
that
fair, not fair.
coincides
All right,
with
well, let me
this
start
exact
with
same
this.
time
Good morning,
period
Marlon. Good
where
morning.
the tropical
Hi,
rainforest
Fred.
were
Good to
seeding
talk to you.
grasslands.
All right, here's the deal. I just want to say it. I heard you talking about what you consider the cafeteria.
So there's all these things that sort of line up with it, and it makes it a fascinating idea. But if you think about, like, if they found out that this thing gives them this feeling, and
Well,
they were,
yesterday there were some
repeatedly using it over
weird
and over and over
offerings
again,
that were left out, and
their
I wasn't
offspring
sure
did, and
who
their
they
offspring
were. I
did.
figured it was community. I didn't take
You know,
anything
playing
though.
this out a little bit. I'm just saying, you see how it happens.
Also the development
Good to know.
language.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
tip, Fred.
yeah.
Australia,
Jerry West,
yeah, you know, like high dose, right?
Jerry
Yeah.
West. Well, they hit him in his
Like I said, I'm not sure I buy it, but
laying on the
yeah,
floor in the
should be a
feet.
fun movie.
Well, something happened.
Jerry
Yeah.
West was
Yeah.
one of those.
It's very obvious that something happened that separated us from all the other crimes, like, in a radical way. We don't
Such
look
a great
anything.
person.
Right.
We have
He
abilities,
probably, if you look
and
at it, and I think you can make this argument,
we have so many attributes that are far beyond any
figure
other
in the
country.
history of the NBA.
It kind of
Say
makes
why?
sense.
Well, he
And
took
also,
the
there's
Lakers
there's
to
people
9
that can
finals,
achieve
won
those
one.
states
So
without
he had 8
psychedelics,
right, came up short.
which is
But
fascinating.
what is
And I've gotten
was
pretty
so
close
fascinating was an
with
executive.
with some
He
breathing
built the Showtime
exercises
Lakers.
and
He was the
especially
man that
breathing
drafted
exercises and
and traded
sensory deprivation.
right? And signed Shaquille
You can
O'Neal
achieve
as a
some
free agent.
definite
He has been
psychedelic
so
states.
instrumental in
I
the
haven't
success of that
had the
franchise.
full
And
visual
since he has done it
effects
as an
that are
executive
available with
and
DMT.
a player,
But boy, you
I don't
definitely
think
get to
there's
some
any
bizarre
use
place where if it was a drug, it would be a very popular drug.
that is
Back to the Christians, that's what Prabhupada was preaching, and a lot of his early devotees were people that had
and by
taken
the
a lot
way,
of
I
acid
think
or mescaline, right, or peyote,
terrific guy.
and felt like they were getting
Always
glimpses of something, but they couldn't
Always
like
available.
understand it. He's like,
And we don't have enough
let me
time
show you how to get
tell
there,
all the stories.
right,
But
without the
one
drug.
time I'm sitting in his house.
And what
And,
was
the thing
Prabhupada
about Jerry
using?
is when you interview Jerry,
Yeah.
and you guys understand this, Marlon,
Yeah, I
certainly you
think-
do. You've sat down with the two
I think
cameras
You're
and stuff
chanting,
like
chanting
that.
of like ancient
You know, you turn
sacred
on the cameras,
mantras.
you go on 35, 40 minutes.
Well, that's
You
the
get
other thing
a
that
big
happens
shoot
with
like
DMT
that.
rituals that
Okay?
they play
Cameras
carols.
off, lights off.
These,
Now Jerry tells you the real
ancient
story.
South American songs.
Exactly.
Sort of,
Now,
you know,
now
enhance
real
these
fun
feelings.
begins.
Like when you do DMT with
Honest
girls
to the
playing, the
point.
DMT
Just highly
dances
respected,
to
really
the
well
sound.
liked.
And
Brilliant
it's
at
very
what he did.
strange to watch.
And one day I asked him in one of these
Beautiful,
interviews, I said,
bizarre.
all right, what makes you
And
you?
you know, it's
What makes you so
overwhelming.
successful?
Yeah.
Because you succeeded in
Hard to
everything in your
believe
life.
it's
So
really
what
happening
is it?
while it's happening.
And he said, I'll tell you
And,
exactly
you know,
what it is.
You gotta kind of let it go and just like let it happen and experience it.
You want to
Because
shoot
you're so
baskets?
blown away by it all.
You want to play
It's
cards?
hard
on
to
the beach?
just
You want to play
not
ping
just
pong?
go, what the
Golf?
fuck, like every
On the
5
beach.
seconds.
By the way,
You gotta kind of just take it in
What
and
did he keep
accept it.
So
I tried to get my dad to try
and I don't
DMT. My
care
dad
how
died
long
recently,
that takes.
and
That's why I'm
about
the way
6
I am.
months ago, I tried to
And
get him
that's
to
why
try
he was so
DMT. Like, listen,
successful.
Well, he had that intensity
Shall I
about
try
him.
this?
I
Yeah,
had the
you know, I
honor
was
of
like,
meeting
seeing
him
you
when
like
he
this
was, you talked
spot,
about him
like
as an
full body
executive, Fred, when he
right?
was
You know,
helping
like
out
that's my dad.
the
Yeah,
office
super
for
smart,
the
like
Warriors
mathematically
many years ago.
was my
He
dad.
had this
And
quiet
he's
demeanor,
like, well,
and he was just
sounds
could
interesting,
not
but I
have
guess
been
if you're
any
right, I'll
nicer.
find out on my own. So I was
Well, the
like,
thing
this
about
is
it
kind
is,
of like
you know,
a trailer for the movie.
when you had his role as a general manager, what a lot of the young guys didn't do.
Yeah,
He told me
he
he spent
he
the
died
majority
like
of
2
the
weeks
days
ago while I was in
on the phone
Ukraine.
talking to people. League officials,
Yeah. What were you
team
doing in
officials,
Ukraine?
agents.
I was
He always
recording.
wanted to
I was
know what
working. I wasn't
going on.
filming, but I was
And he built
doing
this
some
rich
research. And I
relationship
was in
with
a
everybody.
war zone.
So he
I
was
don't know
able
what
to
war
manipulate
zone,
through the league.
but I was in a war zone where like
And guys,
communications
Kevin
were
Durant,
dicey at
the
best.
Warriors signed
And I
Kevin
got a
Durant.
text
That
message
was
from my
Jerry
wife on
West.
Signal.
That was
It
Jerry
was like
West.
your dad's heart valve is
Figure
failing
that out.
rapidly in the
He
hospital.
talked to Kevin Durant. He convinced him to
And the
come.
airspace
So
of
then
Ukraine's closed.
he comes to
So
the Clippers.
there's no way that I could get
And you know why
from
Steve
where I
Ballmer
was in
hired
Ukraine
him?
to Anchorage, Alaska.
Not to run it,
And so I
not to be in
was
charge of
sending
anything.
like like text messages.
But to teach them how to be a successful front office, that's how smart Steve Ballmer was.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get the guy that
And then I was
basically
able to
wrote the book
record
on
one
this.
voice memo.
I'm going to bring him
right as
in.
he was going.
You have
It was
him
the
as a
last
resource.
sentence.
I'm going to pay him a lot of
Not
money,
to go when you're dying.
and he's your advisor. Go. And Jerry West taught them how to be a successful front office. Granted, they haven't won anything.
But to answer your
They put
question,
together a hell
what
of a
was I
team.
doing in Ukraine?
Well, I know, if everybody stays healthy. But they put together a hell of a team.
Looking into a possible documentary that would be set against the backdrop of
channel
war,
like 6
but that would be
consecutive hours.
more about like
And I
what is
just called
actually
her.
the true nature of corruption in
Called him.
Ukraine.
He didn't come on for anybody else on that night. He came on to
Yeah,
us.
so
We had him on the phone in about 10 minutes with him. He
how
started
has the
crying.
U.S. State Department kind of
He
fucked
was
up
like a
again
father.
in the same way that we did
He was a
in Vietnam,
mentor,
where
he
we
was
were
a
like
father
Vietnam,
figure to him.
Afghanistan,
He was
Iraq, by
a-
backing the wrong horses.
He was just such a great guy. This morning,
Yeah,
Kevin
there's never
Biggers,
been one, whether it's Libya or Afghanistan, Iraq, there's not one.
6:37
Point to it.
and I just, my heart
Right.
dropped.
There's not
I
one.
felt so bad.
There's not one.
He's 86 years old. He
You
had a
know,
pretty
when
good
there
run.
was so much resistance
But
to the concept that Ukraine was corrupt,
But
when we first
it was
started
hard.
back
I
in
tell
the,
you, he just
you
was
know, that was what was
just
fascinating to me
wonderful,
because
always available.
it was
and
always
honest. I
talked
can't tell you all the stories. I'll tell about my show, which you guys got.
it was always
But
then all of a sudden
he just-
this was
he was
a
a
verboten
boss,
topic.
and he
It
was
was
a
like, no,
wonderful
Russia
guy.
is the
French show
the
started
invader,
noon today.
and Ukraine
Yeah,
are their
all right.
agents.
Fred Rogan, thank you.
Good to talk to you, Fred.
I look at
This
talking
is
to
not
you, Gary.
that's not reality. But it was also that we would
Fred Rogan,
U.S. government be like,
Rogan
okay,
and Rodney today at
we would sort of
noon on
designate who
AM5
was corrupt
something
and
on
who was.
sports.
I mean, look,
Up next,
U.S.
LA
went through
City
its
has
own
decided
sort
to
of
drop its
oligarchy,
COVID
like
mandate.
robber baron phase.
We'll talk more about it during
That was
show.
like
We'll
after
continue right after this.
democracy,
Well, at least you've
Not-
decided to listen to KFI.
Unfortunately, it's
See,
kind of a
you're
step in
making
the
progress.
evolution of free democracy to have this phase.
And
Like,
KOST
you know, games seem to
HD2.
corrupt.
Los
Like
Angeles,
I spent some time at
On
a
the iHeartRadio
at an Orthodox
New guy at
monastery
the top.
in
I'm Amy
last
King,
month,
live
and I
from the
asked the
KFI
sort of head of the
24-hour
monastery,
newsroom. The president of
what
the
do you have to do to
University
get
of
rid of
Miami has been chosen
He's
as
like,
the
well, I'm a
next
man of God.
chancellor
Yes,
of
I think it's
UCLA.
He's like, I'm a man of
Leo
God, so I'm
Frank
not
will take
advocating
over in
this. But
January 2025 and will become
the main problem
UCLA's
in Ukraine right
first
now is I
Latino
understand the
chancellor.
judicial system. They
UCLA
have
Provost
they call
Darnell
it
Hunt will
telephone
serve
law,
as
which
the
is
interim
basically
chancellor
court
from
judgments
July
ruling.
31st
He gets a
until
phone call
January.
telling him which way to
Gene
rule.
Block, the
You know,
current chancellor,
and so
retires at the
he's
end of July.
the
A
head of
retail
monastery
theft
is like,
staying
you
at
line
an
up
outlet mall in Camarillo has ended
every
with
judge
19
and shoot him.
arrests.
16 to
And
19
then
arrested
all the
for LA
judges
County.
or all the
During
like
those
government
arrests, police
officials that come
recovered
to
around
the funeral
$5,000
shoot
worth
them
of items,
and
as
do
well as
that
a
2 or 3
loaded gun,
times,
burglary
and
tools,
then we
meth,
might be able to
fentanyl.
start over.
The
Like
Ventura
she's saying,
County
that's
Sheriff's
how
Department says investigators from several
I
agencies
mean, man of
worked
God.
with security at the
Yeah,
Camarillo
that's right.
outlets to carry out the sting op over a
Yeah.
3-day period that began late
But
last
I'll tell you,
month.
my time
Brands
in
of stores at the
Ukraine
outlets
changed
include
my
the North
perspective
Face, Steve
on
Madden,
that
and
war.
Ralph
I
Lauren.
came back
Blake
with
Trolley,
sort of
KFI
awe,
News.
thinking,
The final cleanup of a
Holy
Navy-owned
support.
World War II era
Really?
hangar in Tustin
Yeah.
that was
Why
destroyed
that?
by fire could start
Part of
this
it
summer.
was just
Mayor
meeting with the
Austin
people
Lombard
who've been
says the
Ukraine. I
Navy's
just
promised
like
to pay the
Ukrainians,
remaining
you know,
$27
in a way that
million
I've been
of
to
the
other
city's
former Soviet
$88
bloc
million
countries,
cleanup bill,
and
but that
kind of
cost
like,
is
I won't
expected
name any
to
of them, but
continue
it's
going
like,
up.
There's steel
I'm not sure you
framing
guys are really
around where
down
the
with
offices
freedom
used to be on the ground level. There are
It seems like you've been you were subjugated for a while.
framework for the
You don't-
doors on the
it
north
just
and
didn't
south
get
into
the
the
same
hangar.
vibe.
All of that is still there.
I think the
Lombard
Ukrainians
says so far
are
the cleanup has included
legitimately
hundreds of
freedom-loving
contractors
people,
scouring homes,
okay, that
schools,
have been
and
like
parks
under
for
the thumb of
debris
corrupt
from the
leadership
weeks-long
for
fire that started in
decades now.
November.
You know.
The city's also
But,
paid for constant air
just part of
monitoring.
it was
although a
there was
recent
something
report
very
found the
enthralling
surrounding communities to
about
be
being
safe.
in a place
Governor
where
Newsom has
everyone is so
introduced a
unified.
Freedom to
With
Marry
this country
ballot
under
measure
attack,
campaign, which would
being
enshrine
invaded
the
by
right
the
to same-sex
hostile
marriage in
Now,
the
these
California
Ukrainians are
Constitution.
behind.
State Senator Scott
That's
Wiener
still
says the
happening.
Constitution
I mean,
still defines
and,
marriage as a union between a man
Just
and woman.
that
It's not
coming from
enforceable
America,
right now,
where everything
But
is
first
so
of all, it just should be in
splintered
there.
and
And
divided,
second,
and to be
I
in a
don't
place
trust the Supreme
where everyone
Court
is so on the
to
same
maintain
page.
marriage equality
There's
as a
something
fundamental
very
right.
attractive
Wiener
about
says
that.
California
Well,
needs to
that
be
is what
prepared
happened
should
in
SCOTUS
the
overturn its
Do you
decision
remember
to
what it was like in
legalize
America
same-sex marriage.
after 9/11?
The Freedom
Right
to
after
Marry
9/11?
measure will
Yeah,
appear
it was the
on
most
ballots in
united
November.
this country's ever
President
been.
Biden
Right?
and
It's a
President
horrible
Zelensky
thing
are
to
going to
say.
sign a
I think
bilateral
it's not
security
what you
agreement
ever
between
want
the
to
U.S.
happen
and
to them,
Ukraine.
to wake
The White House
everybody
says
up.
the pair is going to sign the agreement
thing that
tomorrow
was
when they meet on the
required
sidelines
to
of the
make people
G7
put
summit
American
in
flags on their
Italy.
cars, and
He got into the trash and
in a lot of ways, I mean, it was a horrible
A homeowner
tragedy,
in
but in a lot
Monrovia
of ways,
says a bear
the
has broken
reaction
into the
to it
crawl
was very
space under
beautiful.
his home.
There was
Jimmy
so many
says
people.
the bear
I was in
became
New
a
York
house
City
guest
like
more
just
than
a
a week
few
ago and
weeks
has
or a
been
few
living
months
under there
after
since.
9/11.
Kate says the bear named
Everybody was
Samson is
right.
already tagged
Right.
by wildlife
Crazy.
officials,
It
but
was like
police won't do
everybody
anything
was
because
just
the
so
animal has
blown
not
away
yet
by the
posed a
experience
danger.
of being attacked.
Kate said
So
Samson barged into
just
a
shaken
neighbor's
out
crawl
of it
space before he
and
became a
so
squatter
aware of how
underneath
fortunate
his home.
they were to not be
Southland
one of
weather
those
from
people who
KFI.
died.
Becoming mostly
and
sunny,
that
highs
we
in the
are
low to mid 70s in the
legitimately
beaches,
all
Metro
together,
LA
and that there are
and Inland
forces
Orange
out there
County.
that are evil.
70s to mid 80s
that
in the valleys,
we
80s
have
to
to
low
stay
90s for the
united.
Inland Empire and Antelope
I
Valley.
hate
Low
to
clouds
think
and drizzle
that that's
tomorrow
what's
morning,
required
then sunny. A little
to
bit
wake
warmer,
people up
70s
in
at
this
the beaches,
division. I
around 80
wonder,
for the
like,
metros,
I wonder if
and
maybe
80 in
the
low
division
90s
that
in
we
the
have in
valleys,
this country
IE
is
and
because
high
of the
desert.
fact
A
that
little
we
bit
never
cooler on Friday. It's
because of the
65 in
fact that
Fullerton, 63 Mission
we only
Viejo,
experienced a few
64 in
Pearl
Cerritos,
Harbor,
62
9/11.
in
There's
Santa
only a few
Monica.
of these
The KFI
moments
market report
we've
sponsored
had
by
to wake
Revive
up.
Real Estate. The Dow is
The
trading
Aleutian
up
Islands,
66
actually in
points.
Alaska,
The Nasdaq is up
were attacked now
317.
by the Japanese
The S&P
forces.
500 is trading
So
up
real
61.
no effect.
Revive Real
That's
Estate
actually
just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after
I
renovations.
mean,
It's free to use.
man, I
Just
mean,
go
the
to
Ukrainians, they had
KFIRevive.com. That's
nuclear weapons in 1994,
KFIRevive.com.
the quote
Got a
unquote
crash in
West,
Santa
the
Clarita
US and
on
UK,
14.
basically convinced them, to give up their nukes in exchange for a guarantee that we would help them protect their Yeah, that was right after the fall. So, yeah, there's so many factors, right? NATO approaching territory. I mean, 2004, like, NATO started handing out membership cards, like cracker cards, right? Putin gets reelected in 2004, 20 years ago, and all of a sudden, like, all these former Soviet, small territories are now NATO countries. Hey, you want to be NATO? Oh, great, yeah. I'd like to sign up for mutual defense. With Lithuania, we're have nothing against Lithuania, but fuck man, this is getting serious. It's very serious. What happens if he invades a NATO country? What are we going to do? Because China's watching. And I'll tell you, I've been like under fire with the dramatic, but I've had quite a few Iranian fucking Shahid drones
And our new
launched in my
podcast, Risky
general
Business,
direction
is a show
recently.
about making better
It gives you
decisions.
another
We're both
perspective on,
journalists who
like,
unite as poker players.
Russia's support
And
for
that's the lens
Iran
we're
and
going
vice
to use
versa.
to approach this
I
entire
don't know,
show.
like mutual
We're
enemies.
discussing everything from
Like,
racing
those
to
are
the
Iranian
birth of
fucking
first
drones getting shot.
like whether I should call a plumber
Yes.
or fix my
Yeah.
shower myself.
And of course, we'll be talking
Russia
about the
recently had
election.
Hamas.
Listen to Risky Business on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search
Yeah.
Risky Business.
So, anyway,
The doctor's
this is a
office that
fucking
accidentally
sketchy
mixed up
topic.
your
It really
files.
is. I mean,
Such as your
it's
social security number.
to
The
say
power
like,
company
oh,
that mistakenly cut your service
and
has your payment
it
info.
sounds
And the hotel that lost your
It feels
reservation
like you go
has
that
your
way.
passport number.
Or China,
You need LifeLock because your
They're
personal
looking
info
at
is
that's the
in
problem.
places
We
that can
sort
expose
of
your
like
identity.
showed our ass back
LifeLock
now.
monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. Your identity is stolen, we'll fix it. Guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Saturdays are for sunshine, especially for your ears. With another election.
I think that the war in Ukraine could have been prevented. I think that there was this false dichotomy where there were forces in the U.S. government. This is part of the
Take a
documentary
breather from the
I made
headlines and
about.
hear all the
It
uplifting
forced you.
happenings
It was like
across
you
the
either
world
have to be,
with 5 good
a
things.
puppet of Russia,
A new weekend
or our
edition of
puppet. You have
CNN
to
5
either have to
Things.
be NATO,
That means you
or
can find
one-
this
there's no
goodness
middle
in the
ground.
same feed as
But
5
in
Things.
fact, I
Listen
think
to 5
Ukraine
Good
could have
Things
been
on
a bridge,
iHeartRadio app.
a peaceful
Open a
bridge
Poppy Premier
between
Savings
Russia
account
and
with a
the
5%
West, where
annual
maybe it could
percentage
join
yield
the
guaranteed for
European
6 months
Union,
at Poppy Bank.
economically
Rated
free
5
trade, but
stars
not
by
join
Bauer
NATO,
Financial
right?
Inc.
Because that's
Poppy
what
Bank
Putin's
is
so
known for strength and
we're acting
security.
against. You
Visit
understand? I mean, I think
Poppy
he's a
Bank
war
and find out
criminal,
why
fucking
we've been
power
named
mad,
Best Business Bank. For more
asshole,
information,
right?
contact us at
But you can sort of
poppy.bank.
see from his
That's
perspective.
POPPY.bank.
Look at a map and you start to see all these major countries around Russia. You kind of see,
Guaranteed for 180 days from the date
what
the account
motivates
is
them.
open.
Well, that's
Which is subject to change without notice. A minimum balance of $1,000 must be maintained to obtain the advertised APY. The electronic statements must be activated and enrollment maintained to avoid a monthly $5 paper
Right.
statement. Refer to the
About
terms
what
and conditions of your account disclosure for additional terms and conditions that apply to your
Right.
account.
Where's that
These
money going?
withdrawals and principals were interest and reduce earnings. Early withdrawals are subject to penalties. For additional fees and charges that may apply to your account,
Right.
refer to the
That's
fees
what
and
I'm
charges
and I don't want to tip my hand too much, but I think I've got pretty convincing evidence
and equal housing
that the U.S. Department of Justice has been used by the U.S. State Department to further U.S. foreign policy interests in Ukraine. Right. Like bringing criminal charges against people in the U.S., but like Ukrainians, like charging them with crime in the U.S., including some people that never even set foot in the United States, charging with crimes for
AM
getting me out of
645
trouble.
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Marlon Tejas from Fox 11.
Again, it goes back to like
this week.
our
We cannot
designated.
forget the
You're a
Jeopardy
good
question
guy.
because we
You're a bad
forgot
guy.
that yesterday.
You're corrupt. You're not.
And I'm thinking of that because the category is tasty business, and Fred knew that we got free food around here, and suddenly we got Wendy's dropping by.
Just like that.
Free food.
From Wendy's brought us by. We were talking last week about the spicy nugget, saucy nuggets that they had introduced. So that and the wild berry frosting.
If they held an election today,
frozen. So, a couple stories that we're following. House Republicans plan to
but then
vote
they
as early
support
as
him.
today to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. This is all about the issue of the Department of Justice not releasing the audio of President Biden's interview with the special counsel that was investigating classified documents. Also, Congress, Manhattan DA Alan Bragg, one of the prosecutors that worked on the case against former President Trump, has agreed to testify
50 cents of every dollar that we spend there, this isn't actually how it goes down. Even if that was the case, it's going into somebody's pocket. Doesn't mean that we can just turn Ukraine over to Russia.
So, yesterday, during our show, the LA City Council voted to end its COVID-19 vaccine mandate for city workers.
Because,
now, the people who were fired, though, dozens of them say this decision comes way too late. One of the people who spoke yesterday at the LA City Council meeting is an attorney named Jennifer Kennedy, who's joining us. She has been fighting the city to try to get some sort of fairness in this world. First, Jennifer, thanks for taking time for us today.
I'm Marla. Hey, Gary. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hi, Jennifer.
All right, people think of Russia and they think of Moscow and St. Petersburg. But you look at that country
I think it's 86 employees, city employees.
There's so much territory east of the Ural Mountains.
Where do they stand now that this has passed the city council?
Right. Well, Putin's offering deals like sign up. It's like, more money than they make in a year per month. Hey, and then B, if you're killed, your family's set up for life. They can buy a house, whatever. So very attractive offers for these really poor people from rural Russia. And then using them
and so our case is going forward on damages because that's what happened in the past, and we're going to get some justice on that.
I just can't remember a time in my life where
they
things
added an expiration date, as you know, to the mandate.
No, I asked my parents about that too.
And then they added this little paragraph saying that employees who resigned or who were terminated,
they weren't really old enough to remember the Great Depression, but even that was just sort of limited.
There's no discussion of reinstatement with back pay. No discussion of reinstatement of all their seniority or anything else they were entitled to. There's no discussion of how they're going to make them whole. So obviously that's a big thing on the table.
How many of these do you represent? Because I know you talked about the impact of LAPD and LAFD members who were impacted, and of course the 86 number is from LA City itself. Your number, you said, is much bigger. So where does that stand, and where do those cases stand?
Right now, my LA City action has 141 individuals in it. I also have an action against LA Unified, and they took their mandate down, in September. So we're early in the pleading phase. It is still filed, and
why are we?
We have yet to have the city's.
Why do we have this idea that it won't accelerate to that when it hasn't happened? It's just because we only did once.
Okay. My other question is, I want to get your thoughts on this because where does your confidence lie in fighting for these workers? Of course, Bill Campbell is on our air each morning here on KFI, and he said that there's not much of a case because this is a public health emergency. This was done in the name of public health in a once in a lifetime.
I think he's been in power for a long time for leader of Russia. I watched that Tucker Carlson interview, right? And that history lesson that he delivered at the beginning, everyone's like, what the fuck is he talking about? Tucker was so baffled. I got it. I've actually thought of getting an insight into Putin's motivations, the way that he sees himself, which is a historic figure. He sees himself as someone who's going to restore a Russian empire. He spends all day in the halls of the Kremlin with portraits of Ivan the Terrible and Catherine the Great, right? And I think that he's seeing himself as not the leader of a free country, certainly, but someone who's going to restore a Russian empire. So no, I absolutely do not think he will stop. No way. So then if he doesn't, and then he invades a new country and we go up against him, man, those documents leaked recently from Russia that were showing what their lines were for when he would start using tactical nukes. And
I have some more questions, Jennifer. Can you hang on for another segment?
I think he'd do it.
You bet, absolutely.
Okay, great. Jennifer Kennedy,
will.
representing some of the employees,
Well,
the LA City employees.
They started to lose a certain percentage of troops. Like, I can't recall the specifics, but they were like shockingly liberal when they would start to
County
use
Sheriff's
that.
deputy's been injured and a woman has been killed in a struggle over the deputy's gun. The
Like if they
sheriff's
started to have
department says the
certain
deputy was
percentages of
chasing
battlefield
several
losses,
suspects
not
on
in the current
Monday.
situation.
One of
but
them tried to grab his gun, another man lunged at him, and the woman also tried to attack. That's when she was shot by the deputy.
So I just think,
A fleet of Russian warships has reached Cuban waters for planned military exercises in the
I think
Caribbean.
it's possible. I think it's possible
Frigate
to
adorned with the Russian and Cuban flags
essentially
was greeted by 21
let him
cannon
have
salutes. The U.S. military says it
criteria for
expects Russian
potential
ships to
nuclear
remain in
response
the region
range
through
from
the
an
summer.
enemy incursion on
Joey
Russian
Chestnut has
territory to
been
more
banned from
specific
the
triggers
annual
such as
July
destruction of
4th
20% of Russia's
International
strategic
Hot Dog
ballistic
Eating
missile
Contest. The
submarine.
16-time winner of
This is
the
the first time we've
contest
seen
will not be allowed
documents
to
like this
participate
reported
in
in the
this
public
year's event
domain,
because
said
of the deal he
Alexander
signed with vegan food brand Impossible Foods. Morning low clouds, then mostly
Director of
sunny,
Carnegie
highs in
Russia
the 70s to
Eurasia
low
Center in
90s.
Berlin.
From
They
the
showed that
Southern
the operational
California Toyota
threshold for
Traffic
using
Center, let's
nuclear
go
weapons is
places.
pretty
We're going
low.
out to
The
Norwalk.
desired
Slowing
result
on the
can't be
thigh.
achieved through conventional means. Russia's tactical nuclear weapons, which can be delivered by land or sea launched missiles from or from an aircraft, are designed for limited battlefield use in Europe and Asia as opposed to larger strategic weapons intended to target U.S. modern tactical warheads.
Getting into
Still
the
release
military. It's up outside
significantly
of
more
also still pretty
energy
busy
than
for
the
you for
weapons dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
that remains heavy for you and stretches all the way back toward the
Although the
605
files
and
date back
605
10 years or
itself.
more,
So going
experts
between
claim they
Beaver
remain
Rivera
relevant to
from Whittier
current
Boulevard
Russian
as you make way toward the
military doctrine.
Southern
The
California's
documents
only
were
airport
shown
traffic reports.
to
I'm
the
Nick Polly of
FT
TV.
by
I'm
Western
Maria
sources.
Kodakova,
And I'm Nate Silver.
and our new podcast, Risky Business, is a show about making
So to
better
answer your question,
decisions.
I
We're
think
both
that the
journalists
territory
who
that
fight as poker players,
Putin
and
has
that's the
taken,
lens we're going
you know,
to use
we
to
can
approach
also
this
like
entire show.
just like we didn't back them up after security assurances that we gave, we the
Like
U.S.
whether I should call a plumber
gave
or
Ukraine
fix my
in
shower myself.
1994.
And of course, we're talking
2014,
about the election.
right? There was that
Listen to
revolution in
Risky
Ukraine,
Business on America's #1
and
podcast
in
network,
response,
iHeart.
Putin
Open
invaded
your free
Crimea.
iHeart
Little
app
green man,
and
the
search
guys that did
Risky
that signal
Business.
from the U.S. State Department.
There are
went
more
to-
identity
and
threats
Ukraine
than
was
you
going to
realize.
fight.
Even if you
And the U.S.
monitor your
State Department
credit,
went
only a
to
little
Kyiv, was like,
personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Stop there, if not escalate. So we gave him a word a second time.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss.
So,
Your
to
identity
answer
is
your question,
stolen.
I think
A dedicated
that
US-based
territory
restoration
that
specialist
Putin
will work
has
to fix
seized,
it.
my impression
No
from
one can
talking
prevent
to a lot
all
of
identity
Ukrainians
theft or
and
monitor all
Ukrainians,
transactions, but everyone can
they
save up to
feel like
25%
Ukraine
off
could
their
serve
first year with
Ukraine
promo
without
code
that
NEWS.
territory.
Go to
Like the people, like
lifelock.com.
basically,
Saturdays
like,
are
could
for
have like a
sunshine,
3-week period
especially for
for
your
people
ears.
that either move
With
there,
another
they want to
election,
be
ongoing
Russians,
wars,
or they can
natural
leave.
disasters,
Ukrainians,
you know the news,
and then you could have a kind of a
lots
North
to
Korea,
take in.
South Korea,
And we're determined
DMZ
to
kind of
share the
situation.
bright side of
I think that's
humanity.
probably the best
Every
possible
Saturday,
outcome.
take a breather from the
But even to do
headlines
that,
and hear
again,
all
we
the
got to
uplifting
properly
happenings
arm
across the
Ukrainians
world
so they
with
can
5
stop
good things. A new
Putin from
weekend
moving
edition of
further
CNN
into
5
their country and
Things.
spend actually
That means you
taking
can find
territory
this
that they
goodness
could
in the
not.
same feed as 5 Things.
So do you think
Listen to 5
ultimately
Good
he plans
Things on the
to take
iHeartRadio
all-
app.
Yes, 100%. I think he's 100%. I mean, you're true. It was when I was in Kyiv and I went to how close the fighting actually got to the capital city. It was shocking how close it was. Like that town Bucha, where there was all those atrocities committed. I mean, there's this one. I saw this one auto, this like massive graveyards with like automobiles. What happened was people were trying to get out of this town. The Russian troops, because they invaded from Belarus, from the north. They came in trying to go like lightning strike on Kyiv.
Hey,
And
this is
they
Adrian
got
Gonzalez.
within, I think, 10
Daniel
to 12
Jewelers is a
kilometers.
proud sponsor of the Trip Around the Diamond. And your
And then
store
they
to
got
get
stopped
that
because
the
the guys
perfect
started
gift
blowing
this
bridges
Father's Day.
and special
Choose from a
forces
huge
started
selection of watches and diamonds and gold jewelry starting at $99.
incredible
And free
fight.
gifts with every purchase.
But
Plus,
there's this
Daniels
one just
guarantees
like
100%
across
approval on
pile
financing, now up to $4,000. So get pre-approved at DanielsJewelers.com
and I asked the
or
locals,
visit your
like some of
nearest
them have
store.
been like
Own
painted
the
now
dream
with
with Daniels.
sunflowers and Slava Ukraine, glory to Ukraine.
Need
and artists are
inspiration?
trying to make
Shop
this last
Ralph's for over
so hot.
30,000
But what it
choices with savings
was when the
on low
Russians
prices.
invaded 2 years
Digital
ago,
coupons
like
worth over
hundreds of
$600 each week. And
piled
up
in
to
their
$1
cars
off
and
per
wanted to
gallon
get out
at the
of
pump.
town.
More savings
But it
and
was a
more
trap.
inspiring
And the
flavors
Russians
make
cut it
Ralph's
off on
worth
both
it
sides
every
and
time.
methodically
Ralph's,
using
fresh
tanks
for everyone.
blew up these
Restrictions
cars.
apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the
Bullshit.
locked
I
in
know
low
it's
prices
like
tags and
bullshit on all
enjoy
sides
extra
and all
savings
work.
throughout the store.
Like to see it
Ralph's,
firsthand like
fresh
that.
for everyone.
Talk to people that saw that happen.
I want my kids' childhood to be a
So-
lot different from mine.
Yeah.
My ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, still affect my mental and physical health, even my relationships. ACEs
You can just walk in.
abuse,
It was like it's harder to go into Tijuana than it is to go to
or
Ukraine.
other trauma.
Like you just
But I
like I
learned
went
how to
in
heal
through.
and live beyond what
I
happened.
came
For
I came
us.
out. Yes, that's it.
So can you.
I went in. I came out through
Poland.
Poland,
Go to
and I went in through Romania, and I just
Open a
like
Poppy Premier Savings Account with a 5% annual percentage yield guaranteed for 6 months at Poppy Bank. Rated 5
So I
stars by
flew to
Power Financial Inc.
Bucharest
Poppy
and
Bank
then
is
drove
known
about
for
10
strength
hours to
and
the border,
security.
and then just
Visit
like,
Poppy
walked
Bank and
across
find
with my
out why
duffel bag.
we've been named
US bank.
Best Business
It's
Bank.
really
For more
easy to
information,
get in.
contact us at
Just walk.
poppy.bank.
Walk right
That's
across. It's like 5
P-O-P-P-Y
minutes.
dot bank.
Did you have it set up already? I did. I had set up security. I had really good security. Which guys are like special forces guys, tank hunting team, actually. And they just rotated up front after fighting for 3 years. And so basically like keeping me alive as a vacation. But they were really, and I got to be really good friends with this one dude, especially the guy that's like, we worked in different ways as a team, but like one guy that was attached to my hip, who was just with
additional fees and charges that may apply to your account.
his name was on.
Schedule of
And
fees
I
and
got
charges
some
this
really good
quarter.
friends with
Offer
this guy.
will be
He's
available at participating
branches.
branches. Member FDIC.
Even when you touch it with left turn, it's like really clear.
The thing about social media, you have your
But yeah, I did have
stuff,
stuff where I had an interpreter, driver, and security. And then I had, conversations that lined up. But a lot of it was people that had documents or people that had information. The only way I was going to get the documents
next
was
year
to
or
have
so,
them tell me this
5,
information
7 to
was
10
to go to
p.m. on KFI.
the only way they were going to
anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
trust me. How much different was it than what you expected? Well, it's I really back to my new love for Ukrainian people. In Kyiv, like, or Lviv, which is a fantastic city, it's until the rockets and the Iranian drones start flying into the city, you wouldn't know anything was going on. People are out dressed nicely, going to dinner, going to bars, going to clubs, like they're out and about. And all of a sudden the air raid sirens go off, and there's this app that I like jokingly texted my wife. I was like, "This is the worst video game ever." Because it's this app that shows you what's incoming, like what kind of missiles, and how many,
spend a lot of time talking about
how many.
whether the vaccine is effective or not, whether the vaccine did anything or not, whether it caused complications or not,
you can
or
like
is
see
it
like
just like you were
the shit's
referring
coming
to?
your way and like how many they're shooting down. It's like the worst version of missile commands. You can't actually do anything, right? But yet you're watching it.
Well, that's a great
And,
question. I'll tell you, our case
yeah,
large theory is simply the EUA authority,
So,
the investigational
this is
nature of this product, which, as you know,
Yeah.
the EUA
yeah. Well,
authority.
the security guys had it. I don't know if everybody has an app on their phone that alerts them when there's incoming missiles.
Say no to any of those.
Right.
But
How
yet,
do they know
we
that
talk
that
about
app
the
is not
science, about the
Great
lack of
question.
efficacy,
I don't know.
because
Great question.
I don't know if you know
Is
the
this an app
nice
that's
balloon that just came
Windows?
down.
You could get it. Yes, you could get it on your phone right now. As a matter of fact, before I went to Ukraine, I downloaded it, installed it, and I thought it'd be geofenced. It was like the middle of the night in New Mexico, and all of a sudden it's like air raid, missiles incoming. Like seek shelter. So it's if anybody wants to experience what it's like to be in Ukraine right now, you can download this app. What is it called?
What's next for you in fighting for these 141?
Is it available for all?
employees?
Yeah, anybody can get it. I may have taken it off actually, but I'm sure if you just like Google like Ukrainian, air raid app, take it off. Get you tired of seeing the air raids? Yes. Yeah. I didn't want it to.
And that's what we get to put people under oath
You can
and find out
pick
a
which
lot of
parts of
things
the country
about
you want.
how they even came up with this mandate in the
Yeah,
first
I mean
place.
it was.
What was the science they were relying on?
There was
What
one day
the
where
health
the
and
security guys were like, "It's not
safety
safe to
they were
drive
relying
from where we
on
were to
doing
Kyiv
this?
tomorrow."
And where
So
was the
that's the bad
recognition
news
of
because every
people's
night we would have a
religious
go no go
rights,
kind of meeting.
and granting or denying
And,
religious exemptions?
And that was the one time that
Yesterday, you went
no-go.
before the council
No-go.
as they
Too much
voted
going on, it's not
13 to
safe to
nothing
drive.
to
You know,
finally end
Good
this
news
mandate.
is it's snowing
You
in the Carpathian
quoted
Mountains.
us
so we
saying
can go
it's been 2
skiing.
years, 9 months,
I
and
was like,
22 days
And so the next day,
since the
we
city
drove
put this
5
into
hours
place.
to the
We're just
mountains,
coming up on the
and there's this
3-year
full-on
mark.
ski resort. And there's just
What
people, like
happened yesterday?
hundreds of
Was that
families out
satisfactory
skiing.
to you? Did you
And there's
get
a
a
fucking war going
response
on.
from
And it's like a day of a
council members
nationwide
that
red
you
alert,
wanted?
which means that like missiles
No,
are getting
you know
all
what?
over.
We never get a response.
And so people are watching this app
Michael
on their
McMahon of
phone,
Local
and you can
Freedoms
see the
and
stuff
I
that's
have
coming,
been in front of that
you know,
city
to the
council
oblast,
for
which is like a
years
state,
now,
you know,
begging them
that we're
to take
in.
it down, explaining
And
why
as the
we should
stuff
take
is
it
being
down.
shot
They
down,
don't
like people are like
respond
cheering
to
from the
comments.
chairlifts.
They don't respond.
my
Even
God.
the council members that we've had discussions
That's what I mean.
with,
It's just like
really
that
don't
fucking
respond.
fuck you
So
spirit
it
that they
was-
have is, I
It's
think,
always a bit
impressive.
unsatisfying to not have any
Yeah.
kind of response. They're very
Yeah,
impassive. And in fact, you
I
notice
have
they
a
often
friend
don't even
from
look at
Israel,
you. They're not even
and,
paying attention. What's very
he's a
satisfying
kickboxer
is we finally put a
and he
nail
was
in
living
the
in America.
coffin
He was
on
in
that.
Israel.
And
When
that
he was
means
living in America,
future employees
I
can
went over his house for
instantly
dinner.
be relieved of this
Him and
ridiculous
his wife,
requirement
they've
that
been
they get
playing
this
the
injection
bongos
to
and
a work for the
dancing.
city.
And my
I'm like,
final,
"This
if I
is
may,
so much
and by the way,
spirit.
for your
It's so
listener,
filled
our
with fun."
listeners,
And it's
you're
like,
going to
my
join us
friends
tonight at
in
6 o'clock on the
Israel,
Fox 11
every
News at
day,
6, so we can have this discussion there as well. And I thank you for that, Jennifer.
It's like
These
the same kind of
141,
thing.
I presume, since they're now going
Unfortunately,
through
like
litigation, that they will not
like,
be
you need
reapplying for their
something
jobs.
horrible to happen.
No, you know what? Here's
Appreciate
the thing.
good.
There's nothing wrong with anyone. I commend anyone who would like to go back to their job. Absolutely. And I know I've got law enforcement and firefighters who actually might be considering it. Why? Because they love their job and they would like to do them. However, that's going to be their consideration on whether they can go back
So
to
bizarre.
a
Or if we had like a war of the
that really
worlds,
betrays their
a
job
hostile like
and
alien race attack. Right?
You remember when Ronald Reagan said that? Yeah, it's like
Well, Jennifer,
the UFO
thank you for
fanatics.
this. Thank you for the work that you're doing. We'll have to stay in
When Ronald
contact
Reagan
and
said
see
you're
as this journey continues.
threat from an alien.
Absolutely, Marla. Gary, thank you so much for the time.
Okay, and we'll see you tonight at 6 on Fox 11.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're going to see a lot of Jennifer today. It's funny. I'm trying to remember. Obviously, not every city, not every state reacted to COVID the way that we did here in LA specifically, and California in general.
Who's doing this?
And
Why are we doing this? We should all be
you
together.
don't hear, like,
one
for example, just picking it up randomly, you don't hear that the state of Tennessee was decimated or lost 50% of its population, or is now dealing with the aftermath.
Territorial
Because
primate instincts.
to me, that proves that there was efficacy issues with the vaccine or the mandates, which were the bigger issue. I got a vaccine. It's not like I didn't. I mean, we were just talking about this off the air. We were all pretty terrified because we did not know what was going on
Well, it's
exactly.
also so crazy.
And then when the vaccine started to roll out, and then there were questions about, well, who is it
Because, like,
specifically
we were
who's
in this
dying
together.
from this? Who
So
are the
could
groups
you
that are
imagine
most
all
at
three of us
risk?
getting
And
along?
is a vaccine, even though we're
I
calling
couldn't
it a
imagine not
vaccine,
getting
is
along.
that what it's doing?
Talk,
Is that what it's
people figure
actually
things out.
causing
We
to
have
happen?
resources.
You know,
Yeah,
that we
we'll
would
be
be protected. And
Make it
that
3 million
transmission
people, make
would
it 30 million,
stop
make it
when it
300
hits the
million.
giant
Yeah,
brick wall that was the vaccine.
It's just-
We know that that didn't
And
happen.
it seems
Yeah.
to be
So
always
here
the
we
same
are,
thing that
you know,
see
and this,
when
you know,
have
Jennifer's point about
You have
that she's been
leaders.
trying for
And
years in
leaders
front of the city
don't
council
necessarily
to get
have
them to
the best
realize that.
intentions for
Just the
everyone.
simple
They have the
math
best
of
intentions for themselves.
if it
And
didn't
for the
have
people
to
that are
happen
providing them
in
with money.
Nashville, why does it have to happen in the city of Los Angeles?
Yeah, and I just want to add to
trap
that
that we're all
yes, I
stuck
was
in.
terrified in the beginning in 2020
on Earth.
when COVID hit in March. Everyone was
led
sent home from the station.
by
I was one of the
groups
very few who was left in that
You
newsroom. It was
decide
an
that they're in
absolute ghost
control
town.
of these
I was
massive
covering
numbers of people,
Barbara Ferrer
and they want control of the
at the county
resources
level.
of
I was
the
covering
territories.
Newsom on the state
They
level,
want
and I was
to
covering
subject
Trump
those people
nationally, bringing
This
those
is
news
your enemy.
conference every
This
single
is
day,
building.
5 days a week,
People
getting
that never
inundated with Fauci and all of that information thrown at me. I was completely terrified. The irony of LA City Council, sort of the timing of all this, yesterday is Barbara Ferrer, of course, with LA County Department of Public Health, and how restrictive she was. LA County got rid of their mandate sooner than LA City. That was last year.
Were approached by
Speaking of COVID, somebody made money on it. Talk about the USC football player who was cheating people out of money. Deborah Larkin lied KFI 24 hours.
NBA legend Jerry West has died. He played for the Lakers for 14 years before going on to a successful coaching and management career. He was the inspiration for the NBA logo. West was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2019 and most recently was working for the Clippers. The team says he was the personification of basketball excellence and a friend to all who knew him. The statement says West died peacefully this morning with his wife by his side. Jerry West was 86. University of California Regents have unanimously approved the next chancellor of UCLA. University of Miami President Julio Frank, a global health expert from Mexico, will lead the nation's top public research university. Frank will be the first Latino to lead the university starting in January of 2025. UCLA Provost Darnell Hunt will serve as interim chancellor until then. Current Chancellor Gene Block is stepping down at the end of July. LA may spend more than $1 million to rent new offices downtown for city workers.
The city's housing department has 400 employees who've been working at home since a previous lease at another building expired at the end of February. Now the city is looking to spend $1.3 billion for rent, parking, and improvements for a one-year sublease from Nordstrom at 700 South Flower Street.
Seemed like we could maybe get there.
The city council's government
Star Trek,
operations
Cold War,
proposal
yeah,
at
well,
yesterday's meeting.
got like
The rent is
Why?
$37,000 for 12
It seems
months,
so crazy.
130 parking
I
spaces,
wonder
another
if
$500 million for the year in downtown LA.
But I wonder if that's where AI
Inflation in the U.S. has eased a bit for a second straight month.
I wonder
ABC's Derek
if
Dennis says
the
it's a signal of the federal
limitations
government's
of our
effort to lower prices for goods, rent, and
will
healthcare
not
is
allow
working.
us
Consumer prices
to
rose
escape
just 0.2% from April to May. That was down 0.3% from the previous month, and it's the smallest increase since October. Most other economic measures are positive as well. Unemployment remains low. Hiring is robust.
Dennis, people are traveling, eating out, and spending on entertainment. Hamas has responded to the U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal with questions about provisions in the plan and some additional demands. The militant group has reportedly asked for reassurances about an end to the war with Israel. The response included a timeline for a permanent ceasefire and complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. Israel on Monday vowed to push ahead with its military operation in Gaza. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says mediators will continue to try to close the deal. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs around 70 at the beaches, upper 60s to mid 70s for Metro LA. 70s to mid 80s in the valleys, low 80s in Lindosi, 80s to low 90s in the IE,
No
low
money in
90s
that.
to around
Yeah, there's
100
no
in
money
the
in
high
that.
desert. Right now, 65 in La Palma, and
Well,
it's
maybe
also
the problem
65
is
in
money in
Irvine.
general.
We're going to a crash on the 5 in Irvine.
I'm not a proponent of
Southbound side of
socialism.
Culver has a couple of two left lanes blocked. A pretty serious right here crash investigation of car fires you're seeing from the GoFoot Drive. On the southbound side of the 5, as you're coming away from Tustin and Santa Ana from before the 55, also looking for slowing for you on the northbound side of the 5 as you're making right through the Irvine area. From Jeffrey, as you head back toward about Jeffrey,
Still
then update on this issue. Anything else slowing you down? Pound 50 on your cell phone.
Whether it's
Keyword
cults or
is
military,
KFI traffic. An alternate for you, the 405 actually looks pretty good in both directions right now,
immense
between
power
55
that is
and the merge with the 5.
person.
And you can also plan ahead for maybe Walnut or using Edinburgh, or maybe even Irvine Boulevard to the north of the 5 as an alternate. We're Southern California's only ever traffic reports. I'm Nick Polio, Team
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Tonight on one stage.
Capital One cardholders can score their tickets first right now before anyone else. Available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Add a Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive free concert event with a performance from New Kids on the Block. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale.
Go fast. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy. This week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company,
There's always something,
iHeartMedia gives
someone
marketers
comes along
access to all, from national to local. Every audience,
power. That's the scariest thing. Someone
insights and data
some sort of
not just a media
artificial
company.
general
iHeartMedia
intelligence.
is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Can figure out what we're doing wrong and also
Hello,
figure out
acclaimed
what was
comics
done
writer and
wrong.
notorious Scott Summers here, Rosie Knight.
Well, hello,
I think-
Emmy-winning podcaster
I
and
think it's
total
gonna
unbiased
lead to a
Hungarian
new life
Freedom
form.
supporter Jason
I'm almost
Concepcion.
positive.
Somehow the X-Ray
That's what
Vision
all this stuff is
podcast
doing.
has returned. It feels so good.
I mean, have you ever seen the head of Google
TV
where
writers,
he was talking
actors,
about
comics
how their
readers,
AI
pop culture
has done
critics.
things
Nothing
that
is off the table.
Listen to
like
X-Ray
if
Vision
you
on
learn the
America's
language,
number
like
one
instantaneously,
podcast
but
network,
what's
iHeart.
programmed in,
Free iHeart app and search
translate that
X-Ray
language
Vision.
now
Start
and
listening.
communicate in that
Hear the
language.
stories
They
behind
don't
the
know how
songs
to
in
do
the
it.
podcast Rolling
Well, hey
Stone's
guys, these are
500
fucking
Greatest
great.
Songs of All Time.
Well,
Explore classics
you don't
like
know-
Fleetwood Mac's
you don't know
Dreams
what
and
it's
Modern
doing,
Hits like The
and
Killers'
you're just gonna
Mr.
keep
Brightside,
feeding it?
interviews with artists and
Okay.
insiders.
Where do you think that goes? It's going to be better than us at everything. It's going to realize that we're the cause of pollution. We're the cause of war. We're the cause of theft and
Listen
rape
on
and
America's
fraud
number
and
one
destruction.
podcast network, iHeart. Open
Control
your
of
free iHeart
resources.
app and
It's all
search
human
Rolling
beings.
Stone's
Like,
500
we
Greatest
are the
Songs to start
problem
listening.
that we're trying to
I'm
solve.
Jason Flom, and you're a
If we're trying to solve that problem by
Every day
creating
we learn
something that
about
won't have
another
those
person
problems,
who should be in prison.
it just logically seems to me that that thing is going to realize that we're the issue.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to
Part of me
Wrongful
shares that
Conviction.
fear, and part of me feels like a downing man, like, maybe AI is the life preserver.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks that it's just gonna be like the metaverse.
You know I can do
glasses or whatever.
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie
Oh,
Freeling and Jason Flom on the
I
iHeartRadio
think
app
it's
or wherever
I
you
think
get
we
your
are. I've
podcasts.
compared it to the
I'm Guillermo Diaz, and I played Huck on Scandal.
And I'm Katie Lowe's, aka Quick Perkins, and we're the hosts of Unpacking the
No, they don't
Toolbox, the Stand Up and Watch podcast, where we're talking about all the best moments of the show.
All the
Why
twists,
are we
all
so
the bullets,
attached
Even more
to one of the
shocking
newest,
assassinations
greatest,
from Papa and Mama Pope.
It
and
almost
Katie
seems
and
like
I,
that
Steve
motivation.
Busey, that comes up a romance.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox on America's number one podcast network, iHeart.
If
Open
you
your free
looked at
iHeart
us,
app and
I
search
always say that if you
Unpacking
looked
the
at us from
Toolbox.
above,
Hey, I'm Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On
if you were
Purpose.
looking at
This
human
week,
beings,
I drove
you
to
would say, well,
Tiffany
what does this
Haddish
thing
in a
do?
hilarious,
Like, what does this species
deep,
do?
interview
Well, the
where we
main
dive into
thing it
family
does, if you
trauma, grief,
you know, look at all
sobriety, love,
there's all the
and
wonderful
dating.
things,
I
the
got a
art,
big heart,
music,
and
all
I'm very
the wonderful
forgiving,
things that
but,
it does
like,
for
don't
itself.
abuse it. It's been
Culture
abused
and all these
Listen
interesting
to On Purpose
But
with Jay
what does the
Shetty on America's
species
number one
overall
podcast
do?
network,
Well, it creates
Open
things.
the iHeart
It creates
app
better
and search
things
On Purpose.
constantly.
Imagine you're a
It's
fly on
in
the
a
wall, and a
cycle
dinner
of
between the
constant
mafia, the
innovation.
CIA, and the
And
KGB.
a lot of that
That's
innovation,
why
almost
your
all of it
podcast
is tied to
begins.
technology
This is
and
Neil Strauss,
artificial
host of
intelligence.
To Live and Die
And so
in
where
LA.
does that go?
And I wanted
Well,
to
that goes to
tell you
another
about
life
an
form.
intense new
It
series
creates a
about a
thing. It
dangerous
creates an
mind. Top
artificial
seekers know for their
intelligence.
secrets,
And artificial is not a good
sometimes
word either.
their
Because
lives.
I think it's digital.
From Tenderfoot
I don't think
TV,
it's artificial.
this is To
I
Die
think it's
For.
a computing-based
available
intelligence.
Listen
It's
for
far
free on
superior
the
to
iHeartRadio app
biological-based.
or wherever you get your podcasts.
And so my hope for us, because I am one of us, my hope is that we merge. My fear is that it supersedes us. My fear is that it surpasses us and that it just gives us something that placates us, that, oh, if they control us, yeah, it gives us something. Well, instead of killing us off, all you have to do is stop us from hearing. That's not right. We're kind of doing that to a population level in terms of like viability. We've dropped substantially over the last decade. Whether it's because of microplastics in our food that have diminished our reproductive cycles.
Roger Williams is going to be the coach for Republicans out of Texas' 25th district.
Countries, like what happens, how many women are having miscarriages, how many women are infertile. The numbers keep going up.
And they were talking about
Seems like there's a
Greg
current
Stubbe out of
trend
Florida's 17th
because
district
of
as
what
their
we
starting
have
pitcher.
done with our environment,
Linda
what we have done with our food
Sanchez from here in
supply, what we've
California
done with medicine,
is the coach
and
for the
pharmaceutical
Democrats.
drugs that's leading us to be less and less viable. And all you have to do is step in and provide human beings with something that gives
7
them an
representatives,
incentive to no longer
senators from California will be there. Alex
especially
Padilla
if it makes
will
it
be on the team.
very
For
attractive.
Democrats. Hey, we'll talk
And keep them
about
entertained.
Keep them entertained,
next-
no longer breed.
next segment.
Provide them
Top
with
of the hour.
robot sex
What you
dolls
watching
that
Wednesday
are far
also comes
superior
along at
to human beings.
12:30
If someone
today.
really gets
So
them,
make sure that you let us know what
really
it is
gets
that
them,
you have
or
been
you start with
watching
biological and he yells at
via the Talkback feature on the
It's-
iHeart app.
Hilarious
you. you
But you
clearly
would
see
bring up
how if you were a super intelligent species, a super intelligent thing that looked at us and said, well, what's the best way other than mass destruction, stopping these things
are the
from
same
ruining
people
the world? Well, just stop them.
that chose
Just
not to
make
follow
these the
their
last
employer's rules. And they are the same people who
severely
would like
limit
to
the
make
amount
sure
of reproduction
abortion
that takes place.
illegal forever.
Very good.
That drowning man
Logic is a
looking
little
for life
flawed
on the other side of me. Kind of
If you want to make the argument that those people in favor of bodily autonomy, you
visual
can't tell me
intelligence,
what to
you
do
know,
with my body,
that it could be
are the ones who are
again,
anti-abortion. That doesn't make
I
sense
felt
to me.
that
Why?
sentient
Well,
force,
if you're
God, whatever you want to call it,
pro-choice,
was benign, was basically on my
the
side.
argument is you can't
I'd like
tell
to
me
think
what to do with my
that
body.
perhaps that technology is being provided to us, that there is a bigger plan.
Anti-vaccine
So that maybe it's a way to
specific in this case,
I just want to take it.
anti-vaccine
I
mandate.
just want to give. I think that the goal of the
Asking force me to do what
is to get
my
off the
body,
block
like, you can't.
and
Because
explore
it's two
space.
the same. It's the same thing.
Right.
We're going to twist it a different way. It felt I just thought there was kind of a.
What do you think is happening in those real roads right now?
Yeah, but then there's clear back on that. So never like, get or John, I just it's covering something up for sure. For sure.
What do you think they're covering up things that they've invented?
I think that's probably the most. Again, I would like to believe that what they're covering, but I want to believe. The same way that I want to believe someday it's fucking cool. Because I want to believe that they're covering up contact with species from outer space. Other intelligence. What I suspect is really going on is that they're covering up ships they're making that maybe will slip the leak. You know, or that whatever reason.
Okay, now again, and I want to be specific because the law is specifically about the man, not the effectiveness of the vaccine. There's a difference. My question about it is does science play a part of it? Does the effectiveness of the efficacy of the vaccine, does it actually play a part of whether it should have been mandated in the first place? But it's the bigger issue of when does the government get to come in and mandate what you do with your body?
Right, to the point where if you don't agree and if you don't do
One of
it,
the
then you
things
lose
that's very bizarre
your
is the
paycheck over it. And it's interesting because you brought up Michael
Ray
McMahon. He is
is
the leader of the Freedom Roll Call movement, and she recognizes and he his job with the city. He now supported Dino.
You mean the different environments? If we think about the
Where they
massive
didn't have
variety,
okay, but he basically
there's only one. There's
he
only one guy to go
he's not against he's not
right?
anti-vax.
Why is
Right?
this
He's
thing so
anti-mandate.
much
That's,
like
and that to me is the
shit
question.
design? Why
Why can't we
Well,
not
human
the
beings,
case.
as
It's
we're
the idea
evolving, one
that
of the
you're
things that's very clear is
anti-man.
we're becoming less
There's something very different there, and people, the lazy answer is, oh, you hate the government.
Look at our testosterone
It's
levels.
that there has to be some system whereby
On
I,
And
at least in this
go
country,
way back.
I
You
am
look at
free.
Australopithecus, even Neanderthals,
There's an awesome football player, a guy named
His
Abdul
specimens,
McLean,
they were definitely
who was
like
a real
Neanderthals,
complete
like
bargain for his
5'7",
role in the stealing
200
from the
pound
Employment Development Department.
behemoth
He
of a
was
creature. That was,
orchestrating
you know,
this
if you have a
deal
Neanderthal
from
competing in
July
UFC,
to
they
September
smash
in
everybody.
2020,
Their bones are bigger.
where they
They're
were trying
far
to
more
claim more than
powerful.
$1 million in
If you keep going in that direction, what you
benefits
get
from the
is you get this thing that has almost no muscle.
So he
This
played
thing
at
that, like,
USC,
just has
USC from
the ability
2018 to
to move
2020,
around. It's probably
arrested
communicating
in December 21.
telepathically.
He was charged with 10 counts of
Using
mail
its
fraud and 2
telepathic
counts of
energy to
identity
control those
theft for
devices,
allegedly
those
filing
ships.
fraudulent
That's one of the things that
claims on
Bob Lazar
behalf of
said.
USC football
Well, and
players
again, the Bob
under
Lazar
the
stories.
Pandemic Unemployment Assistance
Right.
Program.
Listen, he is, I think he's kind of a small, it's newsworthy because it's $1 million. It's
One of the
newsworthy because it's
bizarre
former USC
aspects of
football
the story
player.
is how many
But
of
in
the
terms of
things
the amount of money that was ripped off from the EDD through the pandemic unemployment
Technology
assistance program.
in terms of what people have seen,
Yeah, so
printing, there's all these different things. Like
here specifically,
the ship that he went into,
create the
there's no
agreement,
seams. He's like, it's all
they were
like as if
seeking
it's made out of one piece or something, which is 3D printing. I mean,
Just
that's
over
what we're
$1 million.
doing now.
But
And
ultimately, they received
that there's no instrumentation,
$283,000.
and that somehow these things are
And it's just an
integrated
example, like I was saying,
somehow
of
with
how
the mines or with something
pervasive this
where,
was.
where it's allowing them
You
to
heard
pilot
this,
these things
I received
without
a check
the digital
checks
instrumentation
that
buttons and switches. They're
$34,000
using some other method to control these things. And that's what he was supposedly brought in to try to back
How did
engineer.
that happen?
Try to say, what is this? How does it
And
work?
what do we do with the money?
I'm
And
not a renter.
he
nor am I a
talked about the
landlord.
limitations
I called,
of having
I called
science
the state
try to get
department. I
practice
don't
in
remember
back.
what state
And
department
it's
it
like
was that
the metallurgists did not have contact with propulsions experts. The propulsions
housing,
experts
but I
did
don't
not
know.
have contact with other
But
groups.
I
You said, excuse me.
Everybody was
you just said
very
the third point.
secretive.
Okay.
Everybody was
Well,
very
I asked, do you guys have an
isolated.
inspector general or do you
It's
guys
like
have
that's not how
a
science works.
fraud
That's one of the
department or
reasons
anything
why
like
you never
that?
figure out how
And they
to
said, well, just send them back. And I'm like, yeah, but
open
that's
this up
different
to the
than
global scientific.
I could just send them back.
Everybody
But you guys have somebody who's trying to steal $35,000 from you, and you
So
use
you
my
have
name
some
to
things
do it.
Right.
that can
But just
essentially
send back.
use some
Well, not
new
everyone
element
would do that,
and
though.
use this new element
You
that's
mean not
bombarded
everybody
with
would send them
radiation that
back?
allows you to
Correct.
manipulate gravity
Yes.
and move
I never said I
at
sent them
insane
back.
speeds, almost instantaneously to anywhere.
Copper theft is a big deal. 6th Street
You can't
Bridge,
get that
of course, has been
You
targeted.
can't have
and
someone
so
else get a hold of it before us. You
charging
can't have someone
cables for
steal
EVs.
these techniques.
Talk about that.
These
That
technologies.
remark live in the
So what do
KFI
you do?
24-hour news.
Yeah,
The
if you have
Port
this
of
thing, and this
California
thing
has
is really been
upheld a ban on
donated,
gun
just
sales
like
and
what a
shows
lot of
held
these
on
people
state-owned
work on,
property,
they call it
including county
donations.
fairgrounds.
If you
The
really
Illicit
have these
Council has
things,
voted to bolster its ability
what
to
do you do?
monitor
How
and
do you
potentially
figure that out? I don't
regulate
know.
driverless
But
vehicles
if we
in
have
the
been doing
city.
this since
And
the
actor Kevin
1980s,
Spacey says he's
what
broke
Bizarre
and is
says been
helpless
around
in
far longer.
foreclosure. The Oscar-winning actor gave an hour-long interview to Piers Morgan yesterday and
You
said
can
he's not sure
imagine
where
that
he's
by
going to
now,
live.
we might
Spacey
have
won
figured
most
out
of
a
the
way to
sexual
get a
misconduct
drone.
lawsuits against him and says he now owes millions of dollars in legal fees. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs in the 60s to the 90s. This report brought to you by
120 knot winds like they've
We
observed.
are going to a crash on the
You can imagine that that's out.
I saw the Phoenix lights.
Did you really? Yeah. You were there?
Yeah, I saw.
Whoa.
Different people saw different things. What I saw was something the size of like an Imperial Star Destroyer.
That's the one
It was
18,
like
not too crazy
at
bad,
a
but you will
relatively
pick up the
low
lights
altitude.
hidden out of the North Hills area.
On
You
a
can make
house
nice
movie,
past Roscoe Boulevard,
before
especially
we had
before you right
phones,
around
right?
Victory.
Before we had
And then
cameras,
it looks like
it
you'll
was
see stretches of
flip phone,
like
right?
pretty heavy actually all the way toward
And
the
he was
tip
like,
of
dude,
West
you
LA.
gotta get out
Or
here.
turn trip on the northbound
And
side
I
of the
came out from
405
the
still
yard
getting
of our house,
better, but
and
busy
we
before you come out of Carson and
thing
Elmwood Boulevard.
across
Beyond
the
the
sky.
110
It was
toward
like,
Western
what?
and towards the further northbound. Seeing it slow down
Like,
again
I mean,
from,
I believe
west
in
to Lenox,
reincarnation. I
Inglewood,
came back
Century
from
Boulevard,
DMT.
405 northbound towards Santa Monica
I
Boulevard.
believe
Where Southern
that
California's
there was
only
something
airborne traffic
explicable
reports.
in the
I'm
sky
at
over Phoenix that night because I
Hey, it's
fucking
Steph
saw
Mark.
it.
If you want to sell your
Okay.
home, you
It
have
was
to know that the
massive
market
and it
has
was
really
white.
changed with the drastic rise in interest
And then
rates.
it was just
And so that means
gone.
it's really important to
So
take
what did
action
it look
now. Before you
It
call
looked like a
mention
massive
Seller's Advantage.
craft.
Seller's Advantage is a great
Not
alternative
shaped
to
like
selling your
an
home. You don't
Imperial
have to
Star
deal with
Destroyer,
agents.
but of that
There are
scale.
no
It was
commissions and
more
you
sort
don't
of
have to
like
pay for a
tubular shape.
single repair. And
And you could see,
you don't wait months
yeah,
to sell
more like,
because they
yeah,
will make
more
you a
like,
competitive
yeah.
cash offer and can close in just days.
and
No
but you
agent.
could see variations
No
in it. It
commission.
wasn't like totally
Seller's
smooth.
Advantage makes the
You know,
selling
and you could see
process
by the way that it
easy,
was
so
like
the sellers walk away happy.
the stars.
See what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. So if you're ready to sell
And,
your
and I
home,
always thought
call
it was
Seller's
just a
Advantage.
military.
They may even
It was a
offer
military
you a
aircraft where they thought they had a
$10,000
closing
advance to help
device.
with
See, now that's what other
living
people saw
expenses.
was these smaller
Get a
things
no
on the
obligation
same
offer
night
at 888
that were explained away as
as
being some
is.
sort of military flares or
888-321
whatever.
as is.
That's not what I saw.
888-321-2747.
On the same night, so I'm not the only one
DRE
that
number
thought
010961658.
So I always thought like
iHeartRadio
that
Broadway
military ship,
celebrates
they
this
thought
year's
they had some
Tony
sort of
Awards
clothing
this
device that
Sunday.
fucked up. We freaked out because that's not what it looked like.
Stars
See it?
and commercial-free Broadway hits 24/7.
So it looks like a team.
Broadway on the iHeartRadio
Well,
app and start listening.
Cheering big. As the number one audio company, several football fields. Yes.
Access to all, every audience, live conversations.
I would say like
and the insights
the size of a battleship.
iHeartMedia is your access.
Not an aircraft carrier. Like I would say,
What's the
battleship, I think it's good. It's a destroyer. Whatever's smaller than an aircraft carrier. Whatever the ship is a bit smaller than an aircraft.
So not as big as an aircraft.
Not as big as an aircraft.
What is a battleship?
It's either a battleship or a
the X-Ray
destroyer.
Vision podcast.
I would say it's
It feels so good.
And like always, we'll be
You
at
could not miss it.
And how high?
Writers, actors, comics readers, pop culture critics.
nothing is off the table.
Listen to X-Ray Vision on America's #1 podcast
Yeah,
network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search X-Ray
Streamers, missing the smaller ones.
Streamers, there's one of the best streamers on the case. He travels everywhere.
It's so popular. I came
I
out
love
with
to gamble. I had to make a bet. I still say it's
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Rolling Stone's 500
Many people
greatest
said
songs
this
to
also.
start listening.
Trying.
I'm Jason Plum, and you're Maggie Bailey.
No.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who should be.
So maybe there was more than one.
Years in prison for a crime you didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work,
Remember when the
listen
governor
to
did
wrongful
that
conviction.
press conference?
Podcast
Came out with a guy in the alien suit, innocent,
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Which is what their tactic has been.
But then that same governor came back after he left
Listen
office.
to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freely and Jason Plum on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
What was the governor's
I'm Guillermo Diaz, and I played Huck on Scandal.
And I'm
See if you
Jenny
can find
Lowe's,
a
aka Clint
audio
Perkins,
of
and we're the
Life
hosts of
Simon saying
Unpacking
what
the
he actually
Toolbox,
saw.
the Scandal Rewatch podcast, where we're talking about all the
I
best
think
moments in
later
the show.
All the twists, all the
Well,
bullets,
unlike
even
Five
more
Simons,
shocking
I was stoned,
assassinations
but
from
I still know what I saw.
and eyes, teeth, well, we see that
I still know what I saw. And you know what's interesting is when he was trying to describe the shape, instead of a bigger size than I have it in my memory. I do remember.
Hey, I'm Jake Shetty, and I'm the host
Like,
of
it's hard to describe what we just saw.
This week,
Like, we didn't have a reference. It's just like we're trying to. See if I can articulate this. We're trying to find reference points for something that really doesn't happen. You kind of estimate the size, but it just it was unlike anything I'd ever seen before.
Have you ever heard people describe what the Native Americans must have seen when those boats started showing up? They'd never seen anything that
Imagine
large.
you're a fly on the wall at a dinner between the mafia, the CIA, and the KGB. That's where my new podcast begins. This is Neil Strauss, host of To Live and Die in LA, and I wanted to quickly tell you about an intense new series about a dangerous mind who talks to those men for their
The
secrets,
beings of boys and craps, that's what they are.
their
Their
lives,
intentions.
from Tenderfoot TV.
Those books,
This is
right?
To Die For. To Die For is available now. Listen for free on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes.
Bonus message for
It was
today.
like bro, you know what looks like it's right there. There were some lights, like you said, there was some lights that are not stars.
It is not because they don't pay the
part of
fare.
this
What if
crap.
they do pay the fare?
Yeah,
These people are stabbing bus
No,
drivers
they were
and
not
other
colored.
passengers
They were
because they
white,
got on the train for free. Really? John
Those
Coco.
are
I mean,
the
look,
big
it's really
stars
a
on the frame, like
1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And then it just, I couldn't see it. It was like, you know what it was like? It was like the Northern Lights, something last year. It's like the Northern Lights was there, and not there. It was like this real like that.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The Consumer Price Index showed no increase in May. Inflation slightly loosened its grip. The CPI held flat for the month of May, though it increased 3.3% from a year ago, according to the Labor Department today.
That they saw a triangle.
Navy ships have been deployed to track a Russian naval flotilla that sailed less than 30 miles off the coast of Florida. These are extensive military exercises taking place in the Atlantic, and then there will be ports of call by the Russian ships, possible in Venezuela. They're expected to end with a worldwide naval drill
No, my
by
initial thought was
Russia.
not an alien
State
spacecraft.
law that bars the sale of firearms and ammo at fairgrounds in California is constitutional, according to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Three-judge panel ruled, writing unanimous for the three-judge panel. Judge Richard Clifton rejected claims by a group of firearm sellers and gun advocacy groups that these laws violated both the First and Second Amendments. He wrote the law doesn't violate the First Amendment because they solely restrict non-expressive conduct, contracting for the sale of firearms, and that they don't violate the Second Amendment because they do not meaningfully constrain anyone's ability to keep and bear arms. A couple quick sports stories. A's lost 9-4 to the Diamondbacks yesterday. They'll play against 640. The Dodgers crushed the Rangers 15-2 last night to the point where the Rangers employed a backup catcher to come in and pitch an inning in 2/3. He's throwing the ball like 50 miles an hour. So the Dodgers will take on the Rangers in LA. First pitch is at 7 tonight. You can listen to every Dodgers game on AM 570 on Xbox. Live from the Galvin Motors broadcast booth. Stream all the games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Use that keyword AM 570. Dodgers also got pitching Biggio in a trade with the Toronto Blue Jays.
On the record because I was like maybe one of the last. I wasn't a UFO enthusiast type.
Yamamoto bobblehead night, but Yoshinobu, is that right?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
And not
That's off the
someone
top of my head.
It
was.
So I went on the record.
Well, we talked about copper theft.
Yes, I saw this. No fucking way.
People
It was
steal
just a
copper
feather
out of
or a flare,
fixtures,
whatever
lights,
it
whatever,
was.
electrical wiring because they want to sell it for scrap. Copper pretty valuable, at least in terms of the easier to come by metals.
To your point
So
about
the
like, look at
6th
how
Street
people-
Bridge,
about the
celebrated
technology
a couple
needed
years
to be
ago as this new
quiet,
city
because the
landmark,
military
shows up in
activities.
all of
Look
the
at how
shows that are now that are
people
based in
freak
Los
out
Angeles.
when
The
they
6th
read
Street
about
Bridge
this new
has to
Russian
have
space
some
weapon.
sort of an appearance in it.
Well, it is pretty, and it's known as the ribbon
Uh,
of
it's like an
light,
ability
but
to
now it
disrupt,
should be
like,
known
satellite
as the ribbon of theft.
Like Russia picks something up,
Copper thieves at the bridge. They stripped some 7
far
miles of
more advanced
wiring.
technology
Much of it
than
is
they
in the
had
dark now.
to
After
a
6
weapon
months,
that would be in space
I should say 6
that
months
could
after
disrupt
the city formed a task force to
communications
fight
satellites.
these
Really
thefts.
fuck us up.
The problem persists. Councilman Kevin
And
De Leon, who
like
yes, still has a job on the city council.
That like went public
He's
with
up
it.
for re-election
like,
this
we have
year.
a problem.
He
did a runoff.
As well as
Offered the motion to form the task force back in
but imagine for
January.
the stuff you pick on the scale
The
of like a
copper,
ship, the
they said
weaponized ship
probably
cloaked like
brought
that.
about
Like some of the technology,
$11,000
or if
from
we
the
did have, as
thieves,
you said, this
according to the
donated
council's
technology,
office, but it's going to cost us, taxpayers,
that the
about
U.S.
$2 million
is figuring
to
out
replace
applications for.
repairing
We have to do that.
Yeah, so it's been hit again,
What
but
right now.
listen to these numbers. Beyond the bridge itself,
All of a
citywide,
sudden,
in the city of LA, there were some 6,000
military
copper
capabilities
wire
as far
thefts
beyond
reported
what-
last year, and those
That's my
repairs
thought
estimated
about
at more than 17 million.
things that they keep saying.
I mean,
Because
we're
they always
talking
see
about
them
the
in
fact
areas
that
where they do
I know that
military
you
tests.
covered it here
Right.
as
The
well
Tic Tac
as we did on
was
Fox
off
11,
coast
and
of
that
San
is
Diego,
even the
which is
theft
where all
of
the military
the metal
bases are.
scraps of
And the
fire
the zip line
hydrants
along
in
the
South
scene
LA.
were all off the East Coast. Right. Restricted airspace.
and how does the
Space where
city
they
fight this
run,
other than
you know, fighter
increasing the
jets,
penalties
jet
for
training.
somebody who does
He
this?
said when they
For
upgraded the
hitting
technology,
infrastructure, stuff
you
like
know,
this. That's the only thing you can
there are
do.
sensors.
There's
He said
also
that's when we start seeing
a pattern that is showing up.
And then they're getting
Electric
visual-
vehicle charging cables
visual
are now being cut. I've
That
heard
was,
of this. I haven't
a
seen this
square
yet.
with a, it was a
Because you have-
sphere in a square, a
Yes.
square in a
Okay.
sphere. Remember?
But I have not seen.
Square in a
I've
sphere.
seen broken down
So
stations,
there's
but
like
not
this
because the
circular
charging cables
sphere and this black
have
square.
been cut. But the charging cables,
thing.
it's not.
And it's hovering.
I don't know. It's not
Very
that
high
little
speed.
lantern,
It's just
you know,
stationary. Motion.
14 gauge wire that's out of the back of that thing.
It's like when you go to back of your car at a car wash, it's like the thick.
Big, thick,
Yeah.
you know, inch wide
signature
cable
that
that they've
shows
got
it.
there. Now, it's not
Yeah.
all, it's not an inch long or an inch
Propulsion.
wide
Nothing.
piece of
Nothing
copper,
explained.
but there's a lot of copper in there.
If they had
About
a
4
drone
in,
that could do that,
they said 4 in 10 adults say they believe
What better way
EV
to
stations
test
won't
when
charge.
they're
They don't know of any charging stations nearby.
run them out
And
there
even if
when
they do
people
find a
are
charging station, they say they don't know that they're going to
using
find functioning
capabilities, right?
cables
Can you
because
see
a
'em?
lot of people
Okay, they see 'em.
have been going through
And
and
the fact
cutting
that,
the cables.
You know, the Tic Tac
Price of copper is near a record high globally, which means the
brought
criminals
this
can actually
information
raise a pretty significant sum of
and they
money
showed the
for selling
videos
copper.
to these admirals.
So you haven't pulled up to the station and there's been a stolen.
Left the room.
I've never noticed one cut. That's
Okay.
for
Do they
sure.
fucking know?
And I've seen
How are they
some
not?
that don't
Are they just
work,
like
but
stone cold
nothing that's been cut.
dudes?
I'm not an
just
EV
keep
owner, I
together
wouldn't
in
know.
the face of some alien technology? They know that you're being visited?
Up
Or is
next,
this, and the other
Swamp
thing is
Watch is
that
going on in Washington, D.C.
when
and the fun
Fravor
stuff. There's a fun
communicates
thing in
this
D.C. today that we'll
these
talk about when
guys
we come
who
back.
are running
Gary and Shane.
these
We'll
sensors
help
are
you figure
running
it out.
protection
It's
systems.
kind of what we do. KOST HD2.
What the fuck is that? And this is also 2004.
Everywhere on the
They have the ability in 2004 something to go from above 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 feet in less than a second. What is that? Like, what the fuck is
Every
that?
single time you see the
People
NBA
try to
logo, that is a silhouette of Jerry West. He was one of the great
argue
players
it away
of
or
all time,
explain it
scoring
away
points
by
and
saying,
enormous
oh,
numbers
it's a
at a
failure.
time where there were no three-point shots in basketball, leading the Lakers to 9
Yeah, but
NBA Finals in just
visuals,
13 seasons.
more than one fighter
West then went on
they
to a
have
brief
video
but
of this
successful
thing
career in
moving
coaching
at a
before
speed
having
that's
an
trying to
enormous
be
career as
joke.
an executive,
Like, there's a
particularly
biological
running
entity
the
inside that
Lakers.
thing
West,
experiencing that
by his
G-force.
side
You
when
talk
he
about
died. Jerry West was
some
86.
fucking
The
insane
news is
G-force,
brought
like
to you by Service
1,300
Champions. A
times
bill
what a
from a
human being
Democratic
can
state
tolerate.
senator from Irvine
And
that
just
bans gun sales on state
gone.
property has
Silent.
been upheld
No visual
on
means
appeal.
of repulsion.
The California
No,
Rifle and Pistol
no
Association
windows,
sued,
what is
claiming
that?
it was
A drone?
unconstitutional
What
to
is that?
ban
The
gun
witness
shows
has
like
been alive.
Crossroads of the West.
Like, I
They
was
held
there,
a
yeah,
fair
I
for a show
suspected
been for
that
decades.
the last
Senator
20
Dave
years,
Benz says the court yesterday
especially the last
rejected
5,
claims the ban
feels like
violates
the
the First and
witnesses, the
Second
guys
Amendment.
before
There is
saying
nothing
whatever
in
I
our
saw
legislation that would
are
prevent
more
anybody
ones
from
that are
deciding that they
associated
wanted to
with
create a
commercial
celebration of guns and the Second Amendment festival at the fairgrounds. All it says is that you can't sell guns at the fairgrounds or any state-owned property.
The association says it will appeal in Orange County. More Ben Carson, KFI News.
The 19-year-old man has been arrested for allegedly killing another teenager in Santa Ana. Santa Ana PD says the teen was found lying on the ground with multiple gunshot wounds last week near South Poplar Street. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. Police say the 19-year-old ran away before officers arrived Friday. The guy was arrested yesterday in connection with the fatal shooting. Southern California Edison is using drones and helicopters
Go right
to
back
help
to whatever
prevent wildfires.
thing that
Drones
you
and
guys are
helicopters
doing.
will be hovering over
Way
high-risk
beyond
fire areas
project.
throughout
I don't
multiple
know what
counties
it
looking
is,
for faulty equipment that could
but
start fires.
I go
As
back
CE's Reggie
and
Kumar says
all
the
the
drones
time.
will have to comply with the state's
From the
privacy
planet,
policy.
the
Southern
galaxy,
California
and
Edison also has strict confidentiality policies and complies
Or
with all
many people think
FAA
they
policies, regulations, and
You know, we talked
restricted
about the betas.
airspaces.
The
As
betas,
CE
they
says,
talk
the
about
drones will take about 30 minutes to an hour to complete
it's in the
inspections.
Bhagavad Gita.
Drones will be used through the end of fire season this fall, and shooting them down is illegal. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Authorities in New York have charged a guy they say sold illegal guns and gun parts from prison. He allegedly sold
So in that
guns
case, we just
to
need
an
to
undercover
check in,
NYPD
or they-
officer on the
or-
social media app Telegram while
in
doing
unique
time at a federal
circumstances,
prison in Louisiana.
if someone
Deputy
sees something
New York
like
Police
this,
Commissioner
like
Rebecca
you.
Weiner described
So
the
you
guy's
see this in
Telegram channel
1990, whatever it is,
images
in Phoenix,
of white
you live
supremacist
5,000
paramilitary
years,
groups
like, what does that
overseas,
sound
dressed in
What does that sound
fatigues,
like?
saluting
It
Hitler,
sounds like you're out of your fucking
vile
mind.
rhetoric,
And if a
neo-Nazi
small handful of people
iconography.
say it,
Authorities
tell
say the gun
stories,
advertised
people write it
silencers,
down.
high-capacity
Then what?
magazines, block-style
Unique
handguns, and other
experiences.
devices that can
Are
transform
very
a
difficult to
semi-automatic weapon
You know, if you
into a
haven't
machine
experienced
gun.
it, goes.
The Biden administration says it has sanctioned more than 300 entities whose products and services enable Russia to sustain its war effort and evade sanctions.
The
What the
U.S.
fuck
is
is
also
that?
expanding its
Well, you're
secondary
just left with a
sanctions on
story.
any
You know,
foreign-based
if you can't measure it,
institutions that
you can't
work with
write
a
it down,
sanctioned
you can't-
Russian entity,
even a
meaning the
video,
number of
what do you
secondary
see?
sanctions will
Have you seen
dramatically
grainy
increase from
footage of
1,200
something?
entities
You know,
to
I'm sure you've seen these
4,500.
ABC's Evan Wins this month's President Biden is set to discuss the war report in Ukraine at the G7 summit in Italy.
What is that thing? What is that
Starbucks is
weird,
the latest
blurry
chain to try and
looking,
appeal to
metallic
customers
looking
with its
thing?
brand new
Is that,
Starbucks
a
pairings
Mylar
menu full
balloon
of value
that they're
items. ABC's
staking
Rebecca
for
Jarvis
a
of Starbucks
spacecraft?
is joining Wendy's,
That doesn't
McDonald's,
seem
Burger King, and
Seems
many
like
other
they're a
fast food
lot
giants
fucking
rolling out
smarter
the
than that.
discounts.
They're not
Prices at fast
think
food
a
chains
child's
have surged
birthday
nearly
balloon is floating around
28% from
20,000
2019 to
feet in the air.
2023. That's
They're
a lot
probably
more than
gonna
overall
realize it's a
inflation,
balloon.
which is also up 19% in that time.
Experts say that
I don't
while
know.
food and supply costs
In the
are
video,
part of the
too, is the
increase, the biggest culprit is the cost
Look
of
at that thing
labor.
move.
The
Yeah.
first Starbucks
Like
pairing
go
is
fast.
a tall coffee or tea and a butter croissant, which
These
starts
guys
at
are
$5.
trained
The
pilots.
KFI Financial
used to
Update
seeing
is sponsored
seeing
by
something that
Revive Real
rotates.
Estate.
This is
The Dow
Dow
thing
is
about the
down
graph
15.
that coincides with
S&P
what Bob
500 down
Lazar
up
said.
40
It's moving
back.
like this and
Now
it
it's up
turns
50.
sideways.
And
Lazar
NASDAQ
said
is
that's
up
what it did.
to
That it
93.
direct.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
South night weather for KFI sunny, highs around 70 for the beaches, upper 60s to mid 70s, metro LA, mid 70s to mid 80s in the valleys, low 80s inland OC, 80s to low 90s in the IE, low 90s to around 100 in the high desert. Right now, 64 in Seal Beach, 66 in Buena Park, 65 in Agoura Hills, 67 in Hollywood. We are going to a crash on the 91 in Riverside.
It's on the 91 westbound before you get to La Sierra Avenue. Got a crash here. The carpool lane is going to be blocked. It is now backed up almost to Madison.
You know what I mean? It's like, why are you wasting all your energy? There's so many things you have to do. It is fascinating. It is fascinating. But it's also, it makes you feel like a fool. And I think that's part of the strategy.
And in the backup,
Well,
15 south,
ridiculing.
before you get to Aruba, got another crash in the left lane there.
Sure, that's the
Also,
Project
Anaheim,
Blue Book. That's
91
the
westbound
Dodgers.
from State College Boulevard.
So,
Disabled
but
vehicle
think
is
on
the
the
right
military
lane blocked
situation.
in Irvine 5 southbound before it gets Culver Drive. Injury accident has the carpool and the two left lanes blocked. It is stopped going away from 4th Street. Get Mission Hills, 405 southbound at Rinaldi. Got a brand new exit in the middle lanes there. You're on brakes from the 5. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. I'm Maria Konnikova.
And to kind of let these
And our
things
new
land or
podcast,
crash,
Risky
and then
Business,
they'll
is
do
a
it
show
in
about
a
making
very
better
strategic way.
decisions. We're both
Where
journalists
they know
applied
the
as poker
military they
players,
was cordon
and
off
that's
the
the
area.
lens we're going to use to approach this entire show.
Isolate.
We're going to be discussing
Stop
everything
thinking
from
about
basic
it.
overt to
The idea that people in the military
Like
aren't
whether I
able
should
to
call a
see
plumber
that's
or fix my shower
They're
myself.
really good.
And of course, we'll be talking about re-election.
They can,
Listen to Risky Business,
especially
America's
high-level
#1
people.
podcast
Look,
network.
if I had
Open your
access,
free
like
iHeart
if
app and search Risky Business.
not Joe Biden's stupid.
There are more
If
identity
Obama called
threats
me
than you
like
realize.
during his
Even if you monitor
administration,
your
wants to do some
credit,
shit.
only a little
I
personal
want to do some
info
shit.
needs to leak out.
Just don't tell
Like
anybody.
your social
I won't tell
security
anybody.
number or password.
Maybe I tell my wife. Maybe I tell one of my friends. But I wouldn't fucking go public and
LifeLock
tell
alerts
everybody.
you to threats you
If
can
they're
miss.
willing to show me
Your
this shit,
identity is stolen. A dedicated U.S.-based
but
restoration specialist.
no one's going to
will work
believe me
fix it.
anyway.
No one
right?
can prevent all
And so
identity
I'm like,
theft
what
or
good does it
monitor all
do if I
transactions,
make myself
but
look
everyone
like
can save up to 25%
moron,
off their
A?
first year with promo code
B,
NEWS.
I
Go to
now I can't have
lifelock.com.
access to it anymore.
NCAA
I told
women's basketball had an incredibly
Because I told
successful
people
season.
about it. Now they can't trust me.
Favorite players from the 2023-2024
Especially those in
NCAA
the
season
military.
be in the WNBA. This season, watch big name players
You heard
and
the story?
Brianna Stewart, John
Why-
Welltown, Asia Wilson, Kelsey Plum,
Then Jack
Sabrina
Leeson
Ionescu,
out
and Mike
Nixon for
CTV.
drinking one
Also
day.
rookies Caitlin Clark,
And Nixon
Cameron
was
Brink,
most
Angel
shit.
Reese, Rakia Jackson,
And
and
Nixon
Camilla
took
Cardoso.
Jackie
To all the
Gleason.
new fans joining, welcome to the
One of the Air
Dome.
Force Bases.
Tune into a rematch
showed
of last season's
UFO.
WNBA finals between the New York Liberty and
Jackie
Las Vegas
Gleason
Aces
was
on
a
Saturday
UFO
starting at
fanatic.
3 p.m. on ABC.
America,
Jackie Gleason
we are
actually had a
endowed
home
by
built
our
in
Creator
upstate New
with
York
certain
that looked like
unalienable rights.
and he had this home built after the supposed experience.
At Grand Canyon
Show
University,
the,
we believe give people opportunity.
this is the home of
American
Jackie
dream
Gleason.
starts with purpose. By honoring your career calling, you impact
I mean,
your family,
what the fuck?
your friends, and your
Look at the outside of it though. Not that one. That one's kind of just a cool circular one. But that like what the fuck you doing, Jackie? Why you making a UFO house in upstate New York? It seems a little odd. Get that to do that. I mean, come on, man. What the fuck is that? It looks kind of like a sci-fi movie. Yeah. Right. But that's apparently, this is the folklore. Yeah. That that's what he saw. And so he's like, oh, something else looking like that. It's fun. It's fun. But it also has this feeling of futility. Futile
On this Wednesday,
thing.
June
Why
12th.
don't we even talk about it? Nonsense. Fascinating, but it just seems like it almost seems like you're never gonna know.
Uh-oh.
You know?
You didn't.
I don't even talk about it because yeah, we want to believe the story. Well, we certainly want to believe the stories that they cover over military bases and shut down nuclear weapons.
That is
No,
considered
it's
You know, my comic club is
Fox
called
11 is in for Shannon
Comic
this
Club.
week.
Hi.
When you walk into the
It's
comic
good to be
club,
here.
there's a gigantic
Look, to be clear, Shannon is
artificial
absolutely
UFO
irreplaceable.
So
I'm just
when you
keeping
walk
her
into
chair
it, like,
warm,
as you
folks.
walk in the
She'll
front
be
door,
back.
there's this big
If you go to the
structure
KFI Instagram, the Gary and Shannon Instagram, it's out there, and I saw some of the comments. Very nice comments. So thank you to all for everyone who supports this.
I'm not protecting them from
those
the negative
bombs.
comments.
No,
And
the
right
negative,
after we drop
you
those
can't bring on
bombs,
the negative.
that's when all the
Constructive
UFO activity happens. That's like there's a
someone
giant
said
uptick
Shannon
in
was in
UFO
trouble.
activity after 1940.
And I said, no, that's not true. She's on
UFO
vacation.
folklore,
Check out her
they
IG. She's
realized that they
hiking
have the ability
in Utah, having a great time. She'll be back Monday.
Well, it also is a good story. She was in trouble.
Precious stones.
At 11 o'clock, we jump into the swamp.
Keep it together. Swamp. Like we're watching. We don't want you to be this whole plan. We want our little program. Our program is accelerated. We accelerated revolution. Like, this is why we're so different.
So many ways,
So ignorant. It's the humans are engineered by some superior life form. Try to accelerate our
Well, let's continue international swamp, and that is what's going on between Israel
but
and
we're on
Hamas.
We're
There
allowed
has
to do what
been
we want to do, and so we do
very slow,
disgusting, crazy shit,
progress, it
drop nuclear
appears,
bombs.
on this deal between
Propeller
Israel and Hamas that the
Propeller
United States apparently helped broker. Secretary of State
once they
Anthony
did that,
Blinken
they're like,
is back east,
Slow the
is
fuck
in the
down.
Middle East.
We're
Once again,
That's back east.
Now,
farther
whether they're
east,
local
yeah,
here,
still trying
like,
to broker a deal.
the Vedic text or the Bible.
Was on the table.
Ezekiel's description.
We discussed those changes last night.
Have you read that description?
And today,
Ezekiel's description of what he saw. This is one of the favorite
some are not.
descriptions
He was
from the
alongside
Bible,
the Qatari
from the
foreign
Old Testament,
minister
about
and
UFOs
was
that people love to bring up.
cautiously
Ezekiel
optimistic
has
that they
this
have made
thing
some amount
that
of
he
progress,
describes.
but basically
And
laid, at least Tony Blinken
it's
laid this at the feet of
The
Hamas,
most
saying, "You are the
bizarre
ones who have to come to the
depiction.
table on this."
Yeah, I mean,
I looked.
they're in
I
trouble.
saw an immense dust storm come from the north, an immense cloud with lightning flashing from it, a huge ball of fire glowing like bronze. Within the fire were what looked like four creatures vibrant with life. Each had the form of a human being, but each also had four faces and four wings. Their legs were as sturdy and straight as columns, but their feet were hooked like those of a calf and sparkled with the fire like burnished bronze. On all four sides under their wings they had human hands. All four had faces and wings, the wings touching one another. They turned neither one way nor the other. They went straight forward. Their faces looked like this. In front of a human face, on the right side, the face of a lion, on the left, the face of an ox, and in the back, the face of an eagle. So much for the faces. The wings were spread out with the tips of one pair touching the creature on either side. The other pair of wings covered its body. Each creature went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit went, they went. They didn't turn as they wanted. The four creatures looked like blazing fire, or fiery torches. Tongues of fire shot back and forth between the creatures, and out of the fire, bolts of lightning. The creatures flashed back and forth like strikes of lightning. As I watched the four creatures, I saw something that looked like a wheel on the ground beside each of the four-faced creatures. This is what the wheels looked like. They were identical wheels, sparkling like diamonds in the sun. They looked like they were wheels within wheels, like a gyroscope. They went in any of the four directions they faced, but straight, not veering off. The rims were immense, circled with eyes. When the living creatures went, the wheels went. When the living creatures lifted off, the wheels lifted off. Wherever the spirit went, they went, the wheels sticking right with them. For the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. When the creatures went, the wheels went. When the creatures stopped, the wheels stopped. When the creatures lifted off, the wheels lifted off, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the
He
wheels.
said that he was fearful of being pulled into direct
Over the
conflict
heads of the living creatures was something like a dome, shimmering like the light, like a sky full of cut glass, vaulted over their heads. Under the dome, one set of wings was extended towards the other with another set of wings covering their bodies. When they moved, I heard their wings. It was like the roar of a great waterfall, like the voice of a strong God, like the noise of a battlefield. When they stopped, they folded their wings. And then, as they stood with folded wings, there was a voice above the dome over their heads. Above the dome was something that looked like a throne, sky blue like a sapphire, with a human-like figure towering above the throne. From what I could see, from the waist up, he looked like burnished bronze, and from the waist down, like a blazing fire. Brightness everywhere. The way a rainbow springs out of the sky on a rainy day, that's what it was like. It turned out to be the glory of God.
Republicans want the release of the audio. They argued that they need the recordings to examine the president's mental fitness. This was Merrick Garland last week in front of the Judiciary Committee.
Releasing the audio to show cooperation with the
Yeah, yeah.
Glory of God.
Yeah,
And
glory
they
of
couldn't
God.
force witnesses' answers.
Yeah,
They thought the
and
audio of
the
their
fact
law
that these
enforcement
things are
interviews
constantly
would be
changing their
broadcast to
appearance.
Congress.
Like
and
that's
the
the thing
public.
about
Here's James Comer,
it's
Republican
not
out
the
of Kentucky.
stationary
It is
static
insufficient to
experience. It's
simply
constant.
take the Justice Department at its word that the
And to
transcript
see something like that in the sky.
And then Jamie
The fact that
Raskin,
it's
the
so
congressman out of Maryland.
noteworthy that they wrote it down in
listen
the
to the book on tape. In a last-ditch attempt to blame a cabinet member
Well,
for the
you know,
spectacular
that's
failure
there's
of their
a
laughing-stock impeachment drive.
university in Israel. I think it's a university.
There
in
is
Jerusalem
something
that
to be said
theorized
about
that
value
the
of hearing the
Moses
president's own
experience
words
of the
because
burning bush
Robert Hurd, the
was
special
a GMT
counsel,
experience. And that
suggested
was
against bringing
it's like when you
charges.
say Moses
say
saw
there
the burning
wasn't,
bush. Well, what kind of
grounds for
bush was
charges.
burned
This
that
is
would give you a
suggested
secular
against
experience? Well,
not
the
bringing
acacia tree. The
because
acacia tree, which is
of
very
the
common in that
potential
area,
for
is
Joe
rich with
Biden,
DMT.
president, to
And
appear
how do you
as a
psychoactively
confused
acquire
elderly man.
DMT? You
Yeah,
smoke
because her was the one who
So you're
described him
smoking
as forgetful,
this tree,
senile,
this
elderly.
burning
Right.
bush, and you're seeing God.
Listen, and the
And
part
God
of
has brought
the
Ten
difference between
Commandments,
what the
how to live
transcript is going
life.
to show versus
Which
what audio
sounds like a lot of
recordings
what
would
you
show.
experience in the DMT
Transcripts can be
experience.
cleaned up
When you have that and you have
to
to
take
contact
out
with the entities, they kind of give you
even
guidelines on how to
the
live.
stumbles on words. You can
Felt
take
to me
those
like
out in a
massive
transcript.
amount of information.
And the Republicans seem to believe that it has been cleansed.
But very
Yeah,
difficult to
All
hold on to.
Pause, pause.
they seem to think that those have been that the transcripts that they received from the DOJ
Well, again, back to
highly sanitized.
Yeah. And House Speaker Mike Johnson at a press conference, no surprise, said we have to defend the Constitution, we have to defend the
And he
authority
probably
of Congress. We can't allow the Department of Justice and executive branch hide information from Congress.
We'll continue with Swamp Watch. We'll have the latest on a new poll for
But
the
also, you also
Associated
could say,
Press.
well, that would be a
the
problem
week of
because then
convictions
a bunch of
for
people
former
with no
President
discipline
Trump.
would just start
That
popping
and,
these things and
congressional
having these
baseball game.
experiences
Is
and
the
having
Church
no
Senate
sort
about
of
that?
framework, no
Deborah
moral
Mark is live
framework,
for the
no
KFI
ethical
24
framework,
hour news
no
program.
A
understanding of
chiropractor in
what are
Valencia
you
has been
experiencing
arrested
and what
for
you do
allegedly
with
hiding a
this.
small camera
Right,
in the
but
restroom at
if
his
you
office.
acquire
The
it
camera was discovered by an
biologically,
employee
you
about a
acquire
month
it
ago.
endogenously
Taped
through
inside a
discipline,
cabinet
then
facing
you
the
are on
toilet.
path.
The House is
And through
expected to
that
vote on a
path,
resolution
you
holding
achieve
Attorney
this thing,
General Merrick
you
Garland
realize
in
this is a
contempt of
very
Congress for
difficult thing
refusing
to
to
do.
turn over audio
So you
of
have to stay
President
on
Biden's
that
interview,
in order
his
to get this
classified
point.
documents case, and President Biden
I can see
and
how
Ukrainian
someone would say
President
no,
Zelensky will
that's
sign a
not
security
this.
agreement between the U.S.
Do
and
it
Ukraine
with
tomorrow
your own
when
mind.
they meet on the sidelines of the Group of Seven
You know,
summit
Terrence
in
McKenna
Italy.
on that though?
From the Southern
Very funny
California Toyota dealer
He said it
Strong
reminds
Settle to
me
go
of
places where
an
crash on the
ancient
101
story
Calabasas.
This monk had acquired a city of meditation practice this, and it said to
Atwater Village finds out that Fletcher Drive got a stall in the middle lane. In Santa Fe Springs, 605 South at Telegraph. They're pulling the crash over to the shoulder before it gets nice for Whittier Boulevard. In Irvine, some good news, 5 southbound before Culver Drive. That earlier injury accident is cleared. All
So that was
lanes have
McKenna's
been
take on it.
reopened.
Like,
In the
why would
same
you do all that
eastbound,
stuff when you
15
could
southbound at Wyandotte Avenue.
But McKenna was,
From the fast track in the
you
left
know,
lanes.
McKenna was
Still to be
a brilliant
slowed
man.
from
He
almost
wasn't
to 10.
some stone
With Southern
hippie
California's only
little
airborne
upstate
traffic
New York
report, son,
tripping
Jenny
balls
Hartman.
on
I'm
mushrooms.
I think it
Rose.
has some,
And our new podcast, Risky Business, is a show about
sure, right?
making
Not
better
just keep
decisions.
like repeating
We're
it,
both
trying to,
journalists
like,
who write
right,
as poker players. And
Also,
that's the
McKenna
lens we're
was,
going to use to approach this
you know,
entire show.
he was a proponent of taking psychedelic drugs, so they probably want people to
Like whether I
think
should call a
his way
plumber
is the
or
way.
fix my shower myself.
You know, he's only
And
human.
of course, we'll be talking about the election.
Listen to Risky Business
I don't know,
on
man,
America's #1
but it's all,
podcast
look,
network.
just the
iHeart.
fact that
Open your
the
free
psychedelic
iHeart app and
experience
search
is a real
Risky
thing.
Business.
And when
There are
you
more
do
identity
take
threats
that
than you
and you do
realize.
have those
Even
experiences,
if you
you
monitor
realize
your
it's
credits,
real.
only a
Like,
little
how did I
personal
not
info
know
needs to
about
leak
this?
out.
How is the
Like your
most
social
profound
security
thing
number or
ever happened?
password.
Something that is a Schedule 1 drug that's
LifeLock
illegal
alerts you to
for
threats
whatever
you can
reason. No one's
your
explained
identity
to me
is stolen.
accurately.
A dedicated U.S. based
No
restoration
one's ever
specialist can work
explained
to
it
fix
in a
it.
way necessarily that makes sense.
No one can prevent
Why
all
is a
identity
thing that
theft
doesn't
or
kill
monitor all
anyone?
transactions,
Just in the human
but everyone
mind.
can save up to
That's the other thing
25% off their
that
first year with promo code
it's
NEWS.
illegal, but
Go to
everybody's
lifelock.com.
You're right. Because everybody has it. You know, if you want to test people for DMT, well, everybody, the most staunch conservative anti-drug person is right now has DMT in their body.
Visit Poppy
All-
Bank and find out why we've been
literally
named
like
Best
testing
Business
people.
Bank. For more
Yeah, yeah.
information, contact us at
Yeah,
poppy.bank. That's
You're a lot.
POPPY.bank.
What? It doesn't make any sense. It sounds so insane. And also the fact that it's naturally occurring. Not naturally, just naturally occurring in human minds, but naturally occurring in nature. And that there seems to be some sort of mitigation strategy by the human body in order to keep you from tripping balls by consuming all the different plants that have DMT in it. That's monoamine oxidase. So monoamine oxidase breaks it down in the gut. So if you consume like grasses, like Polaris grass, it's very rich in DMT. You're not going to trip because the monoamine oxidase in
Hey,
the
it's Ryan
gut breaks
Seacrest
it down.
for Albertsons, Vons,
So the strategy that they came up with with ayahuasca was to combine these psychedelic plants, these plants that contain dimethyltryptamine with other plants that contain carbon, which is a monoamine oxidase. And the two of these together will allow an orally active version
Vaseline
of
lotion when you spend $15 on participating item. Offer expires June 25th. Restrictions apply. Promotions may vary. Visit Albertsons, Vons, or Pavilions.com for more details. Hey,
maybe everybody's different. I mean, once is enough because it's so fucking scary. You don't want to do it again. I get it.
That the perfect gift is
But every time I've ever been in trouble,
selection of watches and
I
diamonds
feel way
and
better.
gold jewelry starting at $99.
Yeah.
And free gifts with every purchase.
Yeah, every time I've ever done it, I'm
guarantees 100% approval on financing, now up to $4,000. So get pre-approved at DanielsJewelers.com or visit your nearest store. Own the dream. Daniels Jewelers.
Sure, but yeah, it also makes you realize the consequences.
Nuclear conflict could well be mankind's last breakout disaster.
Those barriers
Double agents. I was actually spying for the KGB. No one had there was no secret information. That changed the game. It's very difficult to determine who you can trust.
The problem that I had with it was after it was over, I felt so relieved. But I didn't have any strategy for
Secrets and Spies, a nuclear game. Sunday at 10 on CNN.
Which is what people take that are like,
You sail
you know,
beyond
that
the horizon
stuff. They take 5
in
days
search of an island surrounded from
so
every
that after it's over, everybody just crashed.
cracking.
Because the next day I was useless. I remember I was in a coffee shop. The next day I was trying.
Your spade struck the lid of a long-lost treasure chest.
I couldn't concentrate. I literally couldn't read the name. Oh my God, I'm so dumb. My brain feels like it. I felt the way I described it was like I had a dry sponge.
Discover best-selling adventure stories.
And normally it's wet, filled
Need
with water. Now it's
inspiration?
just
Shop
like,
Ralph's for over
this
30,000
dopey dry sponge.
with savings.
Was it worth
low
it?
prices,
Maybe, but I had stuff to do
for
that
over
day. I had to
$600
show
each
that.
week
You
and
just
up
have
to
to do
$1 off per gallon at the
Yeah.
pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Ralph's worth it every time. Ralph's, fresh
That's
for
what I
everyone.
But yeah, you do need to do this every time.
You can save
Yeah.
when you shop your face.
But I just think it's just borderline. You know, it's not borderline criminal. It's fucking criminal. The government has kept MDMA therapy, especially guys going back
On TikTok, it's so fun. It's just be about to steal your car. You have a fob or a key?
Somebody
I
that
have a key.
not
I literally
combat,
have to open my
child
door with a
trauma.
key.
MDMA is just it's like a godsend.
Literally.
Yeah, it's a godsend. It's a godsend.
Didn't you just hear
And
me
that
threaten
shit
You're gonna come down to Long Beach and
I
keep
mean,
your
maps
car?
are taking maps.
Junior show.
You have to find your keys first.
Some capitalization now. Finally.
Dare you? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the
And
iHeart
including
Radio.
the people that are making it. That's the problem. It's an experience being kept among people that haven't done it. Yeah. There was another quote that LSD is something that causes severe psychotic experiences.
640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Shannon's out this week, so Marlon
Yes.
Diaz
Let
from
it
Fox 11 is in.
You beat me to
Like,
it. I was going to
something
say,
along
no,
those
this is
lines.
not Shannon. I don't want to
And
cause
you
any
know,
more
we know
confusion.
for a fact that all that
Shannon's
stuff
on
is
vacation.
illegal.
A couple stories that were following Oprah Winfrey's recovering. Everybody was very concerned that the Lord Oprah was not doing well. She had to go to the hospital. They said her friend Gail on TV yesterday said that she didn't show up for the regular Oprah Book Club segment because she was in the hospital with something. She had to go to the ER because she was very dehydrated. Don't know if it was norovirus, the flu, something.
Yeah, things are coming out of both ends.
Severely
That's the way
impacting
Gail
art.
put it.
Yeah.
Specifically,
Did you remember the story of the
music from the
57-year-old
60s,
second grade
all the way up to
teacher up at
70s,
Live Oak
this is
Right.
who was
period,
arrested after
1970, and then you look at
teaching
the music of
class
the 80s. What
drunk?
the fuck happened, everybody?
I
What
can't
happened?
keep
How do you go?
track.
How do you go from Hendrix?
57, she was
you know,
arrested back in
to
October.
fucking
Sutter County Sheriff's
whatever.
deputies received
You know, I don't
reports
wanna
of a staff
make
member
fun of
who
any
appeared to
80s
be
band, but
intoxicated
you know,
at
it's like, what happened?
Westboro Elementary
What the
School
fuck
up there in
happened? How
Live
did he
Oak.
get so dumb?
Prosecutors
Everybody stop
dropped the
tripping, start doing
charges
coke.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
because
That's
the
exactly
attorneys
what
say,
happened. Yeah.
unfortunately,
They just
it's not
lost
against
the plot
the law.
for a little while.
What?
It seems like the plot's come back.
They
What?
I
didn't,
think the
they
plot's
didn't have
come
enough
back.
evidence
And I
to show
think
the
you kind
crime.
of credit Lorenzo
had
from
been committed.
Psychedelic Salon with the distribution
well,
of all those
I think you just
old
gave a lot of
recordings
people a
of
good
Alan
reason to have a
Watts
few,
and,
throw a few back before.
all those different
Yeah,
psychedelic
second
bars.
Yeah, to handle the kids.
And then if you cannot believe this, 30 years ago today
Oh, no, you're gonna make me feel that old.
Realizing
was
that
the murders of Ron Goldman and Nicole
Oh
Brown.
my gosh,
30 years ago.
one of those moments in time where you know where you were.
MDMA.
And it's this weird because I think the
Maps
days
done the
fall on the
basics.
same day
Yeah,
of the
they really
week.
have it.
I think it
They've
was
done
a
it the
Wednesday
right way,
because
where they're,
Friday
you know,
would have been the
really
14th,
promoting,
which was the chase.
legalization.
Okay.
Or was it Saturday?
No, I think,
Yeah, it just feels
well,
like it's taking so long. But that's like.
I was at, I just had graduated.
Yeah.
Multiple research trials.
Yeah.
June
And even then, it
1994.
really takes
Doctor Who.
people leaving office. And
12
dying
was a
off. It
Sunday.
takes the old people
Okay,
going away.
so the chase had to be the week after that, so the
Politicians
17th
that
or
are in
18th
charge of
check that.
deciding what is and is not
12th
legal.
was a Sunday.
They have to vanish. They slowly
And then,
get
yeah,
phased out
over the weekend, I
generation
actually
after
spent quite a
generation.
bit of
And
time
then new
looking
people
at
coming into
the
play.
release of the
Some of them have military
475
experience.
pages
Some
that
of
were
them know
released
people
from
who
the
have been
FBI.
really helped.
Yeah,
by
as it
MDMA
relates to
therapy
the
or
Bruno
ayahuasca or
Molly shoes. And
ibogaine.
it's just wild to look at all of those documents. By the way, TMZ, Harvey Levin, that's on our air on Fox 11. We're talking to him tonight about he has a new investigative piece. Some things from back
We're in
then that
so
have
many
never been revealed. He had his own little chase with O.J.
factors
Simpson,
that are
by the
all
way.
happening
Yep.
together.
So we're going to talk to Harvey Levin about that tonight at 6 as well. And Gary Hoffman's joining tonight.
Allegedly.
Oh no, are you gonna stand us up?
I don't know how to do that.
Gary Hoffman joins us live.
If I knew how to do that, I would.
Be
Fed Reserve
distracted
today
all day
held
long.
interest rate steady for the seventh straight time, scaled back the outlook for rate reductions later this year. High inflation is still going on, so the new quarterly economic projections laid out after the meeting showed that a majority of Fed officials who participated expect rates to fall to just 5.1% by the end of 2024. A new poll when it comes to the race for president, Associated Press, Norton Center for Public Affairs Research says about half of adults approve of former President Trump's felony conviction. Survey does show some potential vulnerabilities, but some signs of resilience when it comes to support with Donald Trump. Less than 5 months before Election Day, this AP New York poll shows a picture
Sometimes you're not.
of
Sometimes you fall down. Sometimes you get back up and try a little higher this time.
are basically
Now you're better than
unchanged
you were a year
before
ago.
the verdict. But the findings also show that Trump's conviction is just another one of the weaknesses for Republicans who are frustrated by it. Plenty of Republicans want to support him.
And there's a
Plenty
guy
of
there,
Republicans
I
are
think even if I could
frustrated that
remember
he, in fact, is the candidate going forward. Most people in the United States that they've heard of the
and I think it was
conviction,
around 9/11.
but independents, political independents are less likely to be paying attention and more likely to have a neutral opinion of the conviction.
Yes, the
Missile
AP
Silent guy?
talked to
Yeah, I think
an
so.
independent
And his whole
74-year-old
thing
out
was
of
like he was
West
trying to
Palm
make what he
Beach,
called
Florida,
planetary dose.
Nancy
That was his thing.
Hauser,
I have to make
and
enough acid
she
for
kind of
everyone
gave,
on Earth.
I think both sides
Take acid.
this picture
It's
well.
the only
She
thing
said
that's going to
if you
save
feel
humanity.
you've been convicted of
And I
a
kind
crime,
of get it.
especially a felony, a serious
I get
crime,
the thinking.
I
in a
get the
country,
thinking too, especially if you're really
but-
tripping.
but
Yeah.
she also has
I
concerns
know.
about Biden,
Yeah.
especially his
Just
age
get everybody.
and leadership on the
There's people that
economy
have
and
this
the war
theory
in
that
Israel.
close
Biden
to
is
water
81.
supply
Trump's
in major
birthday
cities.
is
The people would
on
be
Friday.
forced to
He'll
trip.
turn 78.
But, you
So
know,
that
what
kind of like
dose?
lays
I
it
don't
out
think that's
for
probably
you.
a good
I
idea.
No,
listened to
it's a terrible
podcast with
idea.
Joe. It's on a really
No,
good,
the
I think,
correct
political
idea
podcast,
is
and they sum it up where
legalization
even for
And,
they target
centers that are
swing
set up by
voters who
ethical
voted for
experts
Trump in
that have experienced
2016
these things
and then
that
Biden
can
in
provide
2020.
both
And
counseling
these
and
voters, by
medical
and large,
services
aren't happy with either
allow
Biden
people
or
to do the
Trump.
correct dose
But
safely
even though they're not
under
happy with Trump,
supervision.
when they ask,
And
they're
then
asked specifically
counseling.
about
It gives them some
how do
sort of
you
a
feel about
framework
who
as to
handles
what to do with
immigration
this,
better.
what
Even
has
though
happened,
they don't like
what
Trump,
this means,
they say Trump
and how
handles
you
it
can
better.
apply this to
You
your
know,
life. And
what,
if
how
we
do you
can
feel
figure
about
out
the
how to do
economy?
that in a
Who handles the
structured
economy
way,
better? They
we
don't like Trump,
probably can
but
help
they say,
an enormous amount.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, it's for me, it's reflected, that kind of opinion is also reflected in the unfavorability.
Right? That's the story that I
Favorability
have out.
ratings
Yeah,
for
but
both of them.
legitimately, there's a
6 in
legitimate
10.
comment, which is that that's what
Almost
Trump
identical
applies.
numbers.
That's what
6 in 10 unfavorable opinion of Trump. 6 in 10 negative opinion of Joe Biden. Whereas it's 4 in 10 and 4 in 10
Right.
for the favorable.
and then our friends at 538, where they like
Yeah,
to
and they
mash up
were.
all
I
the,
mean, I
give
think
you an
Prabhupada
average of
and
who's ahead
the people that
in the
were
national
legit
polls.
were
Trump's
really
still
trying to do
up
that.
by
They were really trying to spread this
1.1
message.
percentage points,
about
which of course is
what
well
they were
within
able to
the
do
margin
during
of
the
error. So
with the help of
it's
George
neck and
Harrison.
neck.
It won't be a
They opened up a
sellout,
lot of people's
but
minds.
33,000 people are expected at Washington National Stadium tonight for the Congressional Baseball game.
If you could be there, I think you would.
I would absolutely go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, man,
They've been
I
practicing
really
for
appreciate
months,
your
at
work.
least according to
You know,
Roger
Sasquatch
Williams,
is
who is the coach on the
incredible.
Republican side, who's asked about his starting pitcher, Greg Stubbe, out of the 17th district of the great state of Florida.
This Ukraine thing, or do UFO thing, whatever we do, come back. Okay, that will. Thank you very much. Oh, sir, tell everybody it's available. It's on Peacock. Krishna's. Yeah. It's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
The coach for Democrats is Linda Sanchez out of California. And she says, quote, I told Republican Coach Williams, that's Roger Williams, we are ready and coming for his team. We're looking for redemption and to break our current streak.
That fucking monkey ass thing to this
Can you
one.
imagine all the Ben Gay and
What's that?
Tiger Bomb that's going to be needed?
It's like
What,
the
oh,
laziest
that's the picture you sent me? Yeah.
They-
That girl's
they've been playing
lovely
this
private
game
parts.
since
That's the best name for a vagina, monkey.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize that.
I
So,
send them to everybody, too.
more than a
Presidents,
century.
corporations, cops, on Monday, happy Monday. They make their day, everybody's day a lot better. Stuck it down the right foot.
Especially presidents of corporations. People that, can you imagine if you had to work in a fucking office for your whole life, as old as we are now. If we were in an office since the time we were like 23, 24 years old. Right out of school, just every day, button down, try not to say anything that's going to get you in trouble. Just trying to fucking make it to 5 o'clock and then immediately go to a bar and talk shit with your friends. And then do it all over again on Monday.
Oh, I time it so I know you're in a meeting. I know that you're in a meeting with 8 white dudes and they're real serious about, numbers have to be up, statistics. All of a sudden your phone rings, you fucking open it up.
Elon Musk has withdrawn his
And it breaks up the whole morning. Like, thank God Joey did it. Because he understands where I'm going.
Elon Musk's lawsuit claimed
That's tough. That's tough. Going to sales meetings. I used to go to sales meetings and they talk about, look, I went to Anthony Robbins thing.
Did you?
When I was a burglar. I'm like, Anthony Robbins, be a better burglar? No, and I ended up kidnapping the motherfucker. He focused me. I walked on the coals. I was all in with Anthony Robbins. You know. Really? Because I worked for a Subaru dealership, so Subaru paid for you to go to Anthony Robbins seminar. So they would give me like 3 bills for the day for per diem. I would go to Denver and do the Anthony Robbins seminar.
Dude, you should be a Subaru spokesperson. Who's more loyal to Subaru than you?
Nobody.
You fucking love Subaru.
Love them. Love them. I just cannot.
Because you lived in Boulder.
I lived in Aspen.
Yeah.
And I saw vans. I saw every type of high-level car spin around. And you just lose control. And you ever lose control in Colorado?
I didn't, but I did in
Mrs.
Boston a
Rogan
bunch
did.
of times. Yeah.
It wasn't fun.
It's not. Whenever you're driving in snow, it's touch and go. You could get patches of ice.
And in Colorado, at night, you got a thing called black ice. And, I remember I worked at Crestwood. I was security. And I had to be people at the airport at night. And I fucking did everything I could to get out of that job. Because when I was in the van with people doing the speed limit, no alcohol, you know me. I just hit black ice and things started spinning. And you don't know where you're going to land.
But you have no idea. I was with
You
McGuire
never
once.
see
Chris McGuire and I were on the way to the airport in Ohio. we cross over a bridge. The bridge is where you get it because there's no ground underneath it, so things freeze quicker. We went over this bridge, just got lucky. Nothing happened. We both went, all right. You know, it stopped where we were facing the wrong way, but there was no one on the road because it was early. We were heading back to the airport. Okay, I remember this. Like all of a sudden, you got no power.
You know, I love German technology. I love the look of a lot of sport cars. There's been nights I've been 10 years ago. I was taking a it was raining. It was January. In California, he's coming down. You couldn't see him.
Why is a Subaru so good? What is the big deal about Subaru?
When I first started, with, like I had never sold a car before. I was a detailer. And I became friends with the guys. And he bust my balls every day. And then beat it in the little guy.
He was from Florida, he went all the way up to Colorado
to sell cars. And like that, I was properly introduced. In those days, they gave you $1,500 the first day they trained you to sell cars. I knew nothing about the car. Like, when you had that car and the axle fell off, you got rid of it because you're not a car guy. You're not going to get up on Saturday and go to the store and find a piece of 1966 converter. It's just, some people have that.
Those guys love that shit.
Tim Allen, Jay Leno, Gabe, I love them for that. I don't have that gift. So when I was introduced to the Subaru, I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's just another fucking car. And then I saw a snowstorm. And I saw how people reacted. In Boulder, it's either Subaru or yeah, that's it. I'm telling you, that's it. So, you know, once the snow drops, that September snowstorm, it's Subaru. Subaru's the first car that has an engine sideways. The engine isn't in like usual cars. That was the secret about Subaru.
The engine sideways.
It's
I've seen a few engines like that. Right? What do they call it? Inline?
Inline, something like that.
No, inline is straight, right? That's like a BMW.
They have some word for it. It's Subaru technology started there. When I started selling Subarus, I had a GL10. I was really impressed because what it let you do is if you went up Lee Hill Road, okay, and you made the left to go down into your property, into the snow, you could press a button and the shock absorber would fill up. And your car would rise above so you could go through the snow. So all those little things. The only
They had that way back then?
1988, 89, the GL10. The only knock Subaru had was that if you had a stick, you couldn't keep your hand up. You couldn't keep your hand up. Right, so if I'm driving a stick, boom, I'm in two, I'm in three, I gotta get my hand off it. I could only with the clutch cable. That was the only knock they had.
So the clutch cable would break?
It would break if you kept your hand on it too long.
I had one of those breaking rules.
Yeah, so you have to go 1, then 2, then 3, then 4.
I had it actually breaking twice. Once I got stuck in second gear and I managed to drive to a parking lot and get towed. It was in, I had a 2005 or something like that. 2004, 2005 Porsche. It just kept breaking. The thing that kept breaking was that thing with the clutch. And also the fuel pump.
Yeah, that was a GL10 sedan. I'm talking about the wagon, the dooted up wagon. Was just a brilliant automobile. And then I started selling Toyotas.
Those things are still on the road.
They're still on the road, guys. And this is what I'm saying about the American dollar. I like the Subaru because I respect what they do with the American dollar. They give you $1 worth for $1.
Oh, right.
They really do. For the American who's really looking for a fucking car to last. I've gone into Douglas Toyota and have seen trucks with 500,000 miles on a Toyota truck. That says a lot. When you're an American, you're a construction guy, you're putting in bids, blah, blah, blah.
Do you know Matt Farah? Smoky Tire. Do you know that dude? No. He's a big fan of yours. He loves cars. He's got this great YouTube channel. It's all about cars. And they had a car, a Lexus, that they took to 1 million miles. He had a 1 million mile Lexus.
Now, who makes Lexus at the end of the day?
Toyota.
what the fuck are we talking
Yeah,
about?
that's what I'm saying.
So
I had 3 Lexuses over the course of my life. Never had a single problem. 0 problem. They just work. They always work.
They just work.
All cars are so amazing now. It's like the bar is set so high that if you just get like if you get a Mustang GT, just a Mustang GT today, which is like very reasonable. Like I think a Ford Mustang GT. Tell me how much one of those fucking things cost. But it's got performance that you couldn't even imagine 20 years ago, and it's probably under $50,000. It's probably 40 grand. How much are those? 26. Is that for the regular Mustang or the GT? Okay, so that's right. I think the regular one might have a 6-cylinder. I'm not sure. I think they still do that. I might be wrong about that. Okay, and that's the one with the V8, right? It's the Coyote V8. It's a 5-liter V8. It's fucking wicked powerful, like 460 horsepower. I mean, the power that you get with $45,000 today, it's just insane. They keep getting better and better and better. It's like, where are they going to go with these?
And the leases are great. The leases are great. The deals they're giving you now. I mean, a buddy of mine just bought a car the other point and a half.
He's doing it remote. He's not going in studio.
Just log on by 6:30.
It's a time to buy a car.
Yeah.
Get whatever the fuck you want.
All cars are good now. That's the thing. It's like you can't make a shitty car anymore. Like America went through a time period where we just made dog shit cars, and everybody knew that they broke. And everybody was like, look, if you buy American cars, you're going to buy something that's going to cost the same amount, but it's not going to last as long. And the Japanese just took the Germans and just took over.
They took it over. Then we had Coke. Brought it back with the King car.
You know what's the most hilarious country that has for cars? My people. The Italians, they never made a single car that's reliable.
Remember we had the conversation about my buddy who had the Italian car. He went crazy. I'm going to keep it in my roots. The car is still in his garage, bro. Rusty, fucking the Bugatti or whatever the fuck.
Apparently, the new ones you can drive. Like a new one, they're actually reliable.
For 2 weeks.
No. The new ones apparently. It's like everything else. They got to a point where they just had to have better
You remember the
electronics.
Triumph?
Yes, I do.
Triumph. We grew up on the Triumph, the Thing by Volkswagen. The Thing by Volkswagen.
Was that little van thing?
It was a little van thing. There's like 10 left. If you got a Thing, somebody will give you $1 million.
Really?
They had a Subaru made a car called the Just.
Oh, that's it?
That's
Wow.
the thing. Subaru made a car called the Just, be a 3-cylinder. Just to compete with Hyundai. When Hyundai came out with the Mobile in '87, Hyundai changed the game. Hyundai came out with the Astana, whatever, 4-door cars, 160, 150 down, 150 a month. Busted the car industry. Subaru had to compete. Everybody had to drop those tin cans just to compete.
There was a lot of people driving those Hyundais when they first came out.
Fuck
It
yeah.
was so cheap. A buddy of mine got one.
150 a month. You know, all day long.
A buddy of mine got
All
one
day long.
that I used to drive deliver papers with. He was telling me, these fucking Koreans, when they get into something, they know what they're doing. Like, if they're going to jump into the car market, that's a disciplined group of people. If they're going to jump into the car market, they're going to make a badass car.
Well, listen,
They're very reliable.
Mitsubishi, for example. Mitsubishi. People hate Mitsubishi. Americans.
Why do they hate Mitsubishi?
Because Mitsubishi made the parts that were right. The Americans went up against some world. So if you try to sell the fuck, those guys are all gone. That's the beat. But when you sold the car to a guy that did the reading out, like there was certain price, it had Mitsubishi parts on it. Ford had Mitsubishi parts on it. Mitsubishi's like the greatest, biggest thing in car parts. So everybody has Mitsubishi parts on it.
So if you had a Mitsubishi, you were a bad person.
No. So when some Americans, old school veterans, those guys that wear the jackets with the hat, when they come to see a car, you show them a Chrysler, a certain type of Chrysler, they go, nah, they got a Mitsubishi fucking tailpipe. That makes sense. That's how pissed off they were because the banks would shoot down the Americans. I get it. Historic thing. But that Mitsubishi got into the business.
That's the best you could do. And then he gave this like shocking statistic that by the time you're 15, you have less than 2% influence on them. And then I find the study that
Eclipse. I remember that.
Yeah, little fucking car.
I had a Mitsubishi at one point. I had a Starion. Remember that?
Yeah, everyone had a Mitsubishi because they were cheap. You know, you go into Toyota place to buy Toyota.
Here's to speak to that. Dodge used to sell their version of the Starion. It was the Conquest. Dodge had the Conquest TSI, and it was their version of the Starion. It's the same car. It was one of the rare times in history where two car companies have the exact same car. The exact same car. One was the Conquest, one was the Starion. That was it.
Yeah.
That red one right there looks exactly like my buddy Jimmy DiTilio.
Yeah.
My buddy Jimmy had one exactly like that when we were like 21.
This is why it's very hard for a guy like me to fall for fads, especially for cars. Because I've seen a lot of fads. I remember the Suzuki Samurai. Mm-hmm. How many motherfuckers killed the Suzuki Samurai? Was like the scooter. You know these jerk offs with the scooters today thinking that they're cool? Mm-hmm. The Suzuki Samurai came around and it started tipping over. This thing started tipping over. But again,
people try to take corners with them.
One piece like a sports car. The thing weighed 8 pounds. I had friends tipping them over. They were made of fucking tin. And they were 150 down, 150 a month. And for fucking an extra $25, I had a guy with a fan. Because you would die in these things. People would die.
What the fuck is that thing, Jamie?
They sell these in the Studio City.
What is it?
It's an electric car that's like a one-seater, three-wheel one-seater car.
Electra Mechanica?
Yeah, I don't know how to say it.
I think that's it.
Electra.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's a one-person car?
Yeah, it's a
you know what's good about that car? Bro, it doubles as a casket. That's what's great about that fucking car. That your family saves 10 G's by a casket. They just bury you in that fucking thing.
But if you think about it, if you have to get around everywhere, it's just you most days, and something like this is cheap. What is the difference between being in that and being in a big truck with all that fucking empty space? You drive around and
look
escalate
like
everywhere.
a fucking idiot in that fucking thing. You ever drive past one of these idiots and you're at a light and you actually look at them and you're like, you're in his mind, he's thinking he's the coolest guy in the fucking world. That guy thinks he's fucking Ricky Gervais.
That is actually a cool looking one. Look at that front hood scoop.
Joe, that's a casket.
Is that their headlight? No, it's a hood scoop. Is that their high beam?
Looks like headlight.
I think that's actually a real hood scoop.
A plastic piece over.
Yeah, what is that? Is that clear plastic over? Is that what I'm looking at?
Could be because it's inside, but
so crazy. That's like the RX-7. The RX-7 was a casket.
Was it?
Remember the Mazda RX-7? Yeah. I fucking hated that car.
My kids, like, they call us a couple times, but it's mostly just text messages. That has nothing to do with us.
I don't want to say I was tripping on something. Some type of trip.
I'm texting their mom a lot, which is, I'd be lying if that wasn't a kick to the nuts. I literally said to my son, my younger son, I'm like, you didn't send me the photos. I like photos. Like, I just,
And you cried.
Oh my God.
Do your kids save their worst for you? Their behavior will
Oh.
do they save the worst?
Dead on arrival.
That reminds me of marriage, though.
I saw the car. That's why I don't like
Security
little
channel
cars.
continue in just a moment. Justin Worship is here. Deborah Mark is
In
live
those
with the
days,
KFI.
after that, I never got in the RX-7. My buddy the devil had an RX-7.
Were they the ones with the rotary engine?
I don't know.
Mazda has. There's a sports car company that uniquely has a rotary engine. It's a different kind of engine. It's not like cylinders. Is that it? Is Mazda? Yeah, they got a different kind of engine.
Mazda's a good car.
Dude, I drove one of the more modern Mazdas in like 2000, maybe? No, it was like 90s. Like before, okay, it was before I moved to California. See, look at that thing. That's how the engine works. Instead of having a bunch of pistons, it's got this big fucking thing in the middle of it. Like, I wish I understood engines to know why this is that different.
So the regular engines have
the piston
like this.
Real car people are going crazy right now.
I'm sorry,
Fucking
idiots.
idiots. They don't know shit. So we're watching this video. It says Mazda RX-7 rotary engine, how it works, and it's describing how it works is this very strange video where you're watching this thing rolling around inside of an oval. It's like a big oval engine container. It's very different. But it's very fast. It was the one that this guy had. I guess, like I'm saying, I think it's 93 or something like that. It was really fast. It really handled really well, too. But it was a very light car. These things are weird, man. Like rotary engine, that's weird. Like how come nobody else adopted that? Just it looks like a badass watch, you know?
See, I didn't have car education, but I saw cars and all. I learned a lot. Now I forget that stuff.
What we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels, when your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio.
That's the end of the thing. It's University of Colorado.
Is that where it is?
Like that's happy to grow. Having a whole thing like this. So those people move into town between them.
Hello, acclaimed comics writer and notorious
They come to sue
super
and they ask very
Well, hello, Emmy-winning podcaster and totally unbiased Hungarian royal supporter, Jason.
You saying we're done?
Somehow,
yes,
the X-Ray
compared to
Vision
what
podcast
people,
has
compared to what they
returned.
ask.
Like what kind of question?
And like always, we'll be here every week.
TV writers,
Velocity,
actors,
this,
comics,
that, this, and
pop
that.
culture critics.
Nothing is off the table.
Listen to X-Ray Vision on America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app and search X-Ray Vision.
Hear the stories behind the songs in the podcast Rolling Stones 500 Greatest Songs of All Time. Explore classics like Fleetwood Mac's Dreams, and
Really?
artists like The Killer's Mr. Brightside.
So that's why I
Interviews with
remember
artists and
learning
insiders.
as much as I could because it was so intense. And they'd come over, especially the Japanese guys. But they would look at cars.
Listen on
What's
America's
this? What's the
#1
weight?
podcast network.
That's what's really amazing. You stop and think about the creation of cars and how they've evolved and getting better. For a long time, they did it without the internet. Long time. Well, some of the greatest cars ever created, pre-internet. You know, just think about all the various forms of sports cars, and 911s, all those different Corvettes that came out. All that shit was before the internet. They were just looking at each other's pictures, looking at magazines, and everyone's competing against each other to have the best handling car, the best looking car, best fuel efficiency. Things kept shifting over the years. Like for 10 years in America, they didn't make anything new. It's for 10 years.
What would
It was the years from American muscle cars. When I say anything good, I mean like something that like a muscle car lover, other than the Trans Am. The Trans Am is the exception to the rule. Trans Am, they made some, you know, those smoking the bandit cars that people to this day still want. That was in the 70s. But from the 1960s, like say 65-ish to like 70, America couldn't be touched. Those muscle cars are insane. They just kept pumping out cooler and cooler shapes.
What did
Classics.
drive?
He drove a 1968 fastback Mustang.
Is that a bad motherfucker?
Oh yeah.
How bad of a motherfucker?
Well, it's a beautiful car. The design is the back end of the ’68 Mustang is one of the most underrated forms in all of automotive design. That's a ’68 Shelby. That's different. That's a GT500. It's a totally different shape. The Shelby had a completely different set of rear taillights. They had altered quite a bit about the Shelby, like the way it looks in the front end as well. The regular '68 Mustang just has this beautiful, like contoured rear end. Look at that. Look at that. That green car. That's like a real modern looking, like updated version of it. Real pretty, you know. With a phenomenal deep green paint job. But look how good that rear looks.
So that's what he drove.
That's what he drove, motherfucker. Look at that. That is Americana, baby. Look at the tail end of that fucking vehicle, man, with the chrome and the chrome bumpers, and the red headlights and the black behind. Look at that fucking car, man.
No seatbelt.
Well, they have those ones around your waist.
Yeah, in the back, you got a waist belt.
No, there's no seatbelt about it. You bounced around like a fucking rock.
How many horsepower?
Not that much. Not that much, man. A really powerful car back then had like 350 horsepower. Like, let's find out what was the 1968 GT500. That was their most powerful one. I'm gonna imagine this had like 400 horsepower. Say 1968, just Shelby GT 500 horsepower. 1968 Shelby GT. Because that was what they would do is they take it to Carroll Shelby. Carroll Shelby would take the regular Mustang and just juice it the fuck up. More power, better handling, better looks.
Here goes
400, perfect. Yeah.
Now, who were they competing with? Like, what was this? Is Ford, right?
Yeah, they were competing against the Camaro at this point because they made a
And the
larger
Corvette.
car.
And the Corvette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of. The Corvette was like a little bit of a different category because it was a pure sports car, where this car had back seats. So that's a 400 horsepower. So compared to the Mustang of today, the regular GT, forget about the new one. They have a new GT 500 that has like 760 horsepower. The new GT 500 goes 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. It's a monster.
Which one were they making for that movie that just came out?
That was
the Ford versus Ferrari.
Oh,
For the Le Mans.
I don't
That's
know.
what it was for.
I think it was that about race car. I didn't see
Yeah,
that movie.
it was Shelby. It was him making that car. I think they had
Oh,
2
really?
weeks to make it or 2 days and a half.
Well, probably for the movie they can juice that up, right? I don't know. I thought they were race cars though. I didn't think they were like GT cars. This is like a GT car. I don't know.
It's the GT 500 maybe.
Yeah, I think it's not even the GT 500. I think it's the GT 40, which is their race car. I think because I'm pretty sure I saw it in the. I didn't see the movie.
I thought you would have known.
I think it's a different GT. I think it's their actual race car. But the new one, this Shelby has a new GT 500. It's a ridiculous car. It's faster around tracks than the new Corvette. They have a new Corvette, this crazy rear engine, mid-engine rather Corvette, the newest Corvette. It's the best Corvette ever. And this GT 500 is even faster than that. It's bonkers. Yeah, it's a different kind of car. That's a car that's only for the racetrack. These guys, you could buy a Shelby GT 500 today. Walk out of a dealer showroom. Hi, do you know how to drive? Yes, sir. Here's my license. Like, you don't have to hardly know shit. And they'll let you just drive home in one of the most preposterous automobiles ever offered to man. You can just go right into a Ford dealership, and if you have I'm going to say a Shelby GT 500, $80,000. How much does that cost? A brand new Shelby GT 500.
We would get compliments
Already?
Our kids' friends, parents, say, your children are so well behaved, they're so respectful, and they said yes and please and thank you and all that stuff.
How much one of those cost?
And I always remember thinking,
that's crazy.
My kids, I don't know what happened.
So for $73,000, you can buy a car that is so fast. If you really can know that there's a difference between the speed of that and then the next car after that, the next car is more powerful, you really should be in jail.
Like get texts from parents like you would go to a birthday party and like
LCD.
It's dope as fuck.
Cluster.
Yeah. Well, a lot of cars are doing that now because they can get so much more information in front of you instead of just the standard gauges. But dude, there's still something about them standard gauges.
The Mustang electric car.
Yes. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's like a fat Mustang, right? Yeah. It's interesting, right? They're using the Mustang name for other shit now.
No, it's your
That's
kid.
controversial.
But
That could
the
cause a
sticker
problem.
that we used
Why
to
not
use,
just
like,
come up with another name?
but
That's not a Mustang. You know that's not a Mustang. It's an SUV.
And what it is that there is a moment.
Right. Why are you doing that? They're talking about doing that with Corvette too. The Corvette could branch off and become a brand like Cadillac is. You know, Cadillac is a brand. It's it's synonymous with luxury. So you think of Cadillacs, but it's a GM car. And if they decide to take the Corvette model and just make it a brand, and so have dope SUVs, like fast, racy SUVs, fast, racy four-door sedans.
Whatever sells cars, man. Because did you see that Tesla's now valued at as much as GM and Ford together combined?
Yeah, whoops, guys. Fucking dummies. This is super genius. Just back off. It's hilarious, right?
Yeah, still going up today.
Guy makes amazing cars. He makes amazing fucking cars. We're talking about Elon Musk. Tesla is worth more today than, what is it? What's the stock?
It's over 500 now, but like the market value is they're combined.
Yeah, and everybody was saying it was going to fall apart.
I think it's a beautiful car, guys, but I gotta give it one time. Especially the self-driving shit. My brother has
point I'm
It's
saying
beautiful.
is that
He's got the electronic one.
the data that they looked at,
Which
we
one?
also spent 38
Which one?
hours
Oh, I don't know.
Is it
Gorgeous.
Tesla?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
and that's why
But he was telling me to go to San Diego. He's gonna stop in Commerce
But they
City.
said
Yep.
regardless
And
of whether
plug
it was
it in
secure
20
attachment
minutes
or
and sit down at the pump
insecure
and watch.
attachment,
Yep, you do.
it's still
You know, there's
probably
just so many different charging places. I took an Uber a couple weeks ago. I got into a car that was just amazing.
the sheer amount of time that they're spending, that's they're more likely to see those. That's what they're defining in this
Hybrid.
study.
So they're making everything.
Accord, they make some nice Accord.
Now this car, you know,
Accord's
listen, you get the Honda, you get the
When they're crying, when they're upset, when they're angry.
Toyota sometimes, not Toyota as much, but Mitsubishi. What's the other one? Hyundai. And you close the door, there's a lightness in the
this
metal.
because
That's where you see
we were talking like Marla
there's a
said,
lightness.
her
Like
time
you
as a
close it a
teenager
certain
thinking
way. When I
back
get you a
where
fucking
mom
Porsche,
was, and you were saying,
when I close it,
pathetic
that
parents
makes a
or-
certain noise.
We had
It's
to
a
Yeah.
distinct noise.
If you never been in my little tiny one. I got a 1993 964. It's a real light car, but the metal in it is so much thicker than any metal you've ever used
I like
today.
all that.
This door is like chunk. When you close the door, chunk. Like you can feel the weight to it. You feel when you tap the fenders too. There's no give. It's a different structure. Totally different.
So I was blown away even by the Honda
First
Accord
son, and he was
hybrid.
getting close to 2. We were talking about having the second.
Paying for gas. It's just a great little car. I'm looking at a couple different options. I wouldn't tell you to do
You're thinking about going away from Subaru?
adding something to my collection just because, you know, I got fucking.
I've always said you need a Cadillac. You
Should
should add a Cadillac.
You should be a Cadillac man. That dude gave me a ride last week. I was
On parents that they only put on themselves. Like all of the data that that's why I kind of talk about all
told me
this.
exactly how he got it,
The more you
what
are
the
like
scam
our
is with
parents,
them,
probably
how to
you're more
do it.
likely to raise
He has
kids that are
that
less
problem.
likely to have mental
The
health
battery
issues,
died. And that's the
addiction,
that's their
depression,
main
any kinds of things
The
like that.
batteries
Now
done.
one day you wake up and they'll tell me, oh, my battery's dead. I'll fucking
You
joke.
can't cause it to be fully
I'm joking. I get in my Subaru, the battery's never dead.
I wonder if they're more reliable now. I don't know anything about them.
full of their kid.
I've never owned one, but I've rented a ton of them.
Fucking gorgeous.
That's a
Gorgeous.
great car.
And when you sit in it, you're
What
tight.
model is that?
CTS.
That's a CTS. Is that what that is? That's a beautiful fucking car, man. Look at that front end. The design is just so, it's so interesting. It's like,
After I left here the last time, or the last two times, the guy reached out and said he would give me
you need a Cadillac.
for $560 a month at least. We wrote down.
Take it. Joey, I want to see you strolling around the Cadillac. I would love it. Bumping Biggie.
I can't do it. And the Subaru I love that I have, but people are like, oh, why are you driving a lesbian car? People always say lesbian. And it hurts my feelings. Like, why are you driving a lesbian car? No, it's not a lesbian car. It's a fucking Subaru.
You love a reliable car. I respect that about you.
I want to get in the car and start it. I don't want to be in service.
I don't think these things are
I
unreliable
want
anymore.
to, I got free service. You know, the warranties they give you now, or fucking, Volkswagen, which nobody buys. What is that?
That's a Cadillac. CTSV. Look at that fucking car. Is that the coupe? Is that a four-door? It's hard to tell because the picture's so dark. That's a four-door? It's two. Yeah, to the little rear window. That's not like a full window. Wow, that's a beautiful car, man. They make some killer. You know what's a killer fucking car right now? If you want an SUV, Lincoln Navigator. The new one is insane.
I wonder what happened to Lincoln. Are they still in business?
They only make the Navigator, and then they make one or two other luxury coupes, which are very nice.
Beautiful
Their cars now are very nice.
gorgeous. Then they went away. Like,
Well,
the
this
Lincoln
Navigator's the
Continental
biggest
was
thing.
big. They're so really little limo drivers. Then they stopped production on them, so I didn't know what was going on with Lincoln Continental.
You know what's the shit? It's those 1965s with the suicide doors. Come on, son. You know, I'm not that bold. I could not buy one of those cars. You come rolling around in one of those 1965 Lincoln Continentals with the suicide doors. Like, holy
What's the
shit.
green one?
Did you drive a Continental?
She would be drove. You know what? He used to get out over the door sideways.
He got into the trash and was dragging it under the house.
Chrysler Imperial Crown.
Beautiful.
Wow. Let me see a picture of that. 1966 Chrysler. Look at that thing. We're looking at picture one, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it has machine guns that poke out of the hood.
Well, that
Missiles.
That was the Black Beauty.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
But I always like
Ooh,
the
look at that
story.
thing. That's a car?
Yeah.
What a fucking car. Who made that one? No, that's a resto mod. Oh, is that the new Green Hornet? Oh, the new one. That was the new one with Seth Rogen, right? Yeah, I didn't see that one.
No, I want another one with
Ooh, look at that one. People don't understand. We're a little too young for it, but people don't understand what an impact Bruce Lee had when he was doing the Green Hornet. When people saw him do martial arts moves the way he did on screen, like people wanted to. I mean, you have to think about how many people would watch a TV show back then. Like if you had a TV show, there's only like 3 different things to watch, right? Like if you had a TV show, you had the entire country watching one of 3 things. And if you had a big show like the Green Hornet was.
The Green Hornet aired on Sunday nights. So it was like stealing.
Yeah, everyone's home.
You either had Lawrence Welk on fucking Channel 7 on ABC. Look at these. Look at 68. You didn't see this.
Look at that guy drop.
And he just traumatized WC. WC was traumatized. They only did 6 episodes.
Look how bad their
Yeah.
fucking fight scenes are. Look at these white guys faking punches. Oh my God. It's hilarious to see like old school bad TV like fight acting. Like when you know the punch didn't hit him and the hair goes flying. It's so weird. Especially because we're not playing any of the volume, so we're just watching it.
Yo,
So
guys.
we watch it with no volume.
Hey guys, you guys didn't know Tim Cook sucks, the iPhone sucks. Hasn't improved since Steve Jobs, and that motherfucker has been out of here. Alright, so here's what we do. If you're not familiar with our game, we highlight the biggest fucking people on
He's the guy that was
it.
starring
So next up,
right there.
we've got Ed
Oh,
Matthews.
that guy was like,
I'm following Ed Matthews. Looks like Ed Matthews. Doesn't make it weird. Who the fuck is that, right? Now what? What are we gonna do? We're gonna see their shit. So they're catching child predators.
How long was it between
Your
that
dog.
and the big wolves?
Oh, you don't have anything on your fucking social media?
Kung Fu movies.
Dog.
5 fingers of death.
Horse shit.
No,
Alright, well, shout out to you, dog. Looks like you're doing a good thing. And shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. And Matthews, if you didn't know, Rabbi Rothschild streams like 24/7, 365 for World
started
Peace.
with that.
So let everybody know about it and get your fucking social media aligned, dog. Everybody's got to get their social media aligned. Rabbi is making sure everybody has social media and everybody's getting their shit there. Gotta get their shit aligned. Why? Motherfucker, I'm ordering everything the way that I want. I'm ordering it exactly the way I want, and everybody needs their shit so I can communicate with them. And don't ban Rabbi from Discord and shit. Peace.
That was so
I like
silly.
when I say peace, and then it's like, oh, dog, I still gotta do a whole bunch of shit to talk.
Bruce Lee meant that the little guy had hope. Bruce Lee gave the image of hope. You know, that's what these guys thought. Well, Bruce Lee fucking, he changed everybody. He put a little bounce in the step.
He changed martial arts.
He changed martial arts. He gave you hope. The movie theaters were back. Martial arts schools were back. Black people were going crazy because nobody suffered anymore. You see Dolomite yet?
No, I still
No, again, you know, you gotta watch these shits if I'm gonna come on the show because when Dolomite, did you see it? When he
The new one, you mean the new one?
Yeah.
I saw the movie way more.
First of all, fucking our boy stole the show. Our boy, the dude who you were gonna fucking MMA,
Oh, what's he
stole
saying?
the fucking movie, okay? Bad motherfucker.
Bad motherfucker.
Bad motherfucker. You know, I'm sick and tired of these people going, well, what happened to him? Nothing happened to him. Well, David Tell. What happened to David Tell? David Tell is getting strong every weekend. Well, you're looking at some fucking idiot jumping up and down on Netflix. David Tell is getting stronger.
Tell everyone you know about Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild streams like 24/7, 365 for World Peace. Biggest event in global history.
He's got something, so he has. It may not be goofy, jumping up and down and wetting you. But when he did, have you seen him go? I heard it's great. You just go for him to cheer him on. To go, you know what? Thank God. Because people think that we're like fucking mooks as comics. I'll hit you from fucking 90 different directions. You could just act, bitch. We could do it all. And when we get 30 years under our belt, we become weapons. Like Jimmy Smith, like any of these people that have been doing it for 30 plus fucking years. Eventually, you're going to get fucking good at it. So, I still didn't see the Tarantino movie. I saw the joke.
Tarantino movie is amazing.
I won't say that as disrespect for Bruce Lee. I saw the joke. I just don't even want to go there with nobody.
Yeah,
I'm not in the mood. If he didn't fucking live through it, I don't want to hear his fucking take on it.
It's not. It doesn't make sense.
It disrespected Shannon, so it means it disrespected me. You disrespected my fucking pal, and now I don't even know Shannon.
Yeah.
But if a bunch of these people got fired up, I watched the Joker. I liked it.
The Joker was intense.
I liked the Joker. It was intense. I saw Uncut Gems during the break.
Streaming now
Christmas
on the
time.
iHeartRadio app.
Girls went to sleep. Ate 3 animals. That movie. Joey Gears, 83 to 84. Whatever you want to do, you want to do. If you want to do Joe Rogan, listen, I got something coming next week. There ain't no next week. James, I'll sing the road. I need 10 to put this number in. Let's just go. Think of your life from there. You borrow from Peter to pay for, and then you're telling Jesus to suck your dick. It's nonstop. I went to see. People said that. People were like, "Don't get high and go see it." Fuck you. I'm going deep to go see it. I prepared like at 8 o'clock. Huh? Who's in it? Just Adam Sandler and a bunch of fucking whatever. It's just a movie of the basketball player that you don't know. With Kevin Garnett. And it's nonstop.
So it's mostly Sandler. It's
Sandler bumping into, what happened to my 30?
Oh, wow.
I'll catch you next week. I gotta go. Yeah, you motherfucker. It's fucking constant. It's, that life. And then it traumatic. Is an Academy Award winner. I don't fucking know. I took an home award for a couple of days. Okay. Is anything in a fucking Academy Award winner anymore? I watched The Irishman. You didn't see it yet either. So again, you go skiing for 3 hours. What are you doing on these flights? You look at either end, wait for him to go to sleep, and you go to sleep, you're fucked. Yeah, that's when I watch these 3-hour movies. I can't watch them at home. I got a 7-year-old. So I can watch on flights.
On flights, I try to write. Sometimes I'll come up with some of my best bits while writing.
No. That's after the movie. But it's a 5-hour, 51-minute flight.
That's true.
So I usually do a little, I listen to music, it turns up, I eat whatever they give me. I fucking put the movie on, and I got the notebook right on the iPad. So something comes to me, you tighten it up, and then you got the whole night that night in the hotel room. I like the Irishman.
Right on your iPad?
Yeah, like
So I got on the screen, you have one of those detachable keyboards.
I have the keyboard with the screen, and I just type like I'm usual. So that's where I put the final product now. So now I have a notebook still, but I stuck around. But
she thought something was wrong with the shower.
And once the joke
Because the
works,
pressure was different.
The pressure was different. It's a bigger shower.
It's not like I used to before.
But you're just typing on the iPad screen, just like a phone, right? Like you don't have a.
Yo, dog, I'm here.
keyboard. Oh, you have a.
Daddy's here, baby. Daddy's here.
Yeah.
Yo, dog.
It's
It's everybody's daddy.
It's
Rabbi Rothschild here.
Listen to me.
Next person who we are going to feature is this motherfucker named Moises. He was taking a shit or something while I was trying to feature him. It happens, dog. So here I am, just being like, hey, dog.
That's good for your head.
What's up? And it's like, hey, everybody, just watch my fucking stream. I literally can have no one here, and 1,300 people are going to watch it. That's amazing. So let's check out this motherfucker's shit. Alright, TTS, Discord. Ayo, have I been kicked out of this one? I don't think so. I'm almost sure I haven't. Why? So I'd be like, Moises, you motherfucker, get me back in that motherfucking thing right now. What is this? I keep seeing all this fucking... Dude, it's doing that goddamn fucking Tim Cook bullshit where it's like, oh, hey, you press the button, right? You press the fucking button? Oh, how about we have it work on the second try? Not the first, dog. Dude.
I don't like that weird fog that I feel.
when I fly into somewhere.
Did you hear this motherfucker? Did you just hear what he was kind of suggesting right there? I mean, I don't know. Was it a kind of suggestion or was it a fucking suggestion? Motherfucker was like, you want it to work the first time you hit the button?
Once 10 minutes gets going,
Tim Cook would be like, did you hear this guy? The first time? Yeah, asshole, the first time. Tim Cook would be like, but what about the second? Dog, get that kind of bullshit mentality out of there. The fucking door is right there. Tim Cook, you suck cock, and you're fucking everything about it. Everything that you have done with your fucking company has sucked cock, especially this fucking issue. Everybody's seeing it. And if you don't know, if you're just joining us, every time I hit this fucking button to go to someone's Discord, it's like, oh, okay, cool. Cool, you're gonna have to hit it twice. What the fuck, man?
You know why? Because by Friday.
Alright, so here it is. The Royal Moises, sorry about that. Is this who you are? Is this you up here, dog? Alright, so what's your shit? Do you have anybody in your fucking Discord? That's how I fucking judge you? Show it all. Let's see what you got. Do I have to fucking do anything? Nah. Dude, I'm really happy to be here. I'm sure you're gonna throw me up soon. Look at all these people. Look, I got 2 bitches in a row right here. They don't even know about each other. Dog.
People are tired.
If Beyonce were here, she'd be like, dog, you gotta make them say your name, Rabbi. Why? Because if you're ever getting 2 tiny girls to make a guy say your name on the phone, trust me, not that I've ever done it, but I've seen it done a whole bunch of times. And if you're like, yeah, what's my name? Say my fucking name is Sarah, bitch! Say Sarah, bitch! And the guys on the other end like, huh? Yeah. So how did you get on that topic? Well, somehow, some way we did. So we got the real Moises here. And oh, these 2 girls and 2 tiny bitches. Yeah. Anyway, so you want to see what they've said? I think I actually shouted out to one of them, and people are gonna be like, dog, what the fuck? I said, hi, how are you? Just playing Call of Duty. What's your channel, girl? I'm gonna overwhelm you with so much shit. You're gonna block me, so calm down. And then this girl, she hit me up. The other girl did too. She sent me a friend request first. Oh shit, what happened to it? Did that go away? Anyway, she probably blocked me already. Why? Hey, she's a digital artist. Would you like to see some of my work for your channel? Yeah, girl, anything you give me is probably going to get fucking banned. So, in the meantime, as I'm checking on my DMs and shit, we got the real Moises here who's got a fucking Discord going on. What else you have going on, real Moises? Pictures, steel box, there's a hoodie available. So shout out to this person, they're amazing, and they are a really cool person. And if they didn't know who Rabbi Rothschild is, they now do. They know that Rabbi Rothschild has just 2 absolute hoes going after him, and Rabbi is just rocking out, doing what he can. No one's ever gonna send me a DM because I will blow your shit up. I'll be like, oh, dog, you want to see some shit? Check this out. All right, so is this done? Just know, my whole fucking life is
yeah, I think we still
so am I
put
doing.
in
All right.
reps.
Shout out to my man.
It's just about reps.
The real Moises,
as many reps as you can get. The thing about the road when you're doing those Wednesdays or Sundays is that you get long.
You're already like one of the biggest streamers on Kick. So I don't know how much bigger you are.
Which is great too. I mean,
To the moon, baby. To the moon.
For me, as where we're at now, I want to give 150% of the show. That's not the comedy store.
Beach in the U.S. That's according to a new study by the Surfrider Foundation that looked at more than 9,000 samples from 567 sites.
But I was trying to get it
Next person who we're going to feature is this motherfucker.
It's 15 to get it.
And they're gonna see 22 comics that headline all over the world.
So suck my dick. I'm gonna go up there and give you 150%, but I'm gonna go up there and try new shit. Last night I was talking about these ballers and that's how you learn not to be a me too. is by me doing something like that. And then you go, that wasn't right. And then I'll never meet you again. For me, it's a weird adjective. Oh, and I started out with it. I opened up with it to really put myself. Oh,
Is that an adverb? What is that? Me doing? Is it a verb? You meet you somebody?
That'd be an adverb. It's like
the only way you learn how to meet, the only way you learn how to not be me too is by me too. You shop at the candy, right? Yeah, your mother told you smack it, so that's not right. Same thing with me too. This LA is fucking. Me too was invented. Fuck Marilyn Monroe to death. They fucked her to death. The vaginal thing looked like that fucking embassy in Tehran, whatever they bombed.
What was that famous Fatty Arbuckle case where there was a?
This is disgusting, people.
Yeah.
This is, you know, between the Big Ron documentary, did you see that one?
I didn't see
That
that.
filthy fucking animal getting women to suck that fucking 90-degree weather, 6 yoga session dick. That's just cruelty to animals. You could put you in jail for just sucking that dick. You know, and Harvey, all that shit happens here. But as us, as men, we all need to. For me, I was in love with this lady named Faye. She was 37.
So here it is. The Royal Voice. Sorry about that.
J. Howard Marshall. He would watch it. She has 2 daughters. And the daughters are
My bad, guys. My bad. I did this.
It drove me crazy. I was 13, 14. I lived with her. I seen her in the window. And finally, summer was fucking set.
Say my fucking name is Sarah, bitch. Say Sarah, bitch.
And we're listening to Led Zeppelin 2. If you're gonna fuck anybody, Led Zeppelin 2 is the album. It starts off with a whole lot of love. That just gets your hips moving. And then it goes into 11. And fucking squeeze me, baby. Just went down my leg. My mother was a flower chick. She had flowers everywhere. I put on like a shirt. I swear to God, it had to be like she would walk the dog at night.
How old were you at the time?
This dog would sleep at the husband. So she would take the dogs out at 10 o'clock. The last, she would put them down. Like flowers, with the flowers. That's flowers. Just jumping around things. But all the time, she gets the flowers. It's not crazy.
You was an attacker.
I wanted to marry her. Like, that's how. Anyway, whatever keys you press the ball with you, animal training. No matter how you look First of all,
just know shout out to my man, the real Moises, and yours as a student on tape. You're already like one of the biggest students on tape, so to the moon, baby, to the moon.
Your stage struck the lid of a long boy's treasure chest. around my dick just exploded. I spurred. I ran away like Steven Seagal. You ever see Steven Seagal run? He runs like a fucking retard with that little lip. You ever see Steven Seagal run? There's a couple. You ever see him run?
He runs very strange.
In what's very tall? What's the first one he did? That's really good.
Above the law.
Look at him. Look at how he runs. He runs like a fucking retard. Look at him. Look at him. Can you imagine?
He's just built odd. He's just really tall. He does run a little loose with the hands, which is kind of confusing.
Which one was this one?
That's above the law.
Oh,
It's a bunch of different movies now because now he's got more hair.
Right, because people goof on him because of the way he runs.
Yeah.
He was married to Kelly Rothschild.
Dude, at one time.
Yo, Don. Rabbi
Rothschild
Rothschild here. I stream my life 24/7, 365. Tell everyone you know. Rabbi is the biggest deal in global history.
Steps are too short.
Everyone loves Rabbi.
His wrists flip around. Because he's used to doing Aikido, right?
Apologies, girls.
Don't protect them. Please, don't protect them.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
a hoe. You a hoe. Everybody a hoe.
Don't put Aikido in there. Those Japanese people worked 3,000 years to put Aikido on them. And now you're going to set them back. That poor Aikido school in Burbank has moved 8 times. They keep losing students. They're down to 2 students wearing a schmuck and a fucking sword. Who's going to go for Aikido lessons?
Someone who doesn't really want to fight. You want to be able to passively get someone away from you, which is not realistic.
But the sword part
could come up if shit hits the fan. We go back, and if we get knocked into the Stone Age, or nuclear war with Russia.
I need to see a Vietnam. I need to join again. No.
He's learning how to dodge sticks.
Yeah, they moved. They're in Burbank. And I thought about when I was a kid, I went to Aikido. It's probably fun. The guy's name was Richard Bow. Steven Seagal above the law took it to a different level. That throat slam.
Oh yeah,
he's got the deflection throat slam. That's fucking beautiful.
I had a meeting with a guy in a movie. There's this my agent sent me into this kind of looking for someone to do like a Steven Seagal type movie. They were going to try to create an action star. And we actually had like an argument about this movie.
That move right there. But the best one is that's when I got carried away. That's when he just went over the top. But in the first movie, and above the law, and the one when he fucked up the Jamaicans.
Oh yeah, which one was that?
That
Swords.
That sword fight, and then Hard to Kill was when he. That's the one that business. You're in a coma for 4 years.
Yeah, and he's putting like
needles on himself.
Needles all over himself. He fixes himself.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
I loved it.
I know at the time. I loved it too.
The thing about him, man, is I think in that first movie, it was one of the more unique martial arts movies. Like Above the Law, it's almost a shame that he made a bunch of movies that weren't as good, because if you go back to Above the Law, in terms of like martial arts history, and Above the Law is a legitimate historical movie in terms of martial arts movies, because it was the first movie where you got to see a real Aikido practitioner with a hybridized system of martial arts. Like he was doing Aikido, but he was also throwing a lot of punches and knife hand strikes and a lot of strikes. It wasn't just.
They showed the bodega feet and Above the Law.
But just play this out.
That's the best. Oh, yeah,
this guy, look, all the bullshit. I mean, I made fun of him as much as anybody. But listen, his Aikido skills were very legit. He was very legit. Whether or not that stuff's real or not, that's a subject for debate. Whether or not it's really effective when you look at other things like wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Is it the most effective way to grapple? Or judo? Is it the most effective way? No, it's not. But no one knew that back then. And he, at the time, in the 1980s and 90s, was a world-class martial artist. He just had a style that ultimately didn't really prove to be the best style. But so did I. I was doing Taekwondo.
No. This is hard to kill.
A lot of people were doing Kung Fu. A lot of people were doing things that they thought were legit, but they really, once the UFC came around, we found out, oh, this is not the best way to do it.
Now, this is 87. There's a kid in this scene that was just in the movie with Clint Eastwood. He's been doing movies for fucking 30 years. I can't. Right now, that dude with the tattoos, how many fucking movies has he been a bad guy in? Right there, the second guy.
That guy right there, oh my god, that guy's never fucking bad guy.
Every
He's
movie.
great. What's his name?
He used to live in Vegas, I heard. He had some restaurant in Vegas. I'm not even sure.
I love a good shitty drama, a good shitty cop drama. Like I love like going back and watching some 1990s cop dramas. They're fun.
Kojak.
Oh, Kojak! I remember
Like a
Kojak.
lollipop at the end.
How about Beretta?
Beretta.
Has the growers.
How about that fucking?
You know which one was good, bro? That they gotta bring back.
But
Wise
And a
guy.
recent report
who
found
was Wise guy?
The good-looking dude. He was undercover with the mafia, but he really was a cop. CIA.
Like a Donnie Brasco type situation.
Really good looking. Really good looking.
This is it right here.
Is this also though
Fuck
an issue
people
with
up.
federal
No, this is a movie.
because there's the
Wise guy was
legalization
a
issue
TV
here, but it's
show.
not
What was it?
statewide.
Robert
There's still a federal
Wall,
ban. So
Robert.
is that
Good looking
I
dude.
suppose
He
there could be
came
some
out with
business
all
and
movement.
issues of it, like where you're going to put your money, how you deposit money.
So, baby, it's your boy, Rabbi Rothschild here, probably covering up the microphone. If you're like, what are we doing, Rabbi? We're going to go and fucking go to the biggest people on Kick and make them all hate. I've noticed every person, basically, to whom I've made one of these, they've all hated it. I would fucking hate it. I'd be like, Rabbi, what are you saying this shit? Anyway,
Just a regular search instead of
let's see, I've done
That's right.
Ed Matthews, Sam, Amaranth, the real Moise that I just did, Nick White. That motherfucker sucks. He still has me banned from his tips. Let's talk about who has me banned from their
Right?
dish. I'm good in the first two for now. Amaranth, she banned me on some. The real Moises, I think he found out about me, so he doesn't have time to ban me yet. Nick White has had me banned. Alright, next person. What is he? 18 plus mommy's first. What is this woman doing? That's the got that
crazy,
hit.
like straight.
Good on you, bro. Hey, everybody.
He went, like, I think it
Let's
was
take a look at your fucking social media, bro. So, that's
But a lot of that
social
was
media up here. I noticed I have to check up here, which is cool. Oh, sorry, this page isn't available. Because Zuckerberg sucks cock.
that guy.
How about
Go
YouTube?
back to the original.
Hey guys,
Charles Bronson
this person has a YouTube,
He
but
was slated to be
Skin
the
Shark
next
Hit Shy
big
sucks
superstar.
dick. Nobody gets to enjoy it.
Right?
Hey everybody, my name's Elon Musk, and I'm too busy sitting on my own phone. There you go, dog. There you go. Finally, somebody's got their shit together. Good on you. Excellent. I follow you and it's like, oh, dog, I know you've been using this device like 1,000 times, like all the time, but we have no idea how to fucking, dude, what is, huh? Huh? Oh, and the fucking storage is full. What in the fuck? Dog, I swear to fucking God, I fucking, oh, dude, you can't even see this shit anymore? Bullshit. Dude, just everything sucks. How am I gonna see myself? This sucks, girl. I was trying to feature your shit.
This is a science fiction.
Hey, I have a draft. How about you fucking upload it, dude? Yo, everybody wants to shit. Yeah, dude. Everybody go. Oh, okay. Cool. Nobody gets to see my amazingness. Dog, this shit sucks. I'm telling you, for the last fucking time, if this phone tells me that it doesn't have any more space, I am gonna go to San Cupertino and whoop that motherfucker ass myself. What in the hell, Tim Cook? Why does your shit suck so much dick? I'm telling you, I've never had a fucking device tell me more often, hey, you're out of fucking space. Okay. Can't they just be like, I get it? Oh no. No. we're gonna tell you this every fucking minute that you look at your phone from now until the moment that its battery explodes in the back. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know also if you just keep your phone long enough, its battery's just gonna explode in the back? And nobody's talking about this? Like, oh, dog, yeah, about that. That's in that fucking big fucking book that we give you, but nobody reads that. But yeah, anyway. So, go ahead and listen to the video. This chick, Esperanza, good on you, girl. I'm just you saying, no. Rabbi, I understand. All this shit sucks. Fix the fucking internet for me, Rabbi. Because my phone sucks, the internet sucks, everything sucks. Alright, are you done? Follow Esperanza, she's a kick streamer, she's amazing.
There was quite a few big name black shows. Sanford and Son, Good Times, the Jeffersons. Like during that era, even though there weren't that many TV shows, there was quite a few. Oh, the White Shadow.
Tremendous.
Yeah, the White Shadow.
Tremendous.
Yeah, I forgot about that show.
Tremendous.
Yeah. Dude, to this day, Sanford and Son's one of the best sitcoms of all time. There's some fucking episodes of Sanford and Son that I'll listen to, or I'll watch rather to this day, and I'll still laugh. That's Red Fox. So,
Alright, so here's what we get to now. Based on California's only airborne traffic report. So I'm Jenny Hornet. Streaming live.
they can't. They're stuck.
Well, somebody has to do it.
It's just going to be their own demise.
You know, what comedians? You're a comedian, I'm a comedian, trying real hard. This is our early education. This could have been a better education than watching. And here we're watching, remember, we're watching so we had Richard Pryor, but then you had this sick fuck. He hated Puerto Ricans. Someone no Puerto Ricans. He hated Julio the neighbor. He hated Julio the neighbor. God, America. This is Friday nights, and then it was followed by Chico the Man. You know,
Freddie Prinze.
CBS had their answer, a fucking Archie Bunker, which will never happen again. Every year they try to do a different Archie Bunker. They're never going to do it because it's not coming from the heart. They can't sell it like he did that. He does the same when Sammy Davis Jr. has it.
#1 podcast network. Free iHeart app and search X-Ray Vision.
What was the actor's name again? Carol.
Carol. Kissed him in the fucking lips. That, you know, so many different, yeah, right here, all this shit.
You know what's crazy? Carol Khan was like a great actor, an actor for his whole life. But he's known for sure, more than anything, for being Archie Bunker.
Right, look at his face.
Search Rolling Stone's 500 greatest songs to start listening.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Feeling.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah, like it was supposed to be funny that Archie Bunker was racist.
And by the way, just for the record, they always thought he was a black Jew. That's no Cuban in there because his mother was Cuban.
Really?
Afro-Cuban.
Now look at everyone laughing at him because Sammy Davis Jr. kissed him, he freaked out. Look at everyone laughing at him. You could, like, gay jokes, black jokes, white jokes, Puerto Rican jokes. They talk shit about everybody.
You go back in TV now 10 years. You go back in film. There's some films that are right up the start.
Oh, yeah.
They were very offensive. I just saw something that was on like regular TV.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox on America's
It was just something that was on like at 9 o'clock.
Open your free iHeart app and
What
search
about Ace Ventura Pet Detective? It was all about a guy who was trans. A guy who was cross-dressing at the very least, like pretending to be a girl, but it turns out to be a guy the whole time, and everyone's disgusted because they kissed him thinking it was a girl, so everyone's throwing up and like, how would be able to do that today? They would be transphobic. People would freak out.
This is To Die For.
Do you remember that?
It's available now. Listen for free.
There's that
on
pretty
iHeartRadio
lady who was in a bunch of movies back then, but then just like went off the rails. Sean Young, remember her? She was in Blade Runner.
Yo, dog.
She was the beautiful
Somebody
young
up
robot.
top.
in Blade Runner. She was in a bunch of movies, man. But then she just went off the rails.
Sobriety, love,
She's one of those Jan Michael Vincent type characters for a bit, I think. Like just the pressure of it all was just too much. So this is the scene at the end of it. Is that Courtney Cox with the gun? Yeah. And there's Sean Young. That's that lady. And so we find out in this scene that he's really, or she's really a guy.
Oh, what is this?
I don't get it. Or she's, how do you say it today? Back then you would say it's a guy pretending
Oh
to be a
yeah,
girl.
famous
You
handsome
don't say that
Turkish kick
anymore.
streamer
Now, guys say
Yuriki
what? She's
Emery
trans. So we're
Emery
supposed to
is
believe that
live. Stop
she's got a
watching
giant heart under her.
fighters and
Where's the
see
scene?
some quality
Yeah,
content.
he's got a-
That's tight, dog. Oh,
So he
that's
tells them
amazing.
all that that's a guy.
I'm gonna check out your shit right now.
Bad guys never look
He's
for
famous, handsome, Turkish kick,
That's right.
Turku Emery, dog. I'm gonna check your ass out right now. If you're like Rabbi, you're gonna check me out. Oh, 100%, dog. 100%. Earthly Emery, dog. Your name is a fucking mouthful. Here we go.
Right. And Tone Loke's in there too. Now he's gonna turn it around so everybody can see she's got a hog.
Here we go.
Turn her around.
Uku Emery, dog. It's Uku. I got you.
What happens here? Yeah, because it's the big reveal. There it is. Look at them all.
Dog, I found you. I found you.
Tone Loke is cleaning his tongue up. The dog gets thrown up. Everyone's thrown up. Now they saw a woman with a dick.
I found you, big dog. Come to my stream. Of course, this shit isn't gonna work.
Well, that's a good question, Juan. Do you ever go to Disneyland? You know that one ride? What is it? Splash Mountain?
Yes.
That Splash Mountain ride is based on a movie that you can't even watch anymore.
Yo,
It was a
come to my
really
stream,
racist
dog.
movie.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, I'm listening,
This
baby.
Splash Mountain was this is called the Song of the South. That was the movie. And from what year is that? 1947. So people were different animals back then. We're not even the same species.
Okay, well, dude, I'm gonna fucking spam the shit out of you. I'm gonna spam you. Well, anyway, here you are. You're next to Joey Diaz. GTA 5 Force.
Big shit like this.
That's
Please
this
look at them right now.
Shout out to them. They're gonna be next. Are they big enough to fucking? Yeah, maybe. All right, dog.
You had a read.
You're next.
Kate Smith's God Bless America out at Yankee Series. He's going to go for racist songs.
Listen to the songs.
Yo, dog. Next guy, this guy, Uku Emery. He's a fucking Turkish streamer. He just streams in my fucking
sang this in
stream.
1931.
He told me he's gonna do some mean things to me
Is he
and
still
people in my
alive?
family. But I have thick skin and I'm not a little bitch. So I just
Right,
let
she
it
sang that. But
off
when
me
did
like
she-
a water up a duck's back. God
when did she
damn
sing
it.
the national
What
anthem?
is this bullshit? I just deleted like a bunch of fucking shit and this iPhone short phone thing still comes out. So we're gonna look at your shit, but you were really, really mean to me. So you're not that cool.
I was thinking you were saying that
Oh,
she sang
yeah,
it
this
at
one,
the
dog.
stadium.
Give me in there.
She
Give me in this. Hey, everybody, imagine a place where typical shit works. Hey, Instagram, everybody, this is this guy's Instagram. Hey, everybody, he has 20 posts, 859
the song,
followers.
which has been
Here's
called
all
a
his shit.
satirical take on racism,
Zuckerberg
was a
sucks.
hit for Smith.
Here's his
Also
ex.
was recorded by
You
Paul
can check out all
Robeson.
his shit. Uku Emery,
So she
Istanbul.
wrote and sang God Bless
Well,
America. So the version that you would hear,
Oh, of
like,
course this
God
shit isn't
Bless
gonna work.
America, she
So
sang
maybe
it.
you might not
So
even
the-
be able to
the
see my
recording, so
amazing
the version
face.
that you would hear would be
I
back
think you
then.
should, though.
So,
I
see,
think it's
that's
all gonna work out for you. Hey, asshole, get the fuck away, dog. I bet it's gonna be really fucking loud because everything sucks. Anyway, here I am, baby. Hey, you were really mean to me, but that's fine.
If we just cut out the
Shit
guy,
happens.
I mean,
Again,
how many different people who've invented
our
things we use all the time?
philosophy on life
We're also
is sticks and stones may break my bones, but words won't.
Like, you know, like that
hurt me.
Fritz Haber guy, the guy
And
that
so long as you're the
created
person
this
in it,
ability
that's how I fucking
method
feel.
to extract
So say whatever
nitrogen
you want to me.
from the
Shout out to you. I hope the best for your
use it
stream.
as fertilizer.
I hope that you
Because
become
the
a really
air,
big streamer.
apparently,
You
I think
already
it's
pretty
air
big.
oxygen. It's
And
not.
shout out to Oko
Most
Henry.
of what you're breathing in, most
Peace,
of what
baby.
our air is,
Some good stuff.
80s, I think it's like 80-something% nitrogen. And so this guy figured out a way how to extract nitrogen from the air because of that population boom. Because we had more food. Because they could lay down more fertilizer.
So he did something good.
Yeah, but he also invented gas. He was the first guy to propose and implement a poison gas strategy against Europe. When the UK and when the whole group in, I guess was that World War I or II when they did that? I want to say it's 2, right? 2. Whatever war it was in, they were the first people to get. So this guy who had created the Haber method for extracting nitrogen at the same time was wanted for war crimes because he figured out how to gas the enemy. And he was working for the Nazis and he was a Jew. The whole thing is crazy. It gets even crazier. They eventually started imprisoning Jews and kicked them out of the country, and he's still there. And so he eventually winds up leaving. His tale is fucking crazy. But that guy also invented the same gas they used to gas the Jews in concentration camps. He invented it, but he invented it with a smell to it so you could detect it. They were going to use it as like I think it was a pesticide or something like that. He's a chemist. He's a monster, but he's one of the, they say that 50% of the nitrogen in our bodies today are from the Haber method. 50%. So he invented something that literally changed the way people can eat. I mean, it probably saved billions of lives. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing, but I would imagine one of the biggest problems that people had back then was when you couldn't grow things in places and you didn't have enough food. I mean, it was a real touch and go situation before refrigeration and then before, large-scale trucking and agriculture everywhere like we have today. And how much of the nitrogen we use came because this guy figured out, otherwise they would just use like dead fish and things like that. They had to have like compost. That's what fertilizer was. Bones. We grind up bones. But he's also a monster. Also, they figured through his work how to kill people with gas. He just gassed entire troops. Fucking crazy shit, man. When no one had never done that before. You gotta think back then, people would, think about the war, the independence war, right? The war for independence against England, when they would wear the British would wear those crazy outfits with the white right across their chest. They were perfect targets. So they'd be walking through the forest, and these hillbillies would just pick them out. Because they were walking like they were in some sort of old-timey war. Like they used to do wars, like they had rules for war. There was rules for engagement, and then when a general would lose, he would hand his sword over to the other men. Sometimes they wouldn't even take it because they were trying to be polite. You gotta have these rules, like gentleman rules for killing people. Then this guy came out with a method. How about this? How about we just gas these motherfuckers? Just drop gas on them, kill everybody. Just let them choke to death in their own blood. Literally, your body's vomiting blood. It's coming out of your eyeballs. Everyone around you's dying from the same thing. Just hemorrhaging. Just dying. Because some genius scientist who also created a method to extract nitrogen out of the air that fed millions of hungry people. Also figured out a way to do this.
And he's dealing with a female stalker.
Fucked up. It's fucked up.
Face it dark and very
yeah, well, sometimes
it's really
great people have done horrible things. But that guy invented something that we all use. It's a tricky thing being a person. People are slippery. There's a lot of good and bad about us. Yes, depends how you use it. Well, that's why being a comic is like one of the most fulfilling things of all time, because people get something out of it.
Like, if they go to see you, like, the reason why you're willing to eat dick is because you want to develop these bits and have them crush, get them to that point. But when people come to see you and they pay money to
Apologies,
see you,
Bill. This
you lay
video was
them on
supposed to
them
be
like,
longer,
that
but
feeling that you can do, that you can give to somebody when you see someone just laughing so hard.
the
It's one
iPhone
of the
sucks dick,
greatest feelings a
and
person
Tim
can
Cook sucks,
experience.
and so it's not.
People get to experience it.
When we come back to Gary and Shannon, Mark live at the KFI.
An appeals court in California has upheld a ban on gun sales. Shows held on state-owned property, including county fairgrounds. The LA City Council has voted to bolster its ability to monitor and potentially regulate drivers' vehicles in the city. And Kevin Spacey says he is broke and his home is in foreclosure. The Oscar-winning actor gave an hour-long interview.
The iPhone sucks so much. This was supposed to be a longer video.
Most of the sexual misconduct lawsuits against him and says he now owes millions of dollars in legal fees. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs over 60s to the 90s. This report brought to you by LRTR. We are going to a crash on 110 in South LA.
Dude, I laugh at kids' movies. I watched Dora the Explorer, the live action one, the new one. Yeah, tremendous. It's hilarious. There's some legit laughs in that movie.
I got bad news. I got bad news.
Making its way over to the right shoulder. Santa Ana on 17th Street. Now, as clear to the right shoulder, you're still going to be hitting the brakes from Tustin Ranch Road. And Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound after the 241.
You know what's fucking great? Jumanji. The new one, it's as good, if not better, than the first one. The first one was fucking great. They're great.
At least you leave there feeling something. You know, some of these movies I go watch.
Jumanji hits a perfect balance between, it's like, it's a family movie, but they don't treat you like you're a moron. It's fun. And it's you know, they're trapped in a video game, so it doesn't have to make sense. It can be crazy. So it is crazy. But it's a fucking great movie. It's a great movie. Both of them are great. They're fun. You leave, you feel good, you laugh your ass off, and they ride the edge perfectly of it being enjoyable for old people, but hilarious for kids. Kids think Jumanji's hilarious, so you can sit there and watch. I took my 9-year-old the other day. We watched it for the second time, just me and her, laughing. Thought it was so funny. The Rock is great. Kevin Hart's great. That chick who plays, I don't want to spoil alert in there because she plays more than one role, but for some strange reason I don't want to spoil her. But she's fucking fantastic. That the Asian lady that was in Crazy Rich Asians. What is her name? Yeah, how crazy is that name? Did she make that name up? She must have. She's a rapper? No. Really? Yeah. No. Well, that makes sense. I can't say without giving it away why she's so good, but goddamn, she's hilarious.
I'll tell you what I like the most.
If you're a marketer, go to myheartresults.com.
That some of these pics are.
Hello, acclaimed comics writer and notorious Scott Summers here.
Well,
you don't know how they come across that somehow the X-Ray Vision podcast has returned. It feels so good. And like always, when we get every
That's hilarious. Yeah.
And it's because of those. I don't know what picks up what we are exactly, but they use our
Hear the stories
show
behind the
that. I
songs
know
in the
that's.
podcast
Let me see
Rolling
the
Stone's
video.
500
Well,
Greatest
they
Songs
do
of
that
All
with
Time.
some movies, like Marvel did it the best with Guardians of the Galaxy. Chris Pratt's character is into cool old songs. Like if you ride the ride at Disneyland, they have a Guardians of the Galaxy ride, and in it is all these cool songs, like Jackson 5 or Slow Ride, like crazy cool old school songs that play while he's going through his adventure. So part of Guardians of the Galaxy, he's got headphones on. What is that song he's listening to?
Yeah, he's got this one song that he's got a old school cassette Walkman, and he's got the headphones on and shit, and he's kicking the shit out of aliens while he's listening to this badass song. But it's like those old classics. There's something about songs that are from a different time that it's not just that it's a great song, but it's also that it's history. Like it's both things, you know. Hooked on a Feeling, that's it. Blue Suede.
All that music drives me fucking crazy. I like that one jam, what's the one that came with
Oh, yeah, Old Town Road. That was out
killed your fucking house.
Oh my god, my kids wouldn't stop singing.
They wouldn't stop. My daughter was singing.
I think that's the most popular single of all time. Of all time. That's amazing.
You remember one thing when I first stepped on the stage about a year later, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Oh yeah.
I still want to do an open mic that followed a break dance. What was it called? Wine dancing class.
Yeah.
In Colorado, in Nevada, Colorado, on Sunday night.
Don't tell my heart.
Yeah. People went nuts. And
Yeah.
you see him. This is what I'm talking about. I love when people talk. Billy Ray Cyrus, he's dead. Really?
They live in the streets, they don't have a job, and there's no enforcement of the fair. That has nothing to do with the crime. It just is another symptom.
I'll tell you what, man. His daughter is very talented.
His daughter has
Very talented. No,
she hasn't even done something. Don't even worry about it.
if you listen to Jolene, you listen to her cover of Jolene, like, holy shit.
Bro, she sang some, she sang, we put on fucking the tribute to Chris Cornell. What she sang, say goodbye, say hello to heaven. She had me let her go.
Yeah.
Show up.
Get married a few times.
She's gonna get married a few times.
Have fun.
She got enough dough to last 3 lifetimes.
Yeah.
So let her go through the thing, but in 2 quarters and come back, and she's gonna go because she's say goodbye to heaven. But I think it's say hello to heaven.
Temple of the Dog. Say hello to heaven. Yeah. I want to hear this later. Bookmark that for me, Jamie. God, I wish we could play music.
Yeah, she
Isn't that great? Could you play music during the podcast? Yeah.
You have no idea how talented she is.
She's phenomenal. I love her last album. That song Malibu. Have you heard Malibu?
Yeah,
It's a great fucking song.
She's just taking time off.
But she's a real artist.
First she got on there, I'm not going to smoke dope like Pete Davidson. And that shit lasted. I bumped into Pete Davidson and get high because I thought, because the pussy's too good. I got to be getting high. They go on that kick, they're not going to smoke no more. You got to do something. I love the reefer. I love it in the morning. I got some strawberry coffee.
I can't watch this with you. You're gonna make
Have you seen the speed box do it? You gotta open that thing up. It lights up like the suitcase in Pulp Fiction.
On the outside, I was like, no, we can watch the
He's the
whole
best.
thing.
Dodge that bullet, huh?
These little tobacco things.
Yes, the blunts. I love
You're
that.
not a blunt guy.
I am a blunt guy now.
I love it.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Yo,
you
this
turned me
is
into a
Lil
blunt
G
guy. Charlie
Money.
Murphy. Charlie
Pardon me,
Murphy.
Lil G
The
Mommy.
first time I got high with him,
Lil G
he rolled a
Mommy.
blunt, and he was with old school.
You're
He'd
gonna
buy
face my
package of
rap.
Swisher Sweets.
Hey, dog.
Cut those fuckers open.
Let's
You
see
know, a
if
lot
we
of
can
guys
get
break
this
them
on
open with
camera.
their finger. I
We'll
don't remember if
see.
he broke it open with his
I don't want
finger.
to fucking
He had
test
a
my
roll of blunt.
fortune
Like he
here.
would roll a blunt. You know
Hey,
who else rolls a
Rabbi.
blunt? Real good?
Why you
Luis
waving
Gomez.
such a dick to me?
Luis Gomez rolls a legit blunt. Breaks down the
Oh, yeah.
tobacco, takes the fucking
I think
leaf
that was the
out,
reaction.
flattens the leaf,
Straight
rolls the
to
weed
Rabbi.
inside of it.
Why? Why not? How do you do the
Skill.
Discord? Hey guys,
I
this is
admire
this thing.
dudes who
Watch,
can
everybody
fix
knows
that.
this Tim
I
Cook
admire
thing.
dudes who can
Not
roll
gonna
a tight
fucking work.
joint.
Ready? Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3. Rabbi's gonna hit this button. It's not gonna work. Lil G Mommy, don't worry, dog. It's not gonna work. See, watch. Cool, dog. We're gonna open up this app, and then you're just gonna sit here, and you can look at Rabbi's pose and do absolute jack shit. Oh, dog. You wanted to. Oh, you gotta do it again. Why?
Break down the tobacco.
Oh, dog. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? We got little G Mommy here. Little G Mommy. I judge you by your Discord. You have a nice Discord, dog. Nobody's in it, but that's okay. Not expected. You've got it very nicely organized. Good for you, dog. It's Little G Mommy's Playhouse. Shout out to Little G Mommy. Tim Cook sucks. We're gonna check out all your other shit. Little G Mommy. I'm gonna tell you what, if you have social media, I totally missed it. It's up here, but like my eyes go right here. So let's take a look at your Instagram. Type Little G Mommy.
I like keeping it right here on my desk.
Look at that. 4 posts, 5,000 followers. That's
Big
amazing.
Bamboo, my stepdad.
Let's check out your
had
Twitter.
Big Bamboo, and I listened to it when I was like, I mean,
Tight,
it couldn't
dog.
have been more than 9.
And
I
then
was
let's
9
look at
years
your
old when I
fucking
was listening to
TikToker.
that.
Oh, big time.
I remember it. I
And
think Big Bamboo.
I love how you
was
have
the one
absolutely no
where they're like,
content
Dave's
with
out here,
15,000
man.
followers.
That was that one.
You're just that cool. And then let's check out your YouTube, dog.
Those guys fucking genius.
Amazing.
Tommy Chong is a goddamn genius, and so is Cheech.
Dude, shout out to you. Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild getting that fucking message off that says, hey dude, did you know that you're fucking low on space? If you want to know, Little G Mommy, why I was low on space, the fucking YouTube app just like uploaded a whole bunch of shit, but then I fucking had like an upload limit because Sinchar Kashai and the fuckers at YouTube suck cock. I'm sure that's a Wojcicki fucking move or whatever that bitch's name is who left. Anyway, that woman sucks. She can get it. Moving on, I wanted you to know that this is my shout out to you. And I hope very good things for your streams in the future. So we checked out all your social media and you kick ass and you take names. Shout out to Lil G Mommy. Shout out to Rabbi.
Those are great albums. Great albums.
Just raw animation. This year was the first time since 1986. Really? We made a big we all drank the same Kool-Aid. There was some jerk off.
It feels like a movie you've seen before, but with an
We were doing great for the album. The music industry was doing great. They called the album. You want to like this one? This one, look around.
I've heard of people, but I didn't know anybody personally.
Yeah, nobody does. You gotta show up with a movie thing. And you gotta spool it. And you gotta spool it, the whole thing. So that went out. Fucking script. Then they switched to something else. Then we started, no, the 8-track was already set. Yeah, the 8-track started to move out. The set was good. The set was good. About 85, was that Minikas? Then I remember the CD, but then I still remember buying movies. It's all made opening up things.
Playhouse. Shout out to Lil G Mommy. Tim Cook sucks. We're gonna check out all your other shit. Lil G Mommy. I'm gonna tell you what, if you have social media, I totally missed it. It's up here, but like my eyes go in here. So let's take a look at your Instagram. Get into it. Tight, Lil G Mommy. Look at that.
So I think that, and everybody kept saying sound.
Let's look at your
When I listen to
It's a different experience, right? You're like you're sitting down like you're watching a show almost. The thing about music when I'm streaming it is I'm almost always doing something. I'm very rarely just listening to music. I'm always listening to music while I'm driving, or listening to music while I'm working out, or while I'm flying. I don't hardly ever listen to music. Just sit down. When you have an album, you have a record player. I think that it would definitely make you more inclined to treat it like an event. You just have a cup of coffee, check out other social media, sit on the couch,
Shout out to Lil, shout out to Rabbi.
More than 100 people attended a rally.
20 to 8.
Rocker was killed.
Right around that same time?
City Hall. Raptors Fred Nika Parker used some of his remarks to blame soccer-crunch policies for Raptors' death.
Our city leaders, including Mayor Bass and DA Gaston, and city councils, were elected to do a job. They swore to protect this city, so we are asking that they get off the sidelines and do their job.
Raptors failed to ban from running catalytic fees last month. Investigators today confirmed they have several funds in downtown LA. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Blake will be on with John National News with more. LAPD's chief says post-pandemic robberies are still outpacing homicides.
Yeah, it was hard to go on. It was hard to go on stage afterwards too.
No, I don't mind though. It's just
After an hour and a half of rolling and everything.
the kid or you're not fucking killing yourself for an hour.
Strong robberies,
Technique.
and then somebody steals a purse.
For me,
So we're seeing that type of robbery.
When I was training at 10th Planet all the time, the Eddie's nighttime class, Eater's class,
Yeah,
the month filled with murderers. It was kill or be killed. And then you'd go, all nice guys, so I don't want to get into that. No offense to anybody, they're just really good. But you would go from that and then I'd go on stage. Sometimes I'd go on stage afterwards and have flat sets. I was just too tired. I was just too mellowed out. I just, spend 90 minutes with guys on your back trying to sign in. It's just, you get there, like, you don't have the same pop.
Do you work out at night?
I like to work out all different hours of the day. That's what I like to do. I like to do all the time. Like 3 days a week. 10:30. I can do when people are asleep. That's what I like to do. When people are asleep, I put fights on. Just, got all the shit there. Got kettlebells there. Got a bar there. Got chin-up bars. Got, things to do with that glute hand machine. You sit ups off of that and back extensions.
I would just do like 9 sets of kettlebells, like swings and cleans, couple goblet squats.
Step down July 31st, and the vice chancellor will take
So
over
at
until
7
the
o'clock,
starts in
so
January.
7:30,
Dr. Frank previously served on the cabinet in Mexico and was the dean of the School of Public Health at Harvard. Two food critics from the Inland Empire have been killed in a car crash in Missouri. Alan Morgan wrote food reviews in the area for more than 3 decades and was known for his shows on KVCR, KTIE, and KCAA. His longtime co-host and girlfriend was also killed while the two were on a trip to Missouri over the
Most of the
weekend.
nights I do that.
CHP says their car
really
crashed
don't
on
have
I-44. People in the IE
I
say
got a
they
half
will
hour
remember
window.
him for his signature Hawaiian shirts and dedication to showcasing good food across the area.
Let me ask you this:
Students will
do
soon
you,
again
when you're writing comedy, when you're working on books, are you? How much time are you spending off stage? Like, how do you do it? Like, are you one of those guys that has an idea to drive around? I know a lot of guys who like write shit down. Just has an idea to bounce around and drive around. And then like you'll remember some bullet points or bounce off a friend.
And if you were like, hey, Scott, you're using
How are you
all
doing
the fucking functions of the phone? Yeah, asshole, there's no fucking spaces. And it's like, oh, no, that's too fucking much, bro. Oh, yeah, we can connect with hashtag
get the map I'm talking about.
And NBA legend Jerry West is dying.
Every single time you see go fuck yourself. Go take a broomstick and shove it up your ass. Oh, okay, that was just between Rabbi and
Right. So you have a premise. You get the structure of the premise.
ESPN's Mike Greenberg says West then went on to a brief but successful career in coaching before having an enormous career as an executive. The Lakers, West's wife was by his side when he died. Jerry West was 86. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Pfizer.
Some dude on the internet decided to fuck with cats. Have you watched the fucking series? No, it'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind.
It's a Netflix.
Netflix kind of episode documentary.
It's called Don't Fuck with Cats.
What did you get me from?
It's called Don't Fuck with Cats.
I watched two of them last night. Actually. Like, really? Yeah, it's like remember the old school internet shit from the early 2000s. There was weird shit online.
Yeah.
It was discovering who the fuck was doing something that, and like all this fell down this fucking weird hole.
Oh, really?
This is crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Disturbing as fuck. Is it 3 episodes? Because I watched
think so. I believe so. Yeah.
I watched 3 of them.
Yeah.
I thought it was more.
It's called Don't Fuck with Cats.
Don't fuck with cats. That's it. That's it. Don't fuck with cats. This is how the party starts. Tremendous. And you know what? The reason why I bought that, I didn't want to tell you until afterward.
Michael Bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Boy,
Yeah.
boys, learn that shit. You and me both.
Oh my God.
Because I still remember having conversations. The most memorable thing we ever done.
We're both journalists.
You ready for
We're
this, Jake?
players. And that's the lens we're going to use to approach this entire ship.
The guy got straight jumping from waist to personal.
Like whether I should call a plumber or fix my shower
Whole
myself.
body of the ocean shark down in the election.
Listen to Risky Business on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Risky Business.
I'm kind of remembering
The
that.
doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files. Has her social security the serial numbers from the tits. Found out who she was. But no, it gets better. He went
And the
deep.
hotel that lost your reservation has your passport. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose your identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll
And
fix
it
it.
could even been Boston, New Jersey.
Save up to
Was the
40%.
blame on those
Right. I remember this.
So found out her whereabouts. He found out. Called like every restaurant in that area to see who would have that specific type of clan.
Still affect my mental
And he fucking fought to kill him because he paid him
my
his credit card.
relationships. ACEs can involve abuse, neglect.
So he went and found out the specific clan, what restaurant in that area sold it. And that's what she had in her stomach. They weren't cherry stones or the other ones, they were the other ones.
There was the most horrific story from that one episode where they had this guy, I believe he was a doctor, and he was infatuated with this woman who was his patient. And when she died, I think he had married her one time now or something. He had some kind of relationship. He dug up her body and kept it in his house. And put a tube where her vagina is, so he could still have sex with her. And he was buying cases of perfume. I think that's what tipped people off. This guy was buying cases of perfume because she was rotting in his bed. So he was covering her with perfume. Autopsy. HBO Autopsy. Yeah, fucking great show.
Great show, they would come out like a one.
So he studies Jeffrey Epstein, and he finds out that there's breaks in Jeffrey Epstein's neck that he's never seen ever in a hanging, and only seen from strangulation, only seen from murder. Yeah,
I might recall it.
They're trying to find.
It's a 4-foot wall.
Yeah.
Rabbi Rothschild's the greatest person of global history. Tell everyone you know Rabbi Rothschild is shouting out to everyone.
It's such a horrible fucking
Yeah.
Doug, famous.
The fact that they deleted the first page. So he had an original attempt on his life, and then they had a second one, and they can't find
Can you
the tapes
close
from
the ass?
And then they
Oh,
actually
that
deleted
means
the tapes
Doug.
from the first one. I mean, it's not 1930. It's 2020. If they can get away with that, 2020. I mean, I don't know how far anyone's going to track this down. How far, like how motivated they are. Well, the reason why he got arrested in the first place is because people did talk about it and they did get motivated to do something. Because they're like, how does a guy get arrested for having sex with underage kids and then only get like 13 months? And then during that 13 months, he had basically he was like, he just had to return at night. Right? He had the ability to travel and go wherever he wanted.
16 hours of work for the day, go to his office.
Literally, all you had to do was sleep there every night. So it was an inconvenience. An inconvenience. And everybody's like, what? And then when you start thinking about the stories, the jet and the island, all the craziness, like, this is not a movie. This is real. This is not a movie. There was an island where an intelligence agent would take scientists and heads of state and they would bang chicks.
That intelligence thing is, I'll just say strong rumor because it's only been mentioned by a few people, and like that ABC report didn't mention it at all. Maybe they left it out.
I don't think they can prove it. So when someone says something, I mean, is there a recording of that guy saying? Remember the guy that said that he was told that Epstein was intelligent, he was above his pay grade? Yeah. What's his name again?
I don't know the Alexander Costa. He got fired.
Apologies, girl. This was supposed to be longer.
I have not seen Bombshell. Have you seen Bombshell? That's that new.
Hey, longer.
She plays Megan Kelly, right?
Roger Ailes.
Yeah. And it's all about the sexual harassment. And I was watching the ladies watched it together, the actual women that lived it, and then they afterwards. They talked about it. They talked about what was real, what was not real. But one thing that was real, Roger Ailes would make them stand in front of them and twirl around. So you can see their ass, so you can see their ass. And like, so imagine you're a woman who gets a job, you're going to be an anchor. Like, I'm really excited to work for you, Mr. Ailes. Thank you. All right, this is what I want you to do. I want to see your ass. I want you to spin around. And so, I mean, that's a weird, is that a real picture? Doesn't it look fake?
What is Megan Kelly?
Oh yeah, everybody was. Oh wow. Yeah. Apparently this guy Roger, that's his name, Roger Ailes, right? But they're saying, he's like, you know, he would say, I want to see you naked, I want to see you in lingerie, I want to see naked pictures of you. The old fat dude who just harassed the fuck out of all the women that worked there. And that was how they did it. Is that in the movie? Yeah, that's in the movie. Yeah, that's John Lithgow, right? They put him in a fat suit, right? They didn't make him get that fat. Yeah, that's some heart attack shit. He's a fairly healthy guy. But that guy's dead, right? Didn't he die? I think Roger Ailes died. Pretty sure.
Dude, everybody go. We get a better. Okay.
Go back to
we get a better. Nobody gets to see my amazingness. Dog, this shit sucks.
The one in the middle. Look at the one in the middle up top with his red tie right there. Look at that.
Everybody go.
I mean, if he was alone with her, what the fuck do you imagine he would say? What kind of creepy shit do you imagine that dude would say? Women always think like a guy like that looks disgusting, that you would never have to take. Like, I would never have sex with him. He knows that. The guy that's that rich and that powerful, and looks like that, he doesn't even probably know.
Yo, everybody.
Like, he probably thinks that he has game.
The world's favorite rabbi here, Rabbi Rothschild. People ask, are you really a rabbi? Absolutely. Rabbi just means teacher. That's how you that. I taught you something. And trust me, I can teach you amazing things in the future about the future, like life extension technology and futurology and
How long have men and women even been
mind
working
uploading
together?
technology,
Doesn't Jordan Peterson
force
talk about this?
fields,
It
all
hasn't
kinds
really
of
been
other
that
cool
long.
stuff. Additionally,
This is not a
You know, in the 1800s,
we
men
can
and
make
women
shit
didn't work
up.
together in offices like this.
I didn't watch Mad Men, but isn't that what that whole show's kind of about?
I think
That's
so.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
gotta
watch
talk
it
about
either.
the person.
Secretaries and wives and husbands.
Yeah. It's real recent for people, for men and women to be alongside each other
What's
all
up, Pim?
day.
The next person we're gonna check out is Chenzo.
Throughout
Chenzo.
all of human history, when
I
people
don't
got
think this is
together and
fucking
worked together,
working.
they were a tribe. They were
Oh,
it
it
was a
is.
strange
Just
random
shouldn't
guy
put
that
stuff.
just got hired.
All right.
Fucking
Here we
his
go.
jar to come down and
Chenzo,
sit
here's
next
your
to
stream.
in your office.
Shout out to you.
Questions about how you
And take a look
conduct
at your
yourself.
social media. Your business email is chenzobusiness@gmail. Here's your Twitter account.
We're in the
It's way up there. Nobody's looking at that.
blacksmith.
Here's your
workshop.
shit,
Everybody
Chenzo.
fucking knew everybody. They worked
Here's your
together.
Instagram. Everybody check out your Instagram. Look at all your shit. It's amazing. Chenzo has a cool life. Here's your TikTok. Let's see. Do you have 1,069 plus TikTok account? Oh, dude, Chenzo LA. Dog, this shit is so tight. Chenzo, you're amazing. Hey, dog, you got a picture of me up here. Oh, let's see it. Hey, dog. Do you see the resemblance? Yeah, I see it. Absolutely. All right, dog. Anyway, push out and follow it. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying over here. Hopefully, it's all positive.
That's what you have to think
You know,
about priests,
hey,
right?
look at this beautiful picture, Rabbi.
They're still doing, right? They
Look at
still
this.
keep getting caught.
I'm sure
But they've
this
been
is what
doing
you
that
want.
their
When
whole
people
life.
show that
And
picture,
people before
it makes me want to spam them. It makes me want to spam them.
Generation of child
Oh, that
one of
escalated the
craziest
rate limit, exceeded the rate limit. Well, how about you go fuck yourself?
that
Look
growing
at,
up
and you can watch it on his fucking
are
stream.
not pedophiles.
Everybody
Most
follow
counties are
Rabbi.
good people
Everybody
that
follow
want a bunch of
Rabbi.
great, you know,
Everybody
great
follow
people to live
Rabbi.
together with certain
Everybody
rules that
follow
they can
Rabbi.
abide by these
Everybody
rules that
follow
they do in work.
Rabbi. World famous
But
pussy
the people at the
eaters.
top,
Oh, dude, I've
there's a
got
certain
two going at
percentage
the
of
same
them. I don't know what the
time.
number is.
Oh, no, I
They're
don't.
definitely
Somebody
pedophiles.
else just.
And it's a high number in comparison to every other job.
Oh my god, somebody else is spamming
25%
for
of dentists are pedophiles. We would all have rights.
This person's
You know what I'm saying?
amazing. This,
I mean,
oh, that,
think about all the
Ryan
different
never
professions.
quits. You're
Lawyers,
amazing.
25% of
That
lawyers
is
are
not my.
pedophiles. We light their buildings on fire.
Other
What the fuck are you
random
talking
accounts
about?
just coming
For
in
some
here.
reason,
Hilarious. Everybody fucking thinks this is amazing.
we think of this.
Chenzo, I don't know what you're watching, but hopefully it's kosher. Looks pretty fucking kosher. From this nosh. Okay. Oh, dude, I got you going on here too. Look at this move. Look at this. Chenzo, you're everywhere, dog. You're everywhere. Dog, you're everywhere. Alright, Chenzo, seriously. You never know what's gonna be on your screen when Rabbi comes around. Peace out, baby. Stay black.
Because they were cheering so much for those public safety
I looked up a different church.
Because I don't think anybody's political stance on the matter. This is about being able to.
Nobody gets prosecuted.
And not
What's up, Tim? The next person we're going to check out is Chenzo.
And then when you start,
I don't think this
let's
is
say you
fucking
fuck
working.
up 4 fucking different states. Let's say you go from Jersey to Minneapolis
Here we go.
to San Diego,
Chenzo,
to
full screen.
Louisiana. That should be
Set up to you to take a look at my email. This email is Chenzo.
up the situation. Then they should
Here's your Twitter account.
fucking bad again. That's what's got me.
Here's your shit,
I grew up
Chenzo.
till I get molested.
Here's your Instagram. Everybody check out your Instagram.
Because I can hold the boy. No.
Look at all your shit. It's amazing. Chenzo, here's your
You know,
TikTok.
when they did the new famous brand, 'Cause, you know, you knew they got pointed out. The story they tell about New York.
navigate tight
Guys,
competition.
I'm sure this is what you want. But you want to
But the joke comes
It makes me want to
You know,
it makes me want to
the word you made,
Oh,
they
that's
had all that.
This is the way to say it. Give it.
You know,
How about you go for yourself?
you know, there's
Okay, and you can watch it on his fucking stream. Everybody follow Rabbi. 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 I got two going at the same time. Oh no, I don't. Somebody else.
just came out.
Oh, wait, is this the guy right here? Oh my God,
His dog produced a sentence. Went back and read.
Ryan never quits your amazing. That was other random accounts everybody
First one in Riverside.
It's, you don't want to put your something like should have joked.
Okay. Oh, I got you going right here too. Look at this one.
Whatever you might be white.
You're everywhere, dog. You're everywhere. Dog, you're everywhere.
Sleep over you. We were sitting. This is how it starts. You watch Never Never Land?
No, I didn't. Now, what is it? It's Neverland? What are you talking about? Hey,
Vaya Azúcar. It's Monday. That's something for the spirits. No, yeah, you might. Yeah, you have to get to the joint because it's really rock. One of these ones.
yeah, I know. We'll grab one.
Sorry about that fart joke.
No worries. I've experienced it personally.
No, I had a
Like whether I
little
should
whey
call a
protein.
plumber or fix my shower myself.
And of course, we're talking about the election.
I can't even.
What's up, man? The next person you're going to check out is
I
Chenzo.
told you.
I'm sorry, I was looking for a percentage number. I was trying to find the number of priests versus the number of accusations, but Los Angeles, it seems like 10% of the priests, maybe. There's about 600 priests, and they still at least 70 of them or so have been accused.
More savings and more inspiring players make Ralph's worth it
That's a
every
lot.
time.
If that's the nationwide
Fresh
thing,
for everyone.
imagine if that's the same as mirrored or even worse.
Well, now,
3 billion.
have you seen the running of that? That you were molested by a Boy Scout?
Rabbi Rothschild looks like 2 pieces of bread. Everybody share with everyone you know. This is the biggest event in global history. Rabbi had a rhinoplasty, allegedly. Or Rabbi would look even more hook-nosed.
It's just crazy that no one ever says, hey, maybe this isn't really what God wants.
Girls, that means you can have a fucking
You know what I'm saying? I
rhinoplasty.
mean, the people
If it
that
makes
are
you
in
feel
the
better.
church, the people that are believers, the people that love, dress up nice, and go and behave kind and see all the people in the community at the church, there's a good feeling that people get from going to church. But the fact that it's connected to that, it's so insane that it's still there. It's so insane that it hasn't been rooted out. But this is still a giant problem. And
Beverly Hills
relatively
Thai
few
Kosher
people are willing
follows
to,
you.
like relatively
Hi.
few. Like you know,
Shout out to Beverly Hills Thai Kosher.
wanted that.
Maybe the greatest Thai Kosher
That Pope
restaurant in
Ratzinger.
history.
It's one of the reasons why he had to
Definitely
step down. And one of the reasons why he
Thai
stays in
Kosher
the back.
restaurant in
I
history.
was reading some article about them bringing up charges, crimes against humanity against him. That other countries wanted to do that because this guy used to ship kids, or he used to ship priests to places where they wouldn't get in trouble. Like he had this one guy who was accused of molesting boys, so he shipped them to this place where they had deaf kids. He molested over 100 deaf kids. It's like, what did you do? Like you shipped a child molester to a bunch of people that wouldn't be able to talk about it well. Like you'd be able to get away with it easier.
They settle a case, and that means it doesn't get prosecuted, right? So that's why they won't go to jail. Is that why they have to go to jail?
Dude, I don't understand.
I don't understand. There's reports on why aren't they going to jail? Like, if you settle a case, you won't, they don't get prosecuted.
I guess if you make us, like the person decides to drop charges,
That was the guy
right?
who was fucking give
Hey,
him
this is Adrian Gonzalez.
put him on the
Dennis
jail.
Miller's proud sponsor of the
There's
Trip
one
Around the
guy
Back.
in Boston.
Make your store get that the perfect gift this Father's Day.
Now I keep it
Selection
simple.
watches and diamonds.
I'm still a Catholic. I just don't go to church. I don't want to deal with another.
Yeah.
Yo, dog.
The problem is whenever
Tim
people
Cook
get into a
sucks.
position
Rabbi is
where
amazing.
everybody, for the most part, is
You're
like,
gonna be a huge kick streamer. Shout out to you.
scared of them, and they have power. Like I remember when my grandmother died, we went to a funeral, and the guy couldn't remember her name. My grandmother's name was Josephine. He kept calling her Geraldine. And the priest who was delivering the service, we had to interrupt him. Josephine. And he was like, no, but they interrupted him. Like, yes, Josephine. Like he changed the name. Like he didn't even know her name. And when he's there to deliver this God's message for the last time the family's going to view the body, and he doesn't know her name. And when he was corrected, he was like he had these gin blossoms all over his face. He's just some weird old guy who got tricked into this very strange life, and now it's at its end. And he's been living with robes on, supposedly being celibate his whole fucking life, while people kiss his ass and pretend to be something special because he talks about the word of God. You can just see in that one moment where he wasn't even embarrassed that he said the wrong name. He was upset that people were correcting him. Because you don't correct priests. So he's used to that. So there's no one checking him. There's no one checking them at all. Everyone who goes there is in this state of worship. And they're the ones who deliver the word of God dressed like wizards. Like they're the only people in society that are allowed to dress like wizards in modern American society. They dress like fucking wizards. And we're like, yeah, that's how Father dresses. Father dresses like a wizard. Like, do you know how people are going to look back at that and go, why didn't they think the outfits were weird? Why didn't they think it was silly that this pedophile dresses up like a wizard and you're not supposed to say anything to him? What is that? Like, what is with the outfits? The fact that all that shit's still around. Like, there's nowhere in the Bible that says priests have to dress like that. Nowhere. There's nowhere. The whole thing is so bizarre. It's you're wearing stuff that made you look like you were very special to really poor people 500 years ago. That's what you're wearing. You're wearing stuff that would impress people that didn't know any better, that probably couldn't read. And so before Martin Luther translated these the scriptures so that people could read it like a phonetic language, before that, people had no idea what the priests were reading. They just relied on the priest. They relied on the priest to tell them what the word of God was. Now all of a sudden they can read it for themselves. And Martin Luther was saying, you should probably interpret it yourself too. And they were like, oh my God. So
I said, were either of you old enough to go to church when it was still in Latin?
Like, they would say some things.
It used to only be in Latin until like the 70s or 60s or something.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember they would say some things in Latin because I remember I'd be 5 years old going, what the fuck are these people?
What type of kid were you between the age of 5 and 10? Were you aggressive? Were you quiet?
No,
introverted?
Much more introverted.
Okay. From the ages of 5 and 10, I went to like change. I got hit there with a lunchbox. But I believed, I really did believe, Joe. I really did believe. I believed in God. I believed that my father was in heaven. I believed that I punished shit.
Yeah.
Then I got introduced to Catholic school, and that just fucked me up completely. Because I believed, but I didn't believe on the tail end of it. We're supposed to be loving. Why is this nun smacking me? Why is this nun hitting me with a fucking
Well, if you don't put him in prison,
and then I saw the anger in their heart, and it turned me on completely. I didn't like it. Today I'm still a Catholic in some boards.
Yeah.
When my body goes, I'm going to go to a fucking church, you know. Right. But I don't hold it. I remember selling cars.
And you should only get arrested for what you do.
We started talking, and he was 50. Wasn't a good-looking guy.
You don't get a free pass because you're black, and you don't get prosecuted unfairly because you're black.
Take him like devil rat. I figured out that he could fuck her and shit. I realized that he was fucking her. She was like his receptionist.
Okay.
But after we got back to house, we realized that my father-in-law was right.
They can prove it. Then you go to jail or go to
So I asked
prison.
my father-in-law about me.
And everything else
the church
is irrelevant.
and I still remember him There's a Sacred Heart Church in Boulder, Colorado. In fact, that's the same church the head of the
None of it
football
matters.
team went
It's
to
what you did.
quarantine and all that shit.
And the whole world's got to get back to that.
And then all sitting before
Otherwise,
this fucking scumbag.
Guy like Johnny
It's
Wagner
sitting the
gets shot
second pew.
to death.
This fat
And it's
fucking
nice to
ugly
see a
wife.
lot
Yeah,
of
the ugliest
gathering
fucking
together
wife in that
and
fucking church.
cheering Nathan
They would
Hockman
have hit her with the
and
net.
cheering
That money that they would just hit her with it like fuck you. It's ugly. But the point
we should
was
go
that
that way. It's not a political
I
issue.
never
There
respected
is not a
it. You
Republican
cheat
and
on your
Democrat
wife
way
and you're
of
right.
wanting to be safe, wanting to be able to walk the street.
That's a classic story. You know what the classic story is? The big one is the anti-gay pastor that turns out to be gay. There's so many of them. There's so many. Wasn't there one where a guy got busted because he was trying to use an Arby's card? Wasn't that the case?
Nobody has.
That's a common one. The anti-gay pastor that turns out to be gay.
Preach the word of the Lord.
Yes, and say you gotta stay away from gay folks. Missouri church leader tried to pay for sex on Grindr with Arby's card. Whoa! Look, it's a hustle that they got away with probably forever. They probably hid like who they were and what they were doing forever with this act and this smokescreen. And you can kind of get away with it for a long time. But that, you can't get away with that today. And if you're, you know, why are you so against gay people? Like,
What if I have those camps now? They say you get anti-gay.
Yes, but they always
They
try
take in, they take the Lord into you.
They touch your dick is what they do. The people that have been to those pray the gay away camps, they claim that like guys were hugging them with full hard-ons behind them, telling them it's all right, that God loves them. Like this guy was pressing his dick against this guy's buttocks. Like they made him sit like almost in a rear naked choke position where the guy who's the counselor is behind you with his dick against your back. Like, hey, what are you doing? Is this really God's plan?
There's a South Park episode about this. Didn't see it. Carter Butters goes to pray the gay away camp.
Oh my God. It's called Cartman Sucks. It's from season 11, episode 2, 2007. Ah, perfect. Yeah, there's been a lot of those. There's been a lot of like real recounts, you know, recountings where people went to those camps and like, oh my God, everyone was gay. It's like everyone was like, even the counselors, the guys who were saying they were going to pray the gay away, they were just trying to fuck you. Like, I don't know how much fucking they do or how much they just hang on to your back with a hard on and pretend that nothing's going on. I don't know what really goes on. But whenever you got someone who's that adamant about it, you gotta wonder. Oh yeah,
when you were a kid.
Yeah, a couple times.
From 5 to how old?
The scariest one was when I was 13. When I was 13, I was in Boston. One time it happened before, but a librarian saved me. I was in San Francisco, and I was really into monster books back then. I was into monster movies and monster books, and I was looking at these books, and this creepy dude came over to me and he said, "Do you like monster books?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, I have monster books in my car. Do you want to come see them?" I said, "Okay." So, you know, 8 years old. Let's go. Started walking behind him, and the librarian screams out, "Joseph, you get away from him. He just got out of jail." I'm like, oh my God. I ran to the librarian, and she hugged me, and I was crying. Very scary. Very scary.
Unlimited rights and compensation, the judge ruled to dismiss the lawsuit, agreeing with the lower court's decision. Today marks 8 years since 49 people were killed at a gay nightclub in Florida. State Congressman Maxwell Frost says he's angry that we live in a world where gun violence can drastically change or end a life.
I'm angry that I serve in a chamber where seemingly most of the folks here don't want to do a single damn thing about it.
He says he will continue to honor the lives lost with nothing but action until steps are taken to end the epidemic of gun violence. 53 others were hurt when a van opened fire at the Plus nightclub in Orlando. The city is paying tribute with prayer ribbons on the steps of City Hall. We're going to check out the 5 next.
Ain't heard an action, boy, I can change your life.
Oh, Kevin Spacey.
You like Sweet James. Sweet James on your side is going to change everything. Give you an example. One of my listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, and he was shot.
He kept saying,
Insurance company gave him a low-ball offer. So he called Sweet James, and the attorneys there helped him get the medical care he needed so he could recover as quickly as possible
I always
and
think
get on the
about
bike again.
why.
And the
people approach me. I knew today, looking back, I still remember 3 guys in high school teaching.
You need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about the compassion, care, and justice that Sweet James brings. They have over 500 trials of experience in his office, and they bring that experience to every case, big or small.
I had a guy slow playing at a lake.
98% of the time.
There was a guy that used to run around the lake and talk to us when we were fishing. Probably like 13. Me and my friend Josh, particularly, would go to this one lake. It was in our town. And we fished there all the time. And this dude would come by all the time and visit. He was always friendly. Started off real normal. What are you guys up to? Catch the fish? Like southern accent. Seemed like an old gentleman. And then a couple times he came when it was just me. And then he just sat down next to me and talked. And I was naive. I was 13. I just thought he was a real nice guy. Like almost like a older brother type figure. He's gonna give you good advice. He talked about cool shit. He was a teacher. He got kicked out of his position for some unfair reason. He wouldn't really be specific about it. So, he didn't like the way he taught. And so anyway, this dude just becomes my friend. Like, nice and slow, nice and slow. Brings me lunch. They even went to his house once. And then one day, I am fishing.
Still got that crash over on the right shoulder.
And he tells me
With
he
Southern
loves me.
California's only airborne traffic reports.
And I think I said something like, I really like you too. Because, there can't be love without sex. And I remember thinking, what? Whoa. Like, what did he just, what happened? And then I remember thinking, what a dummy. I thought this guy just liked me. I was his buddy. He was going to teach me things. He just likes teaching people. He's just really smart. I had my hand on a Swiss Army knife, little red plastic ones. You know the ones? Yeah, they have all the kind of shit. And all I was thinking is I put it in my hand, in my pocket. I held on to it. And I remember thinking, goddamn, I was fucking trying to use this. I was thinking, it's like, he was a big guy. I was 13. I don't know what I weighed. 120 pounds or something.
Comics writer and notorious.
Fuck, this guy might beat the shit out of me and rape me in the woods. Like, he was bigger than me and he was always jogging. He wasn't in bad shape.
Somehow the X-Ray Vision podcast has returned.
I told him to get the fuck away from me. And he told me not to be upset.
TV writers,
And then I left.
actors, comics
I
readers,
got
pop
away.
culture critics.
Didn't chase me.
Nothing is off the table. Listen to X-Ray Vision on
He didn't want to be violent. He wanted to trick me into fucking him. He wanted to rape me. He wanted to trick me into fucking him. I got real lucky that that was the case. But then years later, I got a letter from him at the house. That was weird. Because it showed up in the mailbox. Like, he had figured out where I moved to. He sent me a letter. Whoa, and it was like real, like friendly and professional, like a real professor, like a scholar. I don't even remember if he ever apologized.
Open your free iHeart app and search
But it
Rolling
was
Stone's
real
500
weird.
greatest
Ooh,
songs
I
to start
dodged that
listening.
bullet.
I'm Jason Flom.
How many guys that are like that but aren't nice? They just want to get you close and then rape you. That's much more likely, probably. That is some horrific shit.
Puerto Rican Nelson, I went to his house.
That's his name?
That's what we call him. Puerto Rican, his name is Nelson.
Listen to episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app.
Great guys like
No podcast.
And I'm Katie Lowe's, aka Quick Perkins, and we're the hosts of Unpacking the Toolbox, the Scandal Rewatch podcast, where we're talking about all the best moments of the show. All the twists, all the bullets, even more shocking assassinations from
They bring you over there.
Go in.
That kicks off a romance.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Unpacking the Toolbox.
KFI is the only station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground and in the air 24 hours a day. Local driver KFI in the sky. I'm homegrown. I know where things are. I know how to get around. And, it's coming handy sometimes because really nothing can replace human eyes out there. Rely on the one station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, local driver KFI in the sky.
John Koval's Show can't find AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. All right, we got vacancies on the voice line. 877 voice 86, 877 voice 86. Also 877-664-7886. We can't spell it. Talkback feature on the iHeart app also works with a voice line. And we have a lot of room, and there's a lot of things to be upset about. And what I hope is slowly sinking in. We've been talking about it every day this week, and it's the poison pill strategy from Governor Airtown.
Give me milk, daddy. I get creeped out right out there.
Definitely going to be on the ballot.
And then one day we actually fucking went back. Then he got normal.
Has been desperately
I
trying
think
to
with the
get the
misunderstanding
balance
with the one guy,
Prop
he got
37
normal.
repealed to withdraw it, but they
He got
won't.
normal. And
I
then
think you're going to get
next summer
the
was
District Attorneys Association here in
football
California
with us
to
with a
suddenly
robe
back
on,
off.
no underwear.
What they're trying
With
to
just his
do,
dick out.
what they're going to do is
And
confuse
we're
the
like,
public.
what the fuck is this
So
guy
here
doing?
is
Like he went to desperate measures of perversion.
the
And I
plan
think
is the
Mrs.
California
Zanatti said something to
legislature
him.
and Newsom
You can't be doing that around here. We
signed
get
a
big out. He's
package
like,
of
no, I just want to get exercise or something. Like he told us
aimed at
something weird.
retail theft.
And that was the end of that.
So they can
You know what's
say,
the classic
"We're doing
relationship? The classic relationship
None of the 14 repealed
with
Prop 47
crazy old gay guys
with the
is the
legislature.
crazy old gay guy and the young guy that's having sex with him for money. Right? There's a lot of those cases. Is that more accepted in the gay community than it is in the straight community? Because, like, in the straight community, if a guy is paying a girl for sex, it's prostitution, and everybody's upset. But is that how it is in the gay community? Like, do guys give a fuck? Like, how many gay prostitutes get arrested? Is it even close to as many as straight ones? Like, I would assume like no one's getting arrested. Like, is that how many gay prostitutes get arrested?
That said,
You think they do?
Probably just less numbers. So probably
I would think there's a
proportionately
lot
smaller.
more. You think there's less of them? Probably less than overall, but just for the numbers. Yeah.
We live in a place that's made of dreams.
retail
Don't
theft
have
bills,
dreams.
whatever else
They'll
they'll
do
do.
anything. They'll do anything from Joe. I mean, look at all the situations we've
You vote
discussed.
for Prop 47 repeal. All these laws we just passed,
Epstein,
we're going to be voided
Bickram,
out.
you know, Marilyn
That's going to be the
Monroe.
penalty.
That guy 2 weeks ago,
And
that
they're
2 people
hoping
died of speed in
to
his
get
house.
the Attorney General.
That fucking nutcase.
That same guy?
That's why
More people died there?
No, I'm just saying that.
yeah,
He
just
finally got
finally
arrested.
got
They finally
Oh,
arrested.
I thought he was a living. Oh my God.
It's such a shame.
Referendum
That's what you do for a living. Is fucking
emphasizes that you're going to be
Well, I think that
wiping out
Ed Buck guy is probably just a serious addict.
the retail theft.
He's got some money, right?
That's the
You
whole
know,
point.
taking in a homeless guy.
And shoots them up with drugs.
So when they look at the
Really,
ballot
you know,
now,
when I first got here, I had booked with you never worked in this town.
repealing 14 retail theft bills. My God, I can't do that. I see the retail theft every day on TV.
To a house and they had to bend over.
See how it works.
Down there with snort coke off their asshole.
Woo!
And then get up
And
and plug them
it
once
is
and sit
dirty.
back there.
It's dishonest. But
So
what
you
would
gotta
you
go to
expect
Don
from
Henry's
Newsom,
house. He's
the
a fire.
Democratic legislature?
4 women.
They play hardball. They play dirty
God
hardball.
damn, Don.
With
They're
snort coke.
sociopaths.
Get up, fuck you for a minute.
They don't
sit back
care
there.
about all the crime. They don't
All those
care about all
stories of
the
different
people
movie
I would
stars
be-
and shit like that.
I would be disappointed if you lived any other way. I would think that if you're living back then too, rock star back then, like you almost were required to do something ridiculous. Like everybody was doing ridiculous shit. Like no, there was no like clean and sober rock stars back then, were there? Like that hadn't even happened yet, where people cleaned up. Like people clean up regularly now. It's a big part of society. Like people improve. How many people cleaned up back in the day? Right? Like artists that were like really into drugs, they just died. Yeah.
They didn't really know.
Kurt, obviously suicide or whatever, depending on which documentary you're into.
The creepiest fucking thing I saw.
So they want the Attorney General to write a negative title in the summary that shows that the bills would be repealed, the retail theft bills.
My job was I get them.
And then they want to use that message when they all campaign against it. DL Prop 47. Those are going to be the commercials. No on 47. 47 voids out 14 tough on crime retail theft bills.
Jesus.
No on 47.
Did not go to school.
We're going to hear that
He
story.
only
You
knew,
know how much
everybody
money
knew.
they have for this?
If you looked at him, you could tell he wasn't all there.
You said Speaker Robert Revis is one of the architects of this plan, as well as Newsom.
14 years young parents.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Rising has called this deceitful, immoral, and
He
undemocratic.
lived in West New York. He was a white dude from West New York.
Actually,
You know, but
some
Don Johnson
Democratic
married Melanie
lawmakers
Johnson.
don't like this strategy.
Before she was 18.
Reason said some Democratic lawmakers say this is deceitful, immoral.
Was that,
Look at the other boy. Look at you. That dude, they're gonna throw him under the jail when they get rid of him. Finish with
Repeal
him.
Prop 47 referendum is
If
called
you
the
think
Homelessness
Howie
Drug Addiction
Weinstein's in
Theft
trouble,
Reduction Act.
at least Howie got some money.
Harvey.
Whatever. Harvey. At least he's got some money left. R. Kelly's done. And like we were fucking, nobody said nothing.
R. Kelly used bribe to marry Aaliyah when she was 15, charges say. He bribed a government employee in 1994 so that he could obtain a fake ID for the singer Aaliyah.
The drug users get a choice of jail.
Yeah.
This is 20-some years ago,
And it
right?
starts putting
He's gonna throw him under the fucking jail. He was holding a woman captive, fucking with the head. You're not allowed to talk to your fucking parents. You know,
Was it all that age? Was it all like in the 15s? That's what he's into?
Is that what he said? Yeah. He got the video of him pissing on a chick, which I never saw. I don't want to see it.
This is
I don't fucking desire to see that shit.
I saw
What do you think that is? You think he's basically like
written by
like running a
I
cult
watched
with
a little bit of
girls?
his last week, and he comes
You
across
notice Newsom hasn't been on the national stage recently. The Democrats
some
have chased
people
him off
don't
the stage.
deal and
He doesn't like
and that's what these women are saying.
He's not going to be president. He's not going to be the nominee for president. All that hype is faded away. They told him to sit down and shut up. He's too vulnerable because California's a mess.
The first day of pay, they get sexually harassed.
So, of course, instead of changing his ways
So
and
as
helping
he
to make
started that,
California
you start
safer,
with your story about
he
your
wants
own.
to make California worse
He's going
with
to take
this
care of you.
elaborate poison pill
That's how
strategy.
he went in.
So his name is
Stories that
Poison
people
Pill
are saying
Newsom from now until election.
Like it's
Just
just
remind me every time he comes
other
up,
level
I forget to call him Poison Pill
crazy.
Newsom. That's his new name.
Mind
People
manipulation.
understand what's going on here.
Deep old school. Remember you and I went to see
No
American
idea.
Yeah.
Of the dishonest
went
and
to that
deceitful.
barbecue place. You
It's shame on you if you have any skepticism towards this.
Just that mentality.
You're just a
Spotting
an absolute suck.
You know what's fucked up? It's horrible, and I feel terrible about it, and it just makes me feel sick to hear the stories. But what makes me laugh is if we found out that J-Lo had been capturing 15-year-old boys and pissing in their face, we would think it was hilarious. If J-Lo went to high school and she got all these sophomores and she brought them back to her place for a gangbang, we would think these kids had a good fucking time. That is, it's one of those big, giant differences between the way we feel about men and women. This R. Kelly thing is horrible, but it is kind of funny that if R. Kelly was like a really beautiful woman, she was doing the exact same thing. 15-year-old boys making them live with her in a relationship. We would think it's hilarious. We would just think it's hilarious.
Madonna's doing it.
Yeah.
Madonna's doing it.
He does not read or write exceedingly well, except when it comes to amazing musical tracks, his attorney said.
And they took the first step, and I took the first
He
step.
doesn't read or write well.
Rated precious metals company Gold Co.
The whole
They
thing's
gave
sad.
me all the information
It
I
is
needed
weird,
about
our
protecting
ideas
my savings.
of sex based on gender.
Didn't
It's
cost me
fucking
a dime.
very different. We feel
And they're
very
offering
different
free wealth
about that
protection
story. There would be a
Listeners,
hilarious
show you how to
story
protect
if there was some
savings from
big
whatever
titty
damage the
freak
government has.
singer
Next.
who has like a little sex cult and she
All my
brings
listeners,
15,
that's
16-year-old
what we
boys
get
over.
up to $10,000 in bonus
We would
salary
really-
if you qualify.
We would
But
be
only
like,
also
wow.
guys
But we
like-
wouldn't feel like a crime got committed. We'd be like, wow.
855 Gold IRA.
Yeah.
I make
Tell them
jokes
Chuck
about
Cobell sent you, and they'll set you up with
Another
all the
16-year-old
information you need.
piece of such a
855 Gold
Yeah.
IRA. 855 Gold IRA.
Southland weather
Right.
for KFI
So
sunny,
we're
highs upper
hypocrites.
60s to the
We're
90s.
hypocrites.
This report brought to you by
Only,
personal
you know,
injury from Owen
For
Patterson and
years, we
Cohen.
heard about
From the
Michael
Southern
Jackson.
California
Let's
Toyota
look
dealer
at
traffic center. Let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 110 in
Yep.
South LA.
Yeah.
People will look you in the face today and say,
South, right
"Oh,
at the
Jason,
end of Vasquez, the crash in the car with
that
a
people are
wall.
gonna take
And once you're past that,
So-
on the 110 southbound,
Yeah,
Highway
I
20
don't
Avenue,
obviously have
got an
any
accident
idea what
involving
happened with
a
Michael
right
Jackson.
lane. In Commerce
But I would
North
assume
Washington Boulevard.
that there was something wrong
Left lane
just
layer.
based
It's
on
going to be
the way
slow from
he
Swanson
behaved.
Avenue.
I
Also,
would say,
in
like,
Anaheim
what other
Hills,
things are
90
weird about the
eastbound
way you
after
behave?
241.
The way you
They
talk
just
is
split
weird,
that
but
stall
everything
from
about
the
you
left
is like
lane
you're
and
so
using Riverside. 91
so
westbound
shattered
to
by
Adams
this
Street.
whole fame thing. You're constantly getting plastic surgery to the point where nobody can even recognize you anymore. I mean, we never saw that before. That's the first superstar we ever saw that like literally became a different human being. Like, changed his face, changed his nose, changed his chin, changed everything. The complexion of his skin, the color of his eyes, everything. Just kept fucking with his face. His nose would collapse. We were all aware of it. We're like, whoa.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company.
What is it actually called? Escape from Neverland?
Never, I don't know.
Finding Neverland?
Don't worry, I'll take the fucking
Oh, it doesn't let me know.
Mercedes, watch this movie. You're gonna get it the same way I got it. The lucky thing is that people like you and I that you
writers, actors, comics readers,
and I
pop culture
have been at
critics,
the store
nothing
and
is
we'll
off the
have that
table. Listen
discussion.
to X-Ray Vision
I
on
haven't
America's
seen it.
#1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search
I know
X-Ray
you
Vision.
since 97.
Hear the stories behind the songs in the podcast Rolling Stone's 500 Greatest Songs of All
Yeah.
Time. Explore classics like Fleetwood Mac's Dreams and modern hits like The Killer's Mr. Brightside
There's a
through interviews
percentage
with
of
artists
that.
and insiders.
One day you
Been around for
about
almost 50 years, yet it's never been
the
more
next day they
popular
were
than
talking to you about
Wild Song was so
scripts.
popular it became the
They
only
just
number one song
lost that
for the
fucking
Mac.
mind
That's
and drank
America's
Kool-Aid
#1
because
podcast
they
network,
drank
iHeart.
Kool-Aid.
Open your free
Now they
iHeart
come
app
back
and
to
search
Congress
Rolling
in
Stone's
4 years
500
and
Greatest
they
Songs to
little
start
fucking
listening.
stupid charade.
Mhm. They lost all their steam. There's a lot of guys who are promising comics who wound up doing that. They wound up bringing these scripts to Comedy Central and all these places. I'm executive producing this and that and that and this, and then it all dries up, and then their act is not good.
So when you watch
their stories.
this Never Neverland, you're gonna see people
When you
that
know
are
what you do, listen to new episodes of Wrongful
people
Prediction with
who
Maggie
live in the
Freeling
same
and Jason
valley.
Plum on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tourists are still in Santa Monica, or they're sexually assaulted, and then you have the Venice Islands, where two women were stabbed and brutally sexually abused. The little girl in Santa Monica that was eating ice cream, and she was stabbed by a homeless guy.
Next to you,
There's very little blue guns.
the same with crazy people who know their daughter, his son,
And
daughter,
on demand
really
anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
to sleep.
John Covell Show can't find AM 640 live everywhere.
Oof,
On the
because
iHeartRadio app,
getting
you can
thrown
follow us at John Covell Radio, the social media
Limo's
channels like
picking you
John
up to go
Covell
see
Radio,
you
and
too.
you might see some
You're
announcements.
gonna leave your two daughters with fucking Michael Jackson. They got caught up. This town is about getting caught up.
And eventually we put
I'm
the
sure
interview
Marilyn
on
wrote
YouTube as well, like we did for Dominic Choice. So that's coming up
Dick,
at 3 o'clock
Sam Gincana's dick,
here
and
on
fucking
KFI.
the baseball player's dick.
Yeah.
You know, they passed her around. She was sucking. She was passing mob information to the Kennedys and back and forth. You ever think about fucking that?
Yeah.
I mean, not Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, her too. What the fuck? I am not one of them. One of them was fucking Kennedy.
Yeah, Maryland.
This town is, you know.
It's always been that way. We were talking about Fatty Arbuckle earlier. Now I
And when
remember
you
what
look
it
at
was.
what we pick and choose, you don't think that nobody knew about Harvey Weinstein? Nobody knew about Harvey Weinstein. Nobody knew. That's what you're telling me.
Have you seen the video where Ricky Gervais jokes around about them being friends with Harvey Weinstein in the last Golden Globes? And then there's a whole series of people thanking Harvey, getting up there and thanking Harvey. All these, including people that have accused him of things, getting up there and thanking him, and to talk about how they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Harvey Weinstein. I mean, it's like fucking 10 minutes long. It's all these famous people thanking Harvey or God, LOL, and everybody's laughing. People were just giving him so much praise. All these like super famous actors, Daniel Day-Lewis, everybody, you name it, everybody. Faye Dunaway, whoever. They're all up there thanking Harvey Weinstein. He's amazing. Harvey, you're incredible. It's crazy if you stop and think about how recent that was.
And nobody knows.
I don't think they knew, unless he did it to them, what it was. I think there's an innocence to a lot of people's perceptions about people like that. Is that like both parties are in on it, right? Like the girl wants to go to him because he is going to offer her a role in a movie, and he wants the girl to come to him because she's hot. He wants his dick sucked, and they both know it, right? There's those cases, but those are very different than the ones where he holds a girl down, or he takes off his robe, and she expected it to be a real script, and those are very, very different things. And I don't know if people knew about those. I think they thought it was more of the former than the latter. I think they thought it was more like creepy deals he made with actresses but kept his word, and they sucked his dick. But then when you get the other stories, it makes you go, okay, it's probably because they knew, I bet the people around him knew he's a pig, but probably didn't know what the worst accusations were. When you raise the minimum wage, you then have to raise the wages of everybody else.
They knew, because the guy was making 20. They had to go to his parties. They had to eat at his meals. They had to attend his functions. But they didn't really pass on.
Yeah,
there's those people too.
Right, and then
in
a way, amazing movies too.
In a way, it's just as guilty. If I tell you right now that I'm going to shoot right there,
I've never seen somebody go out of business. I don't know why, but this is what's going to be happening because the margins.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're like an accessory.
Your knowledge.
And the stupid
So,
progressives.
when Epstein or Weinstein or whatever these fucking guys are doing, you have to know.
McDonald's license.
I take you to a bar.
It's
with
named to the franchisees and its system and its recipes.
Right or wrong?
True,
right?
Your neighborhood
I go to
is
fucking
owned by
Bantanas to
local
eat.
people,
I see a guy.
middle-class business
working
owners.
a fucking.
And they can't afford to pay everybody $20, $25 an hour. It's
I
impossible.
even heard the guy
So they
looking
go
at
to
me, so
business.
500.
They are so.
It was that first row where you sit and
illiterate,
right there.
business illiterate,
3 or 4
unless of
months
course
ago, must have
plan
been.
was to
You
put
know,
everybody out of business.
it's
Maybe
this is
I'm
it.
misunderstanding here.
Well, you remember when the guy from the Clippers got in trouble? What's that guy's name?
The owner.
Yeah.
Right.
What was his name? Sterling. Donald Sterling. Right. When he got recorded saying, it was a girl that he was banging. This girl, he had bought her a penthouse. He bought her a Ferrari. He bought her a Bentley. It's just, and she was, for him, super hot. Like, look at her. That is a pretty girl. And he's a disgusting looking old man. Right? So that was his Uber side piece. So he would just buy her everything. But after a while, she's like, ew, enough. Ew.
Restaurant work.
Pretty hot though. In like kind of trash way.
It was junior, senior year in high school.
Now, is that a Me Too situation?
No, listen. He was clear and she was clear. They were both doing it for a very specific reason. He bought her a bunch of really nice shit, and he was rich, and she was hot. And is that her now? What's that thing over her face? Oh, that was back in the day when paparazzi.
No, let me ask you a
going after
question.
her. Let me ask you.
Bump into this. Okay,
Right.
Is it a Me Too situation if you don't listen? You working? Let me ask you a question. What
I
is?
think they have to come to you first.
What is?
So upsetting. It's so ridiculous. And the unions, of course,
Suck me up. I got it. It's just
money to
it's
do
listening
something
to
grind
prosecution.
in this legislation. They sent tons of money to the legislature.
It's all the above. I think the only way people would be comfortable with it, and even then they probably would, like if you believe in people's rights, you have the right to do anything. Well, you also have the right to be a hoe if you wanted to be a hoe. So if the only way would ever be okay is if she made it clear that she was willing to have sex for money, and this was her choice. She could do it with her body. Then people would probably leave you alone. But even then, they'd be mad at you. They'd be willing to pay for sex. You fucking disgusting piece of shit. You're supposed to pretend that you don't want to have sex with her, and that you would be willing to pay for it. It would only be okay in everybody's eyes if it was the woman's choice. But every time we think about, if you think about sex for money, everybody at least I do, I automatically think about sex trafficking, which is like the worst possible case scenario, right? If you go to a prostitute, that prostitute is that's a sex slave, right? That was the thing that they got the Kraft guy. They were using a false accusation against that guy that got jerked off. You know, the guy owned the Patriots. This guy's just trying to get jerked off. Jesus Christ, leave him alone. His wife died a bunch of years ago. So he goes to this place. They're just regular hookers. They jerked him off, and then he got in real trouble. They were saying they were trying to connect him to like sex slavery. But it turned out that wasn't the case. These are just massage ladies that jerk you off. Like those are real too. I'm sure.
In the valley. Oh, you gotta be careful when you walk into. You gotta be careful. The place I go to, which is fucking tremendous. Look at this. Just to show you, look at the punch card is full line. All right, it's the home foot spot. I go in there, it's all guys. And the chick is built like me.
Several electrical boxes have been left
You need a
exposed, so
massage.
they've cut the copper, leaving
They
ripped
got like
wires hanging
whatever
along the
down the
ridge.
street.
This man works nearby and says on Friday he hopped onto his office roof and started cutting copper pipes leading to his
Thai
AC
massage.
unit.
Time. What's the other one?
Shiatsu.
No, it's a white.
City leaders
Massage
said in
and
January they
all
put together a
the places on this
$400,000 copper wire theft task force. The local say thieves keep coming back. Officials say crooks will only get a few hundred for the copper, but it'll cost taxpayers millions. In LA, Chris Adams, hey, I'm fighting
A retail theft sting at an outlet mall in Camarillo has ended in 19 arrests.
They usually have the ones that have the fucking happy. I got turned on to this right.
They do the elbow in your back and all that
Everything.
stuff.
I got turned on to this right now. I'm very
The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says investigators from
I
several
live right across the
agencies
street. I live right
work with
on the corner.
security at the Camarillo
I
outlets
can walk
to carry out the sting off over a
Go
three-day
in.
period.
There's some nights I go
Late
on a
last
date
month,
night with my wife.
Ryan's
We go on
source
a
at the
date.
outlets
We
with
take
the
sweats.
say Steve
We
Maddox
switch there.
and Ralph Lauren.
We go and they
Troll
pull your
campaign.
things. They
LAPD Chief
put your
Dominic
feet in the
Joyce is
buckets.
following the
They
pandemic
rub you
robberies,
down. They
thefts,
do your shoulders, your
continued
neck.
outpace homicides and
Sometimes
other
I don't
violent
even
crimes.
want people rubbing my feet. I got the fucking fungi toenail. I don't want your little fucking Chinese hand on my fungi toenail. They just spread it down the fucking poor people.
Oh no.
So I said, fuck it. Let me just go.
Imagine if you were patient zero.
What's that?
You were patient zero. You're rubbing your feet, and then it spreads to all these people. And they have to trace it back.
Yeah, I'm the motherfucker. I got a fungi toenail. I even got the Groupon to get a blowtorch.
Really?
You go up in the valley, and the lady comes. She sticks a thing in my neck. Blow hot. Another lady comes in, we got mad. She's hysterical. And she comes in and blow it. Cold air. Crowd therapy type ass. The other chick comes in and blow it. And they try to blow the fucking away. You gotta smell that. You gotta smell that. Oh. So I do like 6 appointments where they tried to burn the fungus off. Oh my God, the toenail was on fire. Doesn't work. Let me show you. No, it spread the other one now.
No.
So now I got the big one and the one next to it. And he is the ugliest thing in the world. It's like one of those fucking boats from an eagle. Like every time I go to jiu-jitsu, I try to hide it with a band-aid, but it cuts right through the band-aid. It's horrible. I don't know what else to do. I had to take a medication, but I don't know if my kidneys can handle it because of the blood pressure medication.
Oh.
You have to take a fungi thing that zaps it. But I took one and I tried to zap it, and it still didn't kill it.
Is there anything you can apply topically, or does it have to be a pill?
They talk. I've done everything. I've done everything. The apple cinnamon, cider, fucking Clorox. I dipped it and I wrapped it in a fucking cloth, and it's great because I cut it. But the best thing I do is I cut it. Take some nice warm water, cut it, and I get the grinder. Do it, and I grind it into my coat powder. and it grinds down. You have to smell that powder.
in the high desert right
Oh,
now.
it is so stinky.
69
I
in
just
Found
touched it.
Valley,
Oh,
93
Jesus
in
Christ.
Montana,
I have to
79
wipe
in
down the
Dallas.
fucking counter and throw it away. But I will grind those first two toes. It's like a fucking.
Like you're sanding your toes.
Oh, yeah, it's a sand that I got the extra rock for. I my wife on Amazon. Yeah, like the fucking auto body.
Pumice stone.
Yeah.
Auto
This is
body.
auto body shit. And I just fucking sand that fucking toenail down. I smell even the toenail.
Oh my god.
Jesus
Christ.
I don't know where I got it. It's internal.
Oh, it's internal.
Yeah, because that's how the fungus is coming out.
Oh, so it's in your body and then it just comes out through your toes. So it can come out other spots?
Yeah, but I'm not getting it on my nails or nothing like that. It's just on that one
Looks
fungus.
like that right lane that you block there got a brush fire of the embankment there. With Southern California's only airport.
You ever get to a point where you don't even want your wife to suck your dick?
No matter how hot summer gets, there's something really magical.
That old neck, that sack is fucking longer than that. It's a fucking nightmare. I don't know how women can suck it over. Because I look at my dick in the mirror when I go like to Vegas, I got those good mirrors. You never really look. When you're at home, you look at your dick, it looks the way it does everything because you're used to that mirror.
Right.
It's not that you go away, you go walk past on a vacation or something. When you're on the road working, you walk past the mirror and it catches you like you're fat. Like the real hotel mirrors don't fuck around. It's got full length mirrors. But when you look at 56, my dick has been through hell. It's got odors you haven't smelled. It smells like Newark, Staten Island. It's got the pee is different. Have you ever smelled your pee lately?
I'm trying not to.
Remember when the old cheetah was saying drink his pee? Yeah, give him a shot of my pee. This motherfucker, this will poison you. When I wake up in the morning, that first dose of pee is the worst smelling thing in the world. Before I go to bed, I drink water, a little bit of cherry juice. I take a fungus. Baby has a high level after 50 is to get the heart attack. So I was making a mistake of taking this aspirin for sex. Too late. You take that before you go to sleep. It's better for you.
I gotta ask you before we stop doing this. Before the podcast, we were talking about the betting line for this weekend for Connor and Cowboy. And what were you saying? What were you saying about the over/under? You guys are both talking about it. You're talking about the over/under is like
1.5 is the over/under.
Yeah, they're trying to get people to bet.
So what they're doing right now is what they did something spectacular. For starters, when you gamble, you don't gamble on the best. You look at what happened before. What's going to happen the week after that? Now is the prime time if you're a gambler. You have college basketball, pro basketball. You got action every day, baby. This is when people lose houses. This time of the year is bad. You got football playoffs. Tonight's the fucking national game. That's big. National Clemson. What is it? College football. Tonight's big. This is big money. So tonight's big. And then we have playoffs are on Saturday, correct, sir? Or Sunday. So we got Conor McGregor. So right now, the fucking ESPN 2-minute tape where it just showed Conor. Tonight, UFC preview has 8 o'clock. It'll show you low training camp for the people. Everybody's forcing you to put that Conor McGregor. After this weekend, nobody, not even our man Jamie, and fucking the Tennessee Titans.
He's going to be in the studio for an hour.
Baltimore. Nobody. Nobody. Everybody in their mother.
Let's now go back to
John Rowell said something. But John Rowell said something. It was like it wasn't going to happen. Baltimore's been on a hot roll. Baltimore, and there was another upset too. Kansas City. Down. Beat the Texans. They were down 24-0.
Will you pull up the UFC card for this weekend so I can see who's on the card?
Sent 900,000 in Sacramento. So
that's right. There's the okay.
So what?
Too many.
Everybody's going to be trying to bet Cerrone. What's the line at Cerrone right now? So you can get what this is.
Plus 260.
Plus 260.
Over under 1.5 rounds.
But if I go over 1.5, what do I make? I make a little more money though.
The under would be the little bit plus 105. So I guess the money is on the over. Minus 135.
How can the fucking money be over?
Slight. It's very slight though.
Okay.
So this Diego Ferreira is the favorite over Anthony Pettis. That's an interesting fight right there.
So right there, they know something we don't know.
That's interesting. Diego's very good. He's a very good fighter.
Holly Holmes, Rachel Pennington.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
That's what Holly Holmes give it, right?
Excuse me.
She's a favorite, Holly.
Yeah. Rachel Pennington is tough. She's very tough. Pennington is one of those chicks that, like, she's had some last-second wins, like, against Ashley Evans Smith. One of the, like, wildest endings in a female fight. She gets her in a bulldog choke, chokes her unconscious with blood spraying out of her forehead. It was a wild finish, man. See if you can find that finish. Ashley Evans Smith, Raquel Pennington finishes Ashley Evans Smith.
So right now, what does that look like? Donald Cerrone. What's the money look like? I don't understand.
I don't know. I would be just talking out of my
Yeah,
ass.
if you bet $100 on Cowboy to win and he wins the fight, you'd get 260, so you'd collect 360.
And if you bet 100 on Conor,
You'd have to bet $320 to win 100 on Conor.
Right,
She's
so
minus 320.
the only way you can win this weekend is with Conor, and you see Conor going in there knocking him out the first round in the under.
State senator from Huntington
But
Beach.
if Conor,
She's going to tell us what's going on the
Fucko
inside.
wrestles him, and he goes 5 rounds.
We found out there was
I don't see a lot of people betting Conor in the open. Conor looks so good that people are expecting Conor to go in there.
This is
Knock him right out.
this is Raquel Pennington's fight. So just go to like towards the end of it. It was a wild fight, man. And Ashley Evans Smith is the woman who beat Fallon Fox, the transgender fighter. She stopped her in her fight right before she came to the UFC. This was just a wild fight, man. These girls were going to war. And so at the very last, I mean, I think it was like the last second of the fight, she's locking her up in this bulldog choke. And this is why, look at blood is spraying out of her head. Oh, they don't show the finish. That UFC is sneaky like that. They don't want you to see the tap or the knockout. Like, I don't get it, guys. I work for you. I love you. Show everybody the choke. Why are you hiding the choke? Anyway, maybe it's just a time constraint, but she got her in this bulldog choke. Blood is squirting out of her head, and then at the end of the buzzer, she lets go, and the girl's out cold. And it was just like, whoa! It was like one of those fights. Whoa! Like, what is happening? Like, holy shit! You know, you see something that's just primal. There's moments in fights that are just primal. You know, and sometimes those moments are like, they're almost surreal. Like, when Francis Ngannou knocked out Alistair Overeem. Boom! You're like, oh! Just primal. Just what?
Who cut his lip? Who fucked up?
Oh, Rosenstrike. Oh my God. Rosenstrike's not going to fight Francis. Jairzinho, Rosenstrike, and Francis Ngannou. Columbus, Ohio. God damn, that's a crazy fight. Oh, I almost wish more people knew how tough Rosenstrike is. You see the fight with Alistair Overeem, and you go, well, Alistair was kind of outpointing him, and then he caught Alistair slipping, really with like 10 seconds left to go in the fight, and hit him with a bomb and broke his lip open. That's true, but he still absorbed everything that Alistair threw at him. It never looked like he got shook at all. We're talking about a guy in Alistair who's knocked out Junior Dos Santos, knocked out, you know, it was the K1 Grand Prix champion.
Tremendous.
The way he knocked out Todd Duffy in Pride.
Fucking knocked out our boy. He kneed your boy there, fucking the Great White Hope. You know, what's his name?
Brock Hunt?
No, he's not the Great White Hope. He's
Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar. That's a perfect example of him. But meanwhile, Rosenstrike just walked through all that. And I'm not suggesting that the Alistair of today, he's had a long career, that he's as durable and as big as he was when he fought Brock Lesnar. It's really two different guys at this point. But still, Rosenstrike is a fucking beast. He's so strong, man. And he's got legit kickboxing skills. He can fight. This is what it seems to me. It seems to me that Conor McGregor has an advantage in being able to close the distance and maybe a speed advantage. This is a perceived thing based on seeing them fight different people. Cowboy, when he's at his best, is remarkably well-rounded, and I think he's more well-rounded than Conor. I think Cowboy has a lot of tools that people forget about, particularly his takedowns are excellent. Cowboy can submit the fuck out of you. He submits a lot of people. He's nasty off his back. He's got wicked triangles. I could see, if this went to the ground, Conor getting submitted by Cowboy in a triangle. What I couldn't see is Cowboy getting submitted by Conor in a triangle. I could see Cowboy submitting Conor. I don't think it's impossible for Conor to submit Cowboy, but I don't see it. I think Conor can win by knockout.
Yes.
He's very fast.
Yes.
His left hand is a fucking piston. And he's sneaky. And he's got nasty uppercuts. And he's got a killer instinct. When he has you hurt, he fucking bombs on you. And the Eddie Alvarez fight is the best example of that. Eddie Alvarez was a world-class fighter. And Conor McGregor took it to him like no one has ever done in his career. Tuned him up. Made him look like he had no business in the cage with him. Now, for Eddie, he said like he just fought a bad fight. I believe him. Eddie's a world-class fighter. But the point is, in go time, Conor McGregor handles pressure as much or better, as good, as well or better than anyone who's ever lived. He handles pressure so well. Catches Floyd Mayweather with an uppercut in a fight where he's so outclassed. He has 0 boxing matches, and he's fighting the greatest boxer of all time in one of the biggest pay-per-view cards ever. It's nuts, right? So he can handle pressure. He lost that fight because Floyd's a way better boxer, but he handled the pressure. Pressure against Aldo. Talked so much shit for a year. Going on tour together. Tearing pictures of him. Stealing his belt. Gets in front of him. Flatlines him in 13 seconds. Perfect punch. Perfect execution. Like, measures him with one left hand before that. Steps back. He dives in with the left. Bang! Catches him coming in. It's perfect. Under pressure. He's not the kind of grappler that Nurmagomedov is. He's not in that category.
Does he have pressure on this fight?
Oh, he's got so much pressure. He fought the guy who everyone's terrified of, and at least he made it into the 4th round, right? Wasn't it a 4th round submission? And he probably wasn't really prepared for that fight. You think about how much time he'd been off of MMA, how much time he's working on, just boxing, and then spending all that money. He made like $100 million. The question for me is, who is Conor right now? Is Conor McGregor the same guy that knocked out Dustin Poirier when he was a savage? Is he the same guy that knocked out Diego Brandao? Is he the same guy that knocked out Jose Aldo? Is he the same guy who knocked out Eddie Alvarez? Or is he just some new thing because all this money and all this fame and all this attention, he likes to party and all? What is he now? If he's the same guy, physically, there should be no reason why he isn't. He hasn't taken any terrible beatings. Even in the Nurmagomedov fight, he stopped him with a choke. If he is the same guy physically, and he decides he wants to let the fucking world know that he can still do it, and who gives a fuck how much money he has in the bank? He wants to let the world know he's here to fuck people up, and he's here to reclaim his crowd. If he goes into the fight with that attitude, I mean, we could certainly see a resurgence. The question has always been whether or not a rich man has the motivation to work like a poor man. And he's a very rich man. We don't know. Everybody's different. Mayweather fought hard to the day he died, or excuse me, to the day he retired. And Mayweather, when he was during his career, was rich like from a couple of years in. He was rich. He was rich, so he was always rich, and still fought like the best in the world, and still trained like you have to train to be the best in the world.
What type of gaps was he taking in between fights, guys? This has been a long gap before it's not bad.
Yeah.
Before Nurmagomedov, it was a long gap.
It's true.
The game has evolved a lot.
Mm-hmm.
With the real world, what you heard me tell
A bill from a Democratic state senator from Irvine that bans gun sales on state property has been upheld on appeal. The Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates unchanged and predicts.
He's had some ups and downs. Lost to Gaethje, lost to Masvidal. lost real bad to Darren Till. The Darren Till one was a bad one.
So out of the last 5 fights, he's 2-3.
Lost to Tony Ferguson. Beat Al Iaquinta though and looked real fucking good doing it. So he's lost 2. The Gaethje fight, and he beat Mike Perry, which was a really good fight for him. Mike Perry's a big scary guy, throws bombs. So he beat him. Lost to Leon Edwards. I think he was sick coming into that fight, but lost either way. And beat Yancy Medeiros in a wild
So I'm
fight.
just saying that in the real world, he should take him out. I don't think there's going to be that easy of a fight. I like Dio. I love Dio. I can't pick him aside.
Yeah.
But I love Dio. But I can see everybody back regular work around the board. And something crazy happened. I mean, in the perfect world, they just changed my little suspect later. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he's just been fighting werewolves. He's been fighting the toughest guys in the world. Like, everybody's chin suspect that Darren Till is smashing your fucking nose open with an elbow. That dude's an animal, and he's big as fuck. When Darren Till fought Cowboy, he was so much bigger than him. There's the difference between a really big welterweight and a guy that came up from lightweight. Darren Till's a giant dude. I mean, his nickname is Gorilla. So here we go. Yeah, he beat Iaquinta. He beat Alexander Hernandez. That was a fantastic fight. Hernandez is a young, tough guy who's talking mad shit. But there's a giant difference between, no disrespect to a Hernandez and a Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor's used to those bright lights, man. He shines. He shines under those bright lights. To me, the question is really just whether or not he has the motivation to train and fight like a fucking madman again, like he did when he was younger, when he was smashing people. And for Cowboy, it's whether or not he can survive the early storm. I think getting his leg kicks working would be very big, because Conor likes to take that long stance. Conor takes that long stance, and he fights right leg forward. He fights southpaw. And if Donald can fuck up that right leg, he can figure out a way to attack that right leg. Knees to the body coming in. He's got to avoid the punches, though.
Yeah, he's up there with, what do I say? Sergio Pettis' coach. He's training.
Yeah, you said do Rufus Sport.
He's in Milwaukee Sport for this camp. They're probably working a lot of kickboxing, but I guarantee Woodley's some wrestling will take down, because he knows that's where the money's.
Woodley has a big fight coming up. Woodley's going to fight Leon Edwards, and Leon Edwards is a dangerous man. It's like that's a big fight, and Leon Edwards, for whatever reason, is not known as much as he is skillful. He beat Cowboy, like you said, and he's the guy that got in that crazy brawl with Masvidal backstage. Masvidal hit him with the 2 pieces of soda. But that guy's a tough guy. Super highly skilled guy. And Leon Edwards and Tyron Woodley, that's a very high stakes fight that a lot of people aren't talking about. Like, that's the fight for the number 1 contender, because if Tyron emerges or if Leon emerges and it's a big fight and the fight goes well, that person is almost certainly at least considered, other than Masvidal, who's the fan favorite, and then the rematch. Those are the 2 possibilities. The rematch with Colby and Usman. Other than that, you want to see the winner of Tyron Woodley and Leon Edwards. It just makes sense. It makes sense that would be the next one, or Masvidal. That's how I would look at it. I would look at it that way. I would look at it like there's a lot of options. There's a lot of options for that division. And now Conor's talking about fighting Usman. That would be bonkers. So if Conor beats Cowboy and decides he feels great at this weight, he feels confident now and dedicated, he wants to make a run at the fucking champ, there's a big size difference between Usman and Conor. Usman is a big person. He's got a thick frame.
A lot of those 170 guys are big. They're big.
Colby's a big fella. Colby's a big fella.
Feldman's big. So is fucking Masvidal big. Masvidal big at 170. Yep. There's somebody else at 170 that's deceiving as fuck too.
I think Masvidal's in the sweet spot. He's not too big where he has to kill himself to make the weight, but he's he can obviously knock out welterweights easily. He's knocked out a lot of welterweights. I mean, the Ben Askren one is fucking preposterous, but of course, just even the beating he's putting on Nate Diaz, Masvidal can fuck people up at 170. I think him versus Conor would be insane.
Fuck me up, though. Fuck me up by not bringing back the Rambo. Just taking him back. Fuck me up. Like, called you that blood. You tell me this, I got the Rambo. I'm going to put him up at the compound for a week. You know, I went down a foxhole at his fight.
Oh, he was amazing.
About a month ago. Just that whole letter.
Yeah.
I've been turning people on. Just on that whole letter. Yeah, that was like, I'm pissed off. Big rock.
So right now it's up in the air. I think certainly Assembly Democrats are getting
national
nervous
yoga competitions and
we're
everything.
sitting down.
And I'm not that stupid. I grew up on wide world of sports. I relearned everything on wide world of sports. I saw a dude catch a bullet with his mouth on Aaron Banks' tournament. Aaron Banks.
Karate tournament?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, New York City. Aaron
He
Banks.
caught a bullet with his teeth?
Aaron Banks was a dude. Well, that's what he was known for. It's on YouTube.
Is that real?
Joey, they put a glass in front of the guy.
So the bullet goes through the glass?
Only two. Put a special mouthpiece on it. And they shoot.
How close was the glass?
Watch. Let me go pee real quick.
Okay.
Watch.
Play that for me. Give me some volume. Okay, so it's just music. That's all right. So,
you can imagine the commercials.
can I see it?
Well,
And you can imagine how people who don't pay attention start to vote.
But there's got to be like someone who Snopes is this.
I believe Penn and Teller do it
The show
now.
pointed out every day that Route 47
They do it?
Yeah.
They catch a bullet in their teeth? Well, Penn would be the first one to tell you it's bullshit. I mean, that's half of their shtick. I should probably get him back in here. Have him explain how the fuck should they catch the bullet in their teeth.
There's a bullshit might not be the way to do it, but there's a way to do it that's safer than just shooting a gun at your teeth.
I don't think they shoot a gun at your teeth. Because I don't think you can do that a whole lot of times. See, if a guy's doing that, it's not he's doing it. I think I could do it, Dad. Okay, give it a shot, son. No, he's done it before, right? He's doing this bullet thing in front of people. I would assume that's not the first and only time he's catching a bullet in his teeth.
David
right?
Blaine did it too.
Right, but you listening to me?
Yeah.
That means you have to practice. How many times are you going to let a dude shoot you in the face? How are you practicing that? That's not real.
David Blaine did it with a metal cup in his mouth.
Oh, wow. So the metal cup caught the bullet?
Another guy wore, I think this guy that Joey watched had steel dentures.
God. Even if you had steel dentures, if somebody just shoot you in the face, and you got to make sure that they don't hit your lips. Do you know how hard it is to not hit someone in the how close do you have to be? Where you're with a pistol? Is that what they use them? You're absolutely sure?
357.
Oh, Jesus! There's no way! That can't be real.
One person died doing it.
Of course they did.
Shoveling the suit.
The most famous person that died while doing the trick always performed silently because he apparently spoke no English. When his final performance of the trick went wrong and he was accidentally shot in the chest, he exclaimed in perfect English, "Oh my God, something's happened. Lower the curtain." At his autopsy, it was discovered that he was not Chinese, but an American named William Robinson. But that's a story for another day. So what happened? You're talking about a guy who was his scam was he would let people shoot him and he'd catch the bullet in his teeth. And his name was Chung Ling Soo, and he pretended he was Chinese, but then he accidentally got shot in the chest. The guy didn't shoot him in the mouth, shot him in the chest instead. And as he drops down, he said, "Oh my God, something's happened. Lower the curtain," in perfect English. So the autopsy revealed that he was not Chinese, but an American named William Robinson. You can't do that today. Cultural appropriation. But even back then, that's a hilarious way to die.
Was this one of the guys that was catching bullets with his teeth? Yeah, there was a couple of fucking lunatics. So that's how I knew. I grew up on Wild World of Sports. They showed you everything. But I got caught in the foxhole. They had Hagler.
Hagler around? Ooh, Hagler and Mugabe was amazing.
Because in those days, they used to do a pay-per-view on Saturday, and then you had to wait a week.
Yeah.
For Saturday.
No, next Saturday.
The following Saturday
right.
would be on Wide World of Sports if you could hold on. But I still remember, dog, being a fucking kid on a Saturday and watching Doom Kung Kim and Mancini kicking the fuck out of each other. Because that was live on
ABC, Wide World of Sports.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Doug Kim, that was the reason why they changed the round number from 15 down to 12 after that guy died.
Where was that again? This was the season.
Las Vegas, Nevada. It looks like it's outside, doesn't it? Yeah, it is outside.
It's outside. I still remember this.
That's crazy. Tim Ryan.
This had to be January or February of '83.
Dude, this was a crazy.
When was this?
November '82.
Mancini was an animal. Remember we fought Alexis Arguello? I think that's this right here.
The Korean guy just came, got arrested, so wrote a piece of wood before he went out to fight. Killed.
Yeah.
That guy was a tough motherfucker. Ray Boom Boom Mancini.
Tough motherfucker. This was 1979. He was 21 years old. Is this the Duck Koo Kim fight? So imagine they killed somebody when he was 21 years old in a fight. That is hardcore, man. That's a hard pill to swallow. Probably the whole things, and then also probably had to make weight. A lot of deaths in boxing apparently happen in the lower weight classes, and one of the reasons is that when these guys actually enter into fights, a lot of times they're still dehydrated. They would dehydrate themselves pretty bad in the weigh-ins to get to whatever weight class it was, like 134. But he probably weighs, 134 and a quarter is what he weighed in. He probably walks around like 150-ish or something like that. And they dehydrate themselves, and it's very difficult to rehydrate the brain, apparently. It's not as quick and easy as it is rehydrating the body. Even that takes some time. So most of the deaths in boxing have occurred, most of them, still very dangerous, even for the heavyweight division. There was a guy who went into a coma, a Russian guy, in a fight a few years back. But, lighter weight divisions, they think it's generally when people get more likely to die from fights. They think it might have something to do with cutting weight. But it's also like very skillful people punching each other in the head. The Gerald McClellan fight is a good example of that. There was point to because Gerald McClellan, who was just a straight up murderer when he was a light heavyweight, really struggled to make weight, man, real bad. And in one fight with Nigel Benn got off the deck and it looked like he was out and made it back into the ring, fought his ass off, and then started taking it to Gerald.
But this Doom Kung Kim right here again.
Yeah, and that was the end of the fight. After Ray Mancini stopped him, everybody was all happy. And then the guy slides into the coma.
A bus driver at gunpoint and led officers on a lengthy three-county chase.
It's really bad.
Reportedly told people on the bus that he was.
They think it might have something to do with cutting weight.
May have been triggered by sirens and
it's a fucking horrible way to go, man.
Lake Tahoe will soon require reservations on holidays and
but
weekends.
kill or be killed.
Officials at
That's what he signed up for.
Park say they get more than 1 million visitors every year.
I mean, and he fought that way too. You know what I saw recently? It was one of the wildest fights. Roberto Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard won. Holy shit.
Is it one?
Oh my God. I just watched it again the other
right?
day.
Yeah. Toronto was the first one. Louisiana was the second. Montreal, yeah. That's a good one.
Montreal was the first one? Yeah.
That's a really good one. That's a really good one.
It was crazy.
There's some crazy Pina Cuevas, there's some crazy fights on there.
Dude, these guys were so fast. Both Leonard and Duran were so fast back then. And Leonard was just, he was America's darling, Olympic gold medalist, handsome, sweetheart of a guy. And Roberto Duran was a straight up savage who was sponsored by a cigarette company. Look at that. He's got a cigarette company logo on his back. That was a cigarette company, wasn't it?
Looks like Marlboro.
I think he had a cigarette company sponsoring him. Either way, maybe it was just a design. He was a monster, and he just jumped on top of Sugar Ray Leonard and wouldn't let him breathe. And Sugar Ray decided to try to fight his fight. Squared up to the fight. Squared up a little to the fight. Sugar Ray just decided to try to engage him like up close, like this. So they fought these kind of fights, like this, in the clinch. Total fucking chaos kind of fighting, which favors Duran. You know, Duran was just a relentless, mauling animal. Yeah. But see how he starts wrestling with him and fucking underhooking him and pushing him against the ring, staying in his face. He's not giving him any chance to move. And then in a rematch, obviously Sugar Ray fought a totally different fight. Got reversed Duran quick. But it was an amazing fight. And historically, like one of the greatest boxing matches ever. Just chaos. Is Sugar Ray Leonard taking a chance? And, you know, his ego probably got the better of him. Said, I'm going to beat you at your own game, or try to it. And Duran just stuck to him like glue, and just ripped at his body and stayed on him. And then after it's over, Duran still pushed him away. It's like, get the fuck away from me. Like after the fight was over, Duran was still mad at him. Great head movement.
It was in Montreal. It was in Canada. A couple days before the fight, Duran
Southern California's only airborne draft report. Signed Jenny Harmon.
Streaming live on read the book. The book I gave. I believe it. Read the book. I believe it. It got into Sugar Ray's head so badly that was how he beat him. He said that fuck away from me.
See, look, he comes running back at him and pushes him and wants to get the fuck away from me. See that shit? It's an animal. Still screaming at him. Fuck you. Screaming at him. After a war. Duran beat him. Duran was a monster. He was so angry. Look at him. Bro, even after all that fighting, still angry.
Look at Mama Lapinga. That's what he's saying.
He was a fucking savage. He was an intelligent savage. Like a savage technician. You know, his boxing was so beautiful. Duran was like, he just knew how to nullify. Take away all, they put his will on you, man. Animal. All right, I gotta wrap this up, Joey. I got another podcast.
I love you, brother.
I love
Thank you very much. I won't see you this week.
Well, I'm gonna see you guys.
Tuesday? Tomorrow night?
I'm gonna be at Sam Tripoli's thing tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be there.
I'm at
Me and you.
Improv at 10:30. Oh yeah, okay. I'll see you.
Me and you. And then I got Tabernacle next week.
Oh shit, Atlanta. I love that
second
place.
shot. So I did the special with you.
Shit,
That's why I thought Brendan Schaub was going to beat me up. I love you.
I love you too, man.
Good to see you, Jamie. Make the right choice tonight.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, acclaimed comics writer and notorious Scott Summers here, Rosie Knight.
Well, hello, everybody.
Trade by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
You were just telling me that Washington State
Yeah, that's right. Just came out last week, but Washington State, or rather Oregon State, had pursued the defund police policy, decriminalized drugs policy, and there's now this dramatic reversal. Because guess what? When you let people shoot up heroin on the side of the road, snort meth in tents downtown Portland, it actually is not good for society. And there's such this dramatic pushback. I was actually shocked to see it. Oregon lawmakers, all Democrats, of course, said, you know what, we've gone too far, let's bring it back to the center, and I think that's very good.
It's definitely very good. It is a little shocking when everybody figured it out. It just doesn't seem like when you go and drive through Oakland. It doesn't seem like anybody's trying to put cork on that. They're just like letting it in the mic, insanous and chaotic. Like the areas where they have the shantytown set up and people have tents everywhere and these makeshift structures. How? At what point in time do you stop letting these open air drug dens exist where people are just cooking meth in front of them? That just seems so insane. So it's nice to see that Oregon's like, hey, let's hit the brakes. Yeah. Is it all drugs now? Did they just put everything in the same category? Which is also quite insane.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not all drugs.
It just says it here. It says the measure makes the possession of small amount of drugs such as heroin or methamphetamine a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in jail, and enables police to confiscate the drugs and crack down on their use on sidewalks and in parks. But what are the other? See, the thing is, it basically, what Oregon did is decriminalize almost everything. The weird thing about drugs is you throw them all into one blanket. Drugs, cover them all with one blanket. Drugs. Because drugs means alcohol. A lot of drugs that we're accustomed to. Not necessarily in favor of those being illegal. And when you add in heroin and methamphetamine to something that we're already accustomed to, like alcohol or caffeine, are we, why are these the same things? Like, why not just individually say, yeah, fentanyl is unbelievably bad for you. Marijuana, not so much. Let's like figure out which ones are okay and which ones are not, instead of just saying drugs.
100%. I mean, you just have to do a really simple calculation. You say, is this drug correlated with extreme social pathology? Does it obliterate the individual? Does it cause social problems, social chaos? And then you can categorize them very simply, yes and no. Okay, you have alcohol, caffeine, marijuana. You can have a functioning society where those are risk.
Yeah,
but you can't have a functioning society where people are foiling fentanyl. And especially if you look at the cities, it's wrecked these cities. The big problem is that the political left in the United States has lost the willingness and the capacity to say no. This is something we've all seen. We're raised a generation of kids where saying no and imposing limits is something that you can't do. It's this idea of liberating ourselves from all limits. But some limits are necessary, some limits are important, and so I think we're starting to finally see the consequences of obliterating limits, and then now we're starting to say, in a reasonable way, we should start reimposing some guardrails.
Well, that's one of the things you find out when you're a parent. It seems counterintuitive, but one of the things you find out is that children are happier when you impose limitations on them. It sounds so crazy. But they are happier and they have less anxiety because they're by having structure to life. It doesn't seem like everything is like if they're in charge, like, oh my God, I'm fucking 12 and I'm in charge. I have no idea what's going on, and I can stay out late all night. The world's chaos. Which it kind of is. But by imposing structure on them, it gives them comfort. And I find that's the case with Islamic State. I find that the people that I know, even artists, even comedians, wild folks, the people that have structure in their life, like have families and children and have like workout routines or things that they enjoy doing on a regular basis that they're very dedicated to, those are the happiest people. They're the healthiest people. They're the people that seem to be like there's a purpose to life. The purpose is your loved ones, your family, your community, the people you hang out with, the stuff you like to do, whatever it is, pickleball, whatever it is. That gives people like happiness and structure. This idea that having no limitations and complete freedom, and you want to be just able to like fly away on a whim, like that doesn't promote happiness. Like what you're trying to get out of this life, but you want it to be as enjoyable as possible. We've all had bad times; they suck. We try to avoid those. We try to have the good times, but that can be applied to a society as well. The way you raise children can be applied to a society. Like you need structure, you need rules, you need love and compassion. You need examples of good behavior. You need all of those things. And when you let these fucking cook meth in the middle of the street, that all goes out the window. Imagine being 12, drive by a fucking drug den every day on your way to school. You're like, oh my God, what do I have to look forward to?
Yeah, I mean, that was my life and my experience and observation. We moved out of Seattle in 2020, my wife, kids. Because of this precise phenomenon, the politics had gone totally sideways.
Well, Seattle in 2020 was
particularly insane. That is the
area. What was it called?
The glory of the Chads.
Chads.
The Chads. But I remember our oldest son was in kindergarten, first grade at the time, and we would be walking to school a few blocks up, and we'd have to be avoiding schizophrenics, avoiding tents, avoiding people shooting up, avoiding people just shitting in the street.
walking.
Yeah, I keep
Just
flashing back
walking.
to
Yeah,
it.
so
Just walking. And so, you're trying to kind of navigate your kids around. There was a homeless encampment about 100 yards away from the school with probably 40 or 50 guys cooking drugs, stealing property, causing trouble. And then you talk to the administrators at the time and say, hey, this is a problem. I don't accept this. I don't like this. And they say, oh, well, we have to be compassionate to our houseless neighbors. It's like, no, we don't. This is a danger to kids. And it got so bad that they were teaching the kids what to do when they found hypodermic needles that this is a problem. I don't want this as a parent. I want you to prevent them having to pick up hypodermic needles, and and it's like a group of people that are so. It's like compassion also has to be right. You have to have compassion within reasonable limits.
But for us, you're dealing with people that just burn it all down. If you just allow them to say arson is no longer punishable, they'll burn all the houses down. Yeah. These are insane people. They don't have anything. Why wouldn't they just burn it all down? Just for fun. It's so hard to understand how it got this far. I love when they use terms like the houseless. Like, you already have a word for it. Yeah. And then they put out this stop trying to dress it up with a new word. You already have a word for it. The word this one's going to drive their partners to identify, investigate, and disrupt minor attractive persons. I saw two politicians in two different speeches talk about protecting minor attracted persons. We're talking about pedophiles. That's what we're talking about. It must be that these people have no children. It must be. I don't know. If they do, they're monsters. This idea that you are going to minimize the harm caused by evil criminals who steal children's lives, ruin their lives forever, and you're just going to call them a minor attracted person and try to say that it's an identity? To what? For what reason? To what end? Like, why would you want to do that?
The end is, it's not polite to say, but it's quite clear. You look at even something that has been propagandized at length, drag queen story hour. You say, wait a minute, let's just break it down to the basic facts. These are adult men dressing up in women's clothing, dancing and performing for other people's children. That's like, should be a red flag for people, but they've couched it in this language, like you're talking about euphemisms, very, very soft-sounding words, tolerance, inclusion. But you're concealing from people the fact that it's like, this is kind of uncomfortable. And I wouldn't want to do that. Do you want to talk about sex with other people's young children? No. It's like, that's like the thing you'd want to avoid, like most in life.
There's no reason to talk to them about that. They're not interested in it. They're little kids.
They're not interested in the adults that are interested. So the question is, why? Why are adults so interested in this? What is the ideological goal, the personal goal? And I find it
they're influencing children because, like all groups, everyone wants.
They're saying that the government in charge of
is a natural humanism. The idea that would not apply to gender identity, that would not apply to sexual orientation. It's crazy. It applies to phones. It applies to, like, people have Android phones. Like, you switch over. Look, you use the S Pen, dude. You switch over. Look at my AI features, dude. You don't need iMessage. It's with everything. And if you don't think that happens with sexuality or with gender, you're out of your mind. It's a natural human characteristic. Why would it be absent there when it's present in literally everything? People use Windows computers, shit on people use Apple computers. You should just try Windows, man. They want you to join. They want you to be a part of their church. They want you to move into their neighborhood. I'm guilty of it too. I got a bunch of people who moved to Austin. For sure. It's a thing that people do. It's a thing that people do, especially if they found something that's awesome. But this idea that a guy with fucking heavy makeup on, dressed like a tart, like, if that was a woman, I'd be like, what's wrong with that lady? She's not dressing like a teacher. This is crazy. What is she doing? Why is she dressed like that? Is that a costume? Is she in a play? She's not in a play. Okay, cut. Let's pump the brakes on this one. Fucking lady's gotta be insane. Does she have any kids? Well, actually, she doesn't even have a vagina. She's got a penis. What? Hold the fuck on.
now we're getting to a whole nother level of
Yeah.
this.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What's going on?
But that opinion is completely normal, completely mainstream, held by virtually everyone.
Yes.
But people are silent about it, right? Because they've been stigmatized into believing if you offer any criticism of the ideology, of gender theory, or the practice, you are somehow a bigot, you're somehow homophobic,
You're
you're
definitely
somehow
far right.
you're a far right extremist,
And you're
it's
lumped
like,
in with KKK. You're lumped in with like Stormfront people.
this is a 90% opinion. And so, what I think is so important is to stop playing the game and to say, you know what, I'm going to tell the truth and I'm going to take the slings and arrows because I know that the public opinion is on my side and people fear speaking out that they need representation. And that to me is the name of the game.
Well, you are really good at explaining everything that's happening and are really good at like laying it out in a very easy to understand pattern. Where it first was introduced into the education system, the blind spots that people have towards how Marxism works, even especially like during the time of the 1960s and 70s when a lot of stuff was gaining momentum in the United States with the anti-war movement, they were completely ignoring what happened in the gulags. They're completely ignoring what happened in Cuba. They had this very rosy perception of communism, which always leads to military dictatorship. Always. There's no evidence of it ever not leading to that. It's like the idea of like, I know everybody dies. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to get bit by fucking rabies kills everybody. There's like one lady who didn't die of rabies because of a very novel treatment where they have to put her into a medically induced coma. Because rabies is such an old disease. And it's such an aggressive disease that your immune system can fight it off, but it can't keep up with it. Eventually, the rabies wins, and it always wins. So by putting her in a medically induced coma, I don't know what about the biological process of it, but it somehow or another shorted out her body to the point where it had the resources to effectively battle the rabies. Because she was just completely immobile in a medically induced coma. So she actually was one of the very few people ever in history to survive rabies.
The analogy is perfect. I mean,
like
Marxism will put your whole society at best in a medically induced coma, and at worst you get starvation, gulags, mass suppression, and so
it kills the society. Is what the point is. The point is the best case scenario is that you somehow through a medically induced coma fucking survive it. Yeah. There's no improvement. You're probably wrecked for the rest of your life. I mean, it's probably such a horrific disease that everything's awful.
When I was in my 20s, I traveled to a lot of Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia and other countries that have been ruled by the Soviets. And what happened, and I think there is a course with caveat of legislated right here, if you have an ideology that is not West, it generates failure, and then it keeps more conflict. So the reality of conflict, it is the most distressing, grave, beautiful, haunted conflict in Soviet block housing, unmonitored alcoholism, common law road, freezing to death on workers. There's no economic productivity. The Soviets have evaporated their religion and all of their old customs. You have human beings that have been totally extracted from their culture. They've been totally annihilated as far as their economic possibilities. But we still have some things we're finding illegal. It's what happens in your society is you get devoured by ideology. And so the ideology that we're in America supports dignity. We're blessed with this country to have a much more robust system and history. But it's functionally the same. And to your point, in the late 80s or late 60s and early 70s, you had true Marxist uninteractive. The Black Panther Party, the Communist Party USA, the Weather Underground. And if you look at their literature, their propaganda material from that time, compare it to what's happening in, let's say, Buffalo public schools, their BLM curriculum. I actually did this. I looked at the Black Panther Party pamphlets they were selling, the Foment Revolution, and the Buffalo public schools curriculum. You know, it's like pretty close. The ideas are the same. Of course, they're softened. They use the nice language about FBI or what have you. But
Explore classics like
we should take ideas seriously. And bad ideas have bad consequences.
And it's a small amount of people that are having an enormous influence on indoctrinating kids. And that's why you're seeing kids today that grow up with this version of the society and reality we live in. So doesn't jive with people that are older than them. In that system. We're like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not that bad. Like, the things you're saying are insane. You're freaking out over almost nothing. And not
This is Sweater GX.
There's important things going on in
And
this
this
world.
is Rabbi
It's not microaggressions. It's not
PIMP.
that Google
Yo, dog.
shouldn't show images of
You're
white
always
men
on
when
like
you
the front page.
pump
It's
in
like,
AI and ask
shout
what
out to
founding
you.
fathers
Dude,
are.
you got a good stream.
Did you see what they did with
This is
Nazis?
Sweater
They make multiracial
GXP.
Nazis.
Multiracial
We're gonna check out
Nazis.
this shit right
Asian
now.
woman Nazis.
I realize this is probably not this ridiculous about
It's bananas.
pinpoking these
It's
things,
literally
but
like it's a Mike
fuck it,
Judge
dog.
idiocracy.
Like you
It's a
are
very
on the street like the
things
91
where the logic is just
I
been blown by the wayside. And the very people that are in charge of disseminating education and challenging young minds have completely abandoned that task and are now wholesale focused on promoting this ideology that must be adhered
Everybody
to.
loves
And
you.
none of these people exist.
Everybody loves Rabbi.
None of these people exist in the world that we are
Everybody
currently
loves
existing,
you.
which is the
Really?
outside.
No, everybody. But I hate this shit. I would hate this shit.
Bizarre world
Dog,
where they
I would fucking hate
indoctrinated
everything
and
that is
educated,
associated
and then
with
they
it.
indoctrinate more
I would
and
be like,
they
oh,
more,
this
they
is the
stay in the
worst.
system. They're
Quit
not
doing this to
out
me,
there in the
please.
world.
I feel like this is the only way that other people are gonna find out that I stream my life
But they don't
24/7
agree
for
with
world
us,
peace.
and yet there
And I'm gonna do this to every fucking creator on Kick
that are educating our
until
children, that are
everyone knows
forming the
about
values,
me.
that are
And
creating the
Chenzo
very
is over here like,
vocabulary
oh,
that
you're
we
so
use.
sick. Yeah, but I fucking love it
Used
that
to be
you're
that you
doing
have
this.
a
This is
person
just making
tweet
everything
it out, you know, Marxist
and I would be
professors
like, yeah,
will be a
thanks,
pipe in
bro.
an Ivy League school.
And then
You
everybody
can't
would
say,
be like,
oh,
oh, you're
that's
bad.
fine. The kids go to
Yay.
Princeton and they get
All right.
theirs with the
Man, we had a
Marxist
fun
swag
time at
job,
Sweater
and then they get out in the real
GXD.
world. The problem
There's
is
a
that
Discord.
that
Oh, dude,
ideology
Discord.
that
Hey, everybody,
defines
what do we
every
call
small
this?
part of
Getting
society,
Tim Cook.
whether
Ready?
it's
I'm gonna accept this
had
invite.
some
Oh, really cool. Hey, everybody.
experience
This
or
is a thing
ideas
called Discord,
has now extended
and
to
it sucks.
that we really
Do styles at it. Check it out.
So, the question
No,
is,
how about just
if you're sending your
go to
kids
the thing that I
school,
clicked? Oh, yeah,
there's
about
so much
that.
what's being taught and
Dog.
taught anyway. What kind of system do we live in? Is that democratic governance? Is that
Hey.
representation of the people? If we're paying for
You,
it,
you sure you don't like
we
it
don't have
when you
a
just click it to
stake
go to where you need it to go?
control of
Hey guys,
values that are being
I'm
formed in those
I'm
institutions.
sitting in for Tim Cook right now. Hey, Rabbi,
It's a question. It's not-
I like it.
Say,
I don't know about everybody else, but I like having to press the button twice. It's great. Everybody, right?
When the bureaucracy rules,
Right? And I do
pushing
like,
ideology against the will of the majority of the people.
dog. We've now
We're
seen
in a
this
kind
like,
of scary position.
I don't know, a half a dozen times.
It seems
Get your shit
like
together, man. And it's not like,
participation
oh, this is a new fucking thing. Dog. For as long as there's been a fucking phone that they call the smartphone with your fucking
and they will be the ones that will correct
label on it,
and it's very strange.
we run into this issue. And it's like, oh, dog, are you sure you don't want to press that button twice? Yeah, dog, I'm fucking sure I don't want to press that button twice. Anyway, let's accept this shit. And if you're just joining us on this fucking journey of love, and you're like, what in the fuck button twice? Just watch some of my previous shit that I haven't been banned yet. Okay, this shit sucks. Double counter. The server's protected by. Oh, dude. They might be on to me. I always fucking get in the way of that double counter. Alright, you got a cool fucking Discord. Tight, dog. What else do we have? We're gonna check out all your other shit. We can also figure out what fucking
brought up
we
aggression charges during the Black Lives Matter protest. 17 of those cases, I think, have been dropped. I'm not sure if that. Find the clip of those. Here, I'll send you an article. You tell me that. It's in Barry Weiss's Substack today. or her newspaper.
Okay.
This is a real
So what are
problem
we
where
doing
you
now?
see the results playing out. You can see that they're negative. I mean, kudos to Oregon.
We're just hanging. Okay, so you got a Twitter there? You can donate and
playing
stake.
out.
Look at your Twitter. So this is Sweater
And here's my
GXP.
number one beef with this.
They've been shooting for a long time. Shout out to this person. You're amazing.
Let people
I hope you have a really nice trip to Chicago.
What about
And
reform?
I want you to know that Rabbi wishes the best for you and all your endeavors.
What about funding reform?
I don't know if you're ever going to see this.
What about going
I don't know if anyone ever sees this. I don't even know if social media fucking works. I just put shit out there. I don't even know if these bots really work. I keep saying sorry and apologizing for shit. I don't even know if anybody's getting any of these messages. What up, Mike, baby? Got Mike, baby. Yeah. Really? Yeah, it's hilarious. Really?
And I'm sure a variety of factors beyond their control.
Yeah, I gotta do one for him then.
Without doubt.
Alright, are you done?
But
I guess, so shout to Sweater GXP. Adrian, you're the man.
Stop that from happening in the future. And there's no effort whatsoever put on that. There's no conscious thought of like, how do we get at the beginning of this?
Yeah, that's almost impossible question to answer because it is so complex. There are so many contributing factors, but I actually don't think it's totally necessary to do that. You actually can just say, here are the behaviors that you tolerate, here are the ones that you don't tolerate, and then you lay out a series of simple consequences. And so what we're seeing in El Salvador, which of course is ongoing potential problems, but what they did is essentially block up the 1% of the El Salvadoran population that were the violent, committed gang members and drug users, and they reduced the murder rate by more than 90%. It used to be the most dangerous country in the world, highest murder rate. Now it's per capita, one of the states that the lesson is that it is actually a vanishingly small number of people that commit
Rabbi. Hell yeah, dog.
So it's not that you have to have soul searching and endless navel gazing, philosophizing, or simply to say, people who are a direct threat to others and commit violent crimes that maybe have 20, 30, 40, 100 convictions in their criminal history, cannot participate in society without limits. And it's something that people have been prepared to talk about. But I think that is ending because once people start to feel a sense of danger in their daily lives, they're going to start to break meeting some of those taboos and say, hey, wait a minute, yeah, but letting people out of jail who are violent criminals doesn't seem to be working. And I think we're there. Even in Seattle, they elected a Republican city attorney, they elected a moderate city attorney, a moderate mayor, and especially the West right now, are waking up to this citizen rage. These are the most prosperous cities in the history of the world. That's right. Yeah. That dude is so wild because what he does is so blatant. Like the Panera Bread thing. The Panera Bread thing is amazing. You almost have to respect. You almost have to respect. It's so crazy. It's like explain to people. Wait, hold up. Yeah, the Panera Bread. So it's like you're gonna raise the minimum wage for all fast food restaurants, except for Panera Bread, because the Panera Bread guy is his friend and he gets over. But the way around that, that's not. What is the? I mean, why? Why a specific way of cooking? There is no rational justification. There's no rational justification for it. And so it's almost like, oh, but since Panera is not against California's fast food minimum wage law after all. On February 28th, Bloomberg reported that bakery chain Panera would be exempt from California's AB 1228 law of all the basic minimum wage for fast food workers from $20. So why is that? How is it not exempt? That's a hell of a fact check. I didn't know that. But they were saying that it was bakeries were exempt. So what is it? It said, okay, Governor Gavin Newsom told Los Angeles Times Panera would not be exempt from
the law. The spokesperson also denies Lady Bloomberg citing sources close to the matter that Newsom pushed for exemption of the fraudulent business that his bread and sell as a standalone item, calling the report absurd. So is it a fake story?
Or is it something that they might have corrected the course, correct?
Yeah. Well, up to the top. So where's the initial report? Let's find the initial report. Because why would Bloomberg is the financial paper, right? Yeah. That's not something. I don't think you really can't do that if you're running it's not with the New York Times. The New York Times would say Israel bombed the hospital. 500 people killed. It's put on the front page. It's not true. And everybody assumes it's true. It's the New York Times. They can kind of get away with that. Yeah. Then they split it. But if Bloomberg starts doing shit like that, if Bloomberg starts lying about businesses, what businesses are tax laws, Panera Bread ducked California's $20 minimum wage. This is Bloomberg. Governor pushed for a carve out that's complex industry services that benefited the donor. So how do we know this is true? You have to subscribe.
Reddit table.
It's there must be something to it, and it's so hard with that guy. Because when you just look at the way he praised Biden, God, it's like playing someone like me. It's like that's how like a really good actor would play a great person who's insincere enough that smart people recognize it, but that like really don't mind it no matter who you go. Like he's a black guy. And the problem is that that's not wrong.
There's some political talent that is willing to say anything and do it with a straight face, that sincere voice, and that cool, swoopy hair. I mean, I love that he's I love that he got busted inside with no mask on. The shamelessness on that guy. It's he's an interesting guy, fascinating person in that way. I'm not a fan. I disagree with him politically, but I don't think he should be underestimated because those of us who can see through it, I think are actually a pretty small number of people.
Well, I think you're probably right, and I think there's also people who just want to listen quarter.
But everyone can save up to 25%
That's
on
what
their first year.
I think they barely care who the president is, and I think that's obvious with Obama. Excuse me, with
next up is
the opposite.
Mike.
Obama was like the best
Mike
example. But Biden is without doubt anyone can beat him. If you were just comparing competence, someone who you would trust talking, someone who you would trust to go meet foreign dignitaries. There's zero. He's no one he's going to beat. He's not going to be a single living politician. But since he's atop of this team, that people are like, this team is our team. No matter what.
Next up we have Mike.
We're all in.
Mike, before chat, has had to deal with all my bots. He's had to deal with the focus bots. He's had to deal with the follow bots, the spam bots. This person went from the deep south, from like New Orleans to St. Louis to Chicago to Detroit to Philadelphia to Times Square. And it was a really big opportunity to see him do some outreach. And he's got a really good team. I said before, I'll say it again. He should really pick up and come here. I said all the he already is great. So everybody should just recognize that. He's the next wave of really good creators. And we're going to check out his stuff. These
bread, dogs,
let me also say,
minimum wage
next
employees
person,
for fast food workers without more than $20 an hour.
it's on
The
my,
article connected the bread exemptions to billionaire Greg Flynn, a frequent
I'm glad
donor to
somebody
California
did.
Governor Gavin
There's his
Newsom.
stuff. Here's
Political
his stream.
campaigns
He's
for
live
more
streaming.
than 24
Everybody
bread
says that
locations in
that
the state.
chair's gonna break. He's in Austin,
However,
Texas right
Newsom
now.
spokesperson
He's
Alex
like
Jackson
Mr.
denied any
Nationwide.
such connection played a
He's
role
just
in
going
the law and even
all over the
suggested the
place.
exemption does not actually apply to
And
him.
you just hear him
Governor
doing his
met with
thing.
Flynn about this bill, and the
He
stories
has
observed
social
that
media.
said,
Let's check out his social media.
our legal
Okay,
team has reviewed, and it
like him
appears
in the
that
computer,
there
but
is
he
not
does have social media.
Whoops, the legal team reviewed it after they, so there is an exemption.
Why?
Okay, so how would they not be? So the provision exempting restaurants that make and sell bread as a standalone
This is
item
the
under the rule was
context.
included in both the 2022 and 2023 bills. The exemption,
Oh, no,
as we
here we
mentioned
go.
above, is real
If
and is
everybody
achieved
didn't
by
know
not
this, this
designating
is like
such
the
restaurants
journey.
as fast food.
And it
However,
all started with
Newsom
White
also said
Baby.
that legal analysis determined
And
this era, like
now
other
every
chain
single
bakeries,
person
does not fall under the
on
exemption
Kick
because
basically
it
is
mixes
getting
dough
shout out.
off-site instead of fully
And
distributing bread on the premises.
there's the one
It's retail
that started it
locations.
off.
Interesting, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense because it just looks like Subway, right? Subway
You
doesn't
could,
need
you
to
could check that one out if you want some other time.
But that
This
why
one
would you
is
ever
a new
pay
one.
people less?
And
If you have an
we're gonna show you
artisan
Mike.
that requires more skill.
He's a big deal.
Is the baker's
Everybody should check him out.
powerful or the
Mike.
The opposite. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, the bakers, the ones that lobbying for more money.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
No,
The natural
Mike's
bakers.
more
Yeah. That I mean, but you can look at Snopes. Snopes has done a fact check on my work that actually got debunked.
I
PolitiFact
believe
has done it. Washington
Mike
Post.
Baby.
They fact check is wild, but a lot of these fact check sites, they've actually had to retract claims against me. Or they say, oh, Christopher Flynn is reporting said X, Y, and Z. It's not true. And then I provide them the documentation, the evidence. I raise a stink about it, and then they reverse course.
Check him out.
A lot of these, like, that's such a
Wild-
massive fact. Who did they reach out to verify?
He's not following
Governor
anyone.
Newsom's office.
Right.
Well,
Said it's absurd.
yeah, of course he's going to say it's
I already
absurd.
know
They
he
got in
doesn't
trouble
have
for
a-
it, so, but I think the point about Biden
A Discord, I would have thrown out of
really
it
instructive
long,
because
long.
Biden
with that-
was the weekend at Bernie's president.
Mike, I hope you like
It's
your
like
video.
they wheel him around,
And
so what you get
just know
is
that
Slim
I see
Fresh,
all the streamers out
the
there.
Democratic
And
Party
they're gonna be
machine. What are their
in mature
priorities?
big
What are they going to put on the
streamers.
teleprompter?
That's
What is
the
the
U.
staff level
Big W
important?
to
And then they
Mike,
wheel Biden
small,
out there to
junior, big
stammer for a couple
W,
minutes, say the
whatever.
talking points, and get out. And so we're seeing what's important to the party as a movement. The opposite is Trump. Trump is, a unique individual figure. The party is following him. Look, these are the two models that we have, and increasingly the voters are saying we want to have a early method.
What do you think? It is interesting that he's so frail that he's transparent. Right. And he's so transparent to the point where the White House press secretary actually has him for her account.
He's had to deal with the
Which is
focus
wonderful. I
bots.
love
He's
that.
had to deal with followed by the spam bots.
Now I know.
This
I
person
was really
went
confused.
from
Kind of had a
he
feeling it
moves
was
out
good.
from like New Orleans to
Is there ever been a worse White House press secretary? It's
Chicago to
how did she make
Detroit
it up? She's so bad at convincing people. There's a bunch of like
to Times Square.
hardcore, ideology-driven, left-wing pundits that are on YouTube that do a way better job. And they would be fucking psycho about it. They would be psycho about it, and the left would be like, yeah, she's not the one. Like, she's fucking terrible at it. She's called out for stuff all the time. She's set up for stuff all the time. But Tina Juice is always set up. Talks to her, he's American. He's so good. It'll provide a little bit of, what about that?
Big streamers.
And,
And
she's just awful.
check out their stuff.
And she's only really challenged by one
He
person.
also seems really
in the
nice
briefing
person.
room, and still manages to bungle it on the daily.
On my
There's so much madness. This she has to like
I'm
cover
glad
up.
somebody did.
It's what it
Here's
is
his stuff. Here's
again.
his stream.
Kind of
He's live streaming.
brass tacks what it's talking
Everybody
about,
says
but
that
it's what happens
cheers
with identity and everyone knows, like explicitly, when you hire someone, it's a big celebration, and all the different intersectional identities. Yeah, so this is our first, black female, I don't know, PCQ, not really sure.
He has social
And
media.
so
Check out his
the
social media.
problem with that, though, is when you're not making a decision based on competence, merit, excellence, you're buying into it at the front end on that different hierarchy of decision making. But then on the back end, you can't do anything about it say, well, you elevated this person for identity. You can't fire that person because of the topic.
Everything sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they get a little sideways. You know, that guy was my favorite. But the Harvard story is all
started like babies.
And, after the second attack, Harvard kind of revealed the ideology of the establishment, and then another reporter and I have seen plagiarism. We're the ones who broke the plagiarism. For people that aren't aware, what Christopher's referring to is that Harvard, the president of Harvard, and the president of MIT, and Young, they all had this meeting where they were grilled by Stefanik. Yes, who grilled them about using anti-Jewish hate. Is that hate speech to say death to the Jews? And their answer was essentially, if it's actionable. Yeah, it was the most bonkers, bizarre mental gymnastics. Also, with that one woman she had done in the most condescending way. Like, she's so accustomed to being the boss, so accustomed to people like accepting her word and not dealing with the outside world. She doesn't realize how fucking insane what she's saying. The question was if students were calling for the genocide, would that violate Harvard's policy? Yeah, and the answer from Claudine Gay, the former president, was it depends on the context. Like, I mean, so that is a moment where things that had been obscure, especially for people in the central left, suddenly became clear. And so this caused all sorts of chaos, predictably. You have donors dropping out, you have alumni furious, and then a little birdie sent another reporter and me a document showing that actually Claudine Gay, a great scholar of Harvard, had plagiarized dozens of passages in her PhD. And so, in this context of this big fight, to get a document like this and you say, this actually reveals the heart of this conflict. And so, published it, obviously it causes a huge firestorm, but the question is the same. It's to say to Harvard, okay, DEI is the de facto
Mike Smalls Jr. is the next generation of up-and-coming streamers. Check them out and tell all your friends about them. Mike Smalls Jr. is going big places. Shout out Mike Smalls Jr. Check out Mike Smalls Jr. and the Action Man tour that went all over the nation doing outreach.
What are our values? We have this competing set of values. And for me, as someone who, look, I'm unabashed. I'm a political person. I try to drive political change. I think framing the question clearly so that people really understand what's at stake is just the beginning part of the process of getting started.
They liked your message. Yeah, and I think people are waking up. Jamie, why don't you
Nathan Hockman broadcasting this live on Instagram in the first segment.
Like you were talking over here. Yeah.
Jeez, Carl, is that boring?
Carl gets bored quick. The curious thing to me was that most people, until they saw those videos, weren't aware of how far it had gone.
He was even the inspiration for the NBA logo. He was awarded the Presidential Medal for Freedom in 2019, and most recently was working for the Clippers. Jerry West was 86.
I think that this is something that came up, like when Jordan Peterson first started doing the show, which was, I think, when was Jordan's first year? 2015, 2016, somewhere around that. When I had seen his story and seen these videos of him being interviewed, explaining to people, no, you don't understand. If you
check out Mike Smalls Jr. on Kick. Check out Rabbi Rothschild everywhere else. Rabbi gets banned from everywhere because Rabbi has the most amount of content in global history.
He's right. And back then, the pushback was so fascinating because people are like, why are you having this guy on your show to talk about this thing that's happening only in these obscure universities? It's never going to go anywhere. But now you look at it 8 years later, and it's fucking everywhere. It's everywhere.
So one of the things that I do, I'm a trustee at a public university in Florida, College of Florida. Governor DeSantis appointed me and a number of other reformers to take over this university, replace all of the leadership, and then turn it into a classical liberal arts university. In Sarasota, the beautiful campus, tuition is less than $7,000. We want to turn it into a place where conservative families send their kids and feel like they're getting a good education. But when we did this, what we did is we came in, we replaced the leadership, we abolished the DEI department, we terminated the gender studies program, and then we said, we're not going to comply with these ridiculous pronoun rules. And so the old DEI director and then her allies at the ACLU and elsewhere actually filed a federal civil rights complaint against me. So I'm currently under investigation by federal civil rights bureaucrats for refusing to call this woman by user pronouns. Caesar. Okay, trans, okay, man, woman, okay, whatever. Caesar. And it's like,
federal indictment, imagine. For even just refusing to call this person he, her. People have always been rude. Are we going to legislate against rudeness? Are we going to say that if someone decides to call me Mrs. Rogan, can I get them arrested and locked in a cage because they're being rude to me because they're calling me a girl?
If you are a member of a protected class, yes, that's where it's going. That's where they'd like it to go. And look, I have to spin up lawyers, thank the universities handling it. But I mean, this is not trivial. And what Peterson, George Peterson, Ray, what he brought up illustrates this point. If they can get you to lie about something trivial, they can get you to lie about anything. It's a simple sales technique. You get people in the door, you get them to buy some small item, you get them to cash up, and then you work them up the chain to a bigger purchase or a bigger commitment or a bigger ideology. And so, I was listening to a kid, right? My father's a kid. The sales guys, like everything about sales and persuasion I learned at 10 years old.
They keep your lab very clean here, I guess.
They had a grandchild that was born this beautiful to celebrate this. And as soon as you take it, you know you're hooked because it's going to sell you the commemorative Vatican coins for $100 or whatever. And so this is the ante. Once you put in the ante, you're playing the hand. And so this stuff is like, it's rage bait for the right. It drives headlines, it drives outrage, it drives, some kind of momentum, ratings. But what it's not driving, unfortunately, is a substantive pushback, legal, administrative, policy, and as far as deeper cultural changes. But I'm very concerned because these are just gambits where they make. And once they stick, then you're in. It's very hard to roll back. Look at the military. You have all of these men masquerading as women that are now suddenly elevated in the military hierarchy. This is not trivial. We're the most powerful military in the world. We maintain international peace. And it's like now the highest concern is trans? No. I don't think that this is how we should be making decisions, and I don't think that we should be submitting to the original lie. You should never submit to the original lie. You can never successfully push back.
Has had to deal with all my bots. He's had to deal with the focus bots. He's had to deal with the follow bots, the spam bots. This person went from the deep
anyway, I would be funding organizations to do things that would destroy cities. I would be funding universities to continue insane policies. I'd be teaching them the kind of things that they taught people. Where that woman, do you remember you saw that woman who talked to Josh Howley, and he was asking, I think he was like,
Rabbi streams like 24/7, all day, every day. Check it out.
I had someone point out what he's saying is transphobic and opens up trans people to violence. Like what? I think she was a Stanford law.
You know, it's like, oh, F me, no, F
She was so
But whatever it was like, what did you just say?
What did you just say? Why did you say it that way? I think you're so accustomed to being in your bubble that you don't recognize how gross it is when you giggle before you say something. Yeah, I just want to point out what you're saying is transphobic, you know, trans people to violence. Like someone making up areas.
But this is the dominant culture in HR departments, K-12 schools, universities, government bureaucracies. That is the social game that has been established. And so, you know, when we took over New College of Florida, it was the most left-leaning university. It's basically the evergreen state of Florida. It was the student population was.
Check out Mike Smalls Jr.
Trans,
He
queer,
is
non-binary.
the next generation of up and coming streamers, and is going to be very big in the future. Check out Rabbi Rothschild, biggest event in global history. Just type viral rabbi in any search engine and look at all of my accounts.
Can be. Just say it. Just say it. I do agree with you. Say it.
That was his strategy.
Yeah, it's like a con. It's a con. You're part of the
male feminist.
You're LGBT.
You know, it is like it's a strategy. 100%. And it works maybe at the initial, but there are negative consequences.
Yeah, there's flaws. And then once women figure out what you're doing, they'll respect you.
But what happens, so we go to university, and, you know, we're the new bosses, the governor gives us a mandate to do significant changes and reforms. And I remember I took some of my guys, we kind of landed on campus the first time, student protests, death threats, you know, SWAT team mobilized to protect us. And I remember meeting with the old administrators, you know, walking in, and these are people that are just wagging their finger in my face, fingers in my face. They're saying, you're opening up violence. You're host a talk on campus. All this same stuff you're talking about. You're about to get fired. You understand the situation that you're in? Your finger wagging is not going to work anymore. The governor is tough as nails. He told us before we took over, if you're not driving massive negative headlines, if you're not getting flashed, you're not doing your job. I'll back you up 100%. Go in and make the change. But what I realized in that moment is that the people who have created little nests of power with this ideology have never been challenged. No one in the meeting says, actually, this is a stupid idea. We should get back to business. And so for me, it was this remarkable realization that we created this social and psychological
check out
institutions.
My man Sweater, aka Adrian, taking over,
Because the most passive aggressive, the most ideological,
one of the best streamers on Kick.
Person ends up winning. And if we're going to have better institutions, we have to have people, men and women, that go in and just say, no more bullshit, no more games, no more ideology. We have a serious job to do. We're going to get it done. And if you don't join the mission, you're out. Pink slip, you know. And so that's kind of what we did. So the same thing at Twitter when Elon took over Twitter. These are the hard decisions that we haven't made in a long time that I think are desperately needed.
I think so too, and I think that what they're doing by allowing this culture where every anxiety gets justified and amplified, you're just creating more anxious people, you're creating more fucked up kids. You're turning the whole world into this unfixable, systemically racist, chaotic scene that you have to go out and amend. And you have to amend it through DEI, you have to amend it through quality of outcomes, you have to amend it through tax the rich. Like, the whole thing behind it is just
shout out to Adrian, an amazing
And how
streamer
many
on
those
Kick.
people, if they had gone to a place where they were met with intellectual challenges by motivated professors who were not ideologically driven, could have taught them important things about life that they would remember and apply in the world as they go out and try to make their way. We're not preparing people for that because the people that are preparing the people have never done that. And it's a giant part of the problem. It's like someone teaching you how to do a thing that they don't do. Unless they're teaching, that's what I say about drag queens. Unless they're teaching you how to be a drag queen.
But that's what they're doing. I mean, they're doing that. For sure, it's a modeling thing. The drag queen comes in with a position of status, prestige, admiration.
Right.
It's presented as this amazing life path. And even the drag queen theorists, you read their academic papers, which is not everyone's cup of tea, but I admit that. They say very clearly and very clearly. They say we are training kids to into clear ideology, academic discipline, but also other ways of knowing, creating
He's had to deal with the focus bots. He's had to deal with the follow bots and the spam bots. This person went from the deep south, from like
and they really say we need to abolish the heteronormative traditional family because that's oppressive. Having a mother and a father in a nuclear household environment is a form of racism, transphobia, whatever, all of the different social ills you can imagine. And so we have people that have no sense of responsibility. We've inherited some good and some bad. You're born into the world in a tragic state of being. Your society, your tradition, and your history is some mixture of good and bad. I think on the whole, our history, our tradition is on that very positive, very good. Still problems to solve. That's a universal human nature. But what we're training kids to believe is that everything behind them is evil. All of the structures that have provided a sense of discipline, meaning, and purpose should be demolished, and they should be replaced by ideological communities. I mean, that to me is evident in the outcomes. We're creating a generation of anxious, depressed, suicidal, confused kids that have been deprived of all these structures that could actually help them along. I've seen that across the board in my reporting, my own documentary filmmaker, in my own personal life. And so,
yo, this is Sam X Frank. I have followed you, and I'm going to check out your social media. Just one moment. Go to Instagram and follow her. To Twitter, YouTube. Oh, girl, you got a Discord. Hey, I don't know if you know what this is. If you're just joining us, you can watch. I made a bunch of these for everybody. Oh, no. You don't get a chance to do it with you. But just don't you worry, girl. One day. YouTube, Twitter. We're going to check out your YouTube. Sam Frank. Here's all your stuff. It's amazing. You have 170,000 subscribers with 059 videos. Combined, I have 359 subscribers and 170,000. So that's cool. You are at the top of the thing on Kick right now, so that's solid for you. You are number one. Oh, you have a really cute dog. And let's take a look at your Twitter, though. Look at you. Cool. I'm glad you are able to live your life the way that you want. Good for you, person. You are doing great. All right. Well, if you don't know who I am, you're gonna. Here we go, girl. Let's check out your stream.
Lower math scores because people
You
aren't graduating. So this must be lower the score. let's just pass me. Fuck it.
Potentially aware, but maybe you're not. That the timer
It's hard to learn shit.
sometimes doesn't work
It takes work. That's the whole
because
reason
this app
why
sucks,
it's so
and I don't know
impressive
who
when
to blame.
someone
The app
really
developers,
well
that's
read.
like the
Wow,
guitar
that guy
work, which
put in
is
work.
cool.
That's
But
really
sometimes it'll just like,
impressive when someone
watch,
knows.
watch, we'll
It's
just
really
test it.
impressive when someone's really good at something.
This is what I do.
Why is it impressive?
I
Because we know it's fucking hard
troubleshoot
to do.
people's apps for
It's
them.
that simple.
Hey, I'm
If
Rabbi
you want to
Rothschild.
develop
I'm
human
really cool.
beings that have
Just
potential
type in Rabbi
and have
Rothschild or
changed
Bible Rabbi
consume
in any
their
search
full
engine.
potential
You'll see all
in
my
this
shit.
life and
It's
be a fulfilled
unbelievable.
human being.
Alright, but
You've gotta
sometimes
teach how
it
to
just
work hard.
frees on there,
That's part
which
of
is
the
kind of
problem,
crazy.
the process. It's unavoidable.
So
And if you don't have
I
that
feel like,
facet,
so what are we
if you
waiting?
don't have that as a
No, just calm down.
tenet of how you view the world,
Check
you're
this out.
looking at
I'm Rabbi
100%.
Rothschild,
There's no
and
way you're gonna get
I'm
everything
lighting
out
up
of life
people.
without
I'm
work
about
hard.
to light you up, girl.
Just, you'll be anxious.
So
You'll be
we'll be
depressed.
friends
You'll
pretty
feel
soon, and
lost. You
this
won't
is
feel
my
like you accomplished
introduction.
anything. You don't feel like it's been
You're
handed
gonna
to
be
you.
a really big
Be a
streamer.
trust
Here I am
fund
telling
and
you
you'll get
that,
fucked.
and you are
It's not
number
good
one
for you.
on
You
kick
have
right
to work
now. So
hard.
shout out to you.
So you have to overcome, including emotional
I
ones.
want you to
have
know
go through bullshit.
that
You have to
we're
go
watching
through
your thing
bad
right now.
friendships, bad relationships,
You're lucky you don't have a
bad
Discord
coworkers,
that.
bad employers.
Oh, maybe I can join your Discord. Hold on.
It's how you become a human
Hold on.
being. You can't protect
Whatever.
people every goddamn step of the way. We're just
Hey,
gonna create a
everybody.
bunch of grown-up babies
Everybody loves
who are screaming
everybody.
in the streets, "Stop oil now!" blocking the highway with signs painted with oil, wearing sneakers made with oil. Every fucking thing they own was driven by a
This is
truck that
great.
was powered by oil. It's
Find out. Wow, you're really nice.
And this is what we got.
Alright, now what?
Look, I'm in
Let's get in that Discord.
words, ideas.
Hey, did you know that Discord sucks?
In some ways.
But it's okay sometimes. Alright, here we go. These are all my Discords. I really
But
don't
have a lot of
know.
friends that are
Alright, what is this? Sam?
you know, they're
X.
working in the oil business, they're working on
I wanted
commercial
to say
plumbing, they're working
Frank.
on actual real things that we depend on, but we take for granted. Those things are actually hard.
Oh, sure.
Those things are super hard. It takes a ton of dedication.
Hey,
a ton of skill.
everybody.
And
Yeah.
it's the reason that those of us who
All
are
right.
privileged enough to have a real sense of the word,
I'm not gonna. I don't pay that much.
we depend on this
Don't
entire
make me more
infrastructure of
Okay,
the
cool.
actual
That's Sam Frank. They're number one on the
I get
thing right
endlessly
now.
frustrated with people
Shout out to
that
Sam
ban
Frank.
oil.
Shout out to Rabbi.
Our whole society collapses.
Rabbi, like Sam Frank to know that pretty soon everybody's gonna have that top spot. So enjoy it while you can. W Sam Frank, W Rabbi,
The real world around them.
W
They
Kid,
have no connection to their own nature as human beings. I mean, these are
L
people that don't know what
fucking Tim Cook.
they're just symbols of ideology. They're like, you know, you look at those videos and you're like, these are not people who are making even conscious decisions. These are puppets as part of some agenda, as part of some mimetic ideology that is nihilistic at its core.
What's the
That's
thing?
where I think we're going. If you hate your tradition, you hate your history, you hate your economy, you hate your own school culture,
Wait, wait.
you have no sense of value. And that's what we all want to do. We all operate on a sense of value, whether it's conscious or unconscious. We try to wipe away all existing values that somehow oppressive, racist, patriarchal. Your humans need to grow up in a world where they know what's their side. They know up and down. And so, you know, with my own kids, that's what I'm trying to do is protect them to the extent that's necessary. Create good influences, create some structure, and then prepare them for life. Because life is a fight, life is a struggle. You're going to confront very useful things as they grow up. You know, and then some point out people prefer them. When you're looking at the difference between the world of today and the world of just 20 years ago, the change is so quick. There's never been a moment in time where so much of society collapsed so quickly. Like, what year was it? Was it 2020 that we had the highest jump in murder ever? The same year we had that's scary.
that's scary because that's the opposite of where we expect these work on violence over time. You see that societies are trending in a very positive direction as we were together. That this one change, that just because it was just 1 year, but that 1 year was just 3 years ago. Another thing like that can do that again, especially when you're dealing with even more people who are out into the world, these radical ideas, especially people that are inclined to believe that violence is a necessary aspect of humanity. And these are right? It's all so wild. It's so wild because if you wanted to create a progressive or a collaborative society, you would have a president, you would have a society that is run by fucking maniacs for educational institutions, that when Antifa commits violence, somehow it's mostly peaceful, but yet when anyone else does it, especially if anybody else does it in any sort of a right-wing way, and that is everything you throw at it, transphobic, racist, sexist, homophobic, whatever the fuck you say, it's everything wrong with us. Like, this is a recipe for a civil war. It's a recipe for chaos. It's a recipe for a complete collapse of everything that's around us. If you just go from what happened so quickly in 2020, it's not hard to imagine you can bring yourself back to the time in 2020. This is never coming back. It's going to be like this forever. It's going to get way worse. Because if it can get like this, for people to just smash and destroy them, that's what I started doing. That's one of the things that got me out of California. I watched these guys smash into this clothing store and steal everything. By the way, always. And I saw down in Santa Monica. It was in Woodland, and I saw there was a Target there that got there's a lot of shit that people weren't getting caught for. And it was like right after the George Floyd riots, so the cop cars burning on the highway were an image right in everyone's mind still. And I was like, oh, I know how this thing plays out. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, that was my first thought. I was like, I need to figure out how to get out of here. Like this, I think it's worse. If you don't get out now, and you don't wish you got out when something happens, you gotta get the fuck out of here. It's bad. It's not hard to imagine that our society, given the current situation, given the current influence, it's going in that direction.
Shout out to Sam Frank. Shout out to
I was looking at, what's that lady's name? Rachel, whatever it is, the half girl, first female admiral, Madam Rachel Levine, yeah. Hilarious. And this other one that was some recent shit person saying we should all put our pronouns in all of our emails, even if it's obvious. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. How come something that used to be considered a mental illness just 10 years ago is now a precedent? That now it's a valuable asset? Now it's an important part of our community? Now it's not? Like, if you found out someone was suicidal, would you want them in charge of the news? You wouldn't, right? Well, you know, just the amount of trans people that are suicidal is much higher than everyone else. Like, isn't it something insane, like 40%? It's something crazy like that. What are you doing? Like, are we ignoring facts and statistics? If you know that someone is a bipolar schizophrenic and you've got them working on a gun range, you say, hey, Harry, we just pulled your file. And you fucking fly off the handle and you have 113 violent episodes since you were a teenager. Give me that gun, you motherfucker. Get out of here. You can't work here anymore.
It's like putting Kanye in charge of like an air wing in the Air Force or something.
Congratulations on having the number one spot on Kick. It is only temporary.
We have decided
Check Rabbi out 24/7, 365.
Full sympathy for someone who has gender dysphoria. I've met many people that I truly believe they have somewhere in there, they're a woman and they got stuck in a man's body, and I think that's real, and I think that's always happened.
years ago, he was with LAPD. I think he had a pretty high-ranking position there.
When you make
I
that
said, what happened to
more
him?
powerful than just being a normal person, more preferable than just being a normal person, subject to less scrutiny than being a normal person. Just a regular person. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not saying you should discriminate against trans people. I think you should just let everybody be what the fuck they are. But don't tell me that I'm supposed to ignore all the other things that could be at play. Say if you're a biological male inmate and you decide that you're a woman and you want to transition to women's prisons, which in California 47 men have done. Don't tell me that just because you're trans, like I'm supposed to abandon, like I'm supposed to ignore that sex offenders can just walk into a women's locker room with an erection, and everyone's supposed to ignore that. Like, what do? You are fucking up the acceptance of trans people, because you're saying that trans people are going to come along with all these sex offenders, which is not really true. There's a lot of the trans people that aren't sex offenders. They're just trans. These other people are taking advantage of this fucking massive loophole that you've left in here, and you're victimizing female professional athletes, female college athletes. You're jeopardizing scholarships for those athletes. You're doing a lot of things that fuck up biological women, and there's no consideration for that at all.
Yeah, and look at the sorority house. I think it's probably the best example of this phenomenon where you have some, 6'2" male that is now bunking with a house full of women, young women, in a sorority house somewhere. And look, obviously, this guy's a pervert. That full stop. That is the kind of patently obvious thing, right?
Well,
They're
certainly
exploiting it. They're manipulating it.
You should certainly consider the possibility that he's a pervert.
I think it's at minimum a big bright red flag that is waving in your face. But the question is an institutional question. The fathers of these young girls, the deans of the universities, the university presidents. It's like, wait a minute. Like, accommodate this person, try to talk to this person, figure out what the deal is, assess whether it actually is kind of a real threat or not, figure out some alternate arrangement for this person. But especially if the young women are telling you, we don't want this, we're uncomfortable with this, we don't like this, get this person out. It's a failure on our social institutions.
Well, it also shows our oppression hierarchy.
What's up, Pim? The next person we're going to check out is
Unless that's
came to Earth to look around, whatever. So I'm here, and so is Mr. Sims Travis. This motherfucker is living the life, kids. This motherfucker is living the life. If I could live a life of anyone on Twitch,
it's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. And somehow or another, it is the norm in a lot of universities.
I think it'd be Mr. Sims Travis. Why? Because just post up and watch every single night with a bunch of
fucking nuts that people are insanely
entertained. And I'm sure it can get lonely, but he's always got a bunch of people keeping him fucking going. And I just saw him. Here he is. Here's Mr. Sims Travis. And if you're like, oh, honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen him without a bunch of chicks around him, and that would make sense. His stream's been going for 33 hours and almost 33 minutes. We're going to wait for it to go 33. Dog, we should wait for it to go 33. Dog, I'm very, mineralogic. Because I could guess and take names. So I want everybody to know Mr. Sims is a really nice person. Actually, he could be a total dirtbag, but we all could be. We all have our times. I'm sure Mr. Sims has times when he could have been a better person. So does Rabbi. Actually, though, Rabbi's out there, and Rabbi is very, very public. You can check out what Rabbi's done. Rabbi's proud of Rabbi's behavior, especially
shit with chicks. All right, kids, here we go. 33 coming up. 33 coming up. Oh shit! There you go. Got it. Oh, that was tight. Man, that was really fucking cool. All right, so can we hear you? I'm sure somebody can. All right, is this done? Dude, you didn't even look through his shit. Oh yeah, I gotta look through his social media. Dude, but we got him at 33. That's a long fucking stream, dog. Alright, here we go. Mr. Sims Travels about Discord. Oh, he's got a Discord. Dude, have I been thrown out of his Discord? See, maybe with this account. No, yeah. Damn it. Alright, just like Will Smith and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Alright, so I got my man just hanging out in his room in like Thailand or something. You can donate to him at his Instagram here. We're gonna check out his Instagram. I bet it's very colorful and amazing. So his page isn't available. It's maybe broken. His page isn't available. Wow, we might have lost it. Don't worry, I've lost a ton of those bitches. Let's check out his YouTube. Here we go. Here's his shit. There you go. Look at this. Very cool. Alright, Mr. Sins. I hope you're having a good day. And I made you a video. And I hope that you enjoyed my video. Anything else you want to say to him? Yeah, shout out to all those girls. Show this to all the girls that you meet and tell them that I'm going to help them when my stream goes viral. I have more content than any person on the internet, and that's a big fucking deal. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll see it. These girls will be like, damn, he's got a lot of shit going on, and I do. All right, cool. Shout out to Mr. Sin, shout out to Thailand, shout out to those chicks, and shout out to everybody who is out there.
Like submit to a social credit score system, which you would attach to a centralized digital currency. Now you've got conversations, and it's like that. It's very quick. And just like people self-censored on Twitter and self-censored on before Elon Musk and self-censored on YouTube because they don't want to monetize, people start doing that in regular society. They will do that because you don't want your social credit score system to drop. And it could be something as simple as not using Caesar with a federal charge of not using Caesar, and now you are being tried for discrimination. And if those fucking psychos are in charge, you might get convicted. And now all of a sudden you've got a real Soviet Union style gulag situation in 2029 United States of America with Admiral Levine as our first female president. Yeah, that could be our first female president.
We're not far from there right now. I mean, the absurdity of the ACLU filing a complaint and now the Department of Education Civil Rights Division following up for refusing to use Caesar's project. It's like, it is what it is. This is something we're already here. So the first step is to intimidate, right? It's an intimidation mechanism. You got to defend yourself. You got to get a lawyer. You have to spend time on it. Maybe you'll get deposed or subpoenaed for your records and text documents. And so a formal social credit system that's tied to...
Good on you for being the #1 streamer on Kick right now. Check out Rabbi Rothschild live 24/7, 365, most content in global history. Look at how many accounts I have.
Uyghurs are the Muslim minority population of China's west, and they're ruled by the Han Chinese.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of
So I'm
thousands of
observing
titles. Here's the iHeartRadio
what they're doing,
podcast
what they were doing
preview.
over time, and it gets to be a centralized control over your identity. You know, they wouldn't allow Uyghur men to wear mustaches and trivial things that are the beginning. But then it's like very serious regulation of thought and opinion, and so it's propaganda that is backed up by force. That's really all that we're talking about, and we have it in a much milder form. Like a light beer form, propaganda that's backed up by the force of the state, and we have to push at every opportunity. And look, I'm a conservative. I work with conservative politicians, intellectuals, because we're cobbling together the only viable counter movement. You can't solve this by culture alone. You have to get in the arena of politics. You have to change the law, and you have to replace institutions that are broken with new institutions. It's an uphill fight. There's not a huge reservoir of talent and resources at our disposal, but what I've been trying to do, whether it's with Harvard, or critical race theory, or DEI, all of these stories that I've broken and campaigns that I've run, is at least turn people on to the idea that something is deeply wrong, put a name and a face to it, and then offer some pathway for them to resolve these problems. And if we don't, we lose the great promise. We were promised liberty and equality. Those are the two fundamentals. You don't see, people don't have an understanding of what that means anymore.
Thanks, Frank.
So,
I just followed you, and I'm going to check out your social media. Just one moment. There's your Instagram. You can follow her.
That's what I'm doing. What wins are we putting up on the board? Because unless we're having substantial wins in all these little areas, that social credit system that you're talking about.
Yo, this is Sam X Frank.
When you look at the current political
I just followed you, and I'm going to check out your social media.
What seems to be this acceptance that you have for
I wonder who that is, honey.
because to me, regardless
Pretty much doing with for the text.
You wonder what's going on? Dog, this is Lola Buns. Do you know who Lola Buns is? Check her out, dog. She's on Kick. She's an amazing Kick streamer. She has limited merch today only. Get your shit together. Buy her shit right now. You're seeing that you probably can't even buy this shit anymore, but she's got other shit you can buy. We're gonna check out her shit. She's got use code LOLABUNS for 15% off her fucking whatever fuels, probably in the petroleum industry or something. About me, hi, I'm Lola. I started my journey as a full-time streamer on 2/6/23. Her main goal is to build awesome friendships and create a positive space for everyone. The end goal is being able to get back to my community. She is located in Atlanta, and her hometown is Medellin, Colombia. Thank you for supporting my gaming and streaming experience, even just by watching, following, and subscribing. Subscribe there. Kick tools, those are donations. Where's your social media? No one knows. Who knows? All I know is this is her shit. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Follow Lola Buns. Seems to be a good person. And maybe she'll get a Discord someday and I'll be able to stream it. Peace, girl.
then you just showed all your skills.
Pretty much doing
Showed
with
your hands. That's the most
for
expensive
the
real
text.
She is. Who knows? All I know is this hair. Kick by watching, following, and subscribe. Subscribe there. Kick tools, those are donations. Where's your social media? No one knows. Who knows?
The presidency of Richard Nixon that is now coming to fruition with the presidency of the next presidency of Donald Trump. We have a democratic system that favors Trump in the sense that he won in 2016, he's winning the primary race. But we have a bureaucracy that is dead against him, and the rhetoric has a very odd claim. They essentially say, we want to keep him off the ballot, we want to put him in prison, we want to bankrupt him so he can't become president, even if the people we want to deprive people out of the realm. It is a contest of how we think of our democratic system. And I'm of the mind that the people should decide, not the bureaucracy. And this is a contest where Democrats are saying essentially, we have to destroy democracy in order to save democracy. Democracy has very different meanings in the two usages and in that sentence. We have to destroy democracy as we've traditionally known it, electing a president through a vote of people, in order to save democracy, which is ruled by expert opinion, ruled by the bureaucracy, and essentially left-wing hegemony, left-wing domination over institutions. And as someone
You have really pretty eyes.
tries to maximize whatever
I'm taking on a date.
I'm not looking for anything right now.
What if we just meet around and just near your own doing?
Sure.
You have really pretty eyes.
we're all table stakes, relatively. And they're going to have no hesitation, because once they cross the Rubicon, metaphorically speaking, you know, that's when dissent becomes a crime. And we've already seen that.
Yo, this is Sam.
Gender ideology in schools.
Now, granted, the chocolate chip is better warm.
X-ray.
We know this for sure. The FBI counterterrorism law that was specifically for parent school board protesters. So if you participate in the democratic process, it'll turn you into a criminal. I hate that with every fiber of my being. And whatever threats come my way, whatever lawsuits, whatever investigations come my way, it's worth it. Take it in prison. Fine, let's do this, because we have to actually confront these questions. And we need to have people that have enough courage to actually bring the courage without risk, not courage. These are facts.
Oh, check this out. They actually liked it when I joined this stream. This guy's amazing. I don't know if you can hear him. But the fact that this person didn't just flip their shit when I followed him is amazing. I'm not going to spam him. That was really nice of him. So if you're wondering what we're doing, I don't know if you can hear it, because like the app doesn't really tell you what's going on. So if you can hear the music, that's cool. He's in Dubai. Dubai's amazing. Dubai's the city of the future. Rabbi's a rabbi in the future. Dubai's going to be part of Israel someday. Israel's going to be part of Dubai someday. Really? Something's going to happen if a long enough time happens. It's a big deal. Dubai's a big deal. Alright, so I don't know if you get to see the stream going at once. Well, I'm just creating a clip for my man here. And I'm not going to fuck with him. I'm going to put my...
In fairness, though, I mean, the view has to be,
there you go.
Among the dumbest people.
How tight is that?
It's like they say the thing
They're
that
in
people
Dubai.
are thinking, but they say it very
That's
directly,
amazing.
so they expose whatever truth. But
Dude,
I don't think so.
absolutely fucking
You don't think so?
phenomenal.
No, I think so. I think it's
Probably just because if you don't hit that button in time, it fucks up. Alright. Who was that? That's DJ Diddy? Dubai? Dog, I'm trying to click this shit. Do you have a Discord? Oh, dog. It's on like Donkey Kong. I don't think I can turn out of this one. Wow. DJ Diddy is going to be one of the biggest DJs of all time. You hear that? One of the biggest DJs of all time is DJ Diddy. Why? Because Rabbi hasn't been thrown out yet. That's amazing. We're going to check out your other shit right now, too. Look at that. Prize pick, Discord, Instagram, donation. You have an Instagram. Amazing, dog. Absolutely amazing. Dude, check out your shit. Bandit Boys Official. Look at all your shit. So pretty. Looks amazing, dog. Dude, is that all? Is there anything else you want to do? I just want to tell them amazing stream. Oh, remember I was saying that this app sometimes gets like frozen at the bottom? I was going to tell this dude W's all around, he's amazing. I wasn't going to spam him. But no, 26 seconds, it just froze. What the fuck, dude? This app is never going to take off if you don't fix this shit. Alright, is this done? Well, DJ Diddy, you're amazing. Everyone loves you. Rabbi loves you. Rabbi thinks that you're an amazing person, and you're going to the top, dog. Shout out to DJ Diddy.
Totally, just run with it. Yeah, see a little bit of that. But I feel like with a lot of moms that I know that were like hippies. They were like,
no, not this one.
Like immediately. Like a buddy of my mom who was like super fucking left wing, full on leftist shit kids. And then the rise, the COVID, and all that. I was like, fuck this. Get Red Hill, so many of those folks. They're just not talking about it. They don't talk about it how it's real uncomfortable being ostracized. They're single, still live in Los Angeles. You know, especially certain ideological Kevin's gay. Oh boy, that's a good one. Yeah, that's So we're going through the house, check out, and then the neighbor just dropped in. She goes, "You bought this house, you're gonna let us use the tennis court, right?" I go, "What?" She goes, "The community uses the tennis court." I go, "The community uses the tennis court that's in my fucking backyard. If I buy this house, I have to agree that like maybe I can't play tennis. You're playing tennis? What the fuck are you talking about?" I gotta sign up on the list, man. She like got in my face, like the whole deal, like that. Like she didn't say it like, "Are you going?" Like this is the community is traditionally allowed. Like we're like a really close knit group. I love living here. Yeah, it's really nice people. One thing I want to tell you is I think that would be okay. That would be a different conversation. I'd be like, maybe I like this league. Maybe look out, Alice is out there playing tennis. Maybe we're friends. Maybe it's cool. Like if I lived next door to my buddy and he was over there playing tennis, I'd be like, so I'm actually doing what's happening. It's fun. Yeah, it'd be like cool things. Yeah, friends playing tennis in your yard. Maybe this would be fun. But you're going to let us use the community's going to use your tennis court, right? With the eyes wide open. What if I can use yours? Can I use your kitchen? Yeah, what are you talking about, lady? Like, I'm going to go fishing by in the back of your yard. Yeah, you're saying. It's a wild place though because it's like a time capsule. There's some of the old timey hippies. I love it. Yeah, I love those people. I grew up around those people. Unless they want to use your tennis court. Yeah, but then it's like, oh yeah, I can't use my tennis court. I lived next to a guy. This guy, white dude from Georgia, went by like an Indian like spiritual name. Oh, and he was
DJ Diddy is amazing.
He set up a business called Live Water.
And
so he was like rappelling down.
They have total positive vibes to Dubai from Israel.
That was his like
nothing but love.
And this scam is like it's completely dangerous, right? But you know, like a well-meaning guy, and then I mean, he would walk around like he was a duplex for Sheridan. I mean, he would walk around just like no pants on, just totally naked. Real, yeah, just like, what's up, man? Just talking to you like it's just a normal conversation. Naked, yeah, normal conversation. And it's like, oh, good to see you, Mukande. Were you single at the time? I was single at the time. So it's like, and he had a girlfriend there. They were making like nut butters and selling this raw water. You know, that's what they were doing. And they were like, yeah, you want to do the tea ceremony tonight? Check that out. There was like a peaceful, hippied out California culture that was, yeah. The second you're like, oh, we want drag queens in school. You're a bad person because your ancestors came from Europe. And by the way, we want to destroy the whole society. That's what I'm like. I'm going to tap out, and now we're going to fight about it. Well, you know how you know that this is an ideologically driven thing that you have this very clear group of opinions that you must adopt is the rejection of because they attack those people mercilessly. It's like, no, like we are just homosexual men, and we don't think that indoctrinating children the way you're doing is right. It's not right. Like what you're doing is fucked up. You're not supposed to be teaching kids about blowjobs when they're 6. Yeah, they don't need to know about sucking dick when they're 6. That's nuts. And anybody that wants to put that in school and put these blatantly pornographic, and then here's the thing. This one drove me bananas when they said that don't say gay. That it's don't say gay law. And everybody kept repeating it. All these liberals that I know kept repeating it. It says the don't say gay law. Nowhere in that law does it say don't say gay. That's not what it's about. It's about introducing, and it's a very specific age group. It's about introducing sexually explicit books to kids that are asserting.
Yo, what up, Bitcoin College Channel? How you living, champ?
I'm gonna say gay.
Hope you're doing well.
You deserve a prize. Again. Older women, no kids, right? But that's not what the law says. And but for low information viewers of the View or listeners of MSNBC, and the people that kept repeating that don't say gay law over and over, no, wow, this is what they're doing in Florida. You can't say gay in school. Imagine being a gay kid.
I see you're animating, dog.
You can't say you're gay. That's fucking nuts. Like, hey, pal, we're talking about 7-year-olds.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's and you know, I did a bunch of reporting, and the stuff that they're doing is like insane. It's not just, oh, we're teaching kids about sex. Okay, fine, obviously they have to know biological realities. I'll figure out. It was like, artificial penis patch. That was the story I did. They were teaching like Chicago public school kids in middle school how to wear, fake penis, and then setting them up with the kind of the hormone clinics.
But it's like, teach them that. Who's going to teach them?
That's right. The older guy down the street who runs by in the van.
By then I've got lessons.
Yeah, but it's like, I worked a lot on the policy in Florida, and what it boils down to in Florida is a pretty simple change. There's been such a politicization and radicalization of gender theory in schools. The governor wisely just said, you know what? Let's just take that off the table. Let's focus on reading, writing, and math. Let's focus on a good civics curriculum so that we have real citizens that are graduating from our public K-12 schools. And then let's let families, churches, and private society determine for themselves what they would like to teach their kids about these controversial issues. Just take it off the table. No instruction on gender ideology. No instruction on, of course, the explicit sexual materials beyond some reasonable, consideration. This to me is fair. You can't teach religion in schools. They delegate that to the private sector, to civil society, to parents and families. And so unless we want to have an all-out fight all the time on these issues, like, why is it even necessary? Kids, I don't want them. I don't feel like a need for school to teach them about these things. We teach them at home. We talk about them. They naturally kind of learn and develop. And so I think that it is very wise to just say, let's take it off the table. Let's delegate this back to people in their personal lives. That seems like a solution that everyone should agree with.
Completely logical, unless you're dedicated to indoctrinating people. Yeah, it's your movement. What is the don't say gay law? Let's be specific about that, just in case anybody tries to call us on this.
So it was initially no teaching on gender identity and sexual orientation in K through 3, which is super reasonable. And then it caused this massive uproar, and the legislators said, all right, we're just going to double down. Now it's K through 12. They're saying no gender identity, no sexual orientation, no explicit pornographic material in K through 12. We're taking it totally off the table. And look, there is a reasonable argument to be made to say, okay, elementary school, I get it. Maybe a little bit in middle school, maybe in high school, there's more latitude. That's okay. That's a reasonable consideration. But it's also eminently reasonable to just say we're taking it all off the table and just teach people. And just teach people what they need to know to be successful in life.
I'm sorry, but I had good teachers growing up. I had quite a few that I remember. I have a science teacher from 7th grade that to this day I think about fondly. He's a brilliant man, and he taught me about wonder. Think about that guy.
I think you're right.
I've also had a gang of fucking morons who taught me, and I don't want that gang of morons teaching my children about biological sex or gender or homosexuality or heterosexuality or oral sex or anal sex. I don't want nothing. I don't want you teaching them anything about any of those things. I don't want you telling them that you're a Caesar. I don't want you pretending that you're Foxkin. I don't want any of that shit. If you're teaching history, I want you to teach what happened in 1943. I want you to teach math. This is how you count. This is how you divide. This is algebra. This is what you're supposed to be doing. That's what you're hired for. If you're a drag queen and you're not teaching how to be a drag queen, that's it. That's what, if somebody wants to take drag queen courses, all for you. But I don't think you should be reading stories to little kids. It just seems fucking bizarre. It's one more factor that kid has to deal with.
There's no question about it.
For what reason? For what reason? And so
inclusiveness?
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Because it's not inclusive of many other perspectives. Traditional perspective, religious perspective, general conservative perspective.
So how much are you screening these drag queens?
Well, not enough. Yeah.
What is the odds that someone who's a man who likes to dress in drag has other problems? I'm not accusing all of them of having other problems. I'm sure some of them are just lovely people who like to wear women's clothes. Have at it. Have a good time. However, there's a possibility that you might be a kinky freak. There's a real possibility if you're putting fake eyelashes on and 10-inch heels and you're calling yourself Miss Wanda and you're wearing fishnets and you tuck your dick in your butthole region and tape it down or whatever they do. It's a possibility you might be out of your fucking mind.
And if you're doing a drag show at a bar at the Castro, and that's a subculture where they're all adults, they're all opting in, have a good time, knock yourself out, totally fine. But it's like bringing that into the public schools, with government funding, with other people's kids, that's when I think reasonable people say no.
Yeah, reasonable people should say no, and the people that don't say no think that they're going to be attacked for being bigoted if they do. But there's so many people that are like on the fence and scared and don't know what to do, and their kids are coming home with these wacky ideas, and they're like, what the fuck do I do? What do I do? And if you try to go to the school board meetings, you get labeled a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
This is insanity. You're just enforcing indoctrination, and you're just making sure that I comply. And that is a slippery slope, man. Because you might be getting your way right now doing this, and you might think that you should be able to get your way. But what if someone else gets into office? What if there's a war? What if there's chaos? What if we have a military dictatorship? You've already established the rules. Don't give you those laws back. You've already said it so that the state and the government and the institutions can dictate personal behavior and how people are allowed to communicate. If you've done that, you fucked up because now you've given power to the people that are in control. And if you pay any attention to donors, you realize the same donors donate to both people. So what have you done? You've empowered the deep state to control your lives and make it easier to steal.
Yeah, and the economics of it is also perilous, right? All of these systems are functionally insolvent. Right? The university system, our federal budget, it's just crazy. You don't have to be a math PhD to understand that this is not sustainable over the long term. So, look, as a political person, what I always do is try to figure out what rifts and possibilities are opening in society, and how can I use those to advance the political objectives that I have. That's how it works. And so when there's the Hamas attacks, and universities reveal themselves to be crazy, or it's the capture of K-12 schools, and the gender ideology is going radical, all of these problems also provide opportunities. for correction, for reforms, for decentralizing some of these institutions. And I think we're now teetering on a few different vectors towards what could be a radical restructuring of our society. You have this confrontation between Trump and Biden, but really between Trump and the entire state apparatus that's trying to jail him and prevent him from becoming president. You have a military budget and a federal budget more broadly that is running, $1 trillion deficits as far as the eye can see. You have a higher education system that is now, I think, $1.6, $1.7 trillion in student debt that the government has absorbed. It's ready to blow up at any time. 2020 was a wake-up call for many people. The next wake-up call is going to be 2020 100 times over. And so those of us and those people who are just arranging their personal lives that are listening, should be figuring out what to do, how to best position themselves to be successful for their families, for their careers, for whatever they're working on. And those of us who want to see deeper changes, we're all preparing, we're all getting ready to say, when the house of cards falls over, and it's revealed that none of this is sustainable, the fundamentals of our country, institutional, financial, political, cannot hold, and they can't be covered over with ideology anymore. We have to have responsible, civic-minded people that are ready to take leadership again. And I think that it may not be this election cycle, it may not be in a year, it may not be in 2 years, but by any vector, you talk to people who really know, we're heading towards a big shift. And I hope that we can emerge on the other side, just freeing ourselves from a lot of this ideological capture that I think is hurting people and hurting our country.
I couldn't agree more. And just leave people talk about it and stop using this as a vector of control. It's also, there's a problem with that though. The ideology, leave me alone, this kind of philosophical statement is correct. I believe in it. It's a civic Republican ideal. Spend the American way is give people the maximum autonomy to their lives, delegate to civil society as much as you can. But we don't live in that world anymore. We have a massive federal bureaucracy. We have these huge institutions that control culture. And so, if you're arguing to be left alone, you're always going to be run over by people who don't want to leave you alone. The solution is not to then assume it and impose your vision, but you at least have to have people who are willing to fight the public fight. Because most people want to be left alone; they deserve that. But we need to have a leadership class, kind of counter elite, capable of taking over these institutions that can then adopt the policies and administer the centralized institutions to protect the average person. The average person is not going to read queer theory and understand what's happening and fight the good fight. But people who are involved in political life, I think we have a duty to provide protection for the average person. The average person is calling for physical protection, protection of their livelihood, protection of their reputation, protection of their kids, protection of their institution. Do you see anyone that is directly speaking to that need and offering a plausible vision for how that can be accomplished? I think very few people are thinking in those terms. To me, that's well, it's also a shame that people that have these ideas are not willing to run for office. Because running for office is such a shit show. So you see what happens when anyone runs for office. It's attacks are merciless and ruthless. It's all in your character, in your past, so Joe Biden. See what ever.
You've been through it.
Yeah, everybody's been through it, but I don't know. Obviously, I'm not running for office. But when they're trying to attack you, and they're trying to do that, that discourages so many people that would be there. But it's also now been accepted as a part of the political process.
But it's always been part of the political process. Yeah. Go back to the history of the founding of the country. You can read Jefferson's letters. He's bitching about the press, slandering his character, like for decades. He's writing. He's still bitter about things that happened when he was dying in the early 1800s. He's still bitter about like some slanderous journalist who was impugning his character 30 years prior. And so, look, I've been through it to a certain extent. You've been through it. That's the price. That's the price of admission. And so I think rather than lamenting the fact that it's this way, we need people, and you know, I certainly adopt this attitude, and I think Governor DeSantis in Florida has really achieved this and demonstrated this. You know, COVID, they were calling him all sorts of names. You know, I mean, they fired up the press machine against him in a really brutal way. And as conservatives, I've estimated that we take somewhere between 100 to 1 and 1,000 to 1 negative to positive stories. That's just the ratio that we have to live with. 100 to 1 negative to positive. But what he taught me, and I think it's a valuable lesson for more people to understand, is to say, look, the people are smarter than the press. And so when we're fighting, when we're raising the issues, when we're getting attacked, when we're driving forward something that's the right thing to do, you'll be rewarded by the people later. So he won a very narrow election this first time. He went through all of this controversy with Disney, with COVID, with gender, with, you know, history curriculum, whatever it is. The people of Florida delivered him a huge 20-point victory, unprecedented. And to me, that's a sign that when you take ownership, when you take courage, when you take the hits, and when you do the right thing, people are smart enough to sift through the lies, the propaganda, the suppression, the censorship, and reward you. And you know, I've certainly seen that in my own experience. You know, dealing with hostile media, dealing with threats, dealing with people screaming at my kids. You know, I mean, like real intimidating things. And you have to say, you know, you have to make prudent decisions, you have to protect the people around you. You have to make sure that you can, you know, not get wiped off in war. But then once you get past that, what I found, when you get past that initial barrage, you get through the gauntlet. You feel
shout out to Dubai, shout out to Israel,
you feel this
shout out to
incredible
everyone.
sense of
Check out all the
rabbis,
rabbis, social media. It's more than any person in global
they
history.
tried, they failed, and now you have the freedom to speak your mind, the freedom to do what you want, the freedom to chart your own path. But until you get through that barrage, I don't think that you're free at all. And so people that have wealth, people that have power, people that have prestige, any kind of real estate, are sometimes desperately holding on to that. They want to protect it as much as they can. But I think what happens is they become, they go through life and they get to a point where they'll finally speak out if this happens, if that happens, if the cost is lower. You end up kind of wasting away your life and your opportunities. And so my goal, and for the past year especially, is to radicalize America's elites, to show them the problems that our country is facing, and then to summon them to courageous action to fix it. Because as we get people who have something to lose, when they start talking, people listen. And so I live on a small farm in rural Washington State. There's only so much I can do personally. But certainly with the book that I wrote, with the articles that I'm doing, with the media engagement that I'm trying to drive, what I found is that the attitude among America's elites, finance, tech, entertainment, have changed dramatically in the last few years. We just have to get them over that hump so that they're saying the things that they tell you in private, tell me in private. When you have this conversation, I would just recommend say, hey, what about saying that publicly? These are people who are, they don't have jobs. They're titans of finance. They're people in prestigious positions. They're kind of university professors with tenure protection. People are scared.
They really are scared of repercussions.
How do we get them to cross over that fear?
We have to make it less fearful. We have to make it more common. And I think these conversations have happened, and more of them happen, and more people listen to them, and it changes people's perspective, and they realize this is kind of changed. And that there's real urgency involved. This can really go sideways for us. And there's a lot of factors that are trying to force it to go sideways. Not all of them are. There's a lot going on with social media influence that's 100% manufactured. There's manufactured arguments, manufactured dissent. There's a lot of manufactured conflict that happens online that we are documented very clearly. It's coming from Russian troll farms, it's coming from various different Eastern Bloc countries, it's coming from China, it's coming from all over the world. It has an effect on us, whether we
like it or not, it certainly has an effect on young people. It certainly has an effect on self-censorship. It certainly has an effect on stifling dissent. It has an impact. They attack people. They attack people like with thousands of trolls. They know what they're doing. And it's very effective. And if you pay attention to your comments, you're going to get run over by it. And it's never read the comments. Can't read them. Can't read them. Some of them are nonsense. I read comments on other people's stuff sometimes when someone writes something controversial, and I'll just go, "Oh, that seems crazy to say." Let me go to that person. And that's ABC2222156. Yeah, that's a fake person. It's a fake person that got a Twitter profile, and now
It's like a guy in an Eastern Bloc country with 1,000 phones that he's got a.
It might not even be that anymore. I believe it's probably AI. I mean, with the ubiquitous use of ChatGPT and all these different things, you can easily attack people in a progressive fashion, and you can give it parameters of how to attack it, what to say. Distribute that in mass. Give me 45 different versions of this attack.
I think that's probably true, but I think that, in my opinion, I think we overestimate the potential influence of foreign operators. Foreign operators don't know the language of American ideologies.
You don't think that's easy to learn?
No, I think it's actually a little difficult to learn, because even if you look at kind of Chinese CCTV, which is the national Chinese broadcaster, you look at the propaganda that they're actually trying to push, it's like awful. It's like not persuasive at all. The movies are amazing, yeah, and those are commercial enterprises. But I actually think it puts the real kind of villains off the hook. It's not them, it's really us. It's the people who run our institutions domestically.
There's
Send
certainly
policy for YouTube and other platforms.
That's probably
I think it's a bigger factor,
because if you can have people organically talking about things, which you do on Twitter, and when you see the things that are happening on Twitter, so a lot of it's very distasteful. You'll see some very racially charged, frankly racist arguments about things, just openly discussed. Or people agreeing with them openly. It's like, lumping people into one gigantic group of this or that, and it's just like, man. But the opportunity for other people to successfully counter those statements exists too. The opportunity for people to jump in and say, "This is what you're saying is so fucking stupid." Take into consideration that. Take into consideration this. You don't know about that. You don't know about this. What you're saying is nonsense. And that's a whole part of human discourse that's being ignored when people are censoring in favor of blocking hate speech. The problem with blocking hate speech is we block the potential condemnation of hate speech. You block the potential intellectual battle between morons who believe stupid shit and smart people who are motivated to make people dumb. And this is all good for the viewer. This is all good for people, the young minds, and the people that are easily influenced, and the people that are on the fence, the people that have taken into consideration this perspective or that perspective. That's what free speech is supposed to be all about. The answer to bad speech has always been better speech. It's always been the case. So when you got people that will ban your account if you use a person's name that they used to have when they were a man, but now they're a woman, so you detonate them. So you made up this thing. At the same time, when you have the fucking Taliban on Twitter, you're insane. You're an insane person. And Elon has done a service for the entire human race by purchasing that platform. And I do not say that lightly. I do not say that flippantly. Him purchasing Twitter is one of the most important things that's ever happened to us in terms of pushback, in terms of just recognizing, like, this is insane to tell people that they have to abide by your insane, rigid ideology that doesn't make sense. It's not logical. And if they don't, they can no longer participate in the discussion. They're removed from the town square. That's bonkers.
I remember even Andrew Tate, who I think is like obviously very self-evidently that person. I don't think that he's a good model for young men. But I remember, he didn't call for terrorist violence. He didn't, say anything, extremely racist. I don't think that I saw at least. And I remember just it was like one day he's nuked from every online platform simultaneously.
Yeah.
I say, what? You don't have to like the guy. You don't have to agree with the guy. But the fact that all of these companies can set off a little cascade where you can disappear someone from the internet overnight.
Well, Madeline Yiannopoulos.
It's Yiannopoulos was the first one.
Yeah, they really silenced him. That guy was a powerful voice.
And he was huge
Also,
from the
in
Discord.
real life, very nice. In real life,
Really?
hilarious, very smart, very nice. Every time I met him, he was cool. He was playing a character, and I think there's a lot of drugs involved as well.
Yeah.
But he was certainly playing a character that had good points. He was playing this character that was this like right-wing gay guy who liked to talk about sex and drugs. And I was like, this guy's fascinating. But they decided that he was problematic, and they fucking erased him. They memory hold him. That guy was on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher compared him to Chris Ridge. Remember that? Yeah, and then he got attacked by some other guy on the show. There's a lot of fuck you with that guy. There's a lot of drama. But that's what he liked. He liked that. And it was playing to his favor until they erased him. You know, and I think they erased it, particularly the first part was his criticism of Ghostbusters. And then he was criticizing the new all-female cast of Ghostbusters, saying how sexist it is, every man's a moron, women say today how ridiculous it is. And then he got into it with Leslie Jones. So Leslie Jones and him got into it, and I think he retweeted or liked something that people had said that was comparing Leslie Jones. What was it exactly? I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was something racist or something gross or something unflattering, something. Sure. And, you know, people were tweeting it at her and they're blaming him. And then that was gone.
That they justify it's mobilizing harassment or something.
Joe Chestnut says he learned he was banned from the
Started him justifying himself being sexually molested by older men when he was young. He was saying on my show that he was a predator. He was trolling me.
You know, seducing.
Yeah.
You know,
First of all, anybody who doesn't think about it, gay is out of
take a look at the freeways.
That's a choice. That's not a choice. That dude's fucking gay. Okay,
baked in by the universe.
He is. Yeah, that is like the prime example that I always throw in the face.
Yes.
It's usually for religious reasons, who are unwilling to accept biological reality. Like, here's some biological reality. Want to know this? The first video ever captured of humpback whales mating was just recently filmed, and they're both male.
What makes them different? Great question. Well,
So the first evidence that we have of humpback whales engaging in sexual intercourse is gay sex.
Humpback, huh? Yeah,
Yeah,
you had to go real.
Listen, humpbacks are mammals. Humpbacks are intelligent. Humpbacks likely are dead. There's probably, if they exist in us, why would they not exist in other intelligent mammals that are on Earth with us, like dolphins? I'm sure there's gay dolphins. There's probably gay orcas. It's probably normal. There's a percentage in every population that's gay. Who gives a fuck? The point is that, like, that guy's gay, right? And he claimed that he was the predator, and everyone's like, oh my god, he's normalizing pedophilia. If he had just tried that today, he would have been a minor attracted person.
She would be celebrated. I mean,
He would be like, oh, this guy was minor attracted, and I was a minor, and it was fine. But he would say, like, now, like, literally, in the amount of time from him being canceled to today, that statement is not nearly as controversial. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, and look, you don't have to agree or disagree with the statement. That's irrelevant. It's something that is within the bounds. Look, if you're calling for, like the Harvard example, is genocide of all Jews around the world, you should be banned from social media platforms.
Yeah.
That is a prudent limit that I think we can all agree on. But on more nuanced issues, or more, I mean, even if you take it at face value, I think he's probably going for shock value.
100%. But also,
this is
he was
a
telling
crazy
an anecdotal story about how, and it was on another podcast that we said this, that it plays a very important role in young gay men to have an older gay man.
Well, how about
I-
verifying on the
I have no fucking dog in this race.
Yeah.
I don't, I don't know. But I do know that I feel very different about a sexual predator that's a man that targets girls. Like if I found out that a football coach was targeting young 14 and 15-year-old girls, I'd be furious. If I found out a hot teacher, usually from Florida, with a push-up bra, was banging all the high school football kids, I'm laughing.
It's a little different.
I think it's funny. You know why? Because I think those kids are going to be fun.
They're going to be legends.
Zach Galifianakis had a fucking amazing joke. One of them died. His friends high-fived him to death. I think that's Zach.
But this is because people want to pretend that there's no difference between men and women. Right. That's all it is. It's it's like everyone wants to pretend that's true. It's obviously not true. And of course, the football coach who's like a pervert going against young girls, that's a totally different scenario.
It is a different scenario. Also, the lady who's blowing all the high school football kids also shouldn't be in church.
Yeah, you have to get her fired immediately.
Get rid of her. She's doing porn or something. Yeah. But the point is, it's like, if he's talking about his life, that and saying that this was his choice and he wanted this, the issue is not with him. The issue is with the man who did that. Right? So he's literally talking about his own personal experience. That memorable. It's not. He's not saying, "Hey, I should be able to go to high school and pick up 14-year-olds because they want it." Okay. Yeah. Now we're talking a different thing. Now we're talking about a guy who's advocating pedophilia, right? This is different. We're talking. He was merely talking about his own life, and that's how rabid everybody was to get rid of him. And it was at that point effective, and I think that became a problem because once it became effective, then it became golden. It's like the Alex Jones argument. People say, "Yeah, ban Alex Jones." Like, and everybody's like, "Hey, this is a fucking very slippery slope." Because if you want to ban everybody who's made disinformation and put it out publicly, how's Rachel Maddow still? Yeah, how is she still on? Everybody's seen that video of her talking about the COVID vaccine. That's insanity. The government. I mean, yeah, how are they still on? I mean, how many different stories were incorrect? Not apologizing for what he did, what Alex did. He doesn't apologize. I mean, he apologizes for it, but he feels deep remorse. He's just like overwhelmed by it. But that, getting rid of that guy is a slippery slope. And no matter what you think about what he said, you can't support that. You gotta let people sort it out. The way to find out if, let's say, he says there's a false flag and some attack somewhere, the way to find out if he's telling the truth is have people investigate. If you say that Operation Northwoods was a document drawn up by the joint and signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff that was going to attack Guantanamo Bay and blame it on the Cubans to start a war, and you say that on your show, people go, "You're a fucking crazy person. How are you allowing these?" No.
You podcast where we're talking about all the best moments of the show.
So I have to be able to have someone come on and say, "Hey, actually, this is true," and then you realize, like, oh, wait, some conspiracies are real. And if you silence this one guy that calls out all of them because he fucked up on one, you're also limiting his ability to call out the ones that are legitimate. And you're talking about a guy who's doing this all day long, every day. That's all he does. Yeah, all he does.
And he's out there. I mean, he's an out there personality.
Out there. That's why he's fun. But he's out there talking about the World Economic Forum. I've said this 100 times, I'll say it again. He told me about Jeffrey Epstein over a decade before anybody was in the news. He was telling me that there was this operation, and they take these guys, high-profile public figures, and a lot of politicians, and they compromise with young girls. Like, what? On an island. What is this? A fucking ABC after-school movie? That's crazy. That sounds nuts. And then now everybody knows it's true. And there's been a ton of those. Infiltrating Bohemian Grove and catching these fucking wackos and heads of state, burning an effigy in front of an owl god. Like, what the fuck? That's real? The video he did with John Watson. It's like all of this stuff at a certain point in time needs to be out there. And people need to find out what's real and what's not real. What's real? And the only way to find out what's real is not to silence everybody who says something that's incorrect. And so let people talk it out. So when someone gets on there and says, the Earth's hollow, shoot laser beams.
I didn't take care of his kids.
Let's talk to geologists and have them explain to you that they would be boiling in lava. Like, they don't live in the center of the Earth. We know what the Earth's made out of. We know all the planets. This is how we know. This is why we know the Earth is round. Because every fucking body of mass as it's spinning around, it takes on that fucking form. All the planets, every one of them. This one's not unique.
There's also an element of this is part of American folklore.
Yeah.
If you believe that the world is flat, it's obviously false. Any thinking person will conclude that this is a ridiculous, crazy thing to believe. And yet, having a group of flat earthers in our broader society, provided that they're not like given power over the NASA or something, adds texture and richness to our culture, even if they're totally wrong. And so what we're having is we're trying to align a discourse rationally within these strict ideological bounds. It actually ends up breaking this great proliferation of culture, some of it which is good, some of it bad, some of it's crazy, some of it's insightful. But I think that the real calculation that we have to make is not even a free speech issue. It's not really even about censorship. It's about power, the distribution of power. If you stack up all of the people who have been nuked from orbit online on the right, and then on the left, you have a graph that looks a lot like this. Yeah. And so you have to then say, well, why is that? Who's making the decisions? How are decisions being made? And who are they going after? What views are they trying to suppress? So again, getting it out of the realm of abstract debate and into the realm of a political analysis gets us to this uncomfortable point. This is happening during Trump. Trump was president and this was still happening. And so we have to figure out why this is the case and go and disrupt it. And look, I think that you want to have more views, more opportunities, more subcultures, more quirky people, more, people that are way out there. My old, naked neighbor in Topanga, like, let the guy speak. If he believes that that we have to have live water and it's like, the average person is not going to be persuaded, and the view is not correct. But the broader culture suffers when everyone is fearing that if they step outside of the box, that they're going to get crushed. So when you went to the game, it was with mom. Conservatives, if they were losing, we get all worked up about it because look, every political faction has their fringe. We have fringe people in our coalition or on the outsides of the coalition.
How cool you got to see him play.
But you have to figure out what's harmful and what's relatively harmless. And a lot of these folk beliefs and superstitions, if you take them not to condemn people as stupid or ignorant or uneducated, if you actually talk to people and try to get a sense of why do you do this, it's usually because they feel a sense of powerlessness. And even the WEF kind of thinking. They want to believe that there's someone out there that is calling the shots, that is the problem that is controlling the society, because they feel that just by identifying a single point, they have a sense of understanding, a sense of power. I actually don't think that that's the case. I think it's misleading. I don't think it's the right way to look at it. But I try to also forgive people. Say people are entitled to their superstitions. We all have superstitions, and we want a society where the superstitions are eradicated. But you actually end up getting rid of a lot of the texture and a lot of the variety of culture when you try to have a hygienic treatment of culture. You treat culture like a disease, like a petri dish culture. And look, I think like go as far out as you want. Like go wild with it. Be respectful of all the rules. Maintain support commitments. But I'm always fascinated with those characters. I lived in Topanga. I lived in Berkeley. You meet these people all over live in these kind of places. 99 times out of 100, they're harmless. They should just be tolerated and respected. I think it's an important part of how I grew up. I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11, and we lived in a super community.
Belly nice to see you, buddy.
Upstairs neighbor used to, there's gay guys that would get stoned with my arm, and they would play bongos naked. Because she could play bongos naked with these gay guys. They didn't get they were just playing bongos naked. They would get really hot. And it was the anti-war movement day, you know. So I lived around that, and then I moved to Florida. Gainesville was very conservative. It was really interesting to watch. I had this friend in Cuba, and his dad was like so bad. He slammed the paper down the table. He was back on getting married. And I was like, what? I was like, what do you care? Like, that's so weird. They're just playing the bongos. It was so weird when he said it. I was like, what? I mean, I remember very clearly. I was 11. Like, if you're not gay, why do you care if you're married? But I didn't say it until 11. But I was burned in my head that I had gone from San Francisco in the 1970s, which was like a very open-minded, hippie-dominated culture of art, and then all of a sudden, look at the
oh yeah.
You can have a successful, interesting society, but have a portion of people who are get done and banging about them. Okay, fine. The problem is though that when it's out of the portion, that ideology that elimination of prohibition, limit, or constraints becomes the dominant policymaking. That works when it's a counterculture. The kind of left, and I come from the left. I was a radical leftist. I was like Gramsci and Marxist. You know, so I know that where I was looking into it. You know, I wanted to get into politics. My political formation is from my father's side. Counting relatives, they were all unconstructive. So that was like my political upbringing. I remember going to visit my aunt and uncle and seeing the book on the shelf. Beautiful collection of values. I talked to my aunt. Not ironically, not as a historical thing, but as this is the father of our revolution. And so that was my political formation. I went to get my undergraduate degree at Georgetown, which was involved in the first thing that disillusioned me is finding out that leftist politics in the United States is not for the common man, it's not to uplift the downtrodden, it's about maintaining their own status and prestige in institutions. It's like a McKinsey consultant kind of worldview, the trappings of the left. It's the Harvard student who's willing to help in India, who then goes on to, become an investor. And it's like, to me, it was so phony. I mean, it was a profoundly phony, empty political run by sons and daughters of American elites for their own benefit. The second thing that really changed me, I spent 5 years. Well, first I traveled around the world making documentaries. I saw how Marxist and communist governments actually work out in practice. Not great. And then I made a film for PBS of all places, looking at 3 of America's poorest cities.
Every day we learn about another person.
By then kind of center-left views, which was the Great Society, welfare programs, trying to help people. When you actually see how those programs manifest in the south side of Memphis, south side of Youngstown, south side of Stockton, California, the poorest places in the country, you realize that many of those ideals that are presented to you as care, compassion, concern, equality, reparations for racial past,
Discover a new podcast from our
are
library of
at
hundreds
best
of thousands
cynical,
of titles. Here's the
and at
iHeartRadio
worst
podcast
deeply
preview.
disruptive to the people that they're supposed to help. And so I spent so much time getting to know people and thinking about people's lives and how politics affects them. And you realize that the project of the left is like a human disaster.
even if rationally speaking, it should produce something that is good. And then the final change was in the run-up and then after 2020. I mean, 2020 radicalized me because you realize how profound this cultural capture is. And you realize that the consequences are no longer abstract. They're no longer just destroying, poor neighborhoods and South Memphis that are totally run by the state. But actually, it's now proliferated to the middle class, the upper class. And this is something that wants total domination. And so I got canceled out of my documentary career. Once I became known as a conservative, I lost funding, I lost relationships, I lost broadcast distribution. And then it's like I'm out, kind of launched into the wilderness. Like, all right, well, that career is done. What do I do next? And then say, all right, let's get into politics. Let's use some of the skills that I've developed as a filmmaker. I'm not a traditional conservative. I'm not a college Republican. I don't own a bow tie. But I think you have to have a bow tie.
But if you're a gay guy, you have a bow tie.
That's true. There's nuance to it. But what I realize is that the conservative principles are sometimes expressed awkwardly or sometimes articulated poorly, but there's some deep truths that need to be resurrected and recovered for us to be successful again. So I threw in my lot with people that I would never have imagined being friends and allies and colleagues with growing up. This huge shift. And I think it's been helpful because you know how your political opponents think. You have a huge advantage. And the left kind of elite academic leftists in the United States have no idea. It's zero curiosity about it. And so that affords us a kind of advantage because they don't know how we think, how we operate, what our principles are. They just assume the worst. And so I kind of wake up every day thinking about people that are around me and,
Jerry West inspired the NBA.
In an odd way, you're fighting for people that are actually voiceless.
People have that logo at home.
The left is the dominant voice of the country, of all of our institutions, of all of our tech companies.
How'd that come together?
The voice that really is voiceless are the people who are supposedly the oppressors. You have this book that came out, White Rural Rage. Rural people in the United States are not even enough, frankly. And so I just try to think in those terms always. And taking over some of the tactics of the left, some of the maneuvers and some activist work, which I think has been helpful. But I just have this visceral.
I think he's correct. I think he's exactly right. Loud. You gotta make sure that that's loud.
This visceral anger at people who have truly inherited positions of power and prestige. They give all this rhetoric about helping the oppressed, the underprivileged, whatever is the kind of sort of today. But they're actually playing a cynical game to maintain their I find that a betrayal of true left principles. And I don't think that I would be where I am today, had I not seen that betrayal up close and personal. And really, want to fight it. I want to destroy them. I want to take all of those people who are selling a bill of goods to the people who are struggling in this country under the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just about having a tenured position, having a feather-bedded job, being able to do the activist work on the public dollar, not creating anything of value, not helping them for themselves. I think that is it's such a betrayal because of the left of the principles. I think the way you're the desire to have a different culture, not have rigid rules, and to have the openness to have basically anybody, just be who you are, but recognize that being captured by the ideology that supposedly supports you is doing it for something, doing it for a very specific person. It's not doing it to support you, using these ideas and principles as speaking to the organizations, including
grabbing a lot of pumpkin brine.
That's why I'm really happy that you're out there. I'm really happy that you don't think it's just now.
Just stop with thumbs up to
Especially coming from your background, and being sort of a guy like real leftist. Really impressive. I think you're a very unique position in that regard, so I'm happy that you're
seriously.
Yeah, I like that. What I think is so special about what you do is talking about culture and politics, society, business, for people who aren't in that bubble. I operate in a political bubble every day. But what you build, and I think is a testament to the possibilities of the internet. You don't have to be at ABC, NBC, CBS, Talking Heads. You don't have to have the massive studio lights and the 8 layers of makeup. You're doing something that's real. And people are really responding to that. And I think that it's a reflection of something that we need more of. We have an artificial culture that is trying to take over. Yeah, but cropped up by corporations. The people that are talking about these things aren't even necessarily thinking about it. That also resonates with me. I don't have people out there I don't want to talk to. Just have people on the whole and if you do that, and you're actually interested, that's contagious. These principles that we're talking about, this thing, the way you're laying it out, it's important for people even to consider themselves leftists, just consider what you're saying. It's for everyone that you can't let this happen. It's for all people. For everyone. The reason the founding fathers set all the checks and balances in place is because they didn't want anyone to get told. Wake up to it and you think it's okay because your side is winning. You're actually in. That's right, and it creates this winner-take-all danger. Yeah. And I don't want to see either side have that control because that's either side. That's not what we want. That's not this country. We need to have a healthy left and very compassionate, kind, warm-hearted people. Very compassionate.
After retiring in 1974, he used to coach the Lakers for 3 seasons and then became the general manager in 1982, just as the Showtime Lakers, Magic Johnson, began to flourish.
You might not you could have a friendly discussion.
After every transition of every game, we just point out the plays. So this man has nothing on this game.
I didn't want to stay. I don't know.
West won 3 titles as GM.
70s, 80s, 90s, there was this culture of debate, right? And I got together, they hashed it out. I challenge people to debate, and people try to set up debates, and they don't even talk, even in the confrontational way, conflict of vision. It's like everyone in their corner, everyone's trying to just play. And I think that's too bad. I think more friction is good. The more public friction, engagement, debate, we'll get to that point where it's like, we're up on stage debating, but then we go to
the Thank you for his time there.
It's not that hard to do. It's not that hard to do. It's a reward. Good for everybody. Christopher, appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for being here and being so articulate. It's really enjoyable.
A man who came from a small town in West Virginia.
Appreciate it. All right, Tom, sure, yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at RealChrisRufo. I have a Substack, it's ChristopherRufo.com, and I have a New York Times bestselling book, America's Cultural Revolution, that tells the history of the radical left, long march against institutions. All right, beautiful. Bye, everybody.
We're live on KFI More Now Road.
Turning your phone off doesn't work, right?
Good job.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
The same problems that you talked about when you were here last that I've referenced many times.
Cut the copper, leaving ripped wires hanging along the bridge. This man works nearby and says on Friday, Beats hopped onto his office roof and started cutting copper pipes leading to his AC.
How you rewiring the
City leader said in January they would put together a $400,000 copper wire that task force will local safeties keep coming back. Officials say Crooks will only get a few hundred for the copper, but it'll cost taxpayers millions. In LA, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Supporters of Johnny Wachter have marched through downtown
Elon Musk's lawsuit claimed OpenAI had become too focused on maximizing profits, straying from its stated goal of building AI for the benefit of all humanity.
Musk argued that
Here's why the Cybertruck is perfect mom and family car. First of all,
nothing like this.
because people go to the Attorney General Merrick Garland and contempt of Congress.
with the tonneau cover, you never have to worry about all your stuff getting wet or your groceries. Everything stays nice and dry.
Says Congress has the right to have access.
Yeah, well,
Watching
the justice and executive branch
arguing about
Super great for loading
Let's say the controversy should have ended when Biden claimed executive privilege with the tapes.
It was two presidents back in my 6 years. I still got plenty of room.
President Zelensky appealed for help at a conference in Germany
See,
yesterday.
another great movie for all the same thing. I love this trade out here. It's perfect for everybody.
President Zelensky says he could use
And check this out. It is your
defend on Russian fronts.
UBC's Tom Rivers says U.S. is routinely pressed on defenses, but many are
Do you know that was there? But best of all, you look like a total badass driving countries around.
Russia.
Not parents, no one thinks you're badass.
Central African
My kids tell me I'm courage every day.
people. The president says the locally made boat capsized the with 100 passengers off the clock. And survivors of the house were saved in elementary school in Connecticut remembering their first grade classmates as they graduate high school. Library graduating senior Beth Holt says the tragedy never ends.
People lost $100, but how do you spend such dollars in an hour for something else? So what are the parents should be able to watch their kids graduate? Screen time goes up to
These oysters haven't grown so much.
it's not over.
20 first graders were shot and killed in Sandy Hook. 12
Don't want to see them
killing himself that day. It's the
So
deadly
all those nerds in high school, like the weird shitter kids, and Andy May, like falling in love.
Baghdad on a street that week. School.
You know what I'm talking about. The people we just hang out with. Yeah, the ones that didn't hang out with just go
You get to do this thing.
They've grown up now.
Obviously, like some people.
And they're the ones making the laws. They're the Mark Zuckerbergs. They're the Faucis of the world of fucking nerds.
When
Wow.
you are now talking to the what changed? Yes.
It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
And I should check with you.
This is our connector. It was suited for the Shot Drive South connector. Unknown returns of block, but 3 cars got into it and police right now are backing up away from Pacific out of Glendale. That one southbound MS out of Burgess from Alameda as you continue ahead towards the 110 as people start to pile into Chavez Ravine for a Dodgers game. Texas Rangers take on at 7:10 tonight.
Right now on the 10 freeway. It's just past 20th Street. You're going to be on the brakes all the way through Culver City, Mid-City area there. All the way to downtown. It does get slightly better past the 110 freeway, but it does stay heavy that just outside of the 10. All the way to
New York City,
So you're Irvine
Southbound leaving the 133 all the way to Ball Road and
no time outside with your
with
friends.
Southern California's only airborne traffic
So that
reports.
made
I'm Angel Martinez.
But people thought,
While some streaming companies keep raising their prices, the iHeartRadio app is still free. And free never sounded so good. Thousands of radio stations from all over the country play your favorite music, 500,000 podcasts,
actually, you know,
thousands of
actually got
playlists
some,
for everyone, over 100 commercial-free music channels, and over 100 million songs for your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app.
Yeah.
Start listening now.
Yeah, let's pause real quick.
Okay.
Okay, we're back.
Saturdays are for sunshine, especially for your ears. With another election, ongoing wars, and natural disasters,
So as part of the book, I'm trying to launch a movement called Free the
we're
Generation.
determined to share the bright side of humanity. Every Saturday,
And so I think that the
across the world. Victoria Cash. Thanks for calling the Lucky Hour Hotline. If you feel like you do the same thing every day, guess what? If you're ready to have some serious fun for the chance to win some serious prizes, guess who? We heard you loud and clear. So go to LuckyLandSlots.com right now and play over 100 social casino-style games for free. Get lucky today.
So here's the graph.
LuckyLandSlots.com.
So this is the graph I showed.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore my home city in the new year. My Ford Bronco Sport is perfect. The gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving, and there's tons of room in the trunk, so I can pack stuff for a picnic if we choose to do that on a hike. More adventures, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. Unidos, we are stronger. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all
boys and girls?
So,
KFRK 640 and iHeart Radio Station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
So girls start. Boys, they have
They got a letter in the mail today.
You just got shit it on.
But I guess
For real.
boys
Just uninstall.
but you know, you can see
you have all just check your
it's just that the effect.
policy.
So boys.
But if you have life insurance, too many people died during COVID.
That's right.
A lot of people died.
So 1 out of 5
Life insurance policy.
was.
You just got shit it on.
Then COVID comes in.
For real. Just uninstall.
So then COVID comes
Taken over by the state.
in. Now this is
So,
the exact same data.
there's a
set,
lot
just
of-
federal data.
My wife.
Is that
Really all I had. That goes
And that might be TikTok.
And,
That is
all 50
you know,
states
what
have
happens
systems
is,
in place to protect policymakers or policyholders, I should say. If an insurance company goes out of business, and what that means is you're not totally out of luck if your insurance company goes on
high-speed data plans.
like mine did.
My argument
How about that? What kind of luck do I have?
is that we had a
But it's really important to understand how the process works. And I did some research and wanted to look up and see what sort of protections they offer. But better yet, you got to take some steps to avoid ending up with an insurance company that goes out of business. And you have to, you don't want to rely on the state coming in to help you out because they will reduce your policy. You know, if you have $1 million policy, I think they'll reduce it to $250,000. But the insurance industry, they're very highly regulated. They're like banks and, you know,
What specifically
credit
about
unions.
TikTok?
And so insurance companies, when they do fail,
this is something I'm just
and
really
occasionally they do for a variety of reasons. For example, they might underprice their products, or they have higher than expected insurance claims because of COVID, or people dying after COVID, and so the insolvency they had they had a lot than I know, and that was a big deal. But if you're a policyholder, even if your insurance company fails, something
Now, I know there's some questions right now.
And there's a lot of
what is the argument of that? What specifically are they talking
doesn't have enough funds to pay guys like me.
I'm standing at the entrance of the Muslim quarter in the old city of Jerusalem. Usually this is an area that would be teeming with Palestinians, but today they've all been moved out of this area to make way for thousands of far-right Israelis and Jews to march through the streets marking Israel's capture of East Jerusalem in 1967. Before the march even started, tensions were running high with confrontations between Palestinians and Israelis inside the Muslim quarter.
Health insurance benefits. $300,000 in long-term care insurance benefits. That goes quickly. You could spend $10,000 a month.
This is
in long-term
Instagram
care.
Reels and
when
shorts
caring for a loved one.
Similar
And you may have had $3 million in that policy.
Chinese government.
So that person could actually find out the rest of their life and be cared for.
And they do.
Well, now that goes down to $300,000, and at $10,000 a month. That's 30 months. So a little over 2 years.
You had Tristan Harris.
So it sucks.
Tristan Harris has this.
But if you have an insurance policy, and you got to make sure that your company is stable. I don't know how you do that.
TikTok in Russian.
I'm not that right.
The government was like
I don't know. Maybe you can
TikTok was
call
on.
and see how
We're
it's
going to
rated.
do what Putin wants us to do.
They have the companies that are rated on scale A+++. And then the Z. And then they also have the rating. And then the scale goes from AAA So the insurance companies rate it. And it'll give you some relief from really strong life insurance. And then if you were to check out, use your wife or husband or a significant other, if you get the enrollment in your house, that they're taking care of when you check out. Now for me, I got a life insurance policy. Essentially, so my wife doesn't have to go home with the first cat she meets
what are they
anymore.
pointing to when they say national security risk?
Because if you don't have a life insurance policy, she's going home with the first guy she meets at the bar. First guy she hooks up with who's got a couple of bucks.
In which the person using the
But
product,
if you have a life insurance policy, she can be a little more picky.
they're the
Maybe the third guy.
users, the product.
Maybe the fourth
They
guy.
give them data. The data can be used for all sorts of purposes, especially marketing.
But that's why guys
And
have
so
life insurance
TikTok has
policies.
announced some
Just so their wife
can get on
doesn't have to,
psychological line because they
tool
know
around the
exactly how
first cat
long
she sees.
hesitated, how much he likes certain kinds of videos.
Maybe it's not right. I don't know.
Many people have written
I don't know
articles on
much.
how TikTok
But
seems to
I think that was what my dad told me. think that's
So,
right.
TikTok has an extraordinary
As the
amount
sage
of
advice
data
your
on
That's right.
most Americans.
Because get life insurance policy, so Jen doesn't have to go home with the first guy she
And
meets.
they said, oh, but we don't share. Like, it's in a server over here.
He did think I
Singapore,
north on
but
life
it's not in
insurance.
China.
And I'm figuring out,
There's no way
just
that the data is really separated.
but it should be for a living thing,
And what are they trying to do?
every single
I don't know whether
insurance company that I'm with is insolvent.
or whether what the post is on TV.
That happened to my mom years ago with another insurance company who's based
Where
in
you seen that with
Yeah, so it's this one. I bet it's the same one. And these guys put something like
Very
this
obvious.
back in.
Well, it's very obvious that the name trans stuff and robotic things. There's encouragement and people that are opposed to that. She has said that male, biological male
I mean, it's not just her, it's everybody else who was participating in that program.
My wife was a little more upset about
So this relates to the larger issue that we talked about last time, and that's
I couldn't
which is that this
She offered to work on the car.
which
These oysters are the opposite of what is when you come out insurance and no insurance. I just play
Yeah, right. Look, I'm the guy bringing the pizza home to the party every night, and when I go, the party's over. You clean up the streamers, the cups, the empty bottles, and
we saw it in journalists, newspapers, editors who wouldn't stand up for journalism.
But
So I think what has happened
temperatures. Pixar's Inside Out sequels expected to take you between $80 and $90 million in its debut weekend coming up. June Part 2 had the year's biggest opening at $82 million in March. Big cloudy, foggy, maybe wet tonight, eventually clear and hot again tomorrow. More heat may be coming for the weekend. This report brought to you by Audible. There's a crash in the Cahoon Pass.
This is on 15, northbound just past Kentwood. 2 right lanes have been blocked. Highway Patrol's trying to clear these guys off to the shoulder. But that drive is just going to be tough anyway. Back it up from Glen Helen Parkway. We've got Will Colschreiber. He's checking out Burbank, KFI in the sky.
well, we did have a little something in lanes here, westbound side of the 134 at the 5. It is clear, not seeing any blockages anymore, but yes, pretty slow getting out of Glendale on the westbound side of the 134 as you approach the 134 just before San Fernando Road. If you're headed eastbound, the usual stuff there, unfortunately, from the very get-go, right about Olive Avenue, slow to go all the way to Burbank, up to almost the 2 freeway. Will Colschreiber, KFI in the sky.
California's open airport passport reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
I'm really starting to understand how you feel, man. Hey, we don't walk up on stage.
Have you ever sat down and tried to figure out what okay, so what was I just saying? We're talking about connection other than asking kids to
You have termites, maybe, or you have termites. Either way,
Right?
all of them are left legs.
Pre-home inspection.
Oh, it seems like,
restrictions
like
apply.
identity
They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tenting. That is important. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific.
Facebook. After each proof to a person, I think with this to the platform, not to the third party. Is that possible to
Just like you cut off a slice of meat from a roast, will I break my
so those
It's delicious.
So
This year is starting out slow. That's why LA County is putting in the work now for safe, affiliation, reliable water. Find out more at
ultra high security. You just have
How would you get to keep? But that doesn't happen. How would you? Like at their general sales, in order to purchase a home, a person has to make money from a job, which is money that the government's already taxed. And then you just spend that money on taxes. Then all you're living in like one tax, bills, government taxes. You pay for insurance, government taxes, and pay for repairs, you have to pay for upkeep, all that is government taxes. And then once you get to the point where you pay off your home, you still have to pay the government.
yeah, that's true.
Property taxes. Property taxes. It's just so basically the government saying yes, we know we didn't.
So the largest
And then everything else we charge you.
those jobs I don't
take it from you.
we can do that.
This franchise, even if you're making it all for you don't, you're just renting it.
Our company
And if you don't
sends
believe
these
it,
fishing
don't
emails
let
to
your
see
rent.
if we
Don't pay that
are
property
right
tax.
to be staying. Very important. That's why I stopped opening emails.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm part of a group, Project Lizard. So the
everybody's affected by crime. If you're a small business owner, that's all you think about.
I want to catch everything this is
But you think about it a lot. If you're a small business owner, or you own a small restaurant, you think about it a lot. That's all you think about when you go home.
Is to understand
Did I lock up? Did I turn the alarm on?
So
Are the cameras
there
working?
are certain things where
Even if the camera's working, will the cops get there?
much efficient.
Am I gonna have to? Do I know the guy that come in and board this place up when they come in and let me out?
The lake.
You think about the
Let's
way home.
reduce our
That's all I think.
catch. And if
And
one
then
person does that,
a lot
no one
of
else
people
does, but then he just loses
are dealing
everyone
with the
does it,
homeless
but then actually
and
can solve the
mentally
problem.
unstable.
Fine.
Great.
With social media, what we see
It's easy. But last night at 1 o'clock, I'm here over the alley right at the screaming about the
how did you feel? How did you feel?
Where are my cops? They're
A review of the book of Inspiration in the Times of London.
What you saw?
UK Times.
There was another reason I got
Woman ended by asking her 16
you may have mistaken me
would
for
you have liked the social media ban to
somebody else.
that you
Because I look like I have a Mediterranean tan. Maybe she thought I was
the daughter says,
Italian or
would everyone
Eastern
else be off
European.
it too?
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got, I swear to God, Belly, Angel, Angel, I'm gonna come down there and tear your mother's insurance papers up.
This was your elbow. Oh,
Yes, that tennis elbow. You know, Angel texted me earlier today, and she says, hey, Channel 7 buzz around
How would
my
you,
house or my business
how
or
would
whatever.
you, would you get all
And then she
parents
said
to
something
do it?
weird.
Would you get the
She
social
was
media
think they're
companies to do
looking
it? Like,
for,
how would you do that?
and then
I'm
the
not
tennis
counting on the
elbow.
social media companies or comments. I'm assuming we'll never get help from
Well, it would make sense.
Hope
I
I'm wrong
mean,
about that.
Why don't Channel 7 be down in
Social
Orange County looking for women who have tennis elbow?
You know, we can
why not, Tim?
So let's work the
That's a good
simplest one
argument.
is
That's a good argument.
Whatever better one.
What's up, baby?
That's how you're amazing. When you and Belly get some sleep, you're as sharp as they come.
They were hovering over her house because they heard she has tennis.
Yeah, but you do have tennis elbow.
I do.
Is that painful every day?
Yeah, it's getting better though. I had a treatment about a week and a half ago, and I'm doing physical therapy and stuff, and it's getting a lot better pretty quickly. So,
The treatment.
that platelet-rich plasma.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. To Tanzania.
No way.
You're also going to talk
Yeah, a quick
So,
trip.
But you know, Tanzania is really with medical advancements.
That's my favorite studies. It's just cashiers and Safeway need to say.
That sounds great.
Just cashiers and male customers no problem. Male cashiers and female cashiers
so
and
many
male customers no problem.
And
Female cashiers
said
have male customers in this country. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for shopping at Safeway.
and she said, beautiful,
If they're sitting there stalking them and showing up to work at random times, because men, especially against women, don't mistake anything for a sign of cue for sexual activity.
there's a lot of
Let's go back to
and coming over the border.
So
the
it's
border patrol, what is that?
Is
So I just had work done, it's a prescription, and they didn't give a rent, so like that's a Schedule C drug. And she was not appropriate for children. And she was in trouble for a while. So you gotta be careful with that kind of stuff. And you gotta be very careful, even if you have a prescription. I didn't know that. If you get a prescription in another country, I don't give you a prescription. What are you supposed to do if you're in Canada and you get hurt? Or Mexico or Tanzania? And you get a prescription, you're supposed to throw it away before you get back to the United States.
Maybe you need a prescription from your country.
Maybe, that's possible.
Yeah,
The country that you're entering.
sounds
Gotta
like
be careful.
good
Gotta be
suggestion.
careful.
I just
No, but I
don't
have the PRP done
imagine
in San Juan
that would
Capistrano.
implement it in social media.
Dr. San. Whoop,
Oh, wow, that helped, huh?
Oh my gosh, yes.
I think there's a lot of kids that
without
have
it,
problems.
it would have taken about a year to heal on its own, and like doing nothing with my right hand, which is my dominant hand, and
But the idea of
for my
getting
arm. And so I'm like, okay, I'll just try the PRP, and that shortens the healing curve.
You may be
And
right,
it
but
should be healed up in about 2 months.
whenever I
Wow,
speak
that quick.
How long does it last?
What's your type?
It
Rolling
heals, so
volleyball
it's
chick.
not, you don't actually keep getting shots.
Athletic. Maybe has a failing of it. I can't speak
You guys
English.
are paying, Belly?
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
Corner or even middle fat being a
Knees and my
so like I know that there's somebody that's failing.
And what is the
Okay, because they're loving people. But you can't be right. Because you're compassionate and
So
have
they
this family
they
member.
extract your blood,
let's do the other three.
they
Let's
spin
get
it to get all the platelets out, and then they inject it back into the spot that
Second
needs
is no
the
social
extra
media.
healing. It's
That
like
one's gonna be a little
doping
harder.
that the cyclists do.
Oh, I see.
Big platforms like Instagram,
Where your mom tried to do that, but they said she had platelet growth plasma in cash. But that's gonna make you better. But and I think that's what Bethlehem could use for bad knees.
Parents, if as long as any of the parents are doing it,
Looks like she's playing the NHL.
14, 17. As long as negative parents are
These great watermelons.
then it's very easy.
I don't even know why I say anything.
Yeah.
Why I opened myself up. I was asking for a friend.
Hey, by the way, with those bad knees, did the Kings call you?
You're just reiterating
with those bad knees.
Why to be a
You're
goalie?
just saying they react
Not so
because
much a
of the other kids.
goalie, just
Yeah.
an
So
every
it does
day
require a
average
big
player.
push.
But you don't have bad knees, huh, Belly?
It wasn't as cool.
That's
But now that the three
Nothing on your feet,
the
you're
numbers are
alive.
through the roof, I think we're ready. And if it starts in
Those
some
dang
places, not
humans
others, that's
on their
okay.
feet
too.
all the
It's
time.
okay.
Or skiing. Did you ever skiing?
Yeah, because look at smoke.
Me or belly out?
Belly out.
Angel, you take the swim.
Did you get hurt
I've
skiing?
never, yeah, I mean, I've broken ribs and stuff skiing, but never like my arms or legs
What
or
was the
anything.
third? The third is home
Belly out.
schools.
You? Oh, that's right. Belly, you don't ski anymore. You got married.
I got to stop pretending that I like to ski.
Belleo's boyfriend and fiance, big skier, so Belleo, got the outfit, got the skis, got the poles, loves
So there's just no reason
Hey,
kids should have on them.
But head skis? Don't they make head skis?
Put it in the phone box,
Head
put it
around?
around your
Yeah,
pants.
it's a big problem.
Every day, guess what? The school's
But,
not trying to
but then she gets
everyone
married,
loves it. The kids are like,
and
wow, we actually talked every
skis go back.
5 minutes in the hallway. We actually talked.
John got
You know, you're laughing. Whereas right now, in a lot of schools, it's just zombies.
You know what?
Just a walk.
I saw her, I was driving behind her after she got
2012 kids
married,
was much
and I
more
saw her chuck
distracted.
the skis out of the window and she's driving down the road.
Fucking phone.
Management style can only be described as catastrophically incompetent.
Who's the LA City Ethics Commission president will be on the ballot in the general election in November. A bill from the state senator in Irvine banning gun sales on state property has been upheld.
The California Rifle and Pistol Association sued, claiming it was unconstitutional to ban gun shows like Crossroads of the West, held at the OC Fair where the show had been for decades. Senator Dave Benz says the board yesterday rejected claims the ban violates the First and Second Amendment. Now there are legislation that would prevent anybody from deciding that they want to take a celebration of guns and Second Amendment festival.
Imagine that you're sitting in a noisy restaurant and you're having trouble hearing your friends across the table.
The association says that Liberty Hills, in Orange County, more than
What you just heard was a beautiful breakout of the computational monitoring analysis app, machine learning denoising app, an AI transcription and translation and text-to-speech style transfer app. So these are not just fancy looking earbuds, they're an entire computer. Everything we're going to replace some of what we do with visual computers that we're used to.
Santa Monica, all the attendees found us loading up away from 20th Street and remain on the brakes across Mid-City all the way to the 5 Loyal Heights. Multiple drivers checking out the ride heading into Dodger Stadium, KFI in the sky.
children.
One of the ravines for tonight's game. You're going to have a lot of company, obviously,
Then
southbound side of the
they can
101.
jump into
Super slow, starting from just before Santa Monica Boulevard, making your way on into downtown. Also the 5 southbound. Boy, we had some earlier problems. Still taking some time to recover. It is slow from Holland. Music Empire Center, basically all the way down through Atwater Village into Elysian Park. If you are trying to head northbound on the 110 freeway, you're going to have lots of fun there too as well. It's pretty slow getting away from about Vernon all the way on up towards the stadium area. We'll close Schreiber KFI in the sky.
And not so fun in Orange on that 57 northbound. You're on the brakes leaving the 5. Delays extend all the way to the 60 and Diamond Bar. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports.
All these little like things that don't even exist. Just somebody made them up on the internet. So I just like to ride. I think it's great. I just think it's great. Like at least the last couple of weeks, I've been able to entertain everyone and get everyone's mind off like all the other stuff that's going on right now. Like at least everybody can have a good laugh. You know? So, well, I mean, it's a subject of discussion. So like everybody is getting somehow King culture. And then there was Dwight from The Office. Oh yeah, he did it. If he was going to write a cultural anthem, they'd say something like he wouldn't write about overweight people on welfare. He would write about millionaires and their taxes. Yeah, there's nothing funny. Billionaires talking shit about there's nothing funnier about millionaires pretending these billionaires are having fun. Oh yeah. Take Dwight from The Office down to West Virginia. You know, take them through those coal mining countries. Take them through those places in Appalachia where people are like straight out of poverty. Yeah, and hills are ravished. Those areas. And we were talking, and I said, who is your biggest customer? Because business. Why? Because there are places where the charging station, they have EVs, so many of this do. If you have customers, can you imagine?
I don't know that that's
often they get a charging station. It's, well, Anaheim White House offers a charging station. If you're a business and you don't have
I don't. I'm just assuming
you're already
that this is
Walter's Wholesale Electric has Southern California leader in commercial industrial retail charging stations. Walter's Wholesale Electric, small and large charging installations and implementation experts.
So
That's exactly what Walter's Electric is all about. Walter's Wholesale Electric. Dial pound 250 on the cell and say EV charging. Pound 250 on your cell.
Is OV charging rise?
Visit WaltersWholesale.com. Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. It's Conway here. One of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident. He was shocked by the lowball offer he got from his insurance company. Then he called Sweet James. The attorney for Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. Then Sweet James fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and the resources to win the most for you. Compensation is a huge part of all of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that's why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James right away, 809 million. They can't guarantee an outcome, but make sure you have them on your side. 809 million, 800-900-0000, and sweetjames.com. Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Here to keep you from spending too much
I would say
trying to
it's
revitalize your indoor space. Are you sure it's the furniture, or is there something missing? Something you haven't considered.
That's right. You know, when I put out a
tree, no, not a house plant that you're going to kill. An indoor tree and crafted just for you to the perfect size and shape.
Chat how the week's doing. 30 seconds later, I'll go, you know, and then I'll check again 5 minutes later. So it's hard for me to read
the outside in and at a fraction of the cost of something like new furniture. Only one place in the country creates custom silk trees and flower arrangements on site daily, right here in LA. Alden Home.
I don't know.
The secret weapon of
what
the
I can
studios
say
is designers like me. But the secret's out, so you owe it to yourself to check out Alden Home.
Find them on Sepulveda in Van Nuys or visit them on the web at aldickhome.com. That's ALDIK home.com.
We are adults.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
I try to tell my friends to use my strategy, which I call post and ghost. I don't read it. I just post it. I post it.
Never been to a real backyard barbecue before.
What a song.
It's a massive difference. I very rarely use the only reason why I I very rarely post at all. Because first of all, I'm aware of this number.
Do you guys have any vegan options?
You may run
And I see it. Any social issue, any political issue, any discussion is like when you see someone posted on this, I'm looking at that. Couple of letters and a bunch of numbers and go to their page. Nope, not a real person. How many of you know?
very nice to a mustache show about a year ago, maybe 6 months ago. And you're having another one, and I had a blast at that show. It was sold out. It was probably about 150, 200 people there. Everybody enjoyed it, and I'm glad you're doing another one, man.
It's incredible to see the impact of when you see
It challenges
50
every
posts,
fiber I have,
there's
but
50 comments, and 35 of those.
Yes, it does. By the way, you've been around for a long time. You've had a restaurant. Did you know Jerry West? You're an athlete. Did you ever meet him?
Social media
Yes,
began.
I knew Jerry West, and I admired him. They were my first love. He and Elgin Taylor,
That goes
and
into
that whole crew, that whole Baker Beacon, never get over the hump with the Celtics, you know. And it broke my heart. But boy, what thrills was them trying to do it.
Nasty, racist, whatever.
Hey, so John Papadegas, your new album's coming out as well, is that right?
Yes, it's out. It's called When.
So you get basically
Available
everyone
on
fighting
home
each other
streaming
in the comic.
services.
Yeah.
And what social media is good for is put that in.
Fourth album, each album has the title track of each album is an original song, and this is no
Asian
different.
Berries Happy.
The one original song of this album is
Twitter
When.
is amazing
Of
for
course, Jerry wrote
finding
the music,
current
and I wrote the
articles, for
lyrics,
finding
and
what people are talking
it's
about.
very
So
reflective
the
song.
function of putting information
You
out
know,
is great,
sung
but
by
the
a
function
man
of
that
putting something out is that's why
Have had people compare you to Tony Bennett or to Frank Sinatra?
That's just there's nothing good.
They would compare me to Tony Bennett, but in tone and in delivery. I've always
There's a
understood
raging waterfall.
what he was expressing.
Howard was
And the way
hoping
he uses his voice is so familiar to me.
we are moving in a direction
You know,
as
it's
society.
Welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis Foster. I'm Constantine, and this is a show for you if you want honest conversation with fascinating people. Our brilliant guest today is already taking the piss out of us as the amazing American comedian Theo Martin. Welcome to Trigonometry. You guys have, we call them monsters. I don't know what you guys call it, bro, but it was over here, everybody's got it.
Doing a live show on June 19th.
Think about the amount
At
of
the
effort,
Catalina Club, you can get your tickets to
the
that.
amount of
It's
focus
28:30
that people
p.m.
have on
Petro
comments.
said you're working on a
If you're
show. I left my heart
currently
in San Pedro.
into it right now. Where you constantly, there's people that I follow that are really people on those days.
All the time.
Yeah, they're addicts. Like how we're my fear is that this is only going to get greater.
You have to understand for 40 years, you know, I roamed around the restaurant dancing and singing and but doing it to pump of the hat. It was all very spontaneous. I remember Beverly Sills used to come in, and the first time she came in, she was impressed with our, little sketch what we were doing. She complimented me. I looked at her and put my hand out. I said, Beverly, she should have been saying an aria.
Never faced
Every time she was she would
This
sing
is a
an aria.
really
And
work.
when she was traveling out
So we
here,
face many external threats. We face
we're going
diseases.
back 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And
This
so
is
that's the kind of place it was. It was a place that was open to sharing. Rod Snyder ended up one night on top of a table telling a joke.
John, I know that restaurant was very successful. It's around a long time. You finally, hung up, your pots and pans. But I imagine people ask you all the time if you're going to reopen.
Sociologists, we need.
They do. And the building's available now, too.
Oh, really?
So,
Oh, yeah.
And he desired to do that?
Well, it's totally get me, but, you know, I have my limitations.
I fear we're sort of
And,
heading towards this. You said,
you know, everything I can do is throw the music out there right now.
Right, but you can still have the recipe for
Original recipes. We were the most highly ordered Greek restaurant in American dining history.
I've heard that. That was true.
We had very innovative cuisine for our time. And we did things with land field seafood, chicken, beef, and somebody in interpreting Greek.
And a lot of celebrities would drive from Hollywood or Beverly Hills down to the store.
But it was for the combination, it was for
it's not going to be it's not going to be a question of whether or not you opt out. But you pick up your device. You realize you're going to be a part of it. And there'll be incentives that, whether it's performance incentives, whether it's you're going to have more bandwidth, whatever it is. Yeah, that's the real fear of something like Europe or whatever. If they can figure out a middle figure out something that does that without surgery, the advantage massive. It's going to be so difficult to get people to not do that. That it's going to be like, oh, I mean, I moved to Los Angeles in for Motorola stuff. I had a phone in 1980.
Oh, wow. Big ones in
It was actually connected to my car in 1980. And it was very advantageous. My friend Bill.
I really appreciate you coming on. We're going to keep promoting it until June 19th. 8:30 p.m.
I got a lot of
June 19th
gigs
at the Catalina Club, which is at 6725 Sunset Boulevard.
Someone got sick, and they said, hey, you get the Dartmouth.
But I really appreciate you coming on.
And so I got gigs from that. We joke about it to this day that I was like the first guy that came with a cell phone. It was a huge event. And I remember when I had one in 94, I was like, this is great. I should call my friends. I don't even have to phone. There was so many positives to it. And it gave you an advantage. It gave you an advantage. You didn't have to be home.
Big celebration, June 19th, 8:30 p.m. And go to CatalinaJazzClub.com.
Starbucks, wherever I was. My fear is that this is going to be bad times on the mill. It's going to be, you have to have it. Just like you have to have it. You have to have
Yes, we are. How could it be wrong? More people
that looked at over 9,000 samples from 567 sites. They looked at Puerto Rico, Vancouver, Costa Rica.
Mostly gonna
Local officials said the pollution is a result of raw sewage from the Tijuana River, which has forced the beach to close for over 2 years. We'll take a look at those freeways when we come back.
So technology making it easier for this kind of accident.
Like somebody's texting,
but
they plow into you.
It's a way to put
changes your life. You always have people that go,
right now to be land being developed perfectly on that platform. They figured out how much money
everyone else is on
that like we have different denominations and how we pay bill. That shows people now when we get the point of this train robbery.
They're raising the cost.
I got to be on that road. I'm in a train. So it's called they would take whatever chemical they had wanted they used to make meth. So they were taking it out. My job was to stop the train. They take it out and then replace it with water. And they had their teams figure out how long that would take. And they said we could get somebody that would be on the yard there. They wouldn't have like that. They said actually, I've only
water resist the volume I had, and they would just shut them like a million. Just on chopping the head off of them, it allowed us to pass their front row. 0-0. Wow, maybe one of the greatest shows of all time. It's like, I already loved like everybody's show. It was efficiently running. They just knew what they wanted to do. I didn't want to
Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Let's go to Arcadia.
Drive on the 210, making your way eastbound past San Avenue. That's a crash that's been clear to the right shoulder. But the drive is sure messed up past the D-bend. That's where you're on the brakes getting away from Mountain. Speaking of Pasadena, we've got Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Here is that it won't be hard.
That turnaround curve there on the 210 freeway eastbound.
My fear,
Joined up with
my
134 headed to downtown Pasadena. As mentioned, it does stay slow out through Azusa. Another really slow spot we've got is the southbound side of the 710. It's crummy from just before the 60 all the way down through Commerce. Not seeing anything in lanes, but once you get to what looks like just past Rosemead Boulevard, or Rosecrans Boulevard, I should say, things get a lot better for you on that southbound side. Northbound side of the 710 a bit slow from the 105 on up through Southgate. Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Too many people
With
that
Southern
get on
California's only airport traffic
could have solved
reports,
that
I'm
issue.
Angel Martinez.
Exercise.
iHeartRadio Broadway celebrates this year's Tony Awards this Sunday and takes you backstage with Broadway's biggest stars and commercial-free Broadway hits 24/7.
Yes.
Just search iHeartRadio Broadway on the iHeartRadio app and start listening.
Do you want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process? That's a hassle.
Fear is
Well, look to
that
Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers. And they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer and they'll closing days, not weeks or months. Because they're not going to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said. And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. If you're ready to go, you go to Seller's Advantage. Get a no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS,
you're not going to have nearly as much anger and frustration. You also are not going to have
Varicose veins can be uncomfortable, can be
the kind of literature when they feel like shit.
You can get rid of those lovely, unfortunate varicose
but
veins.
also, as a whole, as a society, it probably would be an overall net positive. People did not want to engage in bullying, did not want to engage in violence, did not want to engage in theft, were more charitable, more benevolent. If you look at things in that direction, that's my concern, is that the rewiring of the mind, what we're essentially seeing right now is a rewiring of the mind that we didn't anticipate. It has negative consequences. We thought about it in a positive way. Oh, it's going to be great. We're all going to be connected. You know, how would it be bad that people could have more voices, like Zuckerberg says? But my fear is that it's going to just change what it means to be a human being. And my genuine feeling is that this is inevitable. As technology scales upward,
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons of room in the trunk. So I just packed up for a picnic and choose to do that on the night. More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. Unidos, we are stronger. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all Fords.
I am blown away. I've been on airplanes where they recently gave $470,000 in income profits on the sale of their home using our friends at Revive Real Estate. Revive Real Estate is on a mission to help homeowners maximize the value of your home. Because in today's market, many homeowners are missing out on 15 to 20% of their home's value simply because it's not in tip-top shape. Revive Real Estate knows exactly which renovations to do. They oversee the entire renovation process. They work extremely fast. Most renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the renovation cost. That's right, Revive fronts the money for the renovation. If you're thinking of selling, don't settle. Call Revive Real Estate to see what your home could really be worth. Find out if your home qualifies by going to KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home, maximize its value. KFIRevive.com or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250,
What are you going to do?
Revive.
It's
Hi,
take
it's
it.
Sherry Harris,
So,
owner of Life Source
start.
Water. The Life Source whole house water system
with the one
ensures that
area
clean,
that we can all live
delicious,
on.
and refreshing
Because
water
it's
flows
just
from every tap and faucet in
in
your
Congress,
home. Our healthy water makes your
any
hair
issue
shine
with the
and
right
your
likes
skin
at the
glow.
left won't
And now
vice
is the
versa.
best time to
Except
get
for
your
this
Life
one.
Source.
This is the
For a
only
limited
thing
time,
that's
we will
written
pay
by
your
parties.
sales tax.
The
Save up
senators
to
of Congress
$1,000 on a new
against
system. Call
So
800 Water 99
let's test the
now or
proposition.
visit
Always lost
lifesourcewater.com.
it.
Offer
Let's
ends
test
soon.
that
Warranty limitations
Test it
apply.
in the place where
guy
most
who
likely
likes
to
the
succeed,
outdoors
which
and
is rolling
stuff.
back
I
the
became
home child.
aware of my mortality, and I don't do
Replacing it with a more
that high
favorite
risk
child.
stuff. What I think
Actually,
is high
I
risk.
said they're
Going
far
in the
off
ocean
the
is high risk.
So if you don't mind, I'll put it in the fourth one.
We don't get along like that.
So
Live 7 to 10
firstfear.com.
on KFI.
No
And
smart
on
phone.
anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
For preschools. Okay, but if you take away the phones, you don't give it back to each other. There's playtime. And what are they going to do? They're going to keep them all day long without screens. So sports is more independent, free play, responsibility. This is the thing you and I talked about last time we were actually discussing. Where I'm a big fan of Lenore Skenazy, who wrote Free Rich Kids. She and I co-founded a page called Let Grow, letgrow.org. All kinds of ideas for how to help your kid have more independence. Less fragile. So this sports one, this is the one that we have to really years of that. And so actually, let me ask you, the biggest one last time was I talked about this, and like I said, like letting kids go for sleepovers.
All right, let's talk about
spend more time with other kids and
women's sports bar.
And then you said, I think you said, like,
Here's
no, I'm
women's
not
sports
letting my
bar
kid go
out
to
there.
sleepovers because I don't
Women
trust
only.
getting families. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sounds like something I'd invest in.
I think our concern was
Find out if it's any
wandering
good.
around kids.
It is happening. It's going to be crazy. Reach out to
Steiner and Emmy.
Yes, you had that also. You we talk about sleepovers.
My
but
kids
also
just, if you know the parents are
First of its kind in the
great way.
95% women's sports. We love the Dodgers.
Good.
We are NFL fans.
So tell me that
we will
what
have
was your
that on
policy
too.
with your
But
kids that you got
most of the TVs will have
on when you let them out, when they get out the door, get on a bicycle, or set them off to a friend's house without it.
An opportunity.
Well, I don't remember what age.
This is something
No,
that I
I
would
don't.
invest in.
fine.
How to put it, a boatload of money in.
The
You know,
problem
got a
is,
little drunk, a little too high. Oh yeah, I'll write you a check.
child
And then
predators are real.
my wife's like, "We're doing what?"
Really, not anymore. What I mean is, well, when you and I were growing up, there were child predators out there in the physical world approaching children. And I think you said there, you told the story.
It's giant right now. I mean, this has been going on for many, many years, bubbling
So there
under
were
the
child
surface,
predators
and now
out
we're
there. That's
finally
true.
getting our day. The more
They're all on
It's
Instagram.
bubbling where?
The kids aren't
under the
out.
surface.
And Instagram, and
Well, look,
especially
I'm not a business
makes
owner.
it super easy
Never
for
opened
them
a
to
business
get
in
in
my
touch
life.
with children.
But
Yeah.
So
you
the
want
physics.
the
So this is
bubbling
my.
to be on top.
I can summarize the whole book with a single
You know,
sentence.
you want
We
the
have
bubbling.
overprotected our kids in the real world, and
You want the
underprotected.
bubble.
On top of agree to that.
bubbling
So
under the
that,
surface.
yes, child
and now
predators are terrible. But guess what? We actually locked up most
Radical
of them.
bubbles on
And when
top
you and I
of
were
it.
growing up, they
And
weren't
now
all
we're
locked
finally
up. They
getting
were
our
just
day. The
eccentrics.
more
Were
we
exposing
see the
themselves.
need
Remember
for it,
flashing?
the more
Flashers.
we realize that
You know,
there's
that's
a
right.
place
If
for
you do
us
that,
to go.
you're going to
It's
jail
very
for a long,
industrial.
long time.
That's why the
So we actually locked up those
transformed this
predators.
former
And they
Mexican
know,
restaurant on
don't approach kids in a playground.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if we argue.
Keep it
Oh,
Mexican.
no, they go, oh yeah, no, once you're
I
identified
don't
as
know.
a sex offender,
Keep
you
selling
never,
Mexican
you are
food.
gone for a long
And
time.
maybe with the
Sex
women.
offender, we really have a lot since the 90s.
Forming this former Mexican restaurant on PCH in Long Beach. Into a screen
But there is push
that highlights
against
women athletes at their
You're
best.
aware of
And
the
they
term
build a
minor
community that brings all fans together.
All
right.
It's
a Long Beach. There's big
It's such a
guy from Long Beach
bizarre
that likes
term
this.
that I
Man, I hope
kind
it's
of
successful, right?
imagine is only being done by
Hope it
people.
fails. Hope it's successful.
And they're
We're
pushing
filling
this
stadiums,
thing
we're
that it's an
filling arenas.
And they
identity
hope the seats in
and that
this
it's
ball will
not
be
the
filled
fault
as
of the
well.
person who
So far,
has
about
this
a half
issue.
a dozen women's sports bars
How,
across the
what's
country.
the root
Now,
of
is it
that?
just for
Do you
women? Can
investigate
guys
that?
go?
Yes, not
I
that
don't know.
specific issue, but I can.
Can guys? I heard that, you know, the
best way to meet women is go to a women's march. Is the best way to meet women go to a women's sports bar?
Historically, about development. What are the
Yeah.
And
Maybe you
there are
you know,
different moralities.
well, maybe you can do more than
In
me.
some ways, that's good.
Maybe you can watch sports with them.
Against each other. So
Have opened
I'm
up
very
including
open
a
to
sports bra over in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, that's a great name for a bar.
Sports bra.
The sports bra.
This is the most
Sports
important.
bra.
Yeah.
And nothing
It's
else
a sports bar. It's a sports bar, but they
Then they
reverse
can
the A
kind
and
of
the
go
R. It's a sports bra.
And I think, again, I don't know the history of
Over in
this.
Portland, Oregon, and they've seen success, bringing in $1 million
But
in
there
its
is a
first
certain
8
kind of
months.
morality,
Wow,
which is
I gotta
all
get into
about,
this.
oppression.
Sports bra. Or a
Victimhood.
sports,
And
I
once
don't
you,
know what I'd name it.
someone, I guess,
Big
somewhere
dog.
said, men who are attracted to boys or, little girls. Are
Jackson
being,
Emmy.
some
It's on public TV.
If once someone puts that up as a victim class,
I think that it's exactly what California needs. I think we are going to be the first. I think there will be many more.
I think she's right.
which is focused
I like this thing.
on not making
Taking a
someone
shot
feel marginalized,
And something
not allowing any labels
may
that
not work.
slander
Fine.
someone,
She's doing
make
something
them look bad.
So you got to give her a
I
round of
think
applause.
people
I
who
think
approach
that
children
it's
for
exactly
sexual
what
goals,
California
I'm very
needs.
happy to have them slander
All right.
and
I don't know
label
if we need it.
and,
Maybe we
and
want
separate.
it. Maybe there's an
But
audience for it. I hope there is.
I
We'll
suspect
keep
that some
talking
people,
about it.
once
Keep
they lock
celebrating
this in
it.
as a group that's being
I think we're going
marginalized,
to be
they
the
say, well, we
first.
have to-
I think
we
there
have
will
to
be
defend
many
it.
more.
We don't think
There's
about
really
it,
hoping
but
for
the
more
whole
competition. There will be more women's spaces
Seems
for women's
purely
sports. And they know with the fan base
seems
growing,
that
it
this
looks
is
like we'll
something
need it.
that
Yeah.
with people that only
What do you say?
exist
It looks
sort
like
of
we'll
an
need it.
academic space where they, it's almost like
It looks like we'll need
an
it.
intellectual exercise in understanding oppression.
Yeah, do
It's
it.
not,
It looks like
you
we'll
can't
need it.
apply it in the real world. It's just it's too fucked
All
up.
right, let's talk about the.
Consequences are horrific.
Okay, we'll take a break and then come back.
Normalizing,
And
victimizing children.
we have a 30th anniversary here.
Before we go any
That I
further with
couldn't
this
believe.
particular
Somebody sent me
topic,
something this
I
morning.
want to point
The
out one of the
30th
problems
anniversary
that our social media
Of
world
the
has given
I cannot believe
somewhere in
that happened
all
30
the
years ago.
academy, in all the universities,
I thought I was
some
shocked.
philosopher, let's say,
That was 30
proposed
years.
that term or raised an idea.
That's right.
This has been going on for
1994.
thousands of years.
June of
Someone in the
1994.
conversation proposed a
That
provocative
crazy.
idea. What
Well,
if we think
yeah,
about
like
this
86.
as minor attracted persons?
Common
Just
sense.
put that idea out, and then other people say that that's really stupid. This is not. So I think what we have is, yes, someone proposed it, somebody else got wind of it, posted it online, and now the whole ecosystem going crazy. It's incredible. So maybe you can look on minor attracted persons. This is just like anything that has been going on. This isn't actually why senior politicians know what. Wait. That's like decriminalizing or de-stigmatizing.
There's a recent politician
Calls regarding strong-armed
that went
robberies.
viral for this discussion.
All right,
More than one. There's two specific women that are doing
Food
it. I
reviews in the
didn't
area for more than
investigate
3
what
decades
the
and is
woman
known for his shows
had
Table
families
2
or
and Let's
what
Dine Out
it was,
on
but
KDCR,
this is
KTIE, and KCAA. His longtime co-host,
try
girlfriend
to
Izzy Bussey, was also killed while they were on a trip
alleviate
to Missouri over the weekend.
bullying or
A truck that
alleviate
crossed
shame
the lanes
or
into them.
alleviate
Morgan was known
stigma
for his signature
that's
Hawaiian
attached
shirts
to
and
what they're
positive
calling
reviews
an
and even
identity.
positive criticism of restaurants in the
So
IE.
actually, so that
Mike
brings us
says
to
his
the
dad
issue
was
that's
one of a
very
kind, and if you think of food and laughter, think of Alan Morgan. Alan Morgan, friend of mine, great hugs, 75.
Yeah,
Plan to make Marilyn Monroe's home in Brentwood a historic monument has been delayed again.
It's been going on for months. The current owners of the Hollywood Icons old home want to tear it down. They live next door and want to expand. But the city's cultural heritage commission and the city council's planning and land use committee have been working to this spiritual historic monument. They hold themselves up to the unfortunately massive judge site for the city. This study has been able to give it a landmark status. I think I have a real advantage. The real special classification. Broke down in the whole market, Pelham Drive in 1962. Downtown LA, Michael Monks,
The weapons and materials found in the car was significant.
really elevated vegetarianism paradigm. Not dominant in most people's but dominant in the sense that they're against it, they're going to destroy it socially. And that's what cancel culture is. That's what Greg Lukianoff and Ricky
He says they also found a stun gun, multiple knives, a weighted
whip, an expandable baton, and an orange MTA vest. Messages, God forgive me, we're etched into the baton.
That's sort of their religious morality.
Was planning
They're welcome to live in the United States, but
they get attacks along the Lebanon-Israel border to avenge the killing of a top military commander. ABC's Tom
It's just bizarre.
Major escalation along Israel's northern border.
This morning, Hezbollah firing a mass barrage of 170 rockets into Israel in less than 2 hours. Another 100 rockets fired late yesterday, and 2 according to the IDF.
Not the majority of people. The majority of people mostly disagree.
Absolutely. This is a real how our system
was dragging it into the house. Says the bear broken into a crawl space under his home. Jamie Tate says the bear became a house guest more than a week ago. Been living there since. Tate says the bear named Samson is already tagged by wildlife officials, but police have no ability because the animal is yet to be in danger. He says Samson barged into a neighbor's crawl space before and became a squatter underneath his own. South of the KFI clouds fall to the right. Patchy drizzles through the night tonight. Goes above 50 degrees. Gradually clearing up tomorrow during about midday and a little hotter, a couple degrees, close to 70 at beaches, into upper 70s, Metro LA on County. KFI Financial Report is sponsored by Rabbi Rothschild. The Dow was down 35, Nasdaq was up 265, S&P 546.
Surviving on the stage is released an intro that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Let's hit the freeways.
We're going to start in Boyle Heights on the 60 eastbound. That drive is loading up, leaving the 5. You're on the brakes ahead all the way to the 605. We've got an opening through industry, but slowing ahead. This is getting away from just about Fullerton Road. It's just getting right towards the 60. Diamond Bar, more delays in Chino on 71 towards the 50.
Whoever it is.
So on the 60 eastbound, we're seeing delays out of City Terrace from City Terrace Drive all the way to Azusa. We're going on that 10 eastbound in Pomona, leaving the 57 freeway on the brakes and stretches to Cherry and Fontana. The Southern California Airport traffic reports. I'm Angie Martinez. I'm Maria Comico. And our new podcast is a show about
so
and that's the lens of which to approach this entire
as with American democracy, like they do something drop that.
like whether I should call a plumber.
We basically had the tools. We said, okay, you can open as many
Listen to Risky
Facebook
on
accounts
America's
as you
number
want,
one podcast network.
as many as you want.
Open
No
your free
identity
iHeart app and
verification,
search
no age verification. Create pots all you want.
From Walter's Wholesale Electric was over at my house 2 days ago. They were installing
She really was
charging
engaged in that.
If you have customers, can you imagine monitoring a charging station? Well, yeah, you're already Walter's Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging stations. Walter's Wholesale Electric, small and large charging installations. And these experts put these things in place. That's exactly what Walter's Electric is all about. Walter's Wholesale Electric.
So, we're handing them the tools and instruction book
EV charging
for how to
pound
define
250 on yourself. EV charging.
Walter's Wholesale.
Home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
and that it's just a matter of these generations now going into the workforce, with all this ideological subversion that the Soviet Union has injected.
There's an encampment going on.
That's right. That could be right. I mean, that
Demonstrations underway in Cal State, LA. Cal State, LA. They were tipped over a couple of looks like service trucks. They were like golf carts, and looks like an encampment is going up in Cal State, LA.
There's so much more,
California State
but because they're
University, Los Angeles, right?
they
The
have
student services building.
over
They got
what
a
they
encampment going on there. So maybe that's going to be the next action. The action. Always action just in this town. I just saw something on the news.
That's a good point because
There's a fire engine.
brings
I
us
think
to
it
the
was.
difference between
Let's see what it was here. It was Los Angeles County Fire.
and
2016.
economic
And as the fire station there was fighting the driver.
German fascists.
Fighting the driver and punching the driver and trying to grab the wheel while the fire engine was moving. And the fire quickly got out.
There's no good leadership. They can't plan it. Like, why did he democracy gives us a great
and they jumped out of the truck and they raided
stuff out.
That's fire station.
Democracies have this incredible
LA County Fire Department.
creative reach.
Fire Station 16
Unless you
8010 Compton Avenue in Los Angeles.
Let's take
90001 for you
share ideas,
zip code
take each other ideas, compete, try to get and let's change the way people talk so that it's not about sharing information. It's about
other news going on here in the city of Los Angeles. Of course, the big story is Jerry West passed away.
And
that's a big
in a way
deal.
that empowers
Big
everyone to
deal.
complain all the
Huge
time.
impact
This
in
I think really snaps
the success of the NBA
social media.
and the
What
Los
suggests
Angeles
is that whatever the magic ingredient of the Western liberal whatever made it such a great thing is being sapped and why wouldn't it's so cheap. It's so cheap.
Cops don't like it. Neighbors don't like it.
Predominant way that people
Your wife
interact.
probably doesn't like it. But he's
When you
got it.
say that you've been attacked, like what have you specifically been
So
done?
It's
they
just
go on
no,
with
the
that guy.
academic world.
In Sherman Oaks.
If you say
That's exactly where it was. I think it was up in the hills.
related
In Sherman Oaks.
you'll be called.
And he's got grenades.
And
I don't know if they're live grenades or not. I couldn't tell. I don't have a background. And a lot of people think I'm military, ex-military. I'm
So
not.
I was always on
But there's grenades in somebody's house. Sherman Oaks.
Patriotic American
Nutty
citizen
town.
who sees my country.
Crazy town we got going on here in Los Angeles. Plenty of
A lot of us
material
are. A lot of us
for
are.
talk radio,
Political
so
journalists.
I guess that's a plus. Let's talk about the
But
freeway
I've
overpass
sort
gap.
of stuck in
Caltrans says the concrete gap and viral video
my original work was
expansion
on
joint. Let's see if this is something we got to worry about.
Today we reached out to Caltrans.
Okay, I know sometimes you have to ask the show. But here's what we're talking about. The 105 and the 605 freeway. 105 and 605. Okay, I got the location. I got it. Now tell me more about this gap.
Today we reached out to Caltrans. A spokesperson says it is the phone that slipped out of the expansion joint. This joint is functioning as designed since it's so high up. We can't replace the phone until they can get us
So I've all along been critical of the left, originally from the inside. And that's a good way to get
That's an option at Starbucks. What's going on with Starbucks? Giant introduction, new value for characters, and new menu at Starbucks.
It is for a limited time only, but this is the first time that Starbucks is getting into the combo game with its pairings menu. Starbucks is offering this combination hot or iced coffee.
Okay. Hot or iced coffee. Your options.
Hot or iced coffee or tea with a croissant for $5.
Oh, okay, that's a good deal. I think it's a good deal. Usually the drink is $5 alone.
We have breakfast sandwich starting at $6. You might
One of the
get
things
other
that's
options that it's a standard coffee or tea, and not
as
one of
much
their
as
specialty
people
drinks with the
want to
value
talk
meal.
about negative
Starbucks is
aspects
also
of
joining
it,
Wendy's,
I've
McDonald's,
seen
Burger King, and many other fast food giants and rolling out these discounts to bring back customers who have been facing sticker shock, and their dining out prices at fast food chains have surged nearly 28% from 2019 to 2023.
It's a lot.
I feel like that's the test. You never implement that for that. Then you can implement it for so many different things. Just set about foreign policy. There's so many different ways they can do it. They can somehow or another frame it in a way. This is good. Overall, better for the overall good of America.
I went to the speaker.
That's why
I
I
ordered
never
my
talk about
Taco
content.
Tuesday tacos.
Not interested.
I drove around.
There has to be
Nobody in front
some,
of me.
but
Didn't
most
speaker.
people focus
Nobody
on content,
Nobody.
and they think if we can clean up the content, or change the content,
Royalty when I get there and there's nobody there.
Senate hearings
I know. But sometimes I feel like
reduce the amount of
what's
suicide
going on. They just think I'm being robbed.
I had that for
Seen
a second.
in all the people.
Where I'm like,
Should I fill out myself? I don't know.
I agree
But
with you
nobody
that,
was in line.
that
This
the
is like
government
it's
was
7:30, 8 o'clock. But right now,
We have a little video up on our socials at Conway Show. We invite you to take a look.
How do you see the wrong stuff off?
I think
I gotta say that I even think the person
how is this
different around that.
how many improvement ways that are connected?
I'm going to advantage your friend or these you use your absolute hands that
and so I think she had all kinds of ideas about setting things that people could have done. Reduce the farthest right 3%, farthest left 3%, and then a bunch of just like
knows me and he will so absolutely like me. He would still absolutely would be if I do something stupid in here. And yeah, he was going through very careful. On the side, yeah, that's somebody who relied on
so
money.
that's the kind of
He was still quite sure for it. That's the thing. If I put money in there to do something like easy to grab, like, yeah, exactly. I'm sorry.
And there's also this
Probably around it, and then definitely rip it off and slow it. Somebody's got
algorithms
alligators out of
It's not just what's on it's what
Stefan, why don't you fill the void, fill the gap?
and that's exactly.
You gotta train.
And the problem with that is most people
I saw you talking about T-Rex.
and
That was
so
9 days. You finished the whole thing.
developing these platforms that are immensely profitable that ramp up
I'll be done with the show.
ramp up anger,
I'll be done. You'll finish it by the end of the show.
and like in the case of yourself, instead of just debating you on these issues and doing it in good faith manner, Jonathan, this is why I disagree. I think that this is that. Instead, they'll label you as whatever, racist, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobic, xenophobic, whatever they can say, whatever pejorative essentially just reductionist on your perspective and then you'll get hot. Push
people talk about a lot about algorithms.
It just goes right through.
And
I've never been a big eater. My nickname in high school was Bone. Always been a very thin man. And
so
and I don't know what it is. I try to eat as much as I can. The most I ever weighed was 212.
Like the eating competitions in the lunch cafeteria in school.
I wasn't that guy.
That was cool.
Yeah, I watched those guys. But you can do that. You can pound.
What was your favorite? What was your specialty?
Usually it was milk, but people like the pizzas and stuff too. But
How much milk did you drink?
the containers, and you usually have to go through 2 or 3 or something like that.
I think that if you looked at algorithms,
Really?
Oh yeah,
overall
I had
negative.
drinking bug, I guess you could say. I'm one of those people like I'll open up their throat and just pour it down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that right? Would you have beer
on
ball?
Amazon. You know, if you look up the book,
Yeah. Oh, you never did beer ball? Oh, you got the joke for it.
Yeah, like the pipe of the can and
Yeah.
I would never say, oh,
Yeah, or where, you break the bottom of the can open and pop the top and shove it down your throat.
and considering how much
social
People make fun of me for drinking water in the studio. I probably couldn't handle easily. Easily.
so
Yeah.
actually, it's medical.
Easily. No, if you get down to T-Rex or Wendy's like that, man, you're a favorite for the beer ball. I think that's your next move. Breaking a beer ball is work. Okay, well, that's wrong.
You got
I would contact the supermarket and say, hey, I down to T-Rex, now I'm in a beer ball. Gals, you missed
changes
out.
the atmosphere. 20% oxygen.
How do you like me now?
Yeah, exactly.
Oxygen. Everything would go up in flames. Every
I'm
electron.
live on camp by more down crows.
So
that's
kind of what
that's been shot
happens
killed their hands and damn. All of a
That's
sudden
kind
they
of
stopped the
what
car last night.
once we switch over to the
ran,
so
shot,
I would say
driver
the
took off.
retweet button.
A man's been arrested for hijacking a bus and killing a passenger in
That
Atlanta. They say he may have been interviewed by cops on a
causing
court shooting earlier
I don't know
today.
that
3 people were hurt. Officials say they've been triggered by the
That's the way I
sirens when he saw
that
in gray whales on the coast of Oregon and Washington are about 5.5 each shorter than 20 years ago.
Engage us, and that's mostly
Researchers say it
ocean.
could be a sign that population
So,
is
yeah.
declining. Smaller whales have smaller calves, which put them at risk of predators.
And this doesn't seem like it's slowing down.
Let's start off with Riverside. This is a crash on the 215 northbound just past Central. Parkville Lane is blocked. Delays are backing up overall out of Moreno Valley. That 215 northbound Alessandro. Now, southbound side of the 215 also slowing down leaving the 680 in stretches as you roll back towards Harvey Knox. Pasadena, 210 eastbound, it's crowding up away from Mountain, heavy and slow ahead all the way to Azusa. Delays ahead in San Dimas off of the 57 as you roll towards the 15. And Irvine, southbound side of the 405, delays leaving Jamboree, looking better by the 133. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
And yeah, so
I'm Maria Kanakova. And our new podcast, Risky Business, is a show about making better decisions. We're both journalists who light as poker players, and that's the lens we're going to use to approach this entire show. Like whether I should call a plumber or fix my shower myself.
But as a social scientist,
Listen to Risky Business on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Risky Business.
already unstable.
Hi, it's Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. A Life Source whole house water system ensures that clean, delicious, and refreshing water flows from every tap and faucet. Our healthy water makes your hair shine and your skin glow. And now is the best time to get your Life
So no,
Source.
glad we had a chance
For
to
a
talk about
limited
this. I'm
time,
really
you'll pay your sales tax. Save up to $1,000 on a new system.
Just to give a
Call
little background.
800-WATER-99 now or visit
Google Gemini
LifeSourceWater.com.
was
Offer
programmed
ends soon.
to answer in ways that basically,
All right,
the
I'm
most
like,
extreme
we're
DEI
always
officer
talking about
would
Sweet James' accident attorney for good reason. Here's a story that proves why you should
Fathers,
never
the
face an
racial,
insurance company alone if you're hurt in
No,
an
this was
accident.
just
One of our
Nazis,
listeners was seriously
even
injured
Nazis
in a
had
trucking accident.
multiracial.
Guess what the insurance company offered
So
him for his
there's two
injury?
things to say.
Zero.
First,
Well, he's
is
very
that
smart, and he
Google
called
must
Sweet
be
James.
unbelievably
Not only did they get him the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win. I mean, come on, that's life-changing, right? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorneys makes all the difference. That's exactly why you call a firm that's known for consistently delivering the top results in the entire state. Call 809 million. 809 million. You're not going to pay a dime until they win your case. Now, every case is unique, and they can't promise an outcome. But you need a team with experience by your side. And don't wait around to call, because waiting may hurt your case. Call Sweet James. 809 million. 809 million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving, and there's tons of room in the trunk. So I can come for a picnic and choose to do that on hike. More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. Meet us, we are stronger. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all Fords.
So Walter's Wholesale Electric was over at my house a few days ago. They were installing charging at the place, and because surely a lot of those engineers, there are points where the charging station is something in this if you have customers, can you imagine offering a charging station? So, well, Anaheim White House offers a charging station. If you're a business and you don't have one charging, I've introduced it to your customers, you're already behind the times. Walter's Wholesale Electric is Southern California's leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging station. Walter's Wholesale Electric is small and large charging stations.
The technique is not as explicit.
That's not but it's not like
So that's what I'm not going to it was recently so David Rosado or who was put out some listing of how far left each of them. So you can certainly say that technology is not how could they say no? How could they be so
this ideological subversion, thing that they've done, DEI
on the sale of their home,
it just seems like
maximize the value of your home. Because in today's market,
essentially you're giving artists
value simply because it's not in tip-top shape. Revive Real Estate knows exactly which renovation
doing it
to
through
do.
that
They
lens.
oversee the
This is
entire
the
renovation
inevitable
process.
result of
They
it.
work
Going
extremely fast. Most renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the renovation cost.
But if you
That's
say
right. Revive fronts the
DEI,
money
you
for
apply
the
that to
renovation.
everything
If you're
across
thinking
the
of
board
selling,
and don't
don't
make
settle.
exceptions
Call
to
Revive Real Estate to see
historical
what your
actors
home could
and
really
founding
be
fathers
worth.
of America.
Find out if your home qualifies by going to KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home, maximize its value. KFIRevive.com or simply pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250, Revive.
So on one side you have high density apartments, on the other side you have
There's nothing written.
So what I think is going on is that I could see that might just be the data case. But to get black Nazis, you need somebody had a program. Somebody had consciously said anything about the representation. Then it's not as much controversy. So no, I would agree that in general, it's really something deliberately programmed
How do they come back?
I don't know. That's the question. I don't know how to figure out
Apple is in talks with Google Gemini, our iPhone AI. Companies considering AI deals that would build on search track. Apple also recently held discussions with OpenAI about Magnificent 7 up billion on Gemini's reports. So, because Google has implemented AI summarize web pages, summarize notes, very helpful features. So because of that, another one is the build circle and so very, very helpful. But now it becomes
So if you stick these things that means you're best friends forever.
No, it is
You say forever. If you do something,
I guess the point that I would like to add on, which I hope part of what we're seeing across institutions
that's
is a loss of professional responsibility, a loss of people.
Yeah, I would say I have a couple of
base level
BFFs.
employees. I know.
Well, I got a BF and I got BFF.
Institutions have important roles to play. Companies have missions.
I don't like using the term BF because that
Research
best friends, because that leaves people out.
Journalists must be committed also to the truth and justifying the truth. And what we've seen,
I don't know, I've never had a friend of mine going, oh, my best friend and I are going to the Dodge game.
led away from their mission, their purpose
Yeah,
towards the political
Everybody's a
one
buddy.
side
yeah,
or another.
but yeah, friend of mine.
And
A friend.
so I think this is what we're seeing. And
What are you doing?
we,
What are they
if we're going to
down
make it
here?
through this
We going?
difficult period,
I
we
told
need
you, my
some way
best
to find
friend.
the truth. And we just think that the more we're trying to see the harder it is. We just don't have to
story,
we
not just
just
a
say,
friend.
hey, look,
Yeah, I've always been weird like that. When I tell a story of, like guys I grew up with, like Matt McDaniel, Mike Tennessee, Robbie Fox, those guys, I'll say a lifelong friend.
again, to just so
Guys I've known
explicitly
since
say,
third grade.
our mission is political. But that I don't know.
I also don't do
Yeah,
the
it is
equivalent of,
disturbing when a large
like Melio will
size
say
nation is
she's
political.
having lunch with a girlfriend,
To
and
which side?
nobody doubts that that's, heterosexual to women having.
main
Sounds
policy?
awesome.
Right.
No,
But
or
I
is
can't
it
say I'm going to the
side
Dodger
that
game with
one
a boyfriend
side is good overall net positive, the other side is
or a
net
man
negative,
friend.
and whatever you can do to
So the
support
Dodger
the
with a
other side is valuable.
That's right. And so that's
I
the
don't know if I
mindset
can do that.
and justified.
Yeah.
And so
And it's
part of the American liberal democracy
Clear on the track, my
was to
boyfriend.
calm down.
yeah, but you and her response would be like, oh, I
Live
do
it
it.
together. Let's celebrate diversity.
All right,
And get the benefits of diversity.
this is What's Going On with Oprah. This is our segment at 6:25 every Wednesday. What's going on with Oprah? Here's Gail King talking about Oprah.
David,
Gets
we're
in.
very happy
It's
to say joins us right now in
That's
studio.
very
I'm so glad you
That's
were
what
here.
I understand.
And I'm so sorry that Oprah
It
came
was
back
an
yesterday. She
essay
said,
with-
I'm gonna rally. She had some kind of stomach thing, stomach
you're
flu,
off
which
by
was
93,
coming out of both ends. I won't get too graphic.
And, you know, if you do nothing, you're going to crash
Stomach
the
thing,
Congress. You'll do
stomach
anything.
flu was coming out of both ends. I won't get too graphic. But needless to say,
Patriotic American.
And they get loose on that CBS morning show. That makes it more interesting for me. Like Gail King's letting it
The
fly.
situation is so
stomach
dire
thing,
that even
stomach flu
violence,
was coming out of both ends.
So was Oprah.
that is
Yeah.
and that's my
Stomach thing, stomach flu was
We have not
coming
had
out
much
of both
political
ends. I won't
violence.
get
There's
too
been
graphic.
but
But needless to say,
very little compared to King Ed 68.
Yeah, I think you've got graphic.
stomach thing,
Some hopeful
stomach flu
little
was coming out of
this,
both
you
ends.
know,
I
once
won't
you
get
say
too
yes, just by
graphic.
the
But needless to say, she ended up in the hospital, dehydration, and get a IV, so it was a very serious thing. So it had to be she's will be okay. She'll be okay. I'm just so mad at me for sharing that
Yeah.
detail.
And
But
you're seeing that.
Perfectly happy to tell you that.
That's just
for sharing that detail. But I wanted to make it clear though that it mattered to her.
And even though Oprah may not be too happy about all of her business out there, we're glad the 70-year-old is on the mend. As the duo has proven over the years, not even a TMI update on each other's health can get in the way of their incredibly close bond. After all, the duo goes all the way back to 1976 when they met while working at a Baltimore television station.
I didn't know that they were friends since 1976.
It's
That's a
so
long time.
disturbing that they would,
It's like 20,
first of all,
48
they would
years they've
think
been
that they
friends.
could get away with it. In this day and age, it's all scrutiny
And as
and
Oprah has
with
explained
social
over the
media and all
years,
the
her friendship with Gail is something she treasures above all else. And in
about
this
the
interview,
demise
Maybe not anymore.
corporate media, the demise of trust.
and as Oprah has
Trust in corporate
explained
media is
over
at
the
all time
years,
low.
her friendship
So
with
this
Gail
has
is
led
something she
to a
treasures
rise in
above
true
all else.
Even after this?
stomach
the
thing,
real ones out
stomach
there,
flu where smoke was coming out of both ends of
bring
it.
along the people that are actually trying to say, what is really going on? What are the influences behind
And in this interview with Barbara Walters in
But this
2010,
one was
Oprah gets
bizarre.
emotional describing
But I
their
saw it,
relationship.
and then I saw the actual speech. Let's play the actual
Very
speech.
few have friends as close as yours.
Let's play the actual
Just not that
Speak to
friendship.
China. Give him this thing presidency and
This
he's
is
not
it.
friends, but he understands the way I feel. Those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now.
She is
And you think you're gonna get that, you're gonna not hire Americans and you're gonna sell the cars
the mother I
yourself.
never had.
We're gonna put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line. And you're not gonna be able to sell them.
Everybody would want.
If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's gonna be a bloodbath for the whole.
Everybody
That's gonna
deserves.
be the least of it. It's gonna be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least.
I don't know a better person.
This election isn't one. I'm not sure that you'll ever have another election. Does that make sense? I don't think you're gonna have another election.